Chapter E. Under Suppression. In the depths of the Gobi Desert, within the military camp of the Special Operations Brigade. Lin Feiyang, your leave for family visit has been 4 months, yet you will return so soon, inquired Brigade Commander Zhu Jianzhang with a smile. Sir, you wish to transition to a civilian position, Lin Feiyang responded, his tenure and resolute. What, transition? Have you lost your mind, while on earth? Zhu Jianzhang exclaimed, his astonishment palpable as she regarded Lin Feiyang. For a woman, Lin Feiyang stated coldly, letting forward shanked in the air. At just under 25 years old, holding the rank of colonel, such an achievement, while an unprecedented, a certain career, not long ago, Lin Feiyang had just been awarded the highest distinction for his service, and Commander Zhu Jianzhang had been preparing to nurture his promising career. If everything went according to plan, in 7 to 8 years, he would replace was the brigade commander, potentially becoming the youngest major general before the years of Lin Feiyang, and now, he wanted to leave it all behind for a woman. Fei said with the shock condemning his superior's gaze. Lin Feiyang felt a bitter resignation. He was fully aware of his bright future ahead. Returning home, he had intended to surprise his girlfriend, Meng Xueqing, whom he had loved for many years, yet, to his dismay, he witnessed her stepping into a luxury car with a rotund man. In that instant, his heart felt totally crushed. Confronting Meng Xueqing about his had seen, hearing my responseless, he saw departmental official, someone you, as a Marie soldier, can never hope to reach. Resolute, Lin Feiyang decided to leave the military for a political career. Have out chosen quickly enough to become the direct superior of that official, determined to make Meng Xueqing pay for her actions. In Jiangnan province, within the office of the director of the provincial television station, Director Wang Jianming was immersed in reviewing documents when his secretary, Xiao Zhou, entered, placing the file before him. Director, Meng Xueqing's first love, Lin Feiyang, has transferred this party affiliation to the Shanzhou City Municipal Organization Department of B Province. His background is impressive at just 25. He has already attained the rank of colonel. If he transitions into civilian life, he will at least be assigned the deputy section chief position, enjoying the benefits of a full section chief. What do you all think? After glancing through the documents, Wang Jianming frowned and remarked, I fear men in the military. I have no way to control him, but now that he's in civilian life, he falls under my influence. To prevent Lin Feiyang and Meng Xueqing from rekindling their relationship, we must suppress him decisively. Hurries with well communicate with Deputy Minister Song of Tiandu City Organization Department, was a good friend of mine. He should assign Lin Feiyang to a remote township, at most granting him the title of township party secretary, even seem to languish in obscurity, unobligatory seeking. Me woman is not for a Marie soldier to lay claim to I can crush home. 3 months later, Lin Feiyang granted first in the provincial theoretical examination, confidently. He entered at Tiandu City Dual Selection Employment Office, where he was met by Deputy Director Wang Jianming, who presented 2 documents before Lin Feiyang, stating, Comrade Lin Feiyang, since we're implementing a dual selection process, if you choose me on, they must also select only when both parties are interested. Can your placement be confirmed? Currently, only 2 positions are available only as the deputy chairman of the district political consultative vacant for St. Hichoshi district, and the rest party secretary of Pulau Town, you may choose on. Lin Feiyang examined the 2 positions and then glanced at the theory of section level opinions and the wall. His face already yelling for disappointment. Director Huang, I am transitioning this colonel rights. It should at least be signed the deputy section chief role. Huang Jianming's demeanor remained calm. Comrade Lin Feiyang, you're correct in principle. Theoretically, you could be placed into a deputy section chief role or possess a nominal section chief position. However, the situation at local level is different. Having the position of party secretary for Pulau Town has many vying for it. Comrade Lin Feiyang, in need I'll decide within 10 minutes. If I'll hesitate, I cannot guarantee these positions will still be available after that time. You will have to otherwise. Though Huang spoke with a gentle tone, it carried non-deniable weight of authority. Lin Feiyang concealed this fits in frustration. Just then, his phone buzzed with a text message. Lin Feiyang, you'd best keep your distance from Meng Xueqing otherwise. I'll ensure you can't even hold on to section chief position. No name was appended to the message, however. Lin Feiyang surmised it was likely sent by Meng Xueqing's new partner, a departmental official issue in Gackling warning. In that moment, Lin Feiyang truly felt the overwhelming power of this official. Though unaware of their exact identity, it was clear that they had manipulated the situation surrounding his employment placement. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feiyang chose not to respond. He recognized that the foe is no longer a dedicated hero but rather a bureaucrat who must navigate the harsh realities of in life. Under this, one must bone shed. Filled with indignation, Lin Feiyang vowed silently, you're a departmental official, are you? Just wait, I will there is above your veil. Resolutely, he turned to Wang Jianming and declared, Director Huang, I could still take position of party secretary for Pulau Town. And her letter, all of Lin Feiyang's paperwork was processed, like a piece of discarded refuse. He was soon ceremoniously cast into Pulau Town. That very night, news reached Zhu Jianzhang about Lin Feiyang's assignment to Pulau Town as the party secretary, and he was furious. Zhuge and Zhang Dilet Commander's number, Director, Lin Feiyang is our brigade's finest soldier, with his abilities and achievements, absolutely deserve as a position as a county party committee member, even as a county mayor. Yet I will relegate him to mere township secretary of the sidelined front. The commander replied coolly. The grievances between men must be settled in a manly fashion. Lin Feiyang is just starting his political journey, letting the head director teach him a lesson is the bad idea. It will not interfere further. It seems excessive for a confront a departmental official. Li thinks service sharpening stone for Lin Feiyang. When Lin Feiyang gets sent to the departmental well himself, Ensure has no longer bullied, perhaps beaten, Phil Evan Bemison in law. Little did station director imagine he thought the disdain of this powerful figure would allow him to seize the calamity. Lin Feiyang also could not foresee that although he was just starting his role, Plowtown was already revealed its treacherous traps, crafted by more than any competing faction.
Chapter 2 Incurring public wrath. On his very first day as the party secretary of Broken Gong Town, Lin Feiyang received a notification regarding an inspection from Vice Mayor Gui of the municipal government. A hastily convened meeting of the town committee was called to discuss strategies for the impending visit, but the moment town mayor Zhao Ruiqiang began to speak, Lin Feiyang felt a surge of fury boiling within him. Secretary Lin, Zhao Ruiqiang asserted, the county has mandated that we prepare adequately for this reception. We must treat this matter with the utmost seriousness. I propose that we immediately allocate 3 million yuan from the town's finances to invest in the model project at Wangjiazwang. I have already contacted the construction team. They are awaiting our funds to commence work. Within 3 hours, they will deliver a satisfactory rural revitalization model project. This matter must be addressed without delay. Zhao Ruiqiang's tone carried an unmistakable air of authority, leaving no room for dissent. Lin Feiyang furrowed his brow and replied, the notice from the city has just arrived, and the construction team is already waiting. I fail to grasp your meaning. Zhao Ruiqiang chuckled lightly. Secretary Lin, as you are new to Broken Gong Town, you may not yet be familiar with many of the operational intricacies. Time is of the essence. We must expedite our decision-making process and cannot afford further delays. Lin Feiyang, however, was not one to beat around the bush. He addressed Zhao Ruiqiang directly. Are you suggesting that we must resort to deception, spending 3 million yuan to fabricate this model project? Is that the only way to satisfy the county and ensure Vice Mayor Gui's approval? With a smirk, Zhao Ruiqiang replied, Secretary Lin, please choose your words carefully. We are not engaging in deceit. Rather, we are accomplishing a formidable task with minimal resources under constrained circumstances. This is a far cry from the military environment you may be accustomed to. Upon hearing this, Lin Feiyang's gaze towards Zhao Ruiqiang grew increasingly icy. He could hardly believe that such blatant dishonesty could be articulated so grandiosely by the town mayor. I disagree. Lin Feiyang slammed his hand onto the table. Zhao Ruiqiang's previously composed demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. You disagree? Do you understand why we toil so hard in this impoverished region? It is to ensure that one day, the rural revitalization model we create will garner recognition from both the county and city, ultimately providing our comrades in Broken Gong Town with greater opportunities for advancement. Are you truly prepared to extinguish the last flicker of hope for us all? Lin Feiyang shook his head gently. Town Mayor Zhao, do you genuinely believe that a fabricated model project could earn Vice Mayor Gui's respect and recognition? Do you think he is naive? Do you really believe that a so-called model project, hastily constructed in 3 hours with 3 million yuan, could stand as a benchmark for rural revitalization across the city? That is sheer folly. Zhao Ruiqiang gazed at Lin Feiyang, astonished by his steadfastness. Realizing that his insinuations had not been grasped by the newcomer, his tone grew colder, tinged with an unmistakable finality. Secretary Lin, I lack the luxury of time for idle chatter. I must inform you that following my plan is essential for Broken Gong Town to navigate this crisis successfully. Should any issues arise with the model project, the consequences are not something you, Lin Feiyang, can bear. Zhao Ruiqiang's words were laced with veiled threats, hinting at deeper, unsavory undercurrents. Lin Feiyang understood that there were likely ulterior motives at play. Why was Zhao Ruiqiang so certain that spending this 3 million yuan would ensure the project as success? What connections existed between the construction teams and the inspection groups? What ties did they have with Guomingli and with Zhao Ruiqiang himself? As Lin Feiyang pondered these matters, his expression hardened, and he simply reiterated, I disagree. Zhao Ruiqiang, now visibly agitated, slammed his hand on the table. Lin Feiyang, you are newly appointed as the town committee secretary and remain unfamiliar with the workings of Broken Gong Town. I advise you to understand our situation before voicing your opinions. Lin Feiyang smiled, not with anger but with calm resolve. May I inquire, Town Mayor Zhao, who is truly in charge here? Is it I, Lin Feiyang, or you, Zhao Ruiqiang? Am I to lead you, or are you to lead me? This was a pointed question, one that even Zhao Ruiqiang could not boldly contest. His chest heaved as he struggled to maintain his composure, an icy glare overtaking his features. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, he suddenly broke into a smile. Secretary Lin, you are indeed the leader of Broken Gong Town. However, I must remind you that the rural revitalization model project at Wangjiazwang has received accolades from both the city and county for 3 consecutive years. The former town committee secretary, Shi Dikan, was promoted to serve as a member of the county committee due to this success. If you were to jeopardize this project, the repercussions would be beyond your capacity to handle, and you cannot expect us to bear the blame for your failures. Zhao Ruiqiang's smile was radiant, as if he and Lin Feiyang were the best of friends. Yet those familiar with Zhao Ruiqiang knew he was digging a perilous pit for Lin Feiyang, one that could potentially bury him alive. Lin Feiyang fell silent. After a lengthy pause, he finally asked, Town Mayor Zhao, what exactly do you mean by construction? Is it feasible? Can it truly be completed in 3 hours? Zhao Ruiqiang, noticing the shift in Lin Feiyang's demeanor, smirked with an air of mockery, sensing that he had instilled fear in his opponent. He replied dismissively, in fact, the construction is straightforward. Primarily, it involves reinforcing the livestock enclosures built over the years, clearing the sewage systems, and enhancing the aesthetics. Additionally, we will deliver hundreds of cattle and sheep to the farmers' breeding facilities. The execution is rather simple. At this point, Zhao Ruiqiang stood up. The real challenge lies in fundraising. However, if we manage well, the county and city will allocate reward funds annually, amounting to 4 to 5 million. When all is accounted for, Broken Gong Town stands to gain significantly. Secretary Lin, I understand you may not favor deceit, but I must stress that sometimes, a benevolent deception can achieve great things, ultimately benefiting the development of Broken Gong Town. Lin Feiyang finally grasped the gravity of the situation and nodded slowly. So this is what you deem a model project for rural revitalization. Zhao Ruiqiang and several committee leaders exchanged knowing smiles, a shared understanding evident among them. Suddenly, Lin Feiyang's expression darkened, and he slammed his hand on the table with force. Comrade Zhao Ruiqiang, this is a blatant act of deception. While your actions may satisfy the county and city, the common people will undoubtedly be discontented. Thus, I cannot agree to this. The meeting room fell into a heavy silence. Many attendees stared wide-eyed at Lin Feiyang, shock etched on their faces. Zhao Ruiqiang has articulated his points so clearly, yet he still disagrees? Could he truly be so naive as to not understand the unspoken rules of the bureaucracy? Zhao Ruiqiang's earlier confidence evaporated, replaced by a cold and resentful glare directed at Lin Feiyang. Internally, he seethed, Lin Feiyang, you are courting disaster. For an extended moment, Zhao Ruiqiang fixed a chilling stare upon Lin Feiyang before suddenly bursting into laughter. Comrade Lin Feiyang, are you certain you wish to obstruct our efforts to establish a model project for rural revitalization? His voice dripped with a venomous chill, reminiscent of a threat from the depths of hell. Lin Feiyang sensed the shift in atmosphere, particularly as some committee members regarded him with disdain and indifference. He realized he had incurred the ire of the majority, but what of it? A gentleman knows when to act and when to refrain. Lin Feiyang's gaze remained steely, unwavering as he locked eyes with Zhao Ruiqiang. I disagree. Zhao Ruiqiang nodded slightly, clapping his hands together. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you have all heard clearly. I have extended an opportunity to Comrade Lin Feiyang, yet he remains obstinate, disregarding the voices of the majority. Consequently, any repercussions stemming from this decision should rightfully fall upon Comrade Lin Feiyang. Would you all agree? Indeed. Well said. Whoever causes trouble must clean up after themselves. If one lacks the ability to listen to others, misfortune is inevitable. The meeting room erupted into a cacophony of voices, the majority of attendees dismissing Lin Feiyang's authority as the leader, openly voicing their opinions. Some even shook their heads disdainfully at him, nearly resorting to spitting in his direction. Lin Feiyang observed the chaotic scene, noting Zhao Ruiqiang reclining in his chair with an air of mock composure, a hint of derision in his demeanor. Suddenly, Lin Feiyang adopted a similar demeanor, laughing softly as he echoed Zhao Ruiqiang's earlier tone. Comrade Zhao Ruiqiang, rest assured, since this decision is mine to make, I shall bear full responsibility. However, let me make myself clear, should anyone proceed with this project behind my back, particularly if they intend to use public funds to enhance their own achievements, I will pursue this matter relentlessly. I will not tolerate any impropriety. Zhao Ruiqiang scoffed, do not fret, no one wishes to suffer a loss for no gain. With that, Zhao Ruiqiang turned to exit, followed by the other committee members. Only Wang Honglin, the deputy secretary of the town committee, hesitated, glancing at Lin Feiyang before sitting back down. After a moment of indecision, he ultimately stood, offering Lin Feiyang a bitter nod before departing. A solitary figure, on his very first day, has he become a pariah? Lin Feiyang forced a wry smile, realizing that the city leaders were set to arrive in 3 hours. How was he to face them? Chapter 3 On-the-spot dismissal. As Lin Feiyang sat there, his face etched with solitude and despondency, the disciplinary committee member, Zhao Jinfeng, remained unfazed by the forceful departure of Zhao Ruiqiang and his associates. With a cheerful demeanor, he turned to Lin Feiyang and inquired, Secretary Lin, has the meeting adjourned? Lin Feiyang's gaze swept briefly across Zhao Jinfeng's face, and a flicker of recognition sparked in his mind as he recalled the man's background. Although Zhao Jinfeng was robust and dark, he had once been a selected official from the provincial level, having graduated from a prestigious university. Following his graduation, he spent 3 years serving as the first secretary in a village, and due to his outstanding performance, he was promoted to serve as a member of the disciplinary committee in Paleo Town. Now, he had held this position for 2 or 3 years. Lin Feiyang was not privy to Zhao Jinfeng's past, but the fact that he chose to remain despite Zhao Ruiqiang's clear dominance suggested a remarkable individuality in his approach to work. Lin Feiyang smiled faintly. The meeting has concluded. Comrade Zhao Jinfeng may take his leave. Zhao Jinfeng nodded, refraining from uttering another word, and picked up his notebook before departing. Seated at the head of the table, Lin Feiyang gazed around the now empty conference room, lost in contemplation. Presently, there were 9 members of the Paleo Town Committee, including himself, Town Chief Zhao Ruiqiang, Deputy Secretary Wang Honglin, Disciplinary Committee Member Zhao Jinfeng, Deputy Town Chief and Police Station Head Zheng Jianwei, Deputy Town Chief and Office Director Chen Dongsheng, Organization Committee Member Zhong Haidao, Publicity Committee Member Li Zhengde, and Armament Department Head and United Front Committee Member Zhang Jianzong. Just moments ago, 5 of these 9 individuals had followed Zhao Ruiqiang out, leaving only Chao Jinfeng to seek Lin Feiyang's opinion. Deputy Secretary Wang Honglin clearly played the role of a fence-sitter, hesitant to offend either side, lingering just a moment longer before ultimately siding with Zhao Ruiqiang. Lin Feiyang felt an unprecedented pressure. He realized that he had effectively been isolated by Zhao Ruiqiang within Paleo Town. Should he refuse to compromise regarding the model project, he feared that his future endeavors in Paleo Town would be fraught with challenges, and his policies would struggle to be implemented. Yet, could he bring himself to concede? No, absolutely not. A true man dares to confront the grim realities of life and to face the stark truth head-on, let whatever may happen unfold. Regardless, he could not act against his beliefs and principles. Rising slowly, Lin Feiyang instinctively reached for his shoulder, yearning to feel the colonel's insignia that he had earned through countless merits. No one knew the trials he had endured over those 6 or 7 years. Yet, at no point, even when faced with life-threatening circumstances, had he ever compromised. As he touched his shoulder, where the insignia once rested, he recalled the faith it represented, defending the homeland and serving the people wholeheartedly.
Alas, the insignia was no longer there, but the resolve remained steadfast. Retirement would not diminish his aspirations or ideals. With this thought, Lin Feiyang's gaze sharpened, transforming into one of unwavering determination.
He departed the conference room with purposeful strides, making his way to his office. Having settled into his office for about half an hour, the telephone on his desk rang. Lin Feiyang answered, and Zhao Ruiqiang's arrogant voice echoed through the receiver. Secretary Lin, there are less than 3 hours until Mayor Chen arrives for the inspection. I urge you to reconsider your position carefully, otherwise, time will truly run out. I'm not trying to scare you, but both County Head Niu Liang and Executive Deputy County Head Du Zhiguo will accompany Mayor Chen. If any issues arise, the consequences could be dire. You might even be dismissed on the spot. The threat in Zhao Ruiqiang's tone was palpable. Lin Feiyang smiled slightly, his voice calm and composed. Thank you for your concern, Deputy Town Chief Zhao. My decision is final, there is no need for further persuasion. Ungrateful wretch. Zhao Ruiqiang angrily hung up the phone, then dialed another number. Chen, I regret to inform you that we cannot proceed with the model project in Paleo Town. On the other end, an irate voice responded, Deputy Town Chief Zhao, you must be joking. I've already transported the pigs, cattle, and sheep as per your request. Are you telling me you're backing out? Aren't you the one who calls the shots in Paleo Town? How could you not manage this trivial matter? Zhao Ruiqiang sighed, explaining, Chen, you don't understand. We have just appointed a new town committee secretary, and this guy is utterly inexperienced. He then embellished Lin Feiyang's comments with embellishments. Upon hearing this, Chen sneered, Lin Feiyang, how dare you disregard my authority? He will soon learn the meaning of my wrath. With that, Chen pulled out his phone and sent a text message. Meanwhile, the deputy mayor, Chen Mingli, en route to Paleo Town, sat in the car alongside County Head Niu Liang, who was eagerly engaging Chen Mingli in conversation. Suddenly, Chen Mingli's phone buzzed. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he sat up straight, adopting a respectful demeanor as he spoke with utmost reverence. After hanging up, a look of perplexity crossed his face. Why would a distinguished deputy mayor be tasked with dealing with a mere town committee secretary from Paleo Town? Wasn't this an overreach of authority? What could possibly be the underlying reason? However, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, Chen Mingli curtailed his speculation. He knew that high-ranking officials preferred not to have their motives scrutinized. He simply needed to fulfill the request to deal with Lin Feiyang, thus securing a significant favor that would aid his future career advancements. With this in mind, Chen Mingli turned to Niu Liang, testing the waters. County Head Niu, over the past 2 years, Paleo Town's rural revitalization model project has been commendable. How does this year look? Niu Liang grimaced, Mayor Chen, this year, the situation is rather unique. The model project, he faltered, knowing from Zhao Ruiqiang's report that the project was in shambles. Chen Mingli had been contemplating what to do if the model project turned out successful this year, but upon hearing Niu Liang's admission of failure, he felt a surge of delight, masking it with a serious expression. Comrade Niu Liang, irrespective of the circumstances, the rural revitalization strategy is of paramount importance to our municipal leadership. The county and town governments must take it seriously. If towns such as Paleo do not actively implement it, won't the strategy become mere window dressing? Such negligence towards the welfare of the people is absolutely unacceptable. At this juncture, Chen Mingli ordered, driver, speed up. Just then, his phone beeped with a text message, signed by his brother, Chen Mingdong. After reading it, his expression darkened further. At that moment, the name Lin Feiyang echoed relentlessly in his mind. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Paleo Town Committee courtyard, accompanied by County Head Niu Liang and Executive Deputy County Head Du Zhiguo, Chen Mingli was greeted by the sight of Lin Feiyang, whose presence sparked intense curiosity within him. Lin Feiyang, alongside the leadership team of Paleo Town, stood at the entrance to welcome the guests. Chen Mingli scrutinized Lin Feiyang, who appeared to be around 1.88 meters tall, with a strikingly handsome face and a strong masculine aura, markedly different from the effeminate charm of many young celebrities.
His sun-kissed, chiseled features exuded vigor, and his well-built arms were evident beneath his short-sleeved shirt. Lin Feiyang, in turn, assessed Chen Mingli, perplexed as to why the mayor of a prefecture-level city would personally come to inspect their Paleo town. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Feiyang suggested that the leaders rest in the conference room for a while and enjoy some tea, a gesture of hospitality. With a chuckle, Chen Mingli replied, Comrade Lin Feiyang, surely you don't think we came all this way just for a cup of your tea? His tone was humorous, yet Lin Feiyang felt a twinge of embarrassment. He responded, I wonder how Deputy Mayor Chen intends to proceed. Feeling obstinate, Lin Feiyang decided that if his goodwill was met with mockery, he would pursue business as usual. While others called him Mayor Chen, he would insist on referring to him as Deputy Mayor Chen, for that was his true title.
Chen Mingli, taken aback by Lin Feiyang's audacity, maintained his affable demeanor. I've heard that Wang Jiazhuang in Paleo Town has been recognized as a model project for rural revitalization. My visit today is to conduct focused research, as I intend to promote your project citywide.
You see, I've even brought journalists along.
He gestured toward the reporters carrying cameras. Lin Feiyang merely glanced at the journalists before smiling. Very well, since Deputy Mayor Chen wishes to visit Wang Jiazhuang, I shall lead the way.
With that, Lin Feiyang boarded the sole government vehicle in town, leading the convoy as they set off.
The car halted at the entrance of a dilapidated estate strewn with debris, where a sign read, Wang Jiazhuang Agricultural Industrial Park.
As everyone disembarked, Lin Feiyang approached. Deputy Mayor Chen, esteemed leaders, is this the model project you wish to inspect?
Upon seeing the desolate state of the site, Chen Mingli's heart was filled with conflicting emotions. He felt exhilarated that the project had devolved to such a state, for it meant Lin Feiyang would likely be unable to continue in his role, allowing him to fulfill the mysterious figure's task. This monumental favor would be his to claim, yet, he also felt disheartened that a project once celebrated in the city had fallen into such disrepair. Before Chen Mingli could speak, Town Chief Zhao Ruiqiang stepped forward, asserting, Mayor Chen, County Head Niu, and Deputy County Head Du, this industrial park was initially thriving. However, due to Comrade Lin Feiyang's refusal to allocate further funds for the project, combined with the industry facing a downturn, it has now reached this state. In truth, many in our town's leadership have voiced their concerns, but Secretary Lin's unilateral decisions left us powerless.
At this critical moment, Zhao Ruiqiang unhesitatingly plunged the knife deeper.
Executive Deputy County Head Du Jigua's expression darkened as he turned to Lin Feiyang. Comrade Lin Feiyang, is it true that the failure to allocate funds for this model project was your sole decision? Du Jigua skillfully redirected the conversation to the pivotal issue of funding decisions, deftly sidestepping numerous other complications.
Should Lin Feiyang admit to it, he would be inescapably trapped. Lin Feiyang raised an eyebrow, responding coldly, indeed, that was my decision alone.
Du Jigua felt a surge of satisfaction, though his face donned a stern countenance. Comrade Lin Feiyang, if that's the case, I must reprimand you. What on earth is going on with you as the town committee secretary? For 3 consecutive years, Paleo Town managed to develop this industrial park into a model project for rural revitalization.
How is it that under your leadership, it has now deteriorated to this state?
Lin Feiyang remained silent. Today, he witnessed firsthand the duplicity of the bureaucratic system. With a smirk of disdain curling his lips, he cast a sidelong glance at Du Jigua. Seeing Lin Feiyang's silence only fueled Du Jigua's arrogance, prompting him to continue his tirade. Comrade Lin Feiyang, you must provide an explanation to the county committee and government, otherwise, you should no longer hold the position of town committee secretary. County Head Niu Liyong chimed in coldly. Indeed, one who disregards the opinions of the county committee and government, acting unilaterally and lacking a sense of the greater good, is unfit to serve as the town committee secretary of Paleo. Lin Feiyang chuckled, a hint of mockery lacing his tone as he gazed down upon the two men. Oh, how quaint. You speak of on-the-spot dismissal as if it were a mere game. Deputy County Head Du Jigua, County Head Niu Liyong, Deputy Mayor Chen Mingli, is it your specialty to distort the truth and misattribute blame? You demand an explanation from me, yet have you listened to my side? Have you sought the truth of the matter? You claim to prioritize facts and serve the people, yet have you truly acted in accordance with those principles? In the absence of any investigation, you hastily decide to dismiss me, Lin Feiyang, from my role as town committee secretary. Do you not feel a sense of shame? Do you honor the positions you hold? Do you remain conscious of the trust bestowed upon you by your superiors? Do you possess even a shred of conscience? Is it only achievements that matter to you? If you wish to dismiss me on the spot, I challenge you to try. Let us see who dares. As he spoke, Lin Feiyang gestured emphatically, adopting a tone of reproach as he confronted them from a position of authority. In that moment, although he was the youngest and lowest in rank present, Lin Feiyang exuded an overwhelming aura of power and audacity. Even the esteemed Deputy Mayor Chen Mingli found himself on the receiving end of Lin Feiyang's fervent rebuke. Particularly striking was Lin Feiyang's final proclamation, which reverberated throughout the room. Zhao Ruiqiang stood frozen, his mouth agape, eyes wide with disbelief. How could Lin Feiyang be so brazen, to boldly challenge the authority of the executive deputy county head, and deputy mayor in such a manner? Was this not a reckless gamble? Did he not regard these leaders with the respect they deserved? Did he lack even the most basic political awareness? To openly defy their authority in front of so many witnesses, Lin Feiyang's fate seemed sealed. Du Jigua and Niu Liyong were utterly stunned. They had never anticipated that a mere town committee secretary would dare to confront them directly. Chen Mingli, too, was taken aback by Lin Feiyang's audacity. In that moment, he recalled the instructions of the mysterious figure and began to question whether this inexperienced town secretary was truly worth the effort of a dignified deputy mayor to deal with. This young man was treading a perilous path. Initially, he had pondered how best to hint to the county leaders that they should handle Lin Feiyang, but now, he recognized that no suggestion was necessary. He was confident that at this moment, Du Jigua and Niu Liyong would be compelled to find a way to dismiss Lin Feiyang, otherwise, they would face humiliation on a grand scale. This was a guaranteed success. He could effortlessly fulfill the task assigned by the enigmatic figure and secure a monumental favor. Chen Mingli resolved that from this moment forward, he would take a back seat and observe. The atmosphere in the room fell into a stunned silence lasting a full minute after Lin Feiyang's declaration. Everyone was left in shock by his audacious challenge. Finally, it was Du Jigua who broke the silence, his expression resolute as he turned to Niu Liyong, County Head Niu, you have witnessed this. This Lin Feiyang is even more unruly than a street ruffian. It is indeed inappropriate for such a person to serve as the town committee secretary of Paleo. He must be dismissed immediately.
I concur. Niu Liang replied succinctly, having been thoroughly incensed by Lin Feiyang's defiance. I dare anyone to try.
Lin Feiyang stepped forward, positioning himself directly in front of the shorter Niu Liang and Du Zhigua, emanating an aura of strength as he looked down upon them, his tone as commanding as before, filled with audacity. Chapter 4 A Provocation Beyond Limits. Zhao Ruicheng, upon witnessing Lin Feiyang's audacity to provoke him once more, seized the moment without hesitation, delivering a sharp retort. Comrade Lin Feiyang, I urge you to be mindful of your language and tone. You are addressing county and city leaders. Since you have erred, it is only fitting that the county leaders have decided to relieve you of your duties. There is no question of courage involved.
Lin Feiyang smiled faintly. Comrade Zhao Ruicheng, your performance has certainly caught my attention. You truly excel in the art of backstabbing. After uttering this, Lin Feiyang turned his gaze towards Deputy Mayor Chen Mingli and inquired, Deputy Mayor Chen, may I have the opportunity to explain myself?
I believe the esteemed journalists present are also eager to understand why a mere town committee secretary like myself dares to stand up to our executive deputy county head and the county head. Why do I assert that they lack the courage to dismiss me from my position? What lies beneath this situation? Deputy Mayor Chen, dear journalists, do you not wish to uncover the truth?
As he reached the final sentence, Lin Feiyang's voice escalated considerably. Some journalists in the audience couldn't help but chuckle, yet their cameras remained fixated on Lin Feiyang. Observing the scene, Chen Mingli recognized that failing to grant Lin Feiyang a chance to explain could lead to an irreparable situation.
Although this young town committee secretary was indeed youthful, he exhibited remarkable boldness and decisiveness, and, crucially, he seemed adept at seizing the moment. His last remarks were directed at both himself and the journalists, rather than at Niu Liang and Du Zhigua, indicating that he understood the art of leveraging circumstances to his advantage. Chen Mingli then displayed the magnanimity and tolerance expected of a deputy mayor, particularly in light of the numerous journalists present. He smiled and said, since Comrade Lin Feiyang seeks an opportunity for clarification, please proceed. However, I must caution you, should you fail to articulate a coherent explanation, I would not intervene in how the leaders of Tianfeng County choose to address you. Such words were eloquently expressed. They not only showcased Chen Mingli's generosity but also subtly admonished Lin Feiyang. Lin Feiyang responded with a slight smile, I appreciate Deputy Mayor Chen for granting me this chance to explain. Therefore, today, in the presence of Deputy Mayor Chen, County Head Niu, Deputy County Head Du, and all esteemed journalists, I shall elucidate the matter in detail.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruicheng became increasingly uneasy. He realized that everyone had overlooked a critical point. Lin Feiyang had only just assumed office, and many issues could not genuinely be attributed to him. Thus, while Du Zhigua and Niu Liang could decisively remove Lin Feiyang from his position, establishing a predetermined outcome, granting him a chance to explain would certainly backfire. Consequently, he interjected loudly, Lin Feiyang, I believe if you wish to explain, it would be more appropriate to do so after the fact. Mayor Chen has a very busy schedule. Following this inspection, he must proceed to other locations. We cannot allow your personal matters to disrupt Mayor Chen's itinerary. Your actions are rather selfish. Upon this reminder, Du Zhigua quickly grasped the implication, especially noticing that Zhao Ruicheng had subtly gestured towards him, extending a finger that pointed towards the sun. Du Zhigua immediately understood that Zhao Ruicheng was hinting that Lin Feiyang had only been in office for a single day. A cold sweat broke out on Du Zhigua's brow as he swiftly turned to Chen Mingli, saying, Mayor Chen, I believe Comrade Zhao Ruicheng's reminder holds merit. Regarding Lin Feiyang's request for clarification, we can address it after our inspection concludes, allowing him to submit a written statement. At that point, the truth will be revealed, and the county committee and government will provide a satisfactory response. We cannot permit his personal matters to interfere with your inspection, especially given your busy schedule as a city leader. Initially puzzled by Du Zhigua's assertion, Chen Mingli soon recalled that a certain enigmatic figure had previously informed him that Lin Feiyang had only recently taken office. This implied that Lin Feiyang's desire to publicly clarify matters was directly related to his recent appointment, absolving him of accountability for prior events. Lin Feiyang clearly did not wish to become the scapegoat. That simply could not be permitted. If he refused to accept blame, how could he justify himself to that mysterious figure? Realizing this, Chen Mingli nodded. Indeed, Comrade Zhao Ruicheng has a point. Let us proceed to our next planned inspection location, and Lin Feiyang, your explanation shall be submitted in written form. My apologies. With that, Chen Mingli stood to leave. Niu Liang, being perceptive, followed suit, recognizing Chen Mingli and Du Zhigua's stance. The abrupt shift in atmosphere left the journalists bewildered. Just moments ago, the leaders had insisted on allowing Lin Feiyang to explain, yet now they were all rising to depart. What was happening? Lin Feiyang erupted into laughter. Deputy Mayor Chen, County Head Niu, Deputy County Head Du, I never anticipated that you three leaders would be so despicably cowardly and hypocritical, refusing to confront reality and attempting to deny me the chance to clear my name. I must admit, I misjudged you. I thought that as deputy mayor, Chen might possess some integrity, yet it seems he too was merely feigning concern. Do you truly have pressing matters to attend to? Is there anything more critical than allowing an unjustly dismissed town committee secretary to defend himself? Clearly, you are nothing but a group of bureaucrats unwilling to act or act recklessly. How pitiful, how lamentable. With leaders like you, it is a tragedy for the citizens of Paleo Town, for the populace of Tianfeng County, and even for the people of Baidu City. For you, all that matters is political gain and personal interest, with no regard for right and wrong, no commitment to the truth. At this juncture, Lin Feiyang's voice rose to a fever pitch. I disdain you. The journalists were left in stunned silence, their jaws nearly dropping at Lin Feiyang's audacious words.
Those who had accompanied Chen Mingli were seasoned professionals, well-versed in political complexities, thus, they understood just how outrageous and absurd Lin Feiyang's statements were. It was akin to openly berating high-ranking officials. Bear in mind, Lin Feiyang was merely a lowly town committee secretary, at most holding a position equivalent to a department head. Not only could Chen Mingli, but also Niu Liyong and Du Zhigua easily crush him. Yet here was Lin Feiyang, boldly challenging all three, confidently expressing his disdain. What audacity! Did he even comprehend the gravity of his situation? The journalists regarded Lin Feiyang with a mix of sympathy, pity, and disdain, believing he lacked even the most basic understanding of the political arena. Little did they realize that beneath Lin Feiyang's brazen exterior lay a heart filled with anxiety and rage. They were unaware that if he were truly dismissed on the spot, he would sever all ties with his political aspirations and lose the chance to search for his father. What no one knew was that Lin Feiyang had once enjoyed a promising trajectory in the military, with a deputy commander personally recognizing his capabilities and prospects, even considering him as a potential son-in-law. Ultimately, however, Lin Feiyang chose to leave that promising path behind to fulfill a childhood promise and uncover the identity of the father who had betrayed his mother. Despite his mother's reluctance to disclose his father's name, even defending that scoundrel, Lin Feiyang had witnessed her tears at night and the dampness of her pillow each morning. From the moment he became aware, Lin Feiyang vowed to find that unfaithful father and deliver the retribution he deserved. No one had the right to mistreat his mother, not even that so-called father. His mother was Lin Feiyang's unwavering bottom line, thus, Lin Feiyang was now consumed by fury that he had completely forgotten Chen Mingli, Niu Liyong, and Du Zhigua's identities and ranks, as he felt compelled to fight for his chance to defend himself. If he were to be dismissed on the spot, he would never again have the opportunity to seek out the man who had betrayed his mother. This was a promise he had made to her, a vow binding his very soul. This was the drive that had propelled Lin Feiyang through life, fueling his relentless pursuit of knowledge and his struggles for survival. It was his singular obsession. Therefore, Lin Feiyang would not allow anyone to thwart his political journey. No one. The pain he bore remained unseen by others. All they perceived was the spectacle of Lin Feiyang vehemently denouncing the three senior officials. In that moment, Chen Mingli, Niu Liyong, and Du Zhigua found their escape routes severed. Lin Feiyang's words had left them no choice. Should they insist on leaving, they would indeed be held in disdain, not only by Lin Feiyang but also by the gathered journalists. Chen Mingli slowly turned around, inhaling deeply, his cold gaze fixed on the audacious young man before him, his right fist clenched tightly, veins bulging in his forearm. Those familiar with him understood that such a gesture signaled his readiness to confront an adversary decisively. Niu Liyong and Du Zhigua also turned to face Lin Feiyang. Niu Liyong's expression was as calm as still water, yet his gaze bore no trace of emotion, regarding Lin Feiyang as one might regard a mere piece of wood. At that moment, Lin Feiyang had irreparably crossed Niu Liyong's threshold of tolerance. Previously, even knowing that Lin Feiyang had refused to create a model project, Niu Liyong held no animosity towards him. He merely viewed Lin Feiyang as lacking in political prospects, yet now, he perceived Lin Feiyang as not just politically naive, but utterly foolish, an individual so lacking in wisdom that his position as town committee secretary was a disgrace to Tianfeng County. This was intolerable for Niu Liyong, the county head. In this moment, Lin Feiyang found himself surrounded by adversaries on all sides. Chapter 5. A counterexample. Under the expectant gaze of Lin Feiyang, Chen Mingli, Niu Liyong, and Du Zhigua slowly turned back once more. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Ruiqiang immediately realized the gravity of the situation. Lin Feiyang had audaciously resorted to a near-suicidal approach to seize an opportunity for justification. This fellow was truly reckless. He absolutely could not be allowed to achieve his aims. With this thought in mind, Zhao Ruiqiang raised his voice, declaring, "Lin Feiyang, what on earth do you intend to do, spouting nonsense here without a shred of credibility? Do you have any idea of the effort that Mayor Chen, County Head Niu, and County Head Du have devoted to the development of our broken gong town? Do you understand? These leaders are exceedingly busy. Who has the time to listen to your ramblings? You are using provocation to force these three leaders to turn around. Do you possess even the slightest sense of the bigger picture? Do you acknowledge the concepts of organization and discipline? Your actions are hindering the development of Broken Gong Town and are creating adversaries for us. Are you aware of the opportunities we will lose if these three leaders become discontent with our town? Comrade Lin Feiyang, do not forget, you are the secretary of the town committee of Broken Gong Town. You must consider the welfare of the townspeople, not just your own selfish interests." It must be said that Zhao Ruiqiang's skill in delivering cutting remarks was indeed unparalleled. Originally, Chen Mingli and the others had been compelled to respond to Lin Feiyang's words, but after Zhao Ruiqiang's statement, they immediately regained a valid reason to depart. This time, Chen Mingli smiled and said, "Comrade Zhao Ruiqiang, rest assured, although Broken Gong Town has performed abysmally this time, we will not discriminate against it, for we believe that the leadership of Broken Gong Town is united, proactive, and upward-looking. I also believe that under your leadership, Broken Gong Town will certainly regain its former glory." With that, Chen Mingli patted Zhao Ruiqiang on the shoulder and turned to leave once more. At that moment, Chen Mingli held a deep admiration for Zhao Ruiqiang. He realized that although the mayor of Broken Gong Town was young like Lin Feiyang, he spoke with considerable eloquence. Each time he spoke, he managed to alleviate the leader's embarrassment while simultaneously digging a grave for Lin Feiyang. Thus, Chen Mingli reciprocated, asserting that Broken Gong Town would stride toward a brilliant future under Zhao Ruiqiang's guidance. Zhao Ruiqiang was overjoyed by this, and a look of satisfaction appeared on Du Zhigua's face, his gaze toward his son-in-law becoming even gentler. There was no fear in recognizing quality, but fear in comparing it. In contrast to Lin Feiyang, his son-in-law Zhao Ruiqiang was indeed a world apart. However, just as Chen Mingli, Niu Liyong, and Du Zhigua were about to turn away again, Lin Feiyang suddenly chuckled, saying, "Leaders, I suggest that you do not leave immediately. Otherwise, I can assure you that what transpired today will make its way to the trending topics across major platforms."
As he spoke, Lin Feiyang took out his phone and began recording the three. At this, all three were incensed by Lin Feiyang's audacious display. Du Zhigua angrily turned around and glared at Lin Feiyang, who was filming them, saying, "Lin Feiyang, when will you be done? You have repeatedly obstructed our departure. What exactly do you want? Are you threatening us yet again? Do you realize that your actions may have legal implications?" Lin Feiyang responded with a cold smile, "What crime cannot be fabricated? Deputy County Head Du, I have made it abundantly clear that I, Lin Feiyang, am merely seeking an opportunity to defend myself, yet, you three leaders have persistently refused. I truly cannot fathom your intentions. However, it matters not, I have come to terms with it. If you wish to leave, then go ahead, rain may fall and daughters may marry, and no one can stop that." At this point, Lin Feiyang's tone became resolute. "However, I must remind you, once you leave, I will promptly publish a formal complaint online regarding everything that transpired today. If you leaders deny me the chance to defend myself, I will seek more fairness and justice on the internet. I refuse to believe that over 1 billion netizens across the nation will fail to see the connection between me, a newly appointed town committee secretary, and this evidently desolate agricultural industrial park. I refuse to believe that they will not understand why I opposed the proposal put forth by Zhao Ruiqiang at the town committee meeting to spend 3 million through deceitful means to revitalize this dilapidated agricultural industrial park." As he continued, Lin Feiyang's voice grew impassioned. "Leaders, esteemed journalists, let me tell you, the reason I oppose the 3 million funding is that it was intended for fraudulent purposes to transform this decrepit and abandoned agricultural industrial park into a model project that the leaders wish to see. Journalists, you heard correctly, a model project. Do you see this place? Zhao Ruiqiang claims that if our town allocates 3 million, it will become a dazzling model project within just 3 hours? Leaders, journalists, I must ask, as the secretary of the town committee, is there any fault in my opposition to such deceitful conduct? That is 3 million, that is the hard-earned money of the common people. To use the sweat and blood of the populace to embellish the faces of the leaders of Broken Gong Town and to curry favor with Vice Mayor Chen Mingli, Zhao Ruiqiang can do that. But I, Lin Feiyang, cannot, for I always remember that I am the secretary of the town committee of Broken Gong Town. I must consider the well-being of its citizens." As Lin Feiyang spoke, a crowd of onlookers had gathered, and some even began to take out their phones to document the scene. After Lin Feiyang concluded, Chen Mingli's expression turned as dark as water, Niu Liyong's face was as black as ink, and Du Zhigua clenched his fists, his countenance ashen. None of them had anticipated that Lin Feiyang, after much contemplation, would choose to unveil the truth just as the crowd of onlookers grew larger, all while recording the event. Following a brief silence, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. The villagers from Wangjiazwang cheered enthusiastically. "Well done, Secretary Lin, well done. This young man is impressive. He is a doer, although perhaps a bit too young. What's wrong with being young? At least he dares to challenge this model project." In an instant, discussions erupted around them, and the voices supporting Lin Feiyang dominated. Particularly, the applause was relentless. This was the voice of the people. The inside of the populace is keen. Witnessing this scene, Chen Mingli's expression grew grave. He had initially intended to exploit the situation, leveraging Niu Liyong and Du Zhigua to have Lin Feiyang dismissed on the spot, but he had never anticipated that Lin Feiyang was not only audacious but also possessed a tenacity that was fearlessly defiant. This fellow was intent on utilizing social media to lodge a formal complaint in order to vindicate himself, and now, with so many spectators present, Lin Feiyang's words were unambiguously direct. If he could not provide Lin Feiyang with a clean slate at that moment, it was likely that he would be drowned in the collective outrage of the onlookers before Lin Feiyang even uploaded the video online. With this in mind, Chen Mingli smiled and said, "Comrade Lin Feiyang, if what you just said is true, then I must apologize to you here, for I had not anticipated that there was such a matter involved. Rest assured, if what you say is indeed true, I will ensure you receive an explanation, and I ask the villagers to rest assured, in our Baidu city, no one can engage in deception. As long as the accounts are verified, we will pursue the matter to the end, with no leniency." At this, Chen Mingli turned his stern gaze toward Niu Liyong, saying, "Comrade Niu Liyong, considering the circumstances described by Comrade Lin Feiyang, I believe we should temporarily set aside the matter of his immediate dismissal until this situation is clarified. What do you think?" Niu Liyong nodded. "What Mayor Chen says is correct. We should have considered this more thoroughly. You can rest assured, Mayor Chen, we will investigate this matter thoroughly before proceeding." Chen Mingli smiled broadly at Lin Feiyang. "Comrade Lin Feiyang, how does this resolution sit with you?" Seeing that his aim had been achieved, Lin Feiyang did not press further, quickly responding, "Thank you, Mayor Chen, for upholding justice on my behalf." At this moment, Lin Feiyang had subconsciously referred to Chen Mingli as mayor rather than vice mayor. Chen Mingli smiled warmly. "All right, the investigation in Broken Gong Town concludes here. Let us proceed to the next location." With that, Chen Mingli entered the vehicle and departed, followed closely by Niu Liyong and Du Zhigua. At that moment, Zhao Ruiqiang, standing nearby, wore a profoundly displeased expression. He had never anticipated that Lin Feiyang, whom he had cornered, was on the brink of being dismissed, would employ such astonishing tactics to stage a comeback, compelling Vice Mayor Chen Mingli to stand up on his behalf. It was difficult to discern whether this was sheer luck or cunning strategy. Regardless, Zhao Ruiqiang's gaze toward Lin Feiyang was filled with resentment and bitterness, for not only had Lin Feiyang usurped his position as secretary of the town committee, but he had also publicly undermined him in front of so many leaders. Although he was unafraid of the so-called investigation, Lin Feiyang's miraculous escape left him feeling deeply unsatisfied. "Lin Feiyang, just wait, this matter is far from over between us." Once in the car, Chen Mingli's previously gentle demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by a countenance filled with fury and a gaze brimming with lethal intent. County Head Nyo, I find that Broken Gong Town has performed exceedingly poorly in terms of rural revitalization. Coincidentally, this year the city plans to select some towns as counterexamples in rural revitalization, and Broken Gong Town shall serve as the first such example. We will ensure that journalists report on it thoroughly. If a town committee secretary cannot sustain a previously successful model project, is such a person truly fit for this position? As Chen Mingli spoke, his tone was frigid, and Niu Liang, sitting beside him, could feel the simmering anger within him. Niu Liang hastily replied, "Rest assured, Mayor Chen, we in Tianfeng County will seize this opportunity to convene a county-wide meeting regarding Broken Gong Town's counterexample, not only allowing Lin Feiyang to publicly reflect on his actions but also to undergo serious introspection, possibly even facing disciplinary action." Chen Mingli sneered coldly, "As for your affairs in Tianfeng County, manage them as you see fit." However, Lin Feiyang is truly a character. With that, Chen Mingli ceased speaking, closing his eyes to rest. Niu Liang immediately understood that Chen Mingli had firmly marked Lin Feiyang for future reference, as the latter had caused him considerable embarrassment. Niu Liang resolutely decided that they must teach Lin Feiyang a proper lesson this time, otherwise, who would dare to openly challenge and defy leadership, where would the respect for authority be placed? Watching the leaders depart, Lin Feiyang finally felt the burden on his heart lift. His position as secretary of the town committee had been preserved, albeit at a significant cost. Lin Feiyang was acutely aware that he had now antagonized three major leaders: a vice mayor, a county head, and an executive deputy county head. The days ahead would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Chapter 6: Strong self-protection. The following morning, as Lin Feiyang settled into his office, the vice mayor and director of the town committee office, Chen Dongsheng, pushed the door open and entered. In his 50s, Chen bore a square face that exuded a certain official demeanor. Weathered by sun and wind, he appeared somewhat haggard upon entering. He cautiously peered around before securely closing and locking the door, then sat down opposite Lin Feiyang with a cautious smile, saying, "Secretary Lin, there were too many people yesterday, making it inconvenient for me to report on certain matters." As he spoke, Chen gazed at Lin Feiyang with a friendly smile. Lin Feiyang looked back with encouraging eyes. Chen continued, "Secretary Lin, you may not be aware that our town mayor, Zhao Ruiqiang, is no ordinary individual. At just 35, he has risen to the position of mayor. Why? Because he is the son-in-law of Du Zhiguo, our county's executive deputy mayor, and he is also a graduate of a 211 university. Many people in our town are aware of his background. Originally, the position of town committee secretary was arranged for him, but unexpectedly, you descended from above and took his place." Lin Feiyang suddenly came to a realization, understanding at last the source of Zhao Ruiqiang's hostility towards him. He looked at Chen Dongsheng with some confusion and said, "Didn't you already know his background? Why come here to tell me all this?" A hint of embarrassment crossed Chen's square face as he replied, "Secretary Lin, I will be retiring in 3 to 5 years, and I have long since given up any aspirations for a political career. Therefore, offending others does not weigh heavily on my mind. I share this information with you because I still hold the position of director of the town committee office. While I do not wish to offend Zhao Ruiqiang, I also do not want to betray my responsibilities as the director." With a sigh, Chen added, "To be honest, Secretary Lin, I was promoted from the position of village secretary. At heart, I am merely a farmer. I detest the so-called rural revitalization model projects they are pushing." "You are absolutely right, they are engaging in deception. However, I lack the courage to oppose them. Sharing this information with you is my way of doing something for the common people, within my limited capacity." Having said this, Chen hurriedly left, fearing that lingering too long in Lin Feiyang's office might raise suspicions. Watching Chen depart, Lin Feiyang felt a sudden clarity within himself. Although Chen Dongsheng was timid and conflict-averse, he still harbored a glimmer of idealism. From Chen, Lin Feiyang perceived a flicker of hope. Despite Zhao Ruiqiang's current dominance and the throngs of sycophants surrounding him, his camp was not entirely monolithic. Lin Feiyang discerned a sense of adherence to principles in Xiao Jinfeng, the discipline committee member, and saw in Chen Dongsheng, the soon-to-retire town committee member and vice mayor, a yearning for fairness and justice. As Lin Feiyang pondered these thoughts, the phone on his desk suddenly rang. He answered it directly. "Comrade Lin Feiyang, I am here to formally inform you that, based on the decisions made at the county committee standing meeting, you are to receive a warning disciplinary action. Furthermore, after discussion, our town has been designated as the sole negative example of rural revitalization in the county thus far. This decision has already been forwarded to the city, and the matter will be reported throughout the city. Please be advised." The caller attempted to hang up. Lin Feiyang cut to the chase, saying, "May I ask who is calling?" "I am Zhua Haoming, deputy director of the county committee office," the caller replied lazily. "Hello, Director Zhua. Since you represent the county committee, I would appreciate it if you could convey to the county leaders, preferably to county party secretary Meng Xueqing, that I have no objections to the county's criticism regarding our town's negative example in rural revitalization. However, I must emphasize that I, Lin Feiyang, just assumed my position yesterday, and any shortcomings in the rural revitalization of our town are in no way attributable to me. If the county intends to discipline me for this reason, I must respectfully refuse to accept it. Should the county not revoke this disciplinary action, I will lodge formal appeals with both the city and provincial discipline committees. If there is no response, I will publicly disclose the details of the visits by Mayor Chen Mingli and County Mayor Niu Liang to our town through a video, utilizing public opinion to clear my name. I trust Secretary Meng Xueqing has been misled by certain individuals, and I hope he can provide a reasonable explanation. Thank you, Director Zhua." After hearing Lin Feiyang's words, Zhua Haoming's mind buzzed.
He was taken aback that Lin Feiyang, a mere town committee secretary, dared to directly question the disciplinary decision made by the county. This was utterly astonishing to him. Furrowing his brow, Zhua Haoming said, "Comrade Lin Feiyang, I advise you to reconsider carefully. The disciplinary decision was the result of collective discussion by the county committee, and the relevant documents are already prepared for final announcement." Lin Feiyang replied firmly, "Director Zhua, I have made my stance abundantly clear. I, Lin Feiyang, have committed no wrongdoing. It is inappropriate to discipline me simply for opposing county and city leaders. I will not accept such treatment. Conducting oneself with integrity is my principle. I refuse to allow any blemish on my life. Director Zhua, I have already recorded a video. If I do not receive your notification within 2 hours, or if I receive formal documentation or see public reports online, I will unhesitatingly release the video. I believe that if the county leaders cannot guarantee the most basic rights of fair treatment for town leaders like myself, I will not hesitate to leave Tianfeng County. Thank you."
With that, Lin Feiyang hung up the phone.
Zhua Haoming was left utterly dumbfounded. It is worth noting that as the deputy director of the county committee office, he directly served the county mayor and was held in high regard by various quarters. The notion that Lin Feiyang would attempt to report to county party secretary Meng Xueqing through his own words was nothing short of ludicrous. However, Zhua Haoming also felt a headache coming on. Lin Feiyang's words carried considerable weight, especially his declaration of leaving Tianfeng County, which left Zhua feeling quite shaken. He understood that when a town committee secretary publicly announces his intention to leave his jurisdiction, it would create a tremendous uproar, especially if his departure stemmed from an unjust situation. This clearly demonstrated his disappointment with the political environment of the entire county. Lin Feiyang was indeed a troublesome figure. After a moment's hesitation, Zhua Haoming chose not to relay Lin Feiyang's exact words to county party secretary Meng Xueqing, as he was aligned with county mayor Niu Liyong. Zhua felt compelled to inform Niu Liyong first. Upon hearing Zhua's report, Niu Liyong was so enraged that he smashed a cup, and in his fury, he kicked a chair and gritted his teeth, saying, "Lin Feiyang is nothing but a scoundrel." Zhua Haoming was taken aback. He had never seen Niu Liyong so furious before. Typically, Niu maintained a composed demeanor, approaching tasks with confidence, yet today, he was visibly incensed by a mere town committee secretary.
"County Mayor Niu, how do you propose we handle this matter?"
Zhua Haoming tentatively inquired. Niu Liyong, still gritting his teeth, replied, "You should slightly rephrase this matter and report it to Secretary Meng Xueqing. I suspect that Ma will seek me out, at which point I will propose rescinding the disciplinary action against Lin Feiyang. However, Lin should not expect an easy time. I will suggest that if he fails to lead our town out of the shadow of being a negative example within 2 years, he will be directly dismissed. 2 years is the maximum time I can grant him. I do not believe that he can achieve anything without the county's resource support." Zhua Haoming nodded in understanding. Poor Lin Feiyang had no inkling that Zhua Haoming had not conveyed his original words to county party secretary Meng Xueqing but instead reported them to Niu Liyong.
Through their collusion, Niu Liyong misled Meng Xueqing and the entire county committee, ultimately granting Lin Feiyang a 2-year timeframe to alter the negative image. Of course, Niu Liyong executed this strategy with great finesse.
Meng Xueqing remained oblivious, and Executive Deputy Mayor Du Zhigua cooperated seamlessly. Ultimately, when the final announcement was made, the town of Pola was criticized throughout the city as a negative example of rural revitalization.
Although the official document did not explicitly mention a 2-year deadline, Zhua Haoming personally called Lin Feiyang to clarify that the 2-year timeframe was a consensus reached in the county committee meeting. If he failed to improve Pola town within this period, he would be dismissed. Lin Feiyang smiled bitterly, taking a deep breath. "Director Zhua, please convey to Secretary Ma and the county committee leaders that I, Lin Feiyang, guarantee a transformative change in Pola town within 2 years." Zhua Haoming abruptly hung up the phone, a sneer of disdain creeping across his lips. "Lin Feiyang, do you truly believe you can develop Pola town without the county's resource support?"
"That is but a daydream. Moreover, you have simultaneously offended both Deputy Mayor Du and County Mayor Niu. How do you expect to fare? Remember, both of them have the clout to contend with Secretary Ma.
Do you think that with a 2-year deadline, you can rest easy?
You underestimate the influence of both county leaders. There is no need for County Mayor Niu to intervene. Simply Deputy Mayor Du alone will be sufficient to leave you in a state of embarrassment. Just wait, in a few days, there will be a special county meeting on rural revitalization, and then your reputation will be thoroughly tarnished. At that time, Deputy Mayor Du, who will preside over the meeting, will ensure you are humiliated."
Can a mere town committee secretary contend with the likes of an executive deputy mayor?
Chapter 7. The stage of reflection. Later that day, the county committee issued a notice regarding the disciplinary action against Lin Feiyang and the town of Paluo. Mayor Zhao Ruiqiang gazed at the sparse words on the notice, his brow furrowed in concern. According to the information he had received, Lin Feiyang was originally expected to receive a warning, a relatively minor sanction. However, such a mark on his record would have effectively doomed his political career in Tianfeng County. To Zhao Ruiqiang's astonishment, when the final notice arrived, it merely stated that Paluo town would serve as a negative example, subject to criticism from the entire city. Furthermore, this outcome required all officials from Paluo town to share the blame immediately. Zhao Ruiqiang called his father-in-law, Du Zhigua. "Dad, didn't you say Lin Feiyang would receive a warning? How is it that this is the outcome?" Before he could finish, Du Zhigua sighed, "Ruiqiang, this matter is quite intricate. You need only to understand one thing. Although Lin Feiyang has not incurred a formal sanction, he has made a solemn commitment to the county committee. Within 2 years, he must transform Paluo town into a model for rural revitalization across the city, or he will resign voluntarily. Perhaps it may take some time, but Lin Feiyang's life will become increasingly miserable in the next 2 years. The day after tomorrow, I will ensure he comprehends the consequences of offending county leaders."
With this revelation, Zhao Ruiqian found clarity and was somewhat relieved.
2 days later, the Tianfeng County Committee courtyard was adorned with red flags, the air thick with ceremonial music and throngs of people. Today marked the countywide summary and commendation conference for rural revitalization, with key leaders from 3 streets, 17 towns, and 3 townships, alongside deputy directors from various county departments and award recipients in attendance. The county committee leaders placed great significance on this meeting, with all 4 key leadership figures present, and the conference was personally presided over by County Mayor Niu Liyong. County Party Secretary Meng Xueqing was the first to speak, expressing that this year, the entire county had earnestly engaged in party history education, thoroughly implemented central, provincial, and municipal policies, and united in hard work, adopting the ethos that no task is insurmountable and the standard that not striving for first place equates to muddling through. He emphasized that every problem has a solution as the guiding principle, and the county had achieved commendable results across various fronts, particularly in rural revitalization, which had ushered in a new era of comprehensive rural rejuvenation. Following this self-affirmation, Mayor Niu Liyong personally announced the list of outstanding personnel in rural revitalization, with several standing committee members presenting the awards. After this procedural segment, the microphone was handed to Executive Deputy Mayor Du Zhigua. Upon taking the microphone, Du Zhigua's voice deepened as he stated, "Comrades, we have reached the halfway point of today's meeting. However, due to pressing commitments, the county leaders must now depart. Let us express our heartfelt gratitude to our leaders for gracing this grand event with their presence." Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Lin Feiyang sat in the last row of the auditorium, maintaining a composed demeanor. From the moment he had dared to challenge Chen Mingli openly, he had prepared himself for the cold shoulder, and thus, even when seated at the farthest end, he remained unfazed. He mechanically applauded at Du Zhigua's call. As the applause faded, the leaders began to exit, leaving Du Zhigua alone on stage. He suddenly raised his voice, "Comrades, while Tianfeng County has performed commendably in rural revitalization over the past 2 years, the performance of certain leaders in some towns has severely hindered our progress. Particularly, Paluo Town's dismal performance has led city leaders to recommend it as a negative example for rural revitalization. I attended that investigation and was profoundly disappointed by Paluo Town's performance. Both county and city leaders share this disappointment. Now, I ask Lin Feiyang, the secretary of Paluo Town, to step forward and reflect. I hope Lin Feiyang can sincerely analyze the significant shortcomings in Paluo Town's efforts in rural revitalization before all the township leaders present." At this point, Du Zhigua called out, "Lin Feiyang, where are you?"
With each repetition of Du Zhigua's inquiry, the audience began searching for Lin Feiyang.
Upon hearing his name, Lin Feiyang leisurely rose to his feet and, under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, walked confidently toward the podium with steady, agile strides. No applause accompanied him, only whispers and waves of derision. Lin Feiyang's keen ears caught every sound within a 50-meter radius, yet he remained remarkably composed, even greeting those around him as if he were about to receive an award. This audacious display infuriated Du Zhigua, who found Lin Feiyang's audacity and arrogance astounding. Did he not realize that such behavior would embarrass his superiors? The leaders summoned him to the stage for a reflection, not for a celebration. With a tone darkened by displeasure, Du Zhigua remarked, "Lin Feiyang, please expedite your pace. This is not the red carpet of the Kyoto Film Festival." Lin Feiyang nodded at Du Zhigua, yet continued at his leisurely pace, now with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of authority akin to a leader inspecting a parade.
His imposing stature of 188
meters coupled with his commanding presence made it appear somewhat fitting. Du Zhigua, seething with rage, had no choice but to endure. Once Lin Feiyang reached the podium, Du Zhigua pointed to a spot adjacent to the leadership table and instructed, "Stand there for your reflection." His tone was unfriendly and tinged with irritation.
Lin Feiyang complied, moving to the indicated spot and cheerfully inquired, "County Mayor Du, do you think it's appropriate for me to stand here?"
Provocation, this was undeniably a deliberate affront. Du Zhigua, his expression darkening, replied, "That's sufficient.
Begin your reflection." Lin Feiyang nodded, "County Mayor Du, will you not provide me with a microphone, or is this reflection solely meant for your ears?" Du Zhigua was on the verge of losing his composure due to Lin Feiyang's incessant provocation, and barked, "Give him a microphone." A staff member swiftly approached, handing Lin Feiyang a microphone.
Meanwhile, the town secretaries, mayors, department heads, and bureau directors in the audience were taken aback by Lin Feiyang's nonchalant demeanor, which evidently lacked the respect due to county leaders and carried an undertone of mockery. As Lin Feiyang grasped the microphone, all eyes instantly turned toward him, including Du Zhigua's, who was eager to see how Lin Feiyang would unfold his reflection. Lin Feiyang pretended to ponder, twirling in place twice, which provoked laughter from the audience.
Du Zhigua frowned, "Lin Feiyang, why are you not using a script for your reflection?" Lin Feiyang retorted, "Who says a reflection must be scripted?"
Du Zhigua, annoyed, let out a cold snort and fell silent, fearing that further dialogue would elevate his blood pressure. After feigning profundity and reveling in the audience's laughter, Lin Feiyang finally raised the microphone and declared, "Comrades, I must first acknowledge that our Paluo town has indeed earned the designation of a negative example in rural revitalization in Tianfeng County. I do not deny this, however." At this juncture, Lin Feiyang elongated his tone, capturing the attention of everyone present. All were acutely aware that what followed would constitute a significant turn. Du Zhigua's brow furrowed once more. What on earth is Lin Feiyang trying to convey? Lin Feiyang deliberately paused for a full 10 seconds, waiting for the audience to lean in, straining to hear, before he amplified his voice, with vigor and conviction, gesturing emphatically as he proclaimed, "Although we have been labeled a negative example, I am utterly unconcerned. For, in the preceding 2 years, we in Paluo Town also received the title of a model project for rural revitalization in the city, but does this title hold any significance? I believe, without my prompting, that all of you present understand that this title bears no true value, it is merely a means for certain county and city leaders to embellish their own images. Moreover, this time, should I endorse the proposal of our town mayor Zhao Ruiqiang, and sign to permit him to fabricate the town's financial 3 million yuan, he assures me that within 3 hours, such a fraudulent project could be transformed into a model project for the city. Furthermore, he guarantees that this project will receive funding from both the county and city, ensuring it does not incur losses, but rather yields profits. At this point, Lin Feiyang emphatically waved his hand in the air, pointing at the audience. Comrades, I pose this question. What is the significance of such a model project? What meaning lies in a model project constructed through deception? Which of you dares to assure me that the model project plaque your town has received is devoid of any embellishment? Dare you? The atmosphere was electric with shock, a tumult erupted throughout the hall. Du Jigua's complexion turned an ashen shade, his body trembling with rage. Lin Feiyang was nothing short of a reckless fool. Chapter 8, a fiery rebuke to all. No one anticipated that Lin Feiyang would transform the on-site review meeting into an arena for his vehement denunciation of everyone present. It was utterly shocking that he dared to expose his own son-in-law so mercilessly in front of Du Jigua. This was a blatant slap in the face to Du Jigua, and indeed to all county leaders. Lin Feiyang seemed poised to overturn the entire unspoken rules single-handedly. The assembly was left in stunned silence, with some gazes directed at Lin Feiyang tinged with a hint of admiration. He was a mastermind, a veritable genius, such audacity, such spirit. It was undoubtedly a dance with death. Just when everyone thought Lin Feiyang's tirade had reached its conclusion, he continued to hold the microphone and proclaimed, "Comrades, do you know what the 20-character guideline for rural revitalization is? If you are unaware, allow me to enlighten you. Prosperous industries, livable ecology, civilized rural customs, effective governance, and affluent lives. Those of you who have received awards, ask yourselves honestly, do the exemplary projects you were recognized for truly fulfill these 20 characters? While I cannot fathom why Zhao Ruiqiang assured me that spending 3 million would secure a rural revitalization exemplary project plaque, one thing is certain, such accolades are utterly devoid of value. My analysis of Zhao Ruiqiang's assertions reveals that his deceit has but one aim: to present a facade of industrial prosperity to the leaders. As for livable ecology, civilized rural customs, effective governance, and affluent lives, he likely cares not a whit. Otherwise, how could our Broken Gong Town have received the Rural Revitalization Exemplary Project plaque for 2 consecutive years? Comrades, if Broken Gong Town truly met these 20-character standards in the past 2 years, why has it, barely a year later, become a model of failure? Do you not perceive that the Rural Revitalization Exemplary Project plaque is merely a form of self-indulgence and self-aggrandizement for certain leaders? Is this not a blatant appropriation of public funds to bolster personal achievements? Whoever desires such a plaque may take it. I am indifferent, indeed, I might even scoff at it. As for the badge of infamy, I find it remarkably authentic, resplendent in its own way. At this juncture, Lin Feiyang turned to Du Jigua with a smile and said, "County head Du, this is the content of my self-criticism. If there is anything amiss, please feel free to point it out." Upon finishing, Lin Feiyang gazed unabashedly at Du Jigua, his face brimming with scorn. Standing there, he appeared solitary and elevated, embodying a spirit of unparalleled confidence amidst the crowd. At that moment, a profound silence enveloped the entire county committee auditorium, soon followed by a cacophony of whispers. Many began to exchange hushed remarks, their voices rising and falling, infused with a tinge of excitement. For years, such a wild and absurd spectacle had never graced the annals of Tianfeng County's history. Here was a man publicly rebuking county leaders for their deceit and performance-driven projects. This was a defiance of authority, a public humiliation of the county leadership. Though Lin Feiyang did not name anyone explicitly, his words inevitably offended many. Had Lin Feiyang lost his senses? Did he not realize that his sweeping condemnation of the entire assembly would incite envy and make him susceptible to retaliation? Yet, as the crowd murmured, while some condemned Lin Feiyang's arrogance, they could not help but acknowledge that his words, albeit exaggerated, held substantial truth. Everyone searched their consciences. Among those awarded today, at least 90 had not earned their accolades through genuine effort, but rather through connections and deceit. Deep down, they understood that such exemplary projects were mere fig leaves, akin to the emperor's new clothes. Typically, they concealed the truth, feeling a sense of shame, for the existence of such a plaque was a reflection of the accomplishments of both local and county leaders. Why would anyone care about the expenditures involved? As long as the leaders were pleased, who cared about the common folk? Yet today, this impetuous youth had unveiled the truth, exposing the emperor's new clothes for what they truly were. The faces of those awarded were filled with indignation as they glared at Lin Feiyang. Du Jigua's eyes blazed with fury as he fixed his stare on Lin Feiyang. Other township leaders, some reveling in schadenfreude, others silently applauding Lin Feiyang in their hearts, observed the unfolding drama with a keen eye, yet few believed Lin Feiyang would emerge unscathed from this meeting. After all, his actions had been excessively brazen. Just when everyone expected Lin Feiyang to conclude his criticism, he turned to Du Jigua with a slight smile, saying, "Deputy County Head Du, I noticed a glimmer of resentment and hostility in your gaze just now, but rest assured, I bear you no ill will." This remark elicited an uproar of laughter from the audience. Lin Feiyang was nothing short of a comedic genius, a mere township committee secretary daring to declare, "I won't hold it against you," to an executive deputy county head. What audacity! Did he possess any authority to make such a statement? Even if he did, would Du Jigua care? Lin Feiyang had preempted Du Jigua's retort, leaving him speechless. This fellow had truly lost his mind. Du Jigua, maintaining his composure, coldly snorted, "Do you have anything further to say?" Lin Feiyang nodded. Deputy County Head do, I believe that not only does our Tianfeng County's recognition of rural revitalization exemplary project suffer from serious discrepancies in standards, but even the evaluation, recognition, and reward criteria for rural revitalization across the entire Baidu city are fraught with grave issues. I even suspect there are elements of power rent-seeking behind these so-called exemplary project selections, otherwise, why would Comrade Zhao Ruiqiang guarantee that spending 3 million on deceit could secure an exemplary project plaque? This suggests that the accolades awarded to Broken Gong Town in the past 2 years were likely obtained through similar means. Alas, I lack evidence and am thus unable to report this to the municipal or provincial disciplinary committees. Well, County Head do, that concludes my self-criticism. If there is anything inappropriate, please correct me on the spot. Du Zhigua felt a seething fury welling within him. After decades in his career, he had never encountered a township committee secretary as bizarre as Lin Feiyang. This brat displayed utter disdain for the county committee leaders. He had even gone so far as to directly criticize the municipal evaluation standards. Du Zhigua felt there was no need to confront this raw rookie, for he was uncertain what outrageous statements might follow. Most importantly, Lin Feiyang's incessant references to his son-in-law, Zhao Ruiqiang, indicated that he had hit a nerve. Should this young man continue to target Zhao Ruiqiang, his son-in-law's career could be in peril. After all, this was a gathering of all county-level cadres. No one was foolish. Realizing this, Du Zhigua felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Lin Feiyang's unrestrained outburst before him left him powerless. In order to protect his son-in-law, Zhao Ruiqiang, he was compelled to devise a strategy to quell this crisis. It was utterly vexing and infuriating. Nonetheless, Du Zhigua was astute. He gritted his teeth and suppressed the urge to lash out at Lin Feiyang, instead coldly stating, "Very well, this segment of the meeting shall conclude here. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, we will enter the group discussion phase. I hope everyone will freely express their thoughts on how to advance rural revitalization in Tianfeng County. However, I must remind you to refrain from reckless remarks. Please remember your positions. You are not rural villagers but county-level officials." Dismissed. With Du Zhigua's command, he departed with a dark expression, gathering his belongings. Only after his exit did the others begin to file out. Lin Feiyang remained on stage, maintaining a radiant smile reminiscent of spring blossoms as he surveyed the various gazes directed at him. He comprehended the deeper implications of Du Zhigua's earlier comments but remained unfazed. Back in his office, Du Zhigua's ire continued to simmer as he paced back and forth. Although he was tactful, he was also narrow-minded and vengeful. Having been publicly humiliated by Lin Feiyang, who persistently invoked his son-in-law, Zhao Ruiqiang, he felt compelled to teach Lin Feiyang a lesson. After completing a full rotation of 81 laps, he finally came to a halt. Then, he picked up the phone on his desk and made a series of calls to arrange a response, finally reclining in his chair, propping his feet on the desk, and leisurely browsing his phone. At that moment, Zhang Yingsong, Secretary of Bei Town, Huang Sudong, Secretary of Qianhu Town, and Chao Qinghai, Secretary of Wanyan Town, were dining in the county committee cafeteria. Huang Sudong remarked, "Gentlemen, I just received a call from County Head Du. He has assigned the three of us to the same group as Lin Feiyang for the afternoon discussion. We are to thoroughly criticize him, so let us strategize on how best to approach this task, considering Lin Feiyang's impressive oratory skills." Zhang Yingsong, Huang Sudong, and Chao Qinghai were all loyal subordinates of Du Zhigua, and they took the assignment very seriously. After a moment of contemplation, Chao Qinghai spoke. "Though Lin Feiyang appears ostentatious, he possesses considerable intellect. Every word he utters is underpinned by unique logical reasoning, making it quite challenging to critique him. Especially regarding his comments today, it is difficult to find a valid angle for criticism." Zhang Yingsong nodded in agreement. "Old Chao raises a valid point. However, I have an idea worth considering." The others turned their attention to Zhang Yingsong. He continued, "If we discuss the exemplary project matter directly, we will undoubtedly lose. Instead, let us take an alternative approach by examining the issue from a superior subordinate perspective." Lin Feiyang openly criticized the county and the city today. "This is a clear act of insubordination. He is creating trouble for Broken Gong Town and Tianfeng County. His actions do not reflect concern for the townsfolk but rather serve his own fleeting satisfaction, potentially bringing disaster upon Broken Gong Town. If we criticize him from this angle, branding him as selfish, let us see what he has to say." Huang Sudong and Chao Qinghai's eyes brightened at this suggestion. Chapter 9:2 against 3 at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the group discussion officially commenced. Lin Feiyang's group consisted of 9 members. In addition to Zhang Yingsong, Chao Qinghai, and Huang Sudong, there was also Meng Xueqing, the town committee secretary of Guanshan Town, along with 4 other town mayors. The leader of their group was Huang Sudong. He exhibited a demeanor of remarkable composure. At the outset, the discussion was rather conventional, while Lin Feiyang maintained a silent presence. Simultaneously, he attentively listened to the contributions of others, gaining a basic understanding of his peers. Observing this, Huang Sudong smiled and remarked, "Comrade Lin Feiyang, you have become quite the celebrity in Tianfeng County. Why not share your thoughts? How do you believe we can effectively advance rural revitalization in Tianfeng County?" Lin Feiyang offered a slight smile in response. "I believe that as long as we remain pragmatic, grounded, and wholeheartedly devoted to the welfare of the people, there is no task we cannot accomplish. However, if one's focus is solely on seeking promotion and wealth, or pleasing superiors, then achieving success in this endeavor will prove exceedingly challenging. That is my perspective."
Upon concluding his statement, Lin Feiyang took a sip from his cup.
Huang Sudong had not anticipated that Lin Feiyang would have shed his earlier flamboyance. Now appearing quite composed, the first round of discussion came to a close, yet there remained over half an hour until the meeting's conclusion. Lin Feiyang's succinct remarks contributed to the swift progression of the meeting. Huang Sudong and Zhang Yingsong exchanged glances, nodding in agreement, as Huang Sudong cheerfully stated, "Comrade Lin Feiyang, I have a question I would like to pose to you."
May I seek your wisdom?
Lin Feiyang raised an eyebrow, having already noticed the silent exchange among Huang Sudong, Zhang Yingsong, and Chao Qinghai. He replied nonchalantly, "Feel free to speak, this is a group discussion, and we can certainly express ourselves openly."
Huang Sudong nodded in acknowledgement. To be candid, your performance in the county committee auditorium today left me astounded.
I never imagined that a town committee secretary could deliver such a vigorous presentation and speak so boldly. I must admit, I held a degree of admiration for you at that moment. However, after the meeting, I heard differing opinions that I wish to discuss with you.
Lin Feiyang nodded. Please proceed.
Huang Sudong continued, "Comrade Lin Feiyang, some comrades have suggested that while your performance today was indeed shocking, your approach was rather irrational, as you criticized county and municipal leaders.
Although it may have felt liberating for you, have you considered the potential repercussions of your harsh and seemingly reckless criticisms on Pula Town? While county and municipal leaders may be magnanimous, what about their subordinates?
Can they tolerate witnessing their leaders being subjected to such scathing critiques? Should even a few individuals decide to retaliate against Pula Town, the repercussions would ultimately affect the citizens of Pula Town the most.
So, I ask you, Comrade Lin Feiyang, do you believe your outburst today will bring benefits to the people of Pula Town, or will it lead to calamity? Was your performance truly in the interest of the citizens of Pula Town, or merely a bid for attention?"
As Huang Sudong finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped the room. Many gazes turned toward Lin Feiyang, now tinged with contemplation. Only one individual, a stout young man seated across from Lin Feiyang, maintained a look of admiration throughout. This young man appeared to be in his mid-20s, standing approximately 1.75 meters tall, with a slightly plump figure and darker skin. His most distinctive feature was his round face, which looked quite chubby. Despite meeting him for the first time, Lin Feiyang remembered the young man's name. Bai Xiefeng. His surname contrasted sharply with his darker complexion. Once Huang Sudong concluded his remarks, the stout young man raised his head and smiled, saying, "Comrade Huang Sudong, I find your assessment rather pedestrian." Huang Sudong furrowed his brow, directing his gaze at the audacious young man who dared to stand by Lin Feiyang's side. "Bai Xiefeng, what do you mean by that?" Bai Xiefeng replied with a slight smile, "My meaning is quite straightforward.
Your earlier critique of Comrade Lin Feiyang is utterly ludicrous. You repeatedly claimed that his denunciation of the county and municipal leaders could spell disaster for the citizens of Pula Town, yet you overlook a fundamental point. Comrade Lin Feiyang's criticism stemmed from the apparent deceit surrounding the model projects. It was precisely because the mayor of Pula Town, Zhao Ruichang, sought to manipulate the system to obtain recognition for these projects, which Lin Feiyang ultimately rejected, that Pula Town became a cautionary tale. I contend that Lin Feiyang's criticisms were entirely justified. Furthermore, I trust that the majority of those present are acutely aware of the reality of these model projects. We merely lack the courage to uphold the truth and speak candidly, as Lin Feiyang has. At this juncture, Bai Xiefeng raised his voice, speaking with righteous indignation. If county and municipal leaders feel embarrassed due to a few critical remarks from Comrade Lin Feiyang, leading them to incite their subordinates to retaliate against Pula Town, that, in my opinion, is the true tragedy. I believe that Comrade Lin Feiyang possesses a rare quality of clarity amidst the intoxication of the masses. I hold him in high regard." With that, Bai Xiefeng stood up, extended his hand toward Lin Feiyang, and proclaimed, "Comrade Lin Feiyang, you are my idol." The room fell into stunned silence.
Lin Feiyang rose with a smile, extending his hand to firmly grasp Bai Xiefeng's. "To have a fan like you requires quite a bit of effort." Bai Xiefeng scanned the room, bursting into laughter. "So what if I engage in a verbal duel with the learned? You, Lin Feiyang, dare to denounce the entire assembly, and what do I, Bai Xiefeng, have to fear in this group discussion?" The audience was taken aback. Bai Xiefeng's audacious demeanor bore a striking resemblance to Lin Feiyang's, though he exhibited a bit more restraint and rationality. His darker complexion added a humorous touch to the scene. The contrast between Lin Feiyang's striking handsomeness and Bai Xiefeng's plumpness, coupled with a hint of a Shanxi accent, created a vivid juxtaposition.
Yet, in that moment, as Lin Feiyang and Bai Xiefeng clasped hands, the warmth and strength of Bai Xiefeng's grip conveyed an unspoken camaraderie. Lin Feiyang sensed that Bai Xiefeng was a kindred spirit.
A sense of joy washed over him. This was the first individual he had encountered since his transfer who resonated deeply with him, a town committee secretary brimming with a sense of justice. No longer was he alone on this path. Lin Feiyang and Bai Xiefeng exchanged knowing glances and shared a smile before taking their seats. Zhang Yingsong frowned and remarked, "Comrade Bai Xiefeng, I believe your argument is somewhat fallacious. First, I do not deny that there are instances of deceit among model projects, yet the majority of these projects are the result of the tireless efforts of leaders like us from various towns. We have invested considerable effort into them. You, like Lin Feiyang, are painting with a broad brush. This is an overgeneralization. Second, as Comrade Huang Sudong has already mentioned, leaders are magnanimous and may not hold grudges against you, but I believe there are certainly conscientious and responsible officials among the leader's subordinates. If they choose to impose minor inconveniences upon Pula Town within reasonable bounds, there is nothing inappropriate about that. Everyone has the right to express their opinions." Just as Zhang Yingsong finished speaking, Chao Qinghai immediately interjected, "I must interrupt Comrade Zhang Yingsong. Lin Feiyang's denunciation of the entire assembly was not heroic or noble, but rather irrational and nonsensical, an overgeneralization." In an instant, the atmosphere in the group meeting room became charged with tension. Lin Feiyang and Bai Xiefeng faced off against Zhang Yingsong, Huang Sudong, and Chao Qinghai, engaging in a fierce debate. Other groups had already concluded their meetings and departed, yet discussions in their group remained fervent. Neither Huang Sudong's side nor Lin Feiyang's side was willing to concede. Both parties were of equal rank and possessed substantial abilities, resulting in a stalemate. At that moment, the four town mayors wisely chose to remain silent.
They recognized that Lin Feiyang and Bai Xiefeng, these two young town committee secretaries, were exceptionally bold. Ultimately, it was Zhuo Mingho, the deputy director of the town committee office, who concluded the meeting. He entered with a furrowed brow and stated, "All right, let us adjourn today's meeting. Any further matters can be addressed later." After the meeting dispersed, Huang Sudong and the others followed Zhuo Mingho out. Lin Feiyang and Bai Xiefeng walked out side by side. Upon reaching the entrance of the county committee courtyard, Lin Feiyang smiled and grasped Bai Xiefeng's hand, saying, "Thank you, comrade Bai Xiefeng." Bai Xiefeng replied with a grin, "It is my honor to stand shoulder to shoulder with a young talent like you, Lin. To be honest, since my school days, I have never yielded to anyone, be it in academics or in life. You, Lin Feiyang, are the first person to earn my respect. From now on, you shall be my good brother, you are the leader, and I shall gladly play the supporting role." Lin Feiyang chuckled, nodding gently, "All right, I accept you as my brother. From now on, I will look out for you." The two erupted into hearty laughter. Although Lin Feiyang's words were simple, "I will look out for you," both understood this to be a promise. Neither Lin Feiyang nor Bai Xiefeng could have anticipated that Lin Feiyang would later risk his life to uphold this promise, yet he never regretted it. For Lin Feiyang was a man of his word. After Du Zhigua listened to Huang Sudong and the others' report, he wore a wry smile, astonished that his three trusted aides, united, had failed to best Lin Feiyang. He was equally surprised that this group discussion had unexpectedly introduced an ally like Bai Xiefeng, a mere town committee secretary who dared to stand alongside Lin Feiyang. Du Zhigua refrained from reprimanding Huang Sudong and the others. Instead, he offered them words of encouragement and praise before allowing them to leave that evening. At Du Zhigua's residence, he and his son-in-law Zhao Ruichang sat together, sipping Mao Tai while discussing matters concerning Pula town. Du Zhigua sighed, "Ruichang, that Lin Feiyang is quite resilient. Even in such adversity, he has encountered a formidable ally like Bai Xiefeng. It seems that dealing with him will not be an easy task. If you wish to become the town committee secretary of Pula town, it may take you another 2 years." Zhao Ruichang, upon hearing this, raised his glass with a smile, "Rest assured, Dad. Lin Feiyang will find no peace in Pula town. He simply does not grasp the true situation here. Just watch, by tomorrow morning, he will be in disarray, perhaps even losing his position." Du Zhigua was momentarily taken aback, gazing at his son-in-law with surprise. Zhao Ruichang then elaborated on his plan, and after listening, Du Zhigua personally filled Zhao Ruichang's glass, smiling, "Well done, my son-in-law, you truly are exceptional, your strategy is admirable, cheers." Zhao Ruichang raised his glass, clinking it with Du Zhigua's before downing the contents in one gulp. In that moment, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Zhao Ruichang's eyes as he murmured to himself, "Lin Feiyang, you, a mere soldier turned civil servant, dare to challenge someone like me, a graduate of a prestigious university? Are you not asking for trouble?" Chapter 10 The Great Pitfall. After the conclusion of the countywide Rural Revitalization Recognition Conference, Lin Feiyang returned to the dilapidated town of Paluo, finding himself in exceedingly difficult circumstances. His furious denunciation of the county and city leaders during the conference had already spread throughout Paluo, and everyone was acutely aware that such reckless behavior would inevitably invite a series of repercussions. At this moment, anyone who stood alongside him would be deemed a fool. Consequently, although Lin Feiyang still occupied the esteemed position of the town committee secretary, he was essentially a figurehead, isolated and unsupported. Apart from the town committee office director and the deputy mayor, Chen Dongsheng, who occasionally shared bits of information, Lin Feiyang was largely cut off from external news within the town. Many tasks, especially significant approvals, were not even routed to his office unless his signature was required. Lin Feiyang had been completely sidelined each day. He sat leisurely in his office, having long since come to terms with his predicament. From the moment he had lambasted the audience, he had prepared himself for such an outcome. However, he could never have anticipated that being sidelined was merely the prelude to an even more severe crisis that would soon unfold. That morning, as Lin Feiyang settled into his office, a cacophony of chaos erupted outside. Shortly thereafter, the town committee office director, Chen Dongsheng, entered with a grave expression. "Secretary Lin, we have a serious situation," he announced. Furrowing his brow, Lin Feiyang inquired, "What is the matter, Secretary Lin?" The town committee courtyard is surrounded by hundreds of teachers from various schools demanding that the town immediately pay the salaries that have been overdue for over a year. If their demands are not met, they are threatening to go on a full-scale strike. Currently, 80% of the elementary schools in the town have halted their educational activities, with many schools already on break. Our hotline has been overwhelmed with calls, and it is reported that the City S12345 hotline has also been inundated. Paluo has become the focal point of not just the county, but the entire city. It is said that some parents have taken to social media to expose our failure to pay teachers, and numerous journalists from across the nation are hastening to our town. Upon hearing this, Lin Feiyang's eyes widened in disbelief. "Old Chen, you must be joking. How could Paluo have delayed teachers' salaries for over a year? I have never heard of such a thing." Chen Dongsheng managed a wry smile. "If it weren't for today's sudden outburst, I too might have forgotten, Secretary Lin. These elementary and middle school teachers are indeed pitiable. Their salaries have been owed for more than a year. This issue must be resolved promptly, or we will be in serious trouble. It is truly a complicated matter." Just as Lin Feiyang was about to question why this had happened, his desk phone rang. He picked it up to hear a stern, accusatory voice on the other end. "Comrade Lin Feiyang, what on earth is happening in Paluo? You've just been named a classic example of rural revitalization failure, and now there is a scandal regarding unpaid teachers' salaries, with educators preparing for a mass strike. How are you managing as the town committee secretary? Can you still hold that position? If not, let us know early. We'll replace you immediately. Understand this, the county is giving you 3 days."
If this matter isn't resolved within 3 days, you're out. With that, the caller prepared to hang up. Lin Feiyang quickly retorted, may I ask who I'm speaking with? Du Zhigua, came the cold reply. Lin Feiyang nodded slightly. Understood. County head. I will delegate this matter to Comrade Zhao Ruiqiang for resolution. Without hesitation, Lin Feiyang countered. Du Zhigua's face darkened with anger, and with a snort, he declared, how you handle this and who you assign is your concern, but if you fail to resolve it, the county will take action against Paoluo. That's our affair. Mind yourself. Du Zhigua was unyielding, his stance firm. Lin Feiyang could only manage a bitter smile. He had initially hoped to use Zhao Ruiqiang as a buffer against Du Zhigua, but he had not anticipated such firmness from Du. At that moment, he found himself envying Zhao Ruiqiang, realizing how comforting it must be to have backing from above, someone always watching your back, while he was merely a solitary figure in Paoluo, devoid of support. Life was indeed challenging. Despite his indignation, Lin Feiyang remained resolute. He directed Qin Dongxing to notify the other members of the town committee to convene a leadership meeting. 10 minutes later, all members of the Paoluo town committee were present. Lin Feiyang presided over the meeting, scanning the room before speaking in a somber tone. Comrades, you have all seen the teachers outside holding banners to demand their rights. Just now, I received a call from Deputy County Head Du Zhigua, insisting that we resolve this matter within 3 days. I believe that even without the county's demand, we must address this issue swiftly, as many schools have irregularly closed, and parents are furious. As leaders of Paoluo, we must ensure these students' right to a proper education. Who has suggestions on how to resolve this? After his declaration, the meeting room fell into a profound silence. No one responded. Lin Feiyang's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he turned his gaze to Town Mayor Zhao Ruiqiang. Mayor Zhao, I have only been here for a couple of days and am not well acquainted with the issue of unpaid teachers' salaries. I will leave this matter in your capable hands. I trust you will manage it well. Without hesitation, Lin Feiyang shifted the blame onto Zhao Ruiqiang. Zhao Ruiqiang chuckled derisively. Secretary Lin, no need to flatter me. It's pointless. I can clearly tell you that whether it's the issue of unpaid salaries or the teachers' strike, it cannot be resolved by anyone. Unless you can find a substantial amount of funding immediately, but that is an impossible task. We have 286 teachers in Paoluo, and if we calculate their monthly benefits at a modest 6,000 yuan each, that amounts to 72,000 yuan per teacher annually. With these teachers' salaries overdue for a year and a half, we would need at least 30 million yuan to rectify the situation. However, how much does our county's treasury earn in a year? How could we possibly come up with such a sum to assist Paoluo? Having said this, Zhao Ruiqiang sighed. Secretary Lin, to put it bluntly, it's not that the leaders of our town are inactive, but we lack the capacity to take action. We cannot conjure 30 million yuan out of thin air. Moreover, these debts have been accumulating since the tenure of former Secretary Shi Dikun. He was able to placate the teachers and prevent unrest, but I lack that ability. Whether this can be resolved ultimately depends on your capabilities as the top leader. Please do not cast blame upon us, as we are powerless. As he spoke, a peculiar smile appeared on Zhao Ruiqiang's face. He was challenging Lin Feiyang. After Zhao Ruiqiang spoke, the police chief and deputy mayor, Zhang Jianwei, chimed in as Secretary Lin, you may not be aware, but even during former Secretary Shi Dikun's tenure, these teachers would frequently protest, which has resulted in Paoluo's educational standards being ranked at the bottom among all towns in the county. However, Secretary Shi maintained good relations with the county leaders. Whenever the teachers caused a ruckus, he would go to the county or city to secure some funds to alleviate the teachers' plight. In reality, these teachers have been owed salaries for over 2 years. It was through Secretary Shi's tireless efforts that the amount owed was reduced to a year and a half. Now that he has left, we are at a loss. Unless you can procure 2 to 3 million from the county immediately, these striking teachers will not return. Lin Feiyang, upon hearing this, realized that Zhao Ruiqiang and his associates had set a trap for him. Who manages the county's finances? The executive deputy county head, Du Zhigua, and Du Zhigua is Zhao Ruiqiang's father-in-law. When Zhao Ruiqiang claims he cannot help, who would believe him? Yet, the problem remained that Zhao Ruiqiang was unwilling to take action, leaving Lin Feiyang with no choice but to charge ahead. Otherwise, if he surrendered, he would lose all face in Paoluo. Lin Feiyang's mind raced as he smiled and said, everyone, even if you lack the ability to resolve the issue of the teachers' unpaid salaries, you at least ought to understand why these teachers have been deprived of their wages for so long. What has led to our town's dire financial straits? Zhao Ruiqiang chuckled. Secretary Lin, there are certain things we shouldn't discuss, especially since Secretary Shi Dikun has left. However, since you've broached the topic, we must address it to avoid any lingering doubts. Originally, Paoluo was a relatively remote mountainous town. Although we are officially declared free from poverty, our annual fiscal revenue is limited due to the lack of industry. How much can we earn from agriculture? However, during Secretary Shi's tenure, he spearheaded a large-scale initiative for local farmers to cultivate high-quality apples. 3 years later, there was a bountiful harvest, and coincidentally, that year he became the town committee secretary, coinciding with an excellent market for apples. Secretary Shi organized a major fruit wholesaler to come for procurement. In the first year, the purchasing volume was moderate, yet the prices offered were 5 higher than typical dealers, and their payments were prompt, leaving a lasting impression on the townsfolk. Although it was tough selling apples that year, the high prices allowed everyone to sell their crops, resulting in profits for nearly every household. However, in the following year, during the previous year's prosperous apple market, the fruit wholesaler organized by Secretary Shi returned. This time, they offered prices 10 above market rates but insisted on a 20 deposit up front, with the remainder to be paid later with interest once the apples were sold. Because this wholesaler was invited by Secretary Shi and had established a solid reputation, many farmers eagerly sold their apples to this buyer. Lin Feiyang nodded. If that is the case, it should have been a win-win situation. Zhao Ruiqiang agreed. Under normal circumstances, it indeed should have been. However, the problem arose when that wholesaler took the apples and failed to mention the payment of the remaining funds. Secretary Shi was distressed and even took the farmers to court against the wholesaler. Ultimately, he won the case, yet the wholesaler, a notorious deadbeat, refused to pay the 50 million yuan owed. The enforcement efforts proved ineffective. In the end, the matter was left unresolved. It is said that this deadbeat wields considerable influence in the city, operating both above and below the law. Secretary Shi, in desperation, had to use the town's finances as collateral to secure a loan of over 20 million from the bank to address immediate needs. However, afterward, the bank refused to lend us any more money. Coupled with fixed budgetary constraints and the grim economic climate over the past 2 years, fiscal revenues have plummeted, leading to the inevitable delay in teachers' salaries. After Zhao Ruiqiang finished speaking, Zhang Jianwei added with a bitter smile, Secretary Lin, you might not be aware, but not only are the teachers' salaries overdue, even our leadership team has not received pay for 2 months. If you truly have the capability, seek out Secretary Shi Dikan and track down that fruit wholesaler to recover the owed funds. At that point, Paluo's predicament would be resolved. Because aside from Secretary Shi, no one knows who that wholesaler really is or what background they possess. After Zhang Jianwei spoke, Zhao Ruiqiang nodded slightly. This was the precarious pit Zhao Ruiqiang had dug for Lin Feiyang. You wish to solve the problem? Fine, go find Secretary Shi Dikan, who is now the executive deputy county head and a member of the county committee. Will he entertain your visit? If he ignores you, how will you resolve this? Even if you manage to get the wholesaler's contact information, what then? If someone as well connected as Secretary Shi couldn't handle that wholesaler, it underscores just how powerful their influence and connections are. What can you, Lin Feiyang, a newcomer, possibly do? Once the 3 days expire and this incident escalates, both the county and city will undoubtedly pursue accountability, and Lin Feiyang will certainly be scapegoated to alleviate the public outcry. Once he is gone, the position of town committee secretary will naturally belong to Zhao Ruiqiang. Chapter 11. A grievous entanglement. Upon listening to the harmonious exchange between Zhao Ruiqiang and Zhang Jianwei, Lin Feiyang finally grasped the situation. Zhao Ruiqiang intended for him to confront Shi Dikan. Seeking out Shi Dikan was undoubtedly a thankless endeavor, especially considering that Shi Dikan had recently ascended to the position of executive deputy county head of a neighboring county. Approaching him would surely result in self-inflicted humiliation, yet, the crux of the matter was that the only way to resolve this issue lay in confronting Shi Dikan. Zhao Ruiqiang was employing a strategy of overt manipulation. Lin Feiyang, fully aware that he was being led into a significant trap, found himself compelled to leap into it. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feiyang cast a cold gaze at Zhao Ruiqiang and declared, Very well, comrade Zhao Ruiqiang, we shall split our efforts. I will immediately head to Chufeng County and can assure you that by tomorrow night, I will reclaim the entire outstanding sum of 50 million. Meanwhile, you must pacify the teachers outside, ensuring they remain calm and do not cause further disturbances before my return. Can you manage that? Zhao Ruiqiang looked at Lin Feiyang with a hint of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Lin Feiyang would genuinely accept the challenge. Zhao Ruiqiang chuckled, Alright, no problem. I can assure Secretary Lin that before you return tomorrow night, these teachers will definitely refrain from causing any more trouble. However, if we surpass tomorrow night, I cannot guarantee what will transpire the day after. To achieve this, I will need to overdraw my credibility and reputation as the town head. I hope Secretary Lin will not let me down and will not disappoint the countless citizens of our Broken Gong town. Lin Feiyang nodded, agreed, a gentleman's word is his bond. He then rose abruptly and turned to leave without glancing back. As he reached the door, he suddenly turned and said, Comrade Chen Dongsheng, accompany me, consider it a witness to this endeavor. Chen Dongsheng glanced at Zhao Ruiqiang, seemingly seeking his approval. Zhao Ruiqiang nodded subtly. Only then did Chen Dongsheng rise and follow Lin Feiyang out. Once Lin Feiyang had departed, Zhang Jianwei disregarded the other members and laughed heartily. Zhao Town Head, do you think Lin Feiyang will succeed this time? Zhao Ruiqiang smirked, with Secretary Shi's temperament, if he doesn't receive a couple of resounding slaps, it would be considered good fortune. Success, he might as well indulge in a pipe dream. His demeanor exuded an air of arrogance, a trait learned from the former Secretary Shi Dikan. During Shi Dikan's tenure, he had exuded an overwhelming authority. Regardless of whether he was the town head or the son-in-law of the executive deputy county head Du Jidua, he was consistently overshadowed by Shi Dikan's dominance. Shi Dikan's formidable presence was well known not just in Broken Gong town but throughout Tianfeng County, as he was bold enough to confront county party secretary Ma Yuanqiang directly. Rumors circulated that he had strong connections in the city, and some claimed to have seen him dining with provincial leaders. However, no one could provide concrete evidence. After several years of service in Broken Gong town, Shi Dikan had made a remarkable leap from a department-level position to that of a deputy bureau-level official, directly assuming the roles of county party standing committee member and executive deputy county head, an achievement not easily attained by ordinary individuals. In fact, Shi Dikan was among the fastest promoted cadres to emerge from Broken Gong town in the past 6 or 7 years. Others aspiring to ascend to the county party standing committee typically needed to endure 3 to 5 years of service and demonstrate excellent performance, whereas Shi Dikan had achieved it all in one fell swoop. Such was Shi Dikan. Chen Dongsheng entered the car alongside Lin Feiyang, and as they exited the town committee compound, he expressed his anxiety. Secretary Lin, you've been deceived. Zhao Ruiqiang and his cohorts have ensnared you. Worry etched across his face. Lin Feiyang gently touched Chen Dongsheng's arm and glanced at the driver. Chen Dongsheng smiled. Secretary Lin, you can trust driver Xiaochen, he is my nephew. Lin Feiyang nodded, smiling at Chen Dongsheng. In truth, I had already discerned the situation. If the former town committee secretary Shi Dikan could not resolve this, my efforts would likely be in vain. However, given the current circumstances, I must proceed. There is no alternative route available. Chen Dongsheng side, Secretary Lin, Zhao Ruiqiang and his group undoubtedly harbor ill intentions. It is likely that news of your rebuke of the county and even the city leaders regarding the fraudulent practices of the model project has already reached Chufeng County, and has surely reached Shirdikan's ears. You may not be aware, but our rural revitalization model project in Broken Gong Town was initiated during Shirdikan's tenure, and the contractor overseeing the project, Chen Mingdong, was also brought in by him. According to rumors, Chen Mingdong is the younger brother of Deputy Mayor Chen Mingli. This explains why on your first day in office, Zhao Ruiqiang was so confident in stating that as long as the 3 million funds were in place, the model project would remain in Broken Gong Town. Now, having invalidated the model project and rebuked the county and city leaders, while this may strike a blow at those officials, it equally offends Shirdikan. Given Shirdikan's fiery temper, it would be a mild reaction for him not to meet with you. If in Broken Gong Town, he might even openly scold you. Lin Feiyang suddenly realized the intricate web woven around the model project. If Chen Dongsheng's information was accurate, it implied that the project had become a tool leveraged by an array of individuals across various levels for personal gain, a means to extract political achievements and siphon off state funds. What a cunning scheme, what a devious ploy, how utterly shameless! Lin Feiyang exclaimed in a voice laced with indignation. Chen Dongsheng sighed, Secretary Lin, perhaps we should reconsider going to Chufeng County. It would likely result in our own humiliation. Instead, we could approach County Secretary Ma Yuanxiang, though he appears to be passive and even adopts a policy of appeasement towards County Head Niu Liang and Executive Deputy County Head Du Zhigua. From my observations, Secretary Ma is undoubtedly a principled leader. While he may yield on various matters, when it comes to issues of significant moral consequence, he is quite formidable. During his 3 years as County Party Secretary, he has exhibited his strength on 3 occasions. The first being the dismissal of a finance bureau director closely aligned with County Head Niu, resulting in a solid case that landed him in prison. The second was rebuking Du Zhigua before all standing committee members, leaving Du speechless. And the third occurred 3 months ago, when a criminal suspect involved in a widely publicized case was protected by Niu and his associates, seeking leniency. However, due to the public outcry surrounding the case, Secretary Ma decisively sent the second finance bureau director's son to prison. Consequently, he has earned the nickname Asanbiao, indicating he erupts once a year. It seems likely he will erupt again next year. We can only wonder who will be unfortunate enough to face his wrath. Lin Feiyang, upon hearing this, exhibited a look of astonishment, erupting once a year while allowing Niu Liang to appoint the finance bureau director, and maintaining a policy of appeasement. This strategy is quite sophisticated. I must seek an opportunity to pay a visit to this enigmatic county party secretary, but prior to that, I must address the immediate financial crisis. Otherwise, even if I were to visit, I might not earn Secretary Ma's regard.
At this moment, Chen Dongsheng was equally astonished. Secretary Lin, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that our county secretary Ma has high standards and does not regard ordinary individuals?
Lin Feiyang chuckled, Old Chen, I have a sense that Niu Liang and Du Zhigua will not remain in power for long, at most 2 years, but likely within 1 year, Secretary Ma will take action against them. I suspect many, including you, are puzzled as to why Secretary Ma has not nurtured a loyal faction since taking office, allowing Niu Liang and Du Zhigua to manipulate affairs. Chen Dongsheng nodded vigorously. Indeed, town committee members often discuss this privately, speculating wildly, yet none have been able to substantiate their theories. They certainly do not command the respect of others. Lin Feiyang smiled, precisely. If Secretary Ma allowed you to fathom his intentions, how could I consider him to be enigmatic? Let me put it this way. I believe the reason Secretary Ma has not cultivated his own faction is simple. He has yet to encounter anyone in Tianfeng County who meets his standards. Thus, we can infer that Secretary Ma possesses exceptionally high standards that are matched only by his inscrutable strategies. Although he appears to have adopted a policy of appeasement towards Niu Liang and his associates over the past 3 years, I am confident he has already begun to strategize. The only difference is that no one can see through his plans. Chen Dongsheng expressed disbelief. Is it really possible that no one can decipher Secretary Ma's strategies? Niu Liang and Du Zhigua are formidable figures, and they even enlist university experts to provide counsel.
It cannot be that so many fail to see through it.
Lin Feiyang chuckled, Old Chen, I believe that no matter what I say now, you will not accept it.
I won't waste further breath.
Just remember this, Secretary Ma is undoubtedly not a simple individual. If anyone can catch his eye and become his right-hand man, their future will undoubtedly be boundless. My advice to you is to frequent Secretary Ma's office.
It will serve you well.
Chen Dongsheng found himself somewhat bewildered by Lin Feiyang's words. What was Lin Feiyang implying? He described Secretary Ma Yuanxiang as enigmatic and not an ordinary figure, yet amidst the throng of county leaders clustering around Niu Liang, he confidently asserted that Secretary Ma would prevail while Niu Liang and his associates would falter. What did this suggest? Did it imply that the Lin Feiyang before him was equally inscrutable? Otherwise, how could he discern the depths of Secretary Ma's character? At the very least, Lin Feiyang was undoubtedly a master operating on the same level as Secretary Ma Yuanxiang. Contemplating this, even if Chen Dongsheng harbored doubts about Lin Feiyang's assessment, he had already resolved within himself that when the time came, he would align himself with Lin Feiyang, for this man was certainly no ordinary individual. As Lin Feiyang conversed with Ma Yuanxiang, the car sped along the highway. The distance between Tianfeng County and Chufeng County was a mere 50 kilometers, and with the highway connecting them, Chen Dongsheng was still mulling over Lin Feiyang's profound statements when they entered the territory of Chufeng County.
Driver Xiao Chen remarked, Secretary Lin, we have entered the county seat of Chufeng. Should we head straight to the county government compound, or find a place to settle first?
Lin Feiyang smiled. Let us proceed directly to the county government compound.
Although I am aware of the pitfalls ahead, I must leap into the fray.
Chen Dongsheng offered a wry smile. Zhao Ruiqiang and his group are truly treacherous.
Lin Feiyang burst into laughter. Let them scheme. The more traps they lay, the healthier the competition becomes. We shall see who ultimately ensnares whom.
At that moment, within the Chufeng County government compound, Executive Deputy County Head Shi Dikun was in his office, engaged in a phone conversation with Zhao Ruiqiang. On the call, Zhao Ruiqiang embellished the account of how Lin Feiyang had refused his proposal to allocate 3 million for the model project, only to later publicly denounce the county and city leaders during a county-wide commendation meeting. He concluded, "Old leader, the teachers have begun to stir again. Lin Feiyang has proclaimed he intends to seek you out in Chufeng County, stating that everyone must clean up their own mess and that he will not take responsibility for it." He further stated, "Never mind, the latter part was too harsh for me to repeat." Shi Dikun, appearing to be in his early 40s, had a stocky build, a receding hairline, yet his hair was slicked back impeccably, exuding a commanding presence. Initially, his expression was calm, for he could discern that Zhao Ruiqiang was attempting to discredit Lin Feiyang. However, as Zhao Ruiqiang continued, Shi Dikun's demeanor shifted to one of displeasure. By the time Zhao Ruiqiang concluded with a hesitance in his voice, Shi Dikun's rage erupted. "Zhao Ruiqiang, do not play games with me. What exactly did Lin Feiyang say? Speak plainly. If you have something to say, say it. If not, hang up." Upon hearing Shi Dikun's anger, Zhao Ruiqiang hastily replied, "Old leader, I must clarify that what I am about to say are Lin Feiyang's exact words, not my interpretation." "Speak quickly." "Old leader, Lin Feiyang assured us at the town committee meeting that he would secure your position during his visit to Chufeng County and reclaim the 50 million owed. He further accused you of colluding with the buyers, suggesting that you were complicit in defrauding the citizens. He insisted he would compel you to clean up your own mess." A sharp sound echoed as Shi Dikun slammed the phone down, followed by the busy tone on Zhao Ruiqiang's end. Zhao Ruiqiang erupted in triumphant laughter, fully aware that his words had struck their mark. Shi Dikun must now harbor a profound resentment towards Lin Feiyang. Standing by the window and gazing in the direction of Chufeng County, Zhao Ruiqiang murmured to himself, "Lin Feiyang, oh Lin Feiyang, I have already laid a net for you. As a mere nobody without any backing, how could you possibly escape my trap? I believe you would do well to surrender yourself." Chapter 12 A Dialogue of Titans. The moment Zhao Ruiqiang ended the call was precisely when Lin Feiyang and his companions arrived at the courtyard of the Chufeng County government. Inside his office, Shi Dikun was in a fit of rage, wreaking havoc among his water cup, ornaments, documents, and more. This was the first time since embarking on his political career that anyone had dared to so brazenly dismiss the achievements Shi Dikun had worked hard to garner. It is imperative to note that his ascension to the position of standing committee member of the Chufeng County Committee and executive deputy county mayor was significantly bolstered by the fact that Baluozhen had twice been recognized as a model project for rural revitalization, a key factor in his political advancement. Yet now, Lin Feiyang had not only demolished the very foundation of his achievements, but he had also audaciously proclaimed at the countywide assembly that such accomplishments were mere fabrications. Lin Feiyang was effectively slapping Shi Dikun in the face, and the sting was resounding. Were this the extent of Lin Feiyang's transgressions, Shi Dikun might have managed to endure it, but the audacity with which Lin Feiyang strutted into his jurisdiction, claiming a conspiratorial bond with the merchants to exploit the common people and teachers, was nothing short of slander. Shi Dikun could swear on his honor that he was in no way allied with that scoundrel Dong Tianbao. He had genuinely been deceived by Dong Tianbao. This matter had already been suppressed, yet Lin Feiyang had the gall to reopen this festering wound and even dared to confront him directly. How bold! Just then, the phone in Shi Dikun's office rang. County Mayor Shi, the newly appointed secretary of Baluozhen, Lin Feiyang, who previously worked in Tianfeng County, has come by and wishes to pay you a visit.
Do you have time?
The caller was a staff member from the Chufeng County Committee office. Shi Dikun coldly replied, "No time, tell him to get lost." With that, he hung up the phone. Upon hearing the leader's dismissive tone, the staff member, who had initially worn a friendly smile, was immediately clouded with concern. "Comrade Lin Feiyang, our county mayor is extremely busy at the moment and cannot meet with you.
You might as well return."
Lin Feiyang smirked at this, having anticipated such a response. He promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Shi Dikun's number. As soon as the call connected, Lin Feiyang introduced himself, saying, "County Mayor Shi, I am Lin Feiyang, the current secretary of Baluozhen." However, his words were abruptly cut off as the call was terminated. Lin Feiyang's expression darkened. Beside him, Chen Dongsheng wore a grim look, hesitating momentarily before suggesting, "Secretary Lin, shall I give the old leader a call?"
Lin Feiyang nodded. Chen Dongsheng picked up the phone to call, but unexpectedly, the call was rejected.
He shook his head in frustration, his face clouded with disappointment. "Old leader, after all these years of serving you, is it too much to ask for a little courtesy?" Seeing both men fail in their attempts to reach the county mayor, the staff member coldly remarked, "Gentlemen, I must ask you to leave immediately.
I have much work to attend to."
Lin Feiyang, with a mocking smile, replied, "Please do me the favor of personally delivering a message to Shi Dikun. If he refuses to see us now, I assure you he will regret it within 10 minutes. Relay that precisely. If you fail to do so, I guarantee he will seek you out for trouble in 10 minutes. The originally humble demeanor of Lin Feiyang had vanished, replaced by an expression of firmness and a hint of arrogance. The staff member was taken aback and felt a surge of anger. He never expected this minor secretary from Baluozhen would dare threaten the deputy director of the county government office. However, seasoned in the political arena, he recognized that such brazen behavior often indicated some underlying support. Having worked hard to attain his position, he knew he must tread carefully to avoid any missteps. With this in mind, he nodded, "Very well, I shall personally convey your message. If the leader still refuses to meet, there is little I can do."
Lin Feiyang nodded. The future is no longer your concern. The staff member left and made his way to Shi Dikun's office. Upon entering, he was startled by the chaotic scene before him. The disarray explained the county mayor's earlier fury. Though apprehensive, he steeled himself and said, "County mayor, the two individuals are still in my office." Lin Feiyang stated that if you do not meet with him, he will ensure you regret it in 10 minutes. Shi Dikun let out a cold laugh. "Ah, Lin Feiyang, truly more audacious than I imagined. I shall see how he intends to make me regret my actions. Tell him I am waiting." The staff member returned and conveyed Shi Dikun's message. Lin Feiyang smiled, clasped his hands in gratitude, and said, "Thank you. Farewell." He then led Chen Dongxing into the government courtyard. The Chufeng County Party Committee and county government shared the same premises, utilizing a single office building. Upon reaching the ground floor, Lin Feiyang turned to Chen Dongxing and said, "Old Chen, hand me your backpack." Chen Dongxing removed the backpack, curious, and asked, "Secretary Lin, what do you have in this bag?" Lin Feiyang chuckled and, after opening the bag and assembling its contents, revealed a large loudspeaker. Chen Dongxing stared at the exaggerated device, utterly bewildered. "Secretary Lin, what are you planning to do?" A sense of foreboding washed over him as he sensed Lin Feiyang was about to undertake something audacious. Lin Feiyang flashed a smile at Chen Dongxing. "Just wait for the show." With that, he powered on the loudspeaker, raised it high, and bellowed towards the entire office building, "Shi Dikun, I am Lin Feiyang, the current secretary of Baoyuazhen. I have come to seek your personal resolution regarding the project you orchestrated during your tenure, which has led to the loss of over 50 million yuan for the residents of Baoyuazhen, as they were swindled by fraudsters. Shi Dikun, if you are a man, step out and clarify this matter. While I do not expect you to clean up your own mess, at the very least, I deserve to know who is responsible for deceiving the people of Baoyuazhen. Do you realize that, due to this project, over 300 teachers have not received their salaries for a year and a half, and even the town's civil servants have not been paid for over 2 months? As the primary culprit, you may allow me to take the fall or have your successor clean up after you, but you must take some action. At the very least, you should tell me who the swindler is. If you continue to remain silent, I will genuinely start to suspect that you are in cahoots with the fraudster who robbed the people of Baoyuazhen of over 50 million yuan. Shi Dikun, are you still a man? If so, stand up and face me. Do not be a coward, afraid to even meet me. What are you afraid of? Do you lack the courage to see me?" After delivering his message, Lin Feiyang pressed the repeat button, and soon, his words echoed throughout the building. Within just 2 cycles, Shi Dikun could no longer remain seated. Despite his usual domineering demeanor, he had only recently arrived in Chufeng County and was still in the adjustment phase. With superiors and numerous colleagues observing his every move, he needed to project stability and goodwill while establishing his own authority. However, he never anticipated that Lin Feiyang would resort to such measures, publicly broadcasting his disgrace. Shi Dikun's face flushed with anger as he trembled with rage. Lin Feiyang was indeed more audacious than he had imagined, and what infuriated him further was the complete disregard Lin Feiyang showed for proper decorum in official matters. As a mid-level cadre, how could he engage in such reckless behavior? As a member of the standing committee, Shi Dikun's pride was at stake. How could he face others after being so publicly humiliated? In a fit of rage, Shi Dikun threw open the window and shouted, "Lin Feiyang, cease your slanderous antics, be careful, or I will have you arrested. I am in room 318, come over if you dare." "What are you thinking?" Infuriated and desperate to salvage his reputation and recover his losses, Shi Dikun resorted to this desperate measure. Lin Feiyang, having achieved his objective with Shi Dikun's response, promptly switched off the loudspeaker, handed it to Chen Dongxing, and strode confidently toward the office building. At that moment, the atmosphere within the Chufeng County Party Committee and Government Office was charged with tension, as discussions of the 50 million yuan scandal reverberated throughout the halls. The grand image Shi Dikun had painstakingly cultivated had been thoroughly dismantled by Lin Feiyang. The deputy director of the county government office was left pale and sweating, realizing that Lin Feiyang had not been exaggerating. Had he not relayed the message to Shi Dikun, he might have found himself in dire trouble due to the latter's volatile temperament. As Lin Feiyang approached the door to Shi Dikun's office, he knocked gently, adopting a gentlemanly demeanor that starkly contrasted with his earlier bombastic display. He noticed several employees peering curiously from their offices, clearly aware that his actions had made Shi Dikun the target of widespread scrutiny. "Come in," came an irate voice from within. Lin Feiyang pushed the door open, a smile adorning his face as he looked at Shi Dikun, who sat angrily in his large office chair, his gaze fixed on Lin Feiyang. Aware of the chaos surrounding them, Lin Feiyang gently closed the door and approached Shi Dikun, cheerfully stating, "County Mayor Shi, why go to such lengths? Do you not realize you are being manipulated?" Shi Dikun scoffed, "Do you think I am a fool? Who could possibly use me?" Lin Feiyang retorted with a smirk, "Secretary Shi, if I am not mistaken, it is likely that even before I arrived at your office, someone had already called you, speaking ill of me and sowing discord, claiming I disrespected you. The intention is clear, to sour our relationship, to incite you to despise me, and ultimately to ensure you refuse to meet with me, thus allowing them to achieve their goal of discrediting me and forcing me to resign in disgrace. What a cunning scheme. I suspect they even anticipated that I would not back down and would find a way to compel you to meet with me, as this is the only way to address the salary issues plaguing the teachers of Baoyuazhen. In essence, they wish to create conflict between us, allowing them to benefit from our strife. Even if they cannot gain anything, they likely have ulterior motives, such as positioning their relatives favorably in future competition. What a brilliant strategy, County Mayor Shi. Do you not yet realize you have fallen prey to their machinations? Do you truly believe I, Lin Feiyang, sought this confrontation? Had you simply met with me, would I have had to resort to such desperate measures? Lin Feiyang's words struck a chord with Shi Dikan, who pondered Lin Feiyang's analysis, realizing its accuracy. Although he had become the executive deputy county mayor, he was far from satisfied. He aspired to ascend to the position of county mayor within 3 years. In his pursuit, he had identified Tianfeng County as a prime target, given that the current county mayor, Miao Liyong, would soon conclude his 7-year tenure. Consequently, Shi Dikan had set his sights on the position of county mayor, and Lin Feiyang's astute observations prompted Shi Dikan to consider whether Zhao Ruiqiang had indeed orchestrated this scheme against him. Though he harbored disdain for Lin Feiyang, at this moment, his animosity shifted towards Zhao Ruiqiang. Perceiving him as a potential threat, taking a deep breath, Shi Dikan met Lin Feiyang's gaze earnestly and said, "Lin Feiyang, our conflict is not deeply rooted. I fear I have indeed fallen victim to Zhao Ruiqiang's scheme regarding the 50 million loss in Baoyuan. I can assure you, I too was deceived by a scoundrel. The man behind this is Dong Tianbao, a local of Baidu City with extensive connections, who built his empire through underhanded means before successfully transitioning into legitimate business. Though I do not fear him, he does not fear me either, leaving me powerless against him. Truth be told, I wish for the salary issues of the Baoyuan teachers to be resolved promptly, as it remains my greatest regret." As he spoke, Shi Dikan grabbed a pen and paper from his desk, jotting down a phone number and an address. "This is Dong Tianbao's company contact information. I hope you can resolve this matter swiftly. This is all I can assist you with. I kindly ask that you do not trouble me further." Lin Feiyang's heart raced with excitement upon receiving the contact information, as it opened the possibility of retrieving the lost funds. Sensing Lin Feiyang's eagerness, Shi Dikan sighed and cautioned, "Do not be overly enthusiastic, Lin Feiyang. I have experienced such emotions before. Initially, when I represented Baoyuan in a lawsuit against Dong Tianbao's Tianbao group, we won, and I was elated.
Yet, when it came time for enforcement, nothing happened. No one from the Municipal Court's Execution Bureau was willing to act. Although they made 3 attempts, none resulted in actual enforcement. Ultimately, the matter was left unresolved. Remember, this ideals may be abundant, but reality is often stark. Having a just cause does not guarantee success, and wealth and connections pave the way for smooth sailing."
Lin Feiyang nodded, "Thank you."
Exiting Shi Dikan's office, he found Chen Dongsheng waiting at the door with the backpack.
"Let us go to Tianfeng City," Lin Feiyang stated without hesitation.
Chen Dongsheng's face lit up, but soon turned somber as he remarked, "Secretary Lin, I've heard that Dong Tianbao operates with impunity in Tianfeng City, and even the county struggles to deal with him.
Do you think we can handle this alone? Many within his Tianbao group are former associates from his dark past, and the atmosphere is quite intimidating. If we go, will we even be able to leave on our own 2 feet?" Lin Feiyang raised an eyebrow. "So he is that audacious?"
Chen Dongsheng nodded, "Indeed. I once accompanied Secretary Shi on a visit, and we were surrounded by dozens of his men. Had Secretary Shi not called a deputy director from the city bureau at that moment, I doubt we would have made it out of their company." The memory of that encounter still haunted him. Chapter 13 Demand for repayment. Upon hearing Chen Dongsheng's description, Lin Feiyang could ascertain that Dong Tianbao was indeed no ordinary individual. The fact that even someone as influential as Shi Dikan, who could easily place a call to the deputy director of the municipal bureau, was unable to deal with Dong Tianbao, spoke volumes about the latter's formidable standing. At present, Lin Feiyang felt like a mere figurehead. Even with Chen Dongsheng by his side, they were but mere couriers. How could the two of them possibly confront Dong Tianbao? As Lin Feiyang pondered the means to resolve the matter with Dong Tianbao, his thoughts only grew more convoluted. He finally comprehended why Shi Dikan had been so eager to vacate Broken Gong Town. Had he lingered any longer, the insidious debts of that place would inevitably culminate in disaster. With his departure, even if catastrophe struck, it would no longer pertain to him. Thus, Lin Feiyang realized he was but a scapegoat. Tormented by his predicament, Lin Feiyang pressed forward, for he had no avenue of retreat. Until now, he remained in the dark regarding the identity of his father. His obstinate mother steadfastly refused to divulge any information. However, she had hinted at a vague detail that the man in question held a government position, and not a lowly one at that. This was the very reason Lin Feiyang had chosen to transition into the political arena. He yearned to confront that old man personally and inquire why he had abandoned such a beautiful mother and himself, questioning his manhood and sense of responsibility. Lin Feiyang even fantasized about delivering a slap to his face, for that man had caused his mother endless sorrow. Following the address inscribed on Shi Dikan's note, Lin Feiyang arrived in the urban district of Tiandu City, where Broken Gong Town was situated. Tiandu ranked 4th in GDP among the 12 prefecture-level cities within Beiyang province, neither the best nor the worst. The city's appearance was quite commendable, with towering skyscrapers lining the streets, which were notably spacious. After parking his car less than 2 kilometers from the city center, Lin Feiyang approached a grand building adorned with the gleaming inscription Tianbao Group. He made his way directly to the reception desk and requested an audience with Dong Tianbao. The receptionist, a beautiful young woman, regarded him with surprise and furrowed her brow, inquiring, "What business do you have with our General Dong? Do you have an appointment?" Lin Feiyang replied candidly, "I have come to collect a debt. He owes me 50 million. Upon hearing this, the receptionist's face immediately reflected pity, and she cautioned, "If you are indeed here for a debt collection, an appointment is unnecessary. However, I must warn you that our General Dong has a rather volatile temperament. It would be wise not to provoke him." Lin Feiyang nodded, "You may arrange it as you see fit." The receptionist seemed unfazed by such situations, promptly picked up the intercom, and announced, Presidential office, we have another debt collector here, claiming a debt of 50 million. "Understood, let him come up," came a voice from the intercom, laced with mockery and disdain. Subsequently, the receptionist led Lin Feiyang to the elevator, swiping her access card and instructing, "You may take the elevator directly to the 9th floor, where General Dong and his team are located." As the elevator doors opened, Lin Feiyang stepped out alone, greeted by a spacious hall filled with fitness equipment and recreational facilities. Dozens of people occupied the area, some engaged in card games, others exercising, and a few playing billiards, yet, the moment Lin Feiyang entered the hall, everyone ceased their activities, casting cold, menacing glances in his direction. Even behind him, 7 or 8 individuals surged forth, blocking his path to retreat. At the center of the hall, on a raised platform, sat a man in his 40s with a gleaming bald head, sipping tea while flanked by 4 burly bodyguards on the sofa behind him. In front of him lay a 2-meter-wide staircase. Lin Feiyang advanced toward the high platform, but as he took his first few steps, the man atop the platform suddenly spoke, "You hail from Broken Gong Town?"
"Indeed. I am now the secretary of the town committee of Broken Gong. How did you know?"
Lin Feiyang responded. Taken aback, the man chuckled, "Our Tianbao group has numerous debts, but the only one amounting to 50 million is from Broken Gong Town."
"What is your connection to it? Why didn't Shi Dikun come?" Lin Feiyang coldly inquired, "And who might you be?"
The man grinned, "I am Guo Dihai, the director of General Dong's presidential office. If you wish to see General Dong, you must first pass through me."
"Hasn't Shi Dikun informed you of the debt collection procedure?"
As Guo Dihai's words fell, the crowd began to encroach slowly upon Lin Feiyang, some wielding steel pipes, others baseball bats, pool cues, and even a couple lifting chairs. The atmosphere in the hall turned menacingly hostile. In that instant, Lin Feiyang finally grasped why Shi Dikun had felt compelled to call the deputy director of the municipal bureau. The sight before him could easily instill fear in the heart of any ordinary person, likely rendering them paralyzed with terror before they even laid eyes on Dong Tianbao, for those around him appeared overwhelmingly formidable.
Particularly intimidating were the towering figures of several muscle-bound men, each exceeding
185 meters in height, leaving Lin Feiyang to wonder how he would fare standing beside them, especially considering they held heavy dumbbells in their hands.
Guo Dihai regarded Lin Feiyang with contempt. Over the years, no debt collector had managed to pass his scrutiny and gain an audience with Dong Tianbao. Lin Feiyang merely surveyed the advancing thugs with a bemused expression, maintaining an air of calm and even breaking into a smile. "Well, it seems there are quite a number of you. Pray tell, how might I gain an audience with Dong Tianbao?" Guo Dihai replied with a smirk, "If you wish to meet our General Dong, it's simple, just defeat everyone here, otherwise, you may as well return from whence you came. If Shi Dikun couldn't handle this, what makes you think a mere novice like you can?" At this point, Guo Dihai added with a mocking tone, "But allow me to caution you. If you cannot pass this test, you'll enter standing and leave lying down. In all the years since Tianbao Group's inception, Shi Dikun is the only one to have entered standing and exited the same way. There has been no second." After making this declaration, Guo Dihai reclined back in his chair, propping his legs up and puffing on a cigar, relishing the prospect of witnessing Lin Feiyang's apprehension. However, mere moments later, Guo Dihai's smug expression morphed into shock, then fear. In just 10 minutes, Lin Feiyang ascended the platform, striding confidently toward Guo Dihai behind him. The once menacing thugs lay strewn across the floor, none able to rise. Lin Feiyang reached out, seizing Guo Dihai by the neck, his voice as chilling as if it had emerged from the depths of the abyss. "Now, tell me, where can I find Dong Tianbao?" Guo Dihai's gaze shifted toward the far end of the hall. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a man in his 40s, donned in a tailored suit with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refined sophistication as he entered, clapping his hands. "Ah, what a remarkable secretary of the town committee of Broken Gong. I never anticipated you to be such a hidden master." Lin Feiyang's eyes fell upon this man, who, despite his polished exterior, emanated an aura of danger. Years of battlefield experience had honed Lin Feiyang's instincts, and he deduced that Dong Tianbao was likely involved in grave matters, possessing a nature that was both perilous and cunning. Otherwise, he would not have been able to best someone as arrogant as Shi Dikun. Lin Feiyang chuckled, "I do not presume to be a hidden master, I am merely a humble civil servant. You must be Dong Tianbao. I have come to demand repayment of the debt today. I intend to leave with 50 million plus interest, not a penny less." Dong Tianbao erupted into laughter, his seemingly gentle gaze laced with disdain and mockery. "Money? I have it in abundance, whatever you desire, I can provide, but I fear you will not be able to take it." Lin Feiyang locked eyes with Dong Tianbao, recognizing the condescension in his demeanor. He confidently strode towards Dong Tianbao, positioning himself to tower over him, looking down with a smile. "Dong Tianbao, I have heard from Shi Dikun that your influence runs deep throughout Tiandu City, straddling both legal and illicit realms. Even someone as well connected as you has had to swallow the loss of 50 million, it nearly derailed your political ambitions." Dong Tianbao exhaled a plume of smoke towards Lin Feiyang. "If you are aware, then why subject yourself to this humiliation? I have never repaid a debt in my life." Lin Feiyang appeared unfazed, leisurely pulling out a cigarette, lighting it, and taking a deep drag before blowing the smoke in Dong Tianbao's face. Previously, Dong Tianbao had relished the act of clouding Lin Feiyang with smoke, but now, he found himself choking as Lin Feiyang retaliated with far more potent fumes. After a coughing fit, Lin Feiyang coldly remarked, "Do you think because I am a civil servant, I cannot play dirty while you flout the rules without consequence? Do you believe that my status as a civil servant renders me vulnerable to your powerful connections, so that even within the bounds of legality, you can easily suppress me?" As the smoke dissipated, Dong Tianbao's eyes narrowed, filled with cold malice. "And what of it?" Lin Feiyang smiled slightly. "Since we have laid our cards on the table, let me speak plainly. First, I do not possess the extensive connections that Shi Dikun has. Second, I intend to leave today with 50 million, principal and interest. What do you propose?" Dong Tianbao smirked. Lin Feiyang, if you had any sense, you would return from whence you came. Otherwise, I assure you, one phone call and you will find yourself stripped of your position. Lin Feiyang chuckled. You may possess such influence, but what do you believe my martial prowess to be? How do I compare to your thugs? Dong Tianbao nodded. I cannot deny that you are indeed skilled in combat, however, this is a society governed by law. No matter how formidable your skills, you fear knives and guns. I, on the other hand, require merely a phone call. As he spoke, Dong Tianbao regarded Lin Feiyang with disdain, his confidence radiating from him. Lin Feiyang maintained his composure, looking down at Dong Tianbao as he stated, Dong Tianbao, you may be unaware, but if I, Lin Feiyang, fail to recover this 50 million, I will have no choice but to resign upon my return. Dong Tianbao scoffed, and what relevance does that have to me? Lin Feiyang replied, you may not fully comprehend who I am, Lin Feiyang. While I may serve as the secretary of the town committee and strive to act for the public good, I am, in truth, quite a vengeful individual. Should I find myself dismissed, I will seek ruthless retribution. You will be the architect of my downfall, and thus, I will have nothing to lose, compelling me to come for you. Dong Tianbao laughed heartily. There are many who wish to take revenge on me. I do not fear you. Lin Feiyang remained unperturbed, his voice steady and deliberate. Dong Tianbao, do not rush. Allow me to outline how I shall exact my vengeance. First, should you orchestrate my dismissal, I will ensure you lose everything. I will investigate your relations with all your women and paramours, unearthing their identities one by one. Second, I will scrutinize all your company's major projects, particularly those involving bribery. Third, I specialize in covert strikes. I guarantee that even if the scene is rife with surveillance, no one will be able to ascertain my involvement. At that point, I will consider depriving you of your most cherished abilities, rendering you powerless. Following this, Lin Feiyang listed a total of 12 methods of retaliation. With each method he detailed, Dong Tianbao felt an icy chill creeping down his spine. In that moment, genuine fear gripped him. Though Lin Feiyang appeared perpetually cheerful, the words he uttered were chilling and malevolent, capable of instilling terror even with a single threat, let alone 12. What was most disconcerting was the fact that Lin Feiyang was rational. He could easily have beaten him at that moment but refrained, knowing his current status as secretary of the town committee afforded him a modicum of protection. This young man was far too calculating. Dong Tianbao glared at Lin Feiyang through gritted teeth. Lin Feiyang, aren't you a civil servant? How can your methods be so nefarious? Lin Feiyang smiled. Dong Tianbao, you are mistaken. I have been nothing but courteous in our discourse. As a civil servant, I have yet to engage in any misconduct. None of your men have sustained serious injuries. My earlier actions were merely self-defense, and the surveillance will corroborate this. The 12 methods I just outlined are contingencies I would enact only after my dismissal. As long as I retain my status as a civil servant, my actions will remain above board. However, once that status is stripped away, I will resort to any means necessary. Mark my words. Dong Tianbao scrutinized Lin Feiyang for a long moment before erupting into laughter. Well, Lin Feiyang, you are indeed a remarkable individual. I have traversed these waters for years, yet I have never encountered someone as audacious as you. I concede, your words have swayed me very well. I shall repay Broken Gong Town. Will that suffice? Lin Feiyang gently shook his head. Let us add interest, calculated at the bank's mortgage rate, otherwise, my mood may sour, and I cannot guarantee that I won't resort to one of those methods for a bit of venting. Dong Tianbao, visibly angered, nodded repeatedly, his eyes flashing with menace. Lin Feiyang, the interest is negligible. But do you truly believe you can afford to provoke me over such a trifling sum? Do you know my standing? Lin Feiyang chuckled. I care not for your standing, what I require is survival. I fear not those who walk in shoes while I am barefoot. Fuming, Dong Tianbao retorted, you are audacious. I concede this round, but mark my words, I will repay this grudge, and you shall rue the day. Lin Feiyang replied with a smile, as I stated, my priority is survival. Everything else is secondary. Dong Tianbao was taken aback by Lin Feiyang's greed and his apparent disregard for Dong Tianbao's authority. This time, he was thoroughly incensed. He promptly retrieved his phone and began to type, and once the transfer was complete, he seemed to recall something, slapping his thigh in exasperation. Oh no, how careless of me. Lin Feiyang, I sincerely apologize. I accidentally transferred the funds to your Tianfeng County Treasury account. What a blunder. I've collaborated with your county so often that I inadvertently selected the default transfer recipient. Fortunately, I marked it clearly as a payment to Broken Gong Town. Why don't you retrieve it from the Tianfeng County Treasury office? I am truly swamped with work. As he spoke, a glint of mockery danced in Dong Tianbao's eyes. Lin Feiyang nodded. As long as you confirm that the funds have reached the Tianfeng County Treasury account, I assure you, the day I am dismissed will also be the day I embark on my vendetta against you. Farewell. With that, Lin Feiyang turned to leave. He understood that this was Dong Tianbao's retaliation, and it was the extent of what Dong Tianbao could concede. He could not force Dong Tianbao into a corner. The 12 methods he had outlined, though intimidating, were largely fabrications meant to intimidate, and executing them would be challenging. Thus, he resolved to accept a favorable outcome, for excess could lead to downfall. After Lin Feiyang departed, Dong Tianbao immediately dialed a number, conversing as he walked to his office. Guadihai faintly overheard snippets of the conversation. Old do, I have transferred the outstanding payments owed to Broken Gong Town into your county's treasury account on your behalf. Handle it as you see fit. However, I must warn you, Secretary Lin Feiyang from Broken Gong Town is aware of this, and I suspect he will be seeking you out shortly. Take care of it. With that, Dong Tianbao hung up, a gleam of satisfaction in his eyes as he anticipated his revenge against Lin Feiyang. He knew all too well the nature of Du Jigua.
This man was notorious for feathering his own nest. Moreover, Dong Tianbao had publicly acknowledged that this repayment was made in consideration of Du's influence. This time, he intended to demonstrate to Lin Feiyang why flowers bloom so brightly and why none dared to provoke Dong Tianbao throughout the entirety of Baidu City. For when it came to vengeance, Dong Tianbao showed no mercy. He regarded others as inconsequential. Chapter 14. Hitting a wall. As Lin Feiyang journeyed back to Paluo Town, Du Zhigua, the executive deputy county mayor from Tianfeng County, received yet another text message from Dong Tianbao. The message read, County Mayor Du, moved by your unwavering dedication to the people, I have decided to scrape together resources to repay the debt owed to the citizens of Paluo Town. Please consider how to proceed. Upon reading this message, Du Zhigua, who had been pondering Dong Tianbao's unusual benevolence in returning the entire sum, finally grasped the underlying intent. Dong Tianbao was attempting to wield another's hand to do his dirty work. Clearly, Lin Feiyang had employed some means to compel Dong Tianbao to repay the outstanding amount, yet, Dong Tianbao, unwilling to concede, transferred the funds into the county's finance bureau account. This maneuver would allow Du Zhigua, as the executive deputy county mayor in charge of finance, to determine the allocation of these funds at his discretion. Dong Tianbao aimed to use Du Zhigua to undermine Lin Feiyang's position. Dong Tianbao's message was evidently crafted for Du Zhigua to use as evidence. Should superiors inquire, he could assert that the recovery of the funds was solely his doing, with no involvement from Lin Feiyang. Realizing this, a cold smirk crept across Du Zhigua's lips. Dong Tianbao remained as devious, cunning, and unscrupulous as ever, still capable of inflicting harm without consequence. Previously, Du Zhigua had despised Dong Tianbao's insatiable greed, but now he found himself oddly appreciative. After all, Lin Feiyang had publicly humiliated him during the county's Rural Revitalization Award ceremony, even dragging his son-in-law Zhao Ruiqiang into the spotlight, causing considerable embarrassment. Now, with Lin Feiyang firmly in his sights, Du Zhigua felt a deep-seated animosity. Since Dong Tianbao had unwittingly handed him leverage against Lin Feiyang, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. With this thought in mind, Du Zhigua called the county finance bureau director, Li Qingxiang. Woldly, I heard that Tianbao Group has just transferred 58 million to our county's finance bureau account. Please check if it's been credited. Upon hearing this, the stout, thick-necked Li Qingxiang's eyes lit up like a cat catching a whiff of fish, and he excitedly replied, Understood, I will check immediately. 10 minutes later, Li Qingxiang, brimming with excitement, reported, County Mayor Du, the funds have been credited.
What are your instructions?
Du Zhigua smiled. This sum was acquired through my extensive connections and considerable effort, retrieved from Tianbao Group as repayment for the apple sales owed to the citizens of Paluo Town. As for how to utilize these funds, that will be my prerogative. I have heard that there is a funding shortfall for the Tianfeng Plaza project. Let's allocate 20 million to that first.
The remaining funds cannot be touched without my signature, especially not by Lin Feiyang. Do you understand? Absolutely, rest assured, we will strictly adhere to your directives, County Mayor. After hanging up, Li Qingxiang felt a surge of exhilaration. 20 million was a substantial amount. He promptly dialed another number. Old son, spread the word that our county finance bureau has secured additional off-budget revenue. Encourage the project heads in need of funds to mobilize. Old Li quickly grasped the underlying intent of his superior's instructions, responding, Understood, I will disseminate the information right away. Li Qingxiang smiled with satisfaction. It was only by stirring the funding seekers into action that he, as the finance bureau director, could navigate his role comfortably. 2 hours later, the hallway outside Li Qingxiang's office was crowded with officials seeking to report their work and secure funding. Li Qingxiang sat calmly in his office, welcoming everyone, and just then, the phone rang. It was his office director, Sun Lianhai. Li Qingxiang answered, and Sun Lianhai's voice came through. Director Li, Lin Feiyang is here and requests to see you. I have temporarily instructed the security guard to keep him outside. Li Qingxiang nodded in satisfaction. Well done, tell him I am currently unavailable and won't return until at least tomorrow afternoon. After hanging up, Li Qingxiang felt increasingly at ease. Dismissing Lin Feiyang was a task entrusted to him by County Mayor Du. It was expressly stated that the funds were not to be given to Lin Feiyang. Lin Feiyang soon received Sun Lianhai's message. After listening, his expression grew serious. He had already been waiting outside the finance bureau for over 20 minutes. Having finally connected with the office director, he was dismayed to learn that Director Li Qingxiang was not present. Furrowing his brow, Lin Feiyang turned to Chen Dongsheng, the director of the town committee's office. Old Chen, are you certain your information is accurate? Sun Lianhai specifically mentioned that Li Qingxiang is not in the bureau. Chen Dongsheng scoffed. Secretary Lin, rest assured.
My sources are reliable. Li Qingxiang is indeed in his office, and there are 7 or 8 individuals waiting outside to report their work and request funding. It seems that County Mayor Du Zhigua has acquired a significant amount of off-budget funds, and all the leaders from various townships and departments are scrambling to the finance bureau. Many were turned away, and only a handful managed to get in. I suspect this money is the very sum you recovered from Dong Tianbao. Lin Feiyang's heart sank as he recalled the venomous glare Dong Tianbao had cast upon him when he left Tianbao Group, especially the exaggerated expression he wore when transferring the funds to the county finance bureau account. It was evident that Dong Tianbao was acting with malicious intent. He sought to use the situation to turn Du Zhigua against him. The finance bureau was Du Zhigua's most crucial department, and Li Qingxiang was undoubtedly his trusted ally, which made it all but inevitable that Li Qingxiang would refuse to meet with him. What to do? If he couldn't see Li Qingxiang, he would never reclaim the funds. At that moment, 2 imposing security guards were glaring at Lin Feiyang. Taking a deep breath, he declared, Very well, if Li Qingxiang refuses to adhere to protocol, then I shall not hesitate to disregard reason. With that, he strode forward, determined to enter. The two security guards rushed to block him, but Lin Feiyang deftly incapacitated them with a mere touch, leaving them frozen in place, unable to act, as he and Chen Dongxing swiftly made their way inside. Following Chen Dongxing's directions, Lin Feiyang ascended to the third floor. Upon reaching the director's office, he indeed found a spacious room occupied by 7 or 8 individuals, all clad in suits and exuding an air of authority. As Lin Feiyang entered, a secretary in his 30s glanced up, noticed he was unfamiliar, and promptly returned to his phone, gesturing towards an empty seat without uttering a word. Lin Feiyang smirked, ignoring him entirely, and pushed open the door to the office. The secretary, now flustered, hurried after him, exclaiming, "Who do you think you are? Do you not understand the rules? We are all waiting in line." Lin Feiyang disregarded the secretary entirely, fixing his icy gaze upon the stout figure behind the expansive desk.
"Are you the finance bureau director, Li Qingxiang?" Li Qingxiang frowned, regarding Lin Feiyang with irritation. "And you are? Who permitted you to enter?" At that moment, he was engaged in a discussion with Lu Yubao, the head of the Urban Construction Bureau, the individual he had been eagerly awaiting. The others were merely distractions, meant to obscure his true intentions. He could hardly contain his anger at this unexpected intrusion during such a crucial conversation. Lin Feiyang coldly retorted, "Comrade Li Qingxiang, your conduct is quite appalling. I approached you courteously to follow proper procedures, yet your office director informs me that you are unavailable. While you remain here, preoccupied. It seems you deliberately sought to block me." Raising his voice, Lin Feiyang continued, "Li Qingxiang, if I am not mistaken, the reason these individuals have flocked to your finance bureau is to discuss the 58 million in overdue payments that I, Lin Feiyang, have recovered from Tianbao Group. Li Qingxiang, does your finance bureau possess no sense of moral integrity? Do you even comprehend the nature of these funds? They represent the hard-earned money of the citizens of Paluo Town. They are the proceeds from the sale of apples, funds meant to support their children's education and provide for their family's healthcare. How shameless you all are, descending upon the finance bureau like cats drawn to the scent of fish. Each and every one of you should listen closely. This money is what I, Lin Feiyang, reclaimed from Tianbao Group. Anyone who dares to touch a single cent will face my wrath." Turning to Li Qingxiang, Lin Feiyang demanded, "Director Li Qingxiang, I kindly request that you expedite the transfer of all funds to our finance account in Paluo Town." His tone was decidedly harsh. Li Qingxiang chuckled derisively, his laughter dripping with disdain. "Comrade Lin Feiyang, I won't fault you for your naivety as a newcomer to the political arena. Let me clarify, regardless of the origins of this money, now that it resides in our county's finance bureau account, the allocation of these funds falls under our purview. Without explicit orders from County Mayor Du Jigua, I myself cannot act recklessly. So, spare me your theatrics, they are futile. If you want the money, you must follow the proper channels. Should you fail to adhere to the procedures, you won't see a single cent from me. Do you think this finance bureau is a playground where you, Lin Feiyang, can run amok? Is it a space where you can dictate terms and act imperiously? Get out." As he spoke, Li Qingxiang pointed towards the exit, his demeanor exuding authority and dominance. Although he stood only about 1.62 meters tall and was rather portly, he commanded a certain presence as he delivered these words. The director of the Urban Construction Bureau, Lu Yubao, and the other individuals waiting outside were all taken aback by Li Qingxiang's brazen proclamation. It was utterly audacious. With a resounding smack, a clear handprint suddenly appeared on Li Qingxiang's face. Lin Feiyang, wearing a bright smile, inquired, "Director Li, does your face hurt?" Before Li Qingxiang could respond, another resounding smack echoed through the office, marking the other side of his face with a matching imprint. Lin Feiyang continued to gaze down at Li Qingxiang, a smile gracing his features. "Director Li, does your face hurt?" At this moment, Li Qingxiang was genuinely terrified, shrinking back into his expansive chair, desperately trying to distance himself from Lin Feiyang. His eyes blazed with fury as he hissed, "Lin Feiyang, how dare you strike me? Are you seeking death?" Lin Feiyang retorted with a chilling laugh, "Director Li, allow me to elucidate the reasons for my actions. First, no one may refer to themselves as my superior in my presence, for I am still in the process of discerning who that might be. Those who presume such titles will receive a resounding slap. You have crossed a line. Second, no one can demand that I, Lin Feiyang, vacate this space. That is the most egregious insult to me. While my position may not be lofty, I will not tolerate any affronts to my dignity, not even from the county mayor." As he spoke, Lin Feiyang's gaze bore into Li Qingxiang, filled with a deadly intent that startled him. In that fleeting moment, Li Qingxiang felt the chilling breath of death upon him. Everyone present, including the secretary who had followed him in, Lu Yubao, and the others waiting outside, stood dumbfounded, utterly shocked by Lin Feiyang's audacious display. After all, Li Qingxiang was the finance bureau director, a highly esteemed figure in Tianfeng County. Who would dare to cross him? Some would rather offend a county committee member than provoke Li Qingxiang, for while offending a committee member might leave room for negotiation, crossing Li Qingxiang could result in financial retribution that would jeopardize one's standing within their organization. If your actions caused delays or shortages in financial resources, how could you continue in your position? You couldn't. So, one could offend anyone, but never the finance bureau director. Yet here was a man who had inexplicably emerged from the shadows, daring to slap the finance bureau director and demand money. He must be mad. All eyes were now fixed on Lin Feiyang. The sting on Li Qingxiang's face was palpable. With a cold glare, he seethed, "Lin Feiyang, listen closely. Without a legitimate process, you will not retrieve a single cent from our county finance bureau." This was Li Qingxiang's final stand. Unable to match Lin Feiyang's strength, he could only resort to petty bureaucratic maneuvers to undermine him. Chapter 15. A counterattack. Lin Feiyang's countenance was decidedly grim. He was acutely aware that, following those two slaps, the rift between him and the director of the finance bureau, Li Qingxiang, had likely become irreparable.
Yet, he bore no regrets, for Li Qingxiang had just encroached upon his bottom line, his most resolute principle. Lin Feiyang fixed his gaze upon Li Qingxiang for a full half-minute, the atmosphere in the room reaching a palpable tension, as some began to encircle Li Qingxiang, preparing to shield him from a potential second blow. Ha! Li Qingxiang, you strike me as nothing more than a petty person, a small-minded schemer, but mark my words, if you fail to allocate the funds that rightfully belong to us in Baluo Town today, I will ensure that you come begging to me for their release.
With that, Lin Feiyang turned and departed with an air of nonchalance.
Inside the room, everyone's jaws dropped in disbelief. Lin Feiyang was audacious to the extreme, suggesting that Li Qingxiang would have to plead with him for the disbursement of funds, an idea as fantastical as daydreaming. They all deemed his proclamation mere bluster, devoid of any substance. After Lin Feiyang's exit, Li Qingxiang turned to his secretary and commanded, "Find out who allowed him entry and dismiss them immediately. Furthermore, from this moment forth, no one shall permit Lin Feiyang to set foot in the finance bureau of Tianfeng County henceforth. Any funds related to Baluo Town cannot be disbursed without my explicit signature." His tone carried an icy chill, a clear indication of his intent for retribution. The others present felt a shiver run down their spines. Li Qingxiang's declarations, made in their presence, served both to restore his wounded pride and to serve as a dire warning. Should anyone dare to disclose the events of the day, they would share in the fate of Lin Feiyang in Baluo Town. Curiously, the incident did not spread throughout Tianfeng County in real time. Only the involved parties were privy to the unfolding drama. By the time Lin Feiyang returned to Baluo Town, it was around 4:30 p.m. Upon his arrival, he promptly convened a meeting with the town's leadership. Lin Feiyang surveyed the room and smiled. "Comrades, I have returned with both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" "Let us hear the good news first," Zhao Ruiqiang replied coldly. "The good news is that my trip to Baidu City was remarkably successful. I have recovered the 50 million yuan owed to the citizens of Baluo Town by Dong Tianbao, along with over 8 million in interest. In total, we are looking at 58 million. Lin Feiyang announced. The room fell silent for a moment, then erupted into excitement. 58 million was no trivial sum. Once received, Baluo Town's finances would experience a significant alleviation. Of that amount, 20 million was earmarked to repay loans owed to the bank, and its return would allow for continued borrowing without the burden of interest. Zhao Ruiqiang furrowed his brow and asked, "Secretary Lin, while this good news is indeed exhilarating, what is the bad news?" Lin Feiyang's smile faltered slightly. "The bad news is that this sum has already been transferred to the county's finance account by Dong Tianbao. I went to the finance bureau this afternoon, but Director Li Qingxiang refused to meet with me and insulted me. After I slapped him twice, he declared that unless we ensure procedural justice for our funds, we shouldn't expect to see a single cent. Thus, I returned empty-handed." Zhao Ruiqiang's eyes widened in shock as he gazed at Lin Feiyang, disbelief etched across his face. He could hardly reconcile the composed demeanor of the town secretary with the audacity to slap the head of the finance bureau on his own turf. "Secretary Lin, you cannot be serious," Zhao Ruiqiang exclaimed, still struggling to believe Lin Feiyang's words. "If you doubt me, feel free to verify with Li Qingxiang's secretary or Lu Yubao, the head of the Housing Construction Bureau. There are others in the outer room who are preparing reports, and they likely know of this incident as well," Lin Feiyang replied with a smile. In that moment, Zhao Ruiqiang became fully convinced that Lin Feiyang had indeed struck Li Qingxiang. The others present finally grasped the reality of the situation, witnessing Lin Feiyang's nonchalant attitude as he recounted the events as if discussing trivial matters. Lin Feiyang surveyed the assembly and clapped his hands. "Comrades, wake up! I share this news not to boast about who I've struck but to prepare you for the endless troubles and retaliations we will face from the city and county finance departments. I want everyone to be mentally prepared for the arduous challenges that lie ahead." Upon hearing this, the meeting room erupted in lamentations. "Secretary Lin, this is truly a disaster." "Indeed, Secretary Lin, why provoke the director of the finance bureau? He is the very embodiment of wealth." A chorus of complaints filled the room. Lin Feiyang raised his hand to silence them. "Enough, complaining won't change what has happened. We must continue to operate as usual, especially with that outstanding payment. We must devise a way to recover every last cent." Zhao Ruiqiang shook his head gently. "Secretary Lin, your perspective on government protocol appears misguided. Let me be clear, even if you hadn't clashed with Li Qingxiang, recovering 30 million out of the 58 million would be a remarkable feat given your current predicament with him. It's unlikely we'll see a penny." Lin Feiyang regarded Zhao Ruiqiang with a smile. "Comrade Zhao Ruiqiang, I convened this meeting not to listen to complaints about how difficult our work is but to discuss how we can secure greater benefits for the citizens of Baluo Town."
At this juncture, Lin Feiyang fixed his gaze on Zhao Ruiqiang. "Comrade Zhao Ruiqiang, I've heard you are the son-in-law of Du Zhigua. Is that true?" Zhao Ruiqiang was taken aback. He hadn't expected Lin Feiyang to mention his lineage at such a moment. However, he dismissed it, as most in Baluo Town were aware of his connections. Many were eager to align themselves with him, recognizing his influence. Zhao Ruiqiang did not deny it, merely responding coldly, "That is indeed true, but what does that have to do with this matter?" Lin Feiyang replied with a grin, "As long as that information is accurate, we can leverage it. Comrade Zhao Ruiqiang, since Du Zhigua is your father-in-law and serves as the executive vice-county mayor overseeing the finance bureau, it stands to reason that Director Li Qingxiang would heed his words. Given our connection, why not take advantage of it? Why not approach your father-in-law and request that he personally speak with Li Qingxiang to expedite the disbursement of our funds? It would save us all a great deal of effort." Zhao Ruiqiang expressed his dissatisfaction. "Secretary Lin, you must be jesting. Matters within the political arena are far more complex than you presume. Even though my father-in-law oversees the finance bureau, he cannot simply command Li Qingxiang to act. Moreover, this is an official matter concerning Baluo town. Why should I exploit personal connections for such dealings? If something goes awry, I would be left holding the bag. This is not how things work. Lin Feiyang chuckled, maintaining his gaze on Zhao Ruiqiang. Comrade Zhao Ruiqiang, your words clarify much. It appears that, although your father-in-law is the executive vice-county mayor and oversees the finance bureau, he lacks substantial influence there. It seems that Director Li Qingxiang is closely aligned with the county mayor, thus limiting your father-in-law's sway. If that is the case, I shall refrain from further comment, and will brainstorm alternative strategies together. Zhao Ruiqiang found himself at a loss for words. Lin Feiyang was clearly employing a tactic of provocation. If Zhao Ruiqiang conceded that his father-in-law had little influence over the finance bureau, his standing in Baluo town would surely diminish. The very reason many respected him was his claim that his father-in-law had a close relationship with the county mayor, which could impact numerous decisions. Yet, if he acknowledged his father-in-law's clout, he would be compelled to accept Lin Feiyang's challenge and pursue funding from the county. At that moment, Zhao Ruiqiang felt a pang of frustration, realizing Lin Feiyang had set a trap he could not easily escape. However, Zhao Ruiqiang was unwilling to concede. After a brief pause, he smiled and said, Secretary Lin, your method of provocation is astute. It has indeed placed me in a difficult position. Here is my proposition. I can go to the county and approach my father-in-law to facilitate relations, securing a portion of the funds from the finance bureau. However, I must ask, if I manage to retrieve a portion of the funds, what will happen to the remaining amount? As the leader of Baluo town, you are primarily responsible for the impediments we face in obtaining these funds. What can you do for the citizens of Baluo town? If you only know how to create trouble but cannot deliver results, what purpose does your position as town secretary serve? Zhao Ruiqiang had effectively turned the tables on Lin Feiyang. He had cornered him, presenting him with an untenable choice: either admit incompetence and lose all credibility, or accept Zhao Ruiqiang's terms. Lin Feiyang smiled, appreciating Zhao Ruiqiang's quick wit.
Comrade Zhao Ruiqiang, state your conditions.
Zhao Ruiqiang was taken aback. He anticipated that Lin Feiyang would still be able to smile at such a moment. He too smiled and said, Secretary Lin, I cannot guarantee much, but I can promise to secure at least 12 million from the county. Lin Feiyang interjected, 2 million, not a penny less.
If you can achieve that, I will ensure the remaining 38 million is on me. Surely, Vice-County Mayor Du wouldn't personally intervene just to recover 2 million, would he?
Zhao Ruiqiang was stunned, as were the others in the room. No one had expected Lin Feiyang to counter so decisively just when it seemed Zhao Ruiqiang was gaining the upper hand. Now the tables had turned, and Zhao Ruiqiang found himself in a quandary. He understood that under normal circumstances, 15 million was the maximum he could control. Any more would require the county mayor's intervention. Yet here stood Lin Feiyang, challenging him. Very well, 2 million it is. I can agree to that. However, after I secure the 2 million, when can I expect you to finalize the remaining 38 million?
Zhao Ruiqiang pressed on, unwilling to concede an inch. Lin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then replied, within 1 week of your securing the 2 million, I guarantee that I will recover the remaining 38 million. The timeline cannot be shorter, as I do not have a vice-county mayor as a father-in-law. Agreed. It's a deal. The two shook hands in agreement. The other members of the town committee looked on in disbelief. Their two leaders were proving to be formidable adversaries, each a force to be reckoned with. It seemed that Baluo town was in for quite the spectacle. Chapter 16 Refusal to assist. Zhao Ruiqiang proved to be exceptionally capable. That very evening, his father-in-law, Du Zhigua, drove directly to him, recounting the confrontation between him and Lin Feiyang. Upon hearing the tale, Du Zhigua burst into hearty laughter. Well done, Ruiqiang, you've performed admirably this time. 20 million is no challenge for us. I could secure it with a single phone call. Moreover, Li Qingxiang has already briefed me on this matter, and I share his indignation that Lin Feiyang is utterly arrogant and insufferable. It is high time we teach him a lesson. Your maneuvering has provided us with a perfect opportunity. As he spoke, Du Zhigua continued to slap Zhao Ruiqiang on the shoulder, his satisfaction with his son-in-law reaching near perfection. By that night, the 20 million in goods had already been transferred to the account of Baluo town. Upon confirming the deposit, Zhao Ruiqiang immediately took out his phone and dialed Lin Feiyang as Secretary. Lin, the 20 million I was responsible for has been received. Shouldn't we start counting from today? Within 7 days, the 380 million you are in charge of must arrive. Lin Feiyang could only manage a wry smile. He had not anticipated that Zhao Ruiqiang would secure the 20 million so swiftly. With this thought, he instructed, very well, I assure you, the remaining 380 million will be guaranteed to arrive within 7 days. However, there is one matter I must trouble Mayor Zhao with. Tomorrow morning, you must ensure that Baluo town adheres to the proper procedures and that the financial allocation request is delivered to the desk of Finance Bureau Director Li Qingxiang. If you accomplish this, and the 380 million does not arrive within 7 days, I will resign immediately. Understood, no problem. I promise you, Zhao Ruiqiang replied without hesitation. For him, Lin Feiyang's request was a mere trifle, yet forcing Lin Feiyang to confirm his inability to deliver within 7 days was of utmost importance. Although Zhao Ruiqiang sensed that Lin Feiyang's arrangement held deeper implications, his father-in-law Du Zhigua had already made it clear, regardless of the channels Lin Feiyang pursued, he would not be allowed to access the remaining funds. Moreover, without any background, what channels could Lin Feiyang possibly have? The following morning, upon arriving at work, Zhao Ruiqiang directly tasked the town committee office director, Chen Dongsheng, with managing the matter. He instructed Chen to personally deliver the documents to the Finance Bureau, ensuring they were signed upon receipt and then taken straight to the office of Finance Bureau Director Li Qingxiang. When Chen Dongsheng returned, it was already past 4 p.m., and he first reported to Zhao Ruiqiang's office. Zhao Ruiqiang nodded. Good, please relay to old Chen that you should visit Lin Feiyang's office and inform him that everything has been carried out as per his request, and convey my hope that he will honor his commitment. Chen Dongsheng arrived at Lin Feiyang's office, wearing a wry smile as he recounted the events, then stated, Secretary Lin, I fear Zhao Ruiqiang may have dug a substantial pit for you. His connections at the County Finance Bureau are remarkably robust. A mere phone call can sway even the deputy director. Although we have followed the proper procedures, if Li Qingxiang does not sign off, we will not see a single cent of that money. Lin Feiyang chuckled lightly. No worries, I am fully aware of the situation. Chen Dongsheng sighed, shaking his head as he departed. He had a premonition that Lin Feiyang might struggle to overcome this obstacle. In the ensuing days, Zhao Ruiqiang made it a point to check in at the town's finance office each day, confirming whether the funds had arrived, then disseminating this information widely.
Initially, there was little reaction, but by the third and fourth days, Baluo town was abuzz with rumors of Lin Feiyang's impending downfall at the hands of Zhao Ruiqiang. Many speculated that Lin Feiyang would inevitably leave Baluo town in disgrace.
After all, it was improbable that one could offend both municipal and county leaders without repercussions. By the fifth day, the grapevine was rife with speculation, even suggesting that Lin Feiyang had personally visited Li Qingxiang's home the previous night, pleading at his doorstep for the full allocation of the remaining 380 million, only to be met with several slaps and ordered to leave. From that day forth, as Lin Feiyang walked through the town committee courtyard, many began to avoid him. Even the ordinary staff members averted their gazes, fearful of being singled out. Lin Feiyang had learned of these rumors through Chen Dongsheng, yet remained unfazed. He maintained his composure. By the sixth afternoon, nearly everyone in town had lost faith in Lin Feiyang. Even before the end of work hours, Zhao Ruiqiang had already gathered a few close associates from the town committee and driven out of Baluo town to celebrate and drink in the county. With about an hour remaining until the workday concluded, the town committee courtyard had fallen eerily quiet, as most staff had slipped away. Why linger when Mayor Zhao and so many leaders had departed? Remaining behind seemed pointless. Better to head home and enjoy some comfort. At that moment, the office on the second floor was knocked upon. Lin Feiyang opened the door to find Discipline Inspection Committee member Chao Zhenfeng standing at the threshold. With a smile, Lin Feiyang welcomed him. Comrade Zhao, please come in. Chao Zhenfeng closed the door behind him, and once seated, he looked at Lin Feiyang with a grin. Secretary Lin, tomorrow marks the 7th day as per your agreement with Mayor Zhao. Everyone in the town committee courtyard believes you will face a dismal defeat. Why do you remain so calm? Lin Feiyang replied with a smile. How others perceive the situation is their own affair.
I cannot influence it.
Chao Zhenfeng's brow furrowed slightly. Evidently, he was dissatisfied with Lin Feiyang's response. He cleared his throat and said, Secretary Lin, you are a rare leader who wholeheartedly serves the public. I do not wish for you to leave, especially from Baluo town, which has endured too much turmoil over the years. The people's hearts are scattered. We require a strong leader to unify them, and I believe that leader is you.
Lin Feiyang regarded Chao Zhenfeng with surprise.
He had not anticipated such praise amidst what appeared to be a crisis. Sensing Lin Feiyang's confusion, Chao Zhenfeng continued, in Baluo town, not everyone is oblivious and many are aware of Zhao Ruiqiang's schemes. Though he graduated from a prestigious university, his character is excessively self-serving and opportunistic. Everything he does is for personal gain and advancement. If such a person were to lead Baluo town, it would not be a blessing for the citizens, but rather a calamity. I do not wish for him to succeed.
Are you willing to assist me?
Lin Feiyang asked, astonished by Chao Zhenfeng's implications. Chao Zhenfeng fixed his gaze on Lin Feiyang for a full half-minute before hesitantly responding, if you can guarantee that within 2 years, you will lead Baluo town to become a true model of rural revitalization, I am willing to help you.
Can you help me secure that 380 million?
Lin Feiyang was now truly shocked. Chao Zhenfeng smiled slightly, as long as you promise you can accomplish it, I am willing to assist.
Chao Zhenfeng did not provide a definitive answer, yet Lin Feiyang could discern his confidence and assurance.
This indicated that the seemingly modest Chao Zhenfeng possessed significant connections, enabling him to reach into the county finance bureau. Such self-assurance suggested a formidable network, as one does not easily express such intentions without solid backing.
Lin Feiyang smiled. Are you not concerned that I might fail to fulfill my promise?
Chao Zhenfeng shook his head with a smile. You, Lin Feiyang, are capable of achieving what even Shi Dikan and the county leaders could not, reclaiming that 580 million from the grasp of the notorious Dong Tianbao. This illustrates that you are resourceful, astute, and ambitious. Otherwise, you would not risk offending someone like Dong Tianbao for your own interests. This is precisely why Shi Dikan could not resolve this issue. In truth, with his connections, he could have persuaded Dong Tianbao to comply, but he hesitated to offend someone of Dong Tianbao's stature for the sake of Baluo's citizens. Thus, he was unable to secure the funds and chose to escape Baluo town after constructing 2 performance projects over 2 years. Lin Feiyang extended his hand with a smile, saying, Comrade Chao Zhenfeng, thank you for your trust. Rest assured, tomorrow, when Municipal Secretary Zhu Junlong arrives in Tianfeng County for an inspection, everything will be resolved.
Chao Zhenfeng was momentarily taken aback. Secretary Lin, how does Secretary Zhu's visit to Tianfeng County relate to your funding issue?
I previously observed that several individuals from Zhao Ruiqiang's camp had gone to the county, likely concerning this matter. However, the county did not notify you to participate in this inspection.
They are clearly wary of you.
Lin Feiyang chuckled. Just because they have barred me from Tianfeng County does not mean I cannot arrange for Zhu Julong to come to Baluo town.
Chao Zhenfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. You have a way to bring Zhu Julong to Baluo town?
You must be joking, the itinerary of a municipal secretary is meticulously planned, and the chances of last-minute changes are slim. Moreover, even if he were to come, how would you approach him?
Can he truly intervene in such a minor issue?
Lin Feiyang smiled. Old Chow, you are astute, yet at times rather conventional. Remember, nothing in this world is absolute. For someone like me, with no connections or background, I must seize every opportunity, even if it presents only a 1 in 10,000 chance. I will exert 120% effort. Chao Zhenfeng had not anticipated that, despite clearly indicating he could assist Lin Feiyang with the 380 million, Lin would decline his help in favor of pursuing his own nebulous path, one with seemingly minimal odds of success. Taking a deep breath, Chao Zhenfeng fixed his gaze on Lin Feiyang and declared, Secretary Lin, should you manage to resolve this matter through your own efforts, Chao Zhenfeng will stand by your side.
From now on, I will follow your lead.
In his excitement, Chao Zhenfeng uttered words he himself could scarcely believe. He had always been a maverick, one who had rendered even the previous secretary, Shi Dikun, unable to sway him, who could only resort to a strategy of appeasement. Yet today, he found himself captivated by Lin Feiyang's unwavering confidence and charismatic presence. He had never admired or respected anyone as he did Lin Feiyang at this moment. Thus, he was stirred to declare a sentiment that would become a lifelong boast. Unbeknownst to him, this statement would yield rewards for a lifetime. He had no inkling of the immense potential that this seemingly impoverished individual would soon unleash, shining with brilliance beyond imagination. Chapter 17, the article that stirred the waters. Chao Zhenfeng departed, having offered no assistance to Lin Feiyang. However, his demeanor left Lin Feiyang in a state of exhilaration, for he had finally discovered a kindred spirit in the town of Paluo. He cared not for Chao Zhenfeng's background. What mattered to him was the sincere patriotism that resided in Chao's heart. The seventh day arrived early in the morning. Lin Feiyang entered his office and received a call from Zhao Ruiqiang. Secretary Lin, today marks the 7th day, and the promised 38 million has yet to be deposited. What do you say? Are you going to fulfill your promise or resign outright? Zhao's tone was laced with excitement and smugness. He was now but a step away from the position of secretary of the Paluo Town Committee, hence his urgency. Lin Feiyang merely smiled faintly. Comrade Zhao Ruiqiang, do not be so hasty. It is true today is the 7th day, but it is not yet over, is it? Before nightfall, should the 38 million not arrive, I shall honor my commitment. Zhao Ruiqiang nodded, somewhat displeased. Well, I hope Secretary Lin does not forget your promise. After hanging up, Zhao felt a twinge of dissatisfaction but held it in, for in 2 hours, Municipal Secretary Zhu Junlong was scheduled to visit Tianfeng County for an investigation. This time, Zhu's focus would be on rural revitalization efforts. Zhao Ruiqiang had been selected as a representative of Paluo Town to join the welcoming committee, and at that moment, all participants were gathered for a meeting at the county committee, where the county mayor emphasized relevant discipline and numerous details regarding the upcoming visit. Meanwhile, within the municipal compound of Baidu City, Secretary Zhu Junlong was packing his belongings in preparation for departure. The vehicle designated for the investigation was already waiting. Just then, Municipal Secretary General Hao Guoliang entered, holding his phone. Secretary Zhu, last night, Paluo Town in Tianfeng County suddenly trended on social media.
Zhu Junlong frowned slightly. Is that the Paluo Town recently designated as a negative example? Why did it make the trending list?
Hao Guoliang handed his phone to Zhu Junlong, saying, Secretary Zhu, the reason Paluo Town has surged in popularity is due to an article published by the town committee secretary Lin Feiyang, titled The Path of Breakthrough for Negative Examples in Rural Revitalization. In this article, Lin Feiyang enumerates various instances of deceit in so-called model projects for rural revitalization and the hubris of certain leaders. He even directly points out that rural revitalization has, in some cases, been treated by certain leaders as a mere political achievement, which greatly tarnishes the efforts in this area. He argues that although Paluo Town has been labeled a negative example, he does not feel ashamed, rather, he takes pride in it, as it signifies their integrity. Furthermore, he acknowledges the genuine developmental delays faced by Paluo Town but expresses confidence in achieving a true rebirth within 2 years. He also states that the day Paluo Town emerges from its cocoon will be the day he publicly refutes those fraudulent model projects. At that time, he intends to list all instances of deceitful model projects throughout Tianfeng County. Upon hearing this, Zhu Junlong's eyes widened in astonishment. Lin Feiyang's article was audacious indeed. He nearly pointed a finger at the county leaders, accusing them of perpetuating deceit in their so-called model projects. After reading Lin Feiyang's article thoroughly, Zhu Junlong nodded gently. Lin Feiyang's writing is eloquent, the data is meticulous, and the arguments are compelling. It seems the issues of deceit in the rural revitalization projects in Tianfeng County are quite severe. However, according to the previous report from Comrade Chen Mingli, Tianfeng County's rural revitalization efforts are leading the city.
There exists a profound divergence in viewpoints between the two.
He continued, let us alter our itinerary for this inspection. Instead of the county committee compound, we shall head directly to Paluo Town. I wish to meet this audacious town committee secretary. Zhu Junlong's declaration left Hao Guoliang dumbfounded. Secretary Zhu, the previous arrangements have already been communicated to Tianfeng County. Then we shall notify them anew. If Lin Feiyang's claims hold true, then all previously arranged plans are rendered meaningless. Zhu Junlong replied sternly. Hao Guoliang managed a wry smile before promptly exiting to make the necessary arrangements. Meanwhile, in Tianfeng County, the county committee leadership had just concluded their meeting, deploying all tasks. As County Secretary Ma Yuanxiang announced the adjournment, County Office Director Liang Peifeng suddenly received a call from Hao Guoliang, informing him of the abrupt changes to Secretary Zhu Junlong's itinerary. Liang Peifeng was instantly taken aback. Seeing the others prepare to leave, he hastily interjected, everyone, please hold on, there is a significant development. The group paused, intrigued. Liang Peifeng, with a rueful smile, continued, I have just received a notification from the Municipal Committee Secretary Zhu has personally approved a revision of the itinerary. All previous plans have been cancelled. Secretary Zhu's first stop will be Paluo Town, where he will personally conduct an investigation and hear a work report from Town Committee Secretary Lin Feiyang. Upon hearing this, many were left speechless. Only County Secretary Ma Yuanxiang raised an eyebrow, a flicker of amusement briefly crossing his face before he quickly composed himself. County Mayor Niu Liyong, however, was displeased. Old Liang, is the municipal committee joking? We have prepared for several days for Secretary Zhu's visit, and now we are told all prior arrangements are scrapped. How are we to explain this to those below? What has prompted such a drastic change? Liang Peifeng sighed. I inquired briefly. The Secretary General did not elaborate. He merely suggested we look online at the trending topics. Soon enough, all the county committee leaders pulled out their phones to check. It didn't take long for them to notice Paluo Town and Lin Feiyang's names atop the trending list. Once they finished reading, the meeting room fell into an eerie silence. After a lengthy pause, Niu Liyong slammed his palm on the table. Outrageous, utterly outrageous. Lin Feiyang is openly challenging us. He is publicly criticizing Paluo Town. Secretary Ma, I believe such a cadre should be dismissed immediately. He is bringing disgrace upon Tianfeng County. Ma Yuanxiang, having read Lin Feiyang's article with care, did not exhibit the fury displayed by Niu Liyong. Instead, a hint of appreciation flickered in his eyes. Responding to Niu Liyong, he said calmly, let us wait until Secretary Zhu's investigation concludes before making any decisions.
Niu Liyong sighed in resignation.
By now, Zhu Juelong's vehicle had set off, explicitly intending to visit Paluo Town and meet Lin Feiyang. It was too late for any thoughts of dismissing Lin Feiyang. At the very least, such actions could only be considered after Secretary Zhu's inspection. Subsequently, Liang Peifeng busied himself, arranging a bus to transport all county committee leaders and accompanying personnel to Paluo Town. In Lin Feiyang's office, Town Office Director Chen Dongsheng was on the phone liaising with the outside world. Once he confirmed that the county committee's vehicle had departed, he turned to Lin Feiyang. Secretary Lin, the county committee's special vehicle is on its way. Lin Feiyang nodded, retrieving his phone to call County Finance Bureau Director Li Qingxiang. Director Li, this is Lin Feiyang.
Upon hearing Lin Feiyang's voice, Li Qingxiang's expression darkened, as if he were experiencing a phantom pain.
Since assuming the role of Finance Bureau Director, he had been accustomed to being revered and coddled by his subordinates, even receiving a measure of respect from county committee members. Yet, here was Lin Feiyang, a mere town committee secretary, daring to slap him across the face. This was a wound that would never heal. Li Qingxiang replied coldly, we have nothing to discuss.
If you want to retrieve that money, we must meet in person.
Lin Feiyang chuckled directorly, let us not be hasty in ending this call. I merely wish for you to convey a message to Deputy County Head Du Zhigua. Please inform him that in 1 to 2 hours, Municipal Secretary Zhu Junlong will be visiting Paluo Town. I hope both you and he can ensure that all remaining funds, which rightfully belong to Paluo Town, are transferred in full before Secretary Zhu's arrival. Otherwise, when Secretary Zhu arrives, I shall demand them directly from Deputy County Head Du. Honestly, I do not wish to appear narrow-minded before Secretary Zhu, nor do I want to embarrass the leaders of Tianfeng County. However, if you insist on choking us, I will be left with no option but to fight back, for this inspection may be my final opportunity. Li Qingxiang's eyes widened in shock. While he knew Lin Feiyang was audacious, he had not anticipated such boldness, demanding funds during the secretary's investigation.
Lin Feiyang, are you out of your mind?
Li Qingxiang exclaimed, his face a mask of fury.
Lin Feiyang scoffed, if I am indeed insane, it is your actions that have driven me to it. Directorly, remember this, if I do not receive a response from you within 10 minutes, I shall assume my demands have been rejected by Du Zhigua. With that, Lin Feiyang hung up, his tone assertive. Li Qingxiang had no choice but to call Du Zhigua upon hearing the message. Du Zhigua chuckled coldly, do not pay attention to this madman, let him make a scene. If he dares to escalate matters to the municipal secretary, I will ensure he pays dearly for it. His confidence stemmed from 2 text messages sent personally by Dong Tianbao, his evidence. This was the proof that the funds were rightfully his to reclaim. Once more, he checked his phone, thinking to himself, Lin Feiyang, this time, I will ensure you never rise again. Chapter 18. Exceeding authority and complaints. 20 minutes later, Lin Feiyang had yet to receive a call from Li Qingxiang, leading him to surmise that Du Zhigua had no intention of yielding regarding the financial matter at hand. This implied that Du Zhigua must possess some form of leverage, suggesting that the unscrupulous Dong Tianbao might be scheming behind the scenes. Upon this realization, Lin Feiyang couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle.
Time passed swiftly, and over an hour later, the county committee leadership arrived at Paluo Town. Lin Feiyang courteously welcomed everyone, and after they spent more than half an hour in a small conference room, they proceeded to the entrance of the town committee courtyard to greet the arrival of Municipal Party Secretary Zhu Junlong. Zhu Junlong appeared to be in his 50s, tall and imposing, standing only a few centimeters shorter than Lin Feiyang. His square face exuded a powerful aura as he stood there. Upon disembarking from his vehicle, County Party Secretary Ma Yuanxiang immediately approached with several county committee members, leaving Lin Feiyang and the leaders of Paluo Town to observe from a distance. After Zhu Junlong exchanged handshakes with Ma Yuanxiang and others, he scanned the surroundings with a smile and inquired, which one of you is Comrade Lin Feiyang? Lin Feiyang smiled and replied, Secretary Zhu, I am Lin Feiyang. Zhu Junlong approached with a smile and extended his hand, saying, Comrade Lin Feiyang, I didn't expect you to be so young. After this, Zhu Junlong smiled and addressed the surrounding crowd. You may find this hard to believe, but I altered my itinerary to conduct research in Tianfeng County specifically because I read an article written by Comrade Lin Feiyang, which sparked significant discussion online. This piece clearly demonstrates that although Comrade Lin Feiyang is young, he possesses a genuine concern for the nation and its people. Thus, I have come, not only have I come, but I have also invited these experts from the Municipal Party Committee's Policy Research Office to engage in meaningful dialogue with you and hear your insightful opinions. Everyone discerned that Zhu Junlong's words were merely conventional pleasantries.
However, no one anticipated that Lin Feiyang would unexpectedly respond, Secretary Zhu, before engaging in discussions with you and the esteemed experts, may I first request a signature from our Deputy County Head Du Zhigua? This would facilitate the timely transfer of the 38 million yuan owed to the citizens of Paleo Town, funds that the County Finance Bureau has deliberately withheld. If this matter remains unresolved, not only will our entire administrative unit in Paleo Town be unable to function normally, but hundreds of teachers in our town have also had their salaries delayed for a year and a half. Surely, we cannot expect these educators, deprived of their wages, to power their classrooms solely out of love. Upon concluding his statement, Lin Feiyang gazed earnestly at Zhu Junlong. At that moment, Zhu Junlong appeared somewhat bewildered. As the municipal party secretary, he had witnessed countless situations, yet he had never encountered one quite as bizarre as this: an obscure town committee secretary demanding overdue funds from the executive deputy county head right before his eyes. It was evident that the relationship between Lin Feiyang and Du Zhigua was exceedingly tense, and that the county finance department was indeed obstructing the release of 38 million yuan owed to Paleo Town. Recognizing this, Zhu Junlong subtly sensed the underlying issues but maintained a calm demeanor, responding coolly, "You should resolve your own matters." Lin Feiyang nodded and smiled at Du Zhigua, saying, "Deputy County Head Du, I have a peculiar habit. When I am unable to resolve issues that concern me, I find myself unable to sleep, plagued by insomnia. During these sleepless nights, I often channel my frustrations into writing articles. I never anticipated that an article I penned last night, fueled by my insomnia, would gain such traction and even make its way to the top of the trending charts. Deputy County Head Du, would you kindly consider the plight of the over 300 teachers in Paleo Town who have been denied their wages for a year and a half? For the sake of ensuring the smooth operation of our administrative unit, could you please facilitate the complete allocation of the remaining 38 million yuan from the Tianbao Group to Paleo Town?" Du Zhigua was taken aback by Lin Feiyang's emotional appeal. He noted Zhu Junlong's brow furrowing and the growing discontent in his gaze. Hastily, he interjected, "Secretary Zhu, Comrade Lin Feiyang is speaking nonsense. The Tianbao Group indeed owes Paleo Town 58 million yuan, and this sum has already been transferred to Tianfeng County's financial account. However, this money is not something Lin Feiyang has reclaimed. It is the result of my arduous efforts. We have already allocated 20 million yuan to Paleo Town, and the remaining funds are earmarked for other initiatives to advance our rural revitalization strategy." Comrade Lin Feiyang's self-serving actions, driven by his own political ambitions, are a disgraceful distortion of truth.
As he spoke, Du Zhigua took out his phone and displayed two text messages sent by Dong Tianbao, stating, "Secretary Zhu, please take a look at these messages from Dong Tianbao. They clearly indicate that Dong Tianbao, moved by my efforts to recover the 58 million yuan owed to Paleo Town, ultimately agreed to release the funds. Lin Feiyang has no claim to this money whatsoever." After reviewing the messages, Zhu Junlong felt a sense of confusion, as it was evident from the texts that Du Zhigua was not lying. Dong Tianbao had indeed indicated that the funds were released due to Du Zhigua's persistence. Zhu Junlong then turned his gaze to Lin Feiyang, asking, "Comrade Lin Feiyang, how do you explain these messages?" Lin Feiyang glanced at the phone and then smiled at Du Zhigua, inquiring, "Deputy County Head Du, do you happen to know how much the Tianbao Group owes Paleo Town?" 58 million. Du Zhigua replied without hesitation. Lin Feiyang then directed his gaze at Zhu Junlong, stating, "Secretary Zhu, Deputy County Head Du is mistaken. The amount owed by the Tianbao Group to Paleo Town is actually 50 million, with the additional 8 million being the interest I negotiated with Dong Tianbao. The interest was calculated based on the mortgage loan rate. If you wish, you may have someone verify this." Upon hearing this, Du Zhigua was momentarily taken aback, as he was unaware of the specifics of the situation. Zhu Junlong observed the flicker of confusion in Du Zhigua's eyes, raising an eyebrow and asking, "Lin Feiyang, do you have anything further to add?" Lin Feiyang nodded, "Secretary Zhu, I will refrain from commenting on the contents of the messages on Deputy Du's phone for now. I would, however, like to inquire about the actions of our former town committee secretary, Shi Dikan, during his tenure. Despite multiple attempts to recover funds from Qianlong Group, he ultimately achieved nothing. Furthermore, with the help of the county, Shi Dikan engaged in legal proceedings against the Tianbao Group. Although he won the case, the funds were never recovered, and no judicial enforcement was successful. Therefore, Deputy County Head Du, when Shi Dikan was in office, and the funds remained overdue for 3 years despite various efforts to reclaim them, what does that indicate? It suggests that Dong Tianbao had no intention of repaying you. As for the notion that he was moved by your words to return the money, that is preposterous. Would someone who has already resolved to be a deadbeat be swayed by your rhetoric? Why was it that after my visit to the Tianbao Group, the funds were promptly transferred to Tianfeng County's account?" Du Zhigua scoffed, "Comrade Lin Feiyang, the messages on the phone speak for themselves. The evidence is irrefutable. And no matter how many hypothetical scenarios you concoct, they hold no weight without proof." Lin Feiyang sighed, "Deputy County Head Du, I can assure you that the messages on your phone were deliberately sent by Dong Tianbao as part of his scheme to manipulate you against me. He intends to undermine my position, as I pried this money from him through sheer determination. He is exceedingly displeased with me but lacks the courage to confront me directly, opting instead to use you as a pawn. I trust you have already communicated with him. He must have instructed or alluded to you that the funds must remain withheld from Paleo Town, am I correct?
As he spoke, Lin Feiyang's piercing gaze remained fixed on Du Zhigua.
Internally, Du Zhigua felt a surge of panic, yet he maintained a facade of calm, responding coldly, Lin Feiyang, these are merely your unsubstantiated claims, lacking credibility. I have concrete evidence. Lin Feiyang sighed once more, abruptly turning his attention to Zhu Junlong, Secretary Zhu. Since Deputy Du has placed such emphasis on the notion of irrefutable evidence, I would like to request something from you.
What is it? Secretary Zhu, if I can present undeniable evidence proving that this money is indeed mine to reclaim, would it not imply that Deputy Du has lied? Furthermore, considering that Deputy Du and the County Finance Department have consistently withheld these funds from Paleo Town, could this not be interpreted as Comrade Guo Jiwu colluding in wrongdoing? Shouldn't the municipal committee impose a significant penalty for his deceitful conduct, which undermines leadership and suppresses subordinates? Zhu Julong, furrowing his brow, glanced at Du Zhigua and then back at Lin Feiyang without giving a direct answer. He merely asked, Lin Feiyang, are you certain you can provide such evidence? Lin Feiyang nodded, producing his phone and smiling at Du Zhigua. Deputy County Head Du, when I present the evidence, please do not claim that you were merely a pawn of Dong Tianbao. You know full well that this money is not yours to claim, yet you insist on presenting it as your achievement. This has been a calculated collaboration between you and Dong Tianbao. I am unaware of your past dealings, but this time, you have crossed a line. At this moment, Du Zhigua's expression turned awkward, as Lin Feiyang had effectively preempted his planned escape route. He had intended to deflect blame onto Dong Tianbao once he found himself at a loss for words, but Lin Feiyang had thwarted that strategy. Observing the unfolding situation, County Secretary Ma Yuanxiang stepped forward, addressing Du Zhigua, Comrade Du Zhigua, it would be wise to cease this charade before you lose all credibility. Perhaps you should expedite the return of Paleo Town's funds. Ma Yuanxiang had remained an observant bystander throughout, and with his astuteness, he had recognized that Lin Feiyang was skillfully manipulating Du Zhigua.
Du Zhigua, believing that his possession of the two text messages granted him immunity, was now faced with inevitable defeat in Ma Yuanxiang's eyes. Thus, he stepped in to offer Du Zhigua a way out. At this juncture, Du Zhigua was already in a state of panic. Perceiving the unwavering calm on Lin Feiyang's face, however, he found himself at a crossroads, with no path of retreat available. Particularly, he could not accept the lifeline offered by County Secretary Ma Yuanxiang, nor did he believe that Lin Feiyang possessed any evidence. With a cold smile, Du Zhigua said, Lin Feiyang, if you have evidence, then present it.
Do not keep it hidden.
Chapter 19 The Letter of Commitment. Lin Feiyang observed Du Zhigua's indomitable spirit and smiled faintly. He took out his mobile phone and remarked playfully, Comrade Du Zhigua, do you know how I managed to persuade Dong Tianbao? Allow me to enlighten you today. After finishing his words, Lin Feiyang pressed the play button, and their conversation resonated through the device. Once the playback concluded, Lin Feiyang flashed a grin towards Du Zhigua, saying, apologies, but I had to cut out the earlier part of the recording, which contained my persuasive dialogue with Dong Tianbao. However, I trust that the subsequent content will allow Secretary Zhu and everyone present to deduce that the 58 million yuan in goods that Comrade Du Zhigua claims he is reclaiming is, in fact, the effort of me, Lin Feiyang. Moreover, Dong Tianbao intentionally transferred this sum to the county's financial account, aiming to make things exceedingly difficult for me through his connections with familiar county leaders. He even refused to allocate this money to our broken Gong town. This is Dong Tianbao's act of vengeance. Little did I expect that Comrade Du Zhigua would serve as a pawn in Dong Tianbao's hand, with the barrel aimed inward, targeting his own comrades. As the recording ended, Du Zhigua was left utterly astounded, and the surrounding individuals were equally taken aback. No one had anticipated that Lin Feiyang had recorded his conversation with Dong Tianbao. This evidence was far more compelling than the two text messages from Du Zhigua. At that moment, County Party Secretary Ma Yuanxiang merely cast a cold glance at Du Zhigua, shaking his head slightly, his eyes brimming with disdain and dissatisfaction. Just then, Lin Feiyang lifted his gaze towards Zhu Junlong, saying, Secretary Zhu, I have finished playing the recording. I believe you must have a clearer understanding now. Can the Ningkang Municipal Committee impose a penalty on Du Zhigua? Otherwise, I shall remain aggrieved. Comrade Du, consider this. I painstakingly extracted this sum from Dong Tianbao, yet, Comrade Du Zhigua shamelessly claims credit, colluding with Dong Tianbao, and with the direct involvement of County Finance Director Li Qingxiang. If it weren't for our town's mayor, Song Ruichang, being Comrade Du's son-in-law, we might not have even had a chance at the already allocated 20 million. Secretary Zhu, over 300 teachers in Broken Gong Town have been deprived of their wages for a year and a half, and many civil servants have not received their salaries for 2 or 3 months. This 58 million is the hard-earned money of the common people, yet, County Director Du and the Finance Bureau are withholding these funds, even attempting to misappropriate them for some so-called rural revitalization strategy. In my view, they are merely wielding a feather as if it were a sword. They show no concern for the plight of the common folk. As Lin Feiyang spoke, County Mayor Niu Liang interjected, attempting to mediate, Comrade Lin Feiyang, your words may be a bit excessive. Comrade Du Zhigua is considering the overall situation of the county party and government. You focus solely on the issues of Broken Gong Town, neglecting the broader context of the county's work. Without hesitation, Lin Feiyang retorted, as a town committee secretary, I must speak and act from the perspective of our town. This money is the lifeblood of our citizens. I must ensure that every last penny is returned to them. Does the deputy county mayor in charge of finance have the right to squander the hard-earned money of the people on other projects?
Niu Liang attempted to say more, but Zhu Junlong calmly interjected, some of Comrade Lin Feiyang's statements hold merit.
Indeed, Comrade Du Jigua has overstepped in this incident. He shall receive a warning, and the Finance Bureau Director will be reprimanded for his failure to fulfill his responsibilities. If furthermore, the remaining 38 million must be transferred to the account of Broken Gong Town before the end of today.
Lin Feiyang, are you satisfied with this resolution?
Lin Feiyang promptly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Secretary Zhu, for upholding fairness and justice. Zhu Junlong smiled slightly. Comrade Lin Feiyang, the necessary penalties have been imposed.
Now, we should discuss your article. In your writing, you stated your intention to expose all instances of fraud within the rural revitalization model projects in Tianfeng County. Are you prepared to disclose them now?
I am eager to know which projects in Tianfeng County have engaged in fraudulent activities. Upon hearing this, Du Jigua felt a chill run down his spine. Compared to the 38 million in withheld funds, the fraudulent activities concerning rural revitalization projects were his greatest concern.
If Lin Feiyang were to expose this matter, he would be in serious trouble. County Mayor Niu Liang cast a worried glance at Lin Feiyang, and even County Party Secretary Ma Yuanxiang's gaze turned towards him. Under the scrutiny of everyone, Lin Feiyang smiled faintly. Secretary Zhu, I have made it abundantly clear in my article. I will only disclose the full list once Broken Gong Town has successfully transformed its negative image and truly become a leading model for rural revitalization in Tianfeng County.
Zhu Junlong looked at Lin Feiyang with a hint of surprise.
He understood that if Lin Feiyang were to reveal this list now, he could certainly use it to impose even harsher penalties on Du Jigua, providing Lin Feiyang with a sense of vindication. However, he did not anticipate that Lin Feiyang would refuse. Zhu Junlong nodded slightly. Very well, since you say so, I will not press you, and nevertheless, based on the information I have received, it is evident that Tianfeng County has indeed engaged in fraudulent activities concerning rural revitalization model projects. Therefore, I have decided that Tianfeng County shall not participate in this year's evaluation for the city's Advanced County Award for Rural Revitalization. Additionally, recognizing that Comrade Lin Feiyang, the town committee secretary, is diligent, pragmatic, and hardworking, successfully reclaiming the long overdue payments owed to the people, an accompanying reward of 8 million yuan will be granted to encourage your efforts. I am eager to see how Broken Gong Town will triumph in overcoming its challenges. At this point, Zhu Junlong surveyed the crowd, stating, as for the investigation into Broken Gong Town, I find it entirely unnecessary. Comrade Lin Feiyang's performance has already proven everything. Let us proceed to the next site for inspection. With that, Zhu Junlong led the group away, not even entering the offices of Broken Gong Town. At this moment, although Zhu Junlong had departed and even praised Lin Feiyang, his expression was far from pleasant. Being a discerning figure, he understood that he had been manipulated by Lin Feiyang, yet he found himself unable to express his frustration. His reward to Lin Feiyang was a means to slap Tianfeng County in the face, a reflection of his deep dissatisfaction with its performance. This was the only way to convey his sentiments. After Zhu Junlong's departure, Du Jigua turned directly to Ma Yuanxiang, saying, Secretary Ma, you have seen for yourself that Comrade Lin Feiyang lacks any sense of the bigger picture. His sole focus is on Broken Gong Town and his own achievements. He has jeopardized our opportunity to compete for the city's Advanced County Award for Rural Revitalization, which is a tremendous loss for us. Secretary Ma, I believe that individuals like Lin Feiyang, who demonstrate such a lack of broader perspective, are not suited to remain in Tianfeng County. I suggest we either transfer him or dismiss him outright. I concur with Comrade Du Jigua's assessment, Niu Liang stated decisively. Instantly, other county committee members echoed their agreement. Lin Feiyang, however, remained composed, his expression tranquil. From the moment he orchestrated the publication of that article, he understood that it would attract Zhu Junlong. If it failed, so be it. If successful, he might not necessarily gain any advantages. The sole issue to resolve was obtaining the remaining 38 million in funds, yet, should he succeed, it would undoubtedly offend a multitude of individuals, potentially even garnering discontent from Municipal Party Secretary Zhu Junlong, for he had indeed leveraged Zhu's authority to his advantage. Such actions are the very antithesis of what any prominent figure would wish to encounter. All eyes turned to Ma Yuanxiang, the county party secretary of Tianfeng, as his stance on Lin Feiyang's fate held paramount significance. Even though Niu Liang wielded considerable influence within the county committee, when it came to crucial matters, particularly personnel issues, he would still need to heed Ma Yuanxiang's opinion. Ma Yuanxiang's gaze suddenly fell upon Du Jigua. County Director Du, let us address the matter directly. Do you not feel embarrassed, disregarding your so-called broader perspective, regarding the 58 million yuan owed to Broken Gong Town? Moreover, you have placed yourself in a compromising position before Secretary Zhu Junlong. You have brought immense shame upon yourself. Furthermore, Comrade Du Jigua, as the deputy county mayor responsible for rural revitalization, Lin Feiyang has uncovered numerous instances of fraud within our county's rural revitalization model projects, which you, in your capacity, failed to detect. Shouldn't you be expressing gratitude to Lin Feiyang at this moment instead of attempting to undermine him? Had Lin Feiyang chosen to disclose the names he mentioned, do you believe a mere warning would suffice for your punishment? The city would have swiftly removed you from your post. As Ma Yuanxiang concluded his statement, Lin Feiyang interjected, Secretary Ma, I have the list prepared and will deliver it to you shortly. I hope it remains confidential to spare certain county leaders from embarrassment. This was a direct affront to Du Jigua, and to Niu Liang as well. Ma Yuanxiang's lips twitched slightly, his usually unflappable demeanor now showing signs of agitation. He recognized that Lin Feiyang was effectively submitting a letter of commitment to him. Moreover, the timing and manner of this submission were impeccably executed. Particularly, Lin Feiyang's request for discretion implied that he did not wish to antagonize the entire county committee.
Yet, possessing this list would grant Ma Yuanxiang significant leverage, if not outright control, over rural revitalization efforts in Tianfeng County. Consequently, his influence in this domain would undoubtedly expand. Lin Feiyang's seemingly casual remark had elevated his authority within Tianfeng County. This individual was astute, demonstrating considerable wisdom. Chapter 20 of The Impossible. Ma Yuanxiang, observing the expressions of astonishment and anger on the faces of Niu Liang, Du Zhigua, and others around him, merely smiled faintly and said, "Secretary Zhu has already left.
Let us disperse as well, everyone should return to their own tasks."
With that, he promptly entered his vehicle and departed. The others, resigned, climbed into their own cars and drove away. Throughout the entire encounter, Ma Yuanxiang had not exchanged a single word with Lin Feiyang. Yet, Lin Feiyang could not help but inwardly chuckle at the situation. It appeared that the county party secretary of Tianfeng County was even more formidable and cunning than he had initially imagined, perhaps even more arrogant. Paradoxically, this only heightened Lin Feiyang's interest in Ma Yuanxiang. From the series of actions Ma had just executed, it was evident that he was a leader with a strong sense of initiative, which was more than sufficient. As for why he consistently found himself at a disadvantage in the competition with Niu Liang and the others, it did not concern him. Having navigated the battlefield for many years, Lin Feiyang had never resorted to sycophancy. He did not mind that Ma Yuanxiang interpreted his earlier remarks as a pledge of allegiance. For him, all he sought was an ally, someone of like mind. Standing at the entrance of the town committee courtyard, Lin Feiyang watched as Zhao Ruiqiang directed the cleanup efforts of the townsfolk, ensuring the courtyard and streets were spotless. Observing the hastily hung banners, he found the scene tinged with a sense of irony. Lin Feiyang cast a brief glance at Zhao Ruiqiang and remarked, "Comrade Zhao Ruiqiang, as you have just heard, the remaining 38 million yuan will soon be allocated by the County Finance Bureau.
My task has been accomplished." With that, he strode inside. Zhao Ruiqiang, his expression a mix of complexity, regarded Lin Feiyang, this town committee secretary younger than himself, and felt as though the events unfolding before him possessed an almost surreal quality. He could hardly fathom that Lin Feiyang had managed to persuade the municipal party secretary, Zhu Junlong, through a mere article, and subsequently secured 38 million yuan, all while causing the secretary to storm off in frustration. At that moment, Zhao Ruiqiang was eager to discern what thoughts occupied the mind of this young man. Did he not possess even a modicum of decorum? Why did his actions always seem so whimsical? To treat the municipal party secretary as a mere tool to fulfill his objectives, did he lack even the most basic political awareness? Did he not realize the potential consequences of offending the municipal party secretary? As Zhao Ruiqiang's mind wandered, his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he refrained from answering immediately. Instead, he returned to his office before picking up the call. "Director Chen, what instructions do you have?" The caller was Chen Mingdong. With a slight smile, Chen Mingdong replied, "Town Mayor Zhao, I hear that Lin Feiyang has managed to retrieve all the funds. That fellow certainly has a knack for it." Zhao Ruiqiang forced a smile and said, "Indeed, the money has been retrieved. However, the cost is another matter entirely." Chen Mingdong chuckled. "What price he is willing to pay is of no concern to us. Now that the funds have arrived, we should consider how to spend them wisely and convert them into profits for ourselves." Zhao Ruiqiang sighed. "It's a daunting task. Lin Feiyang will undoubtedly keep a close watch on that money. That fellow is a true miser. To deceive the municipal party secretary for that amount, what gall he possesses." Chen Mingdong smiled faintly and replied, "Regardless of how much of a miser Lin Feiyang may be, he must spend the money. We simply need to identify suitable projects and proceed accordingly. As for profit sharing, we will follow the usual rules. After deducting costs, we split it equally. You manage your connections, and I shall handle mine." Zhao Ruiqiang chuckled but did not provide a definitive response, wary of giving Chen Mingdong leverage against him. He merely said, "Director Chen, perhaps you should first devise a plan for which projects we should launch in Paluazen." Lin Feiyang is not like the previous secretary. Sure, he has a strong aversion to performance-based projects. Chen Mingdong laughed heartily, brimming with confidence. "Town Mayor Zhao, you need not worry about that. We have designed many fiscal projects for both the county and city. Despite my seemingly idle demeanor, I possess one great virtue: I know how to utilize talent. We have several top graduates from prestigious universities in our company. Getting them to design effective projects for various municipalities is a piece of cake. In this regard, our company is truly professional." Zhao Ruiqiang nodded slightly. He was well aware of Chen Mingdong's capabilities. Otherwise, even as the brother of Deputy Mayor Chen Mingli, he could not possibly collaborate with someone lacking genuine merit. While Chen Mingdong might be greedy, he was also loyal and understood the principles of mutual benefit. He was not stingy with money and, should their collaboration prove fruitful, he would extend assistance along the path of political advancement. Zhao Ruiqiang chose Chen Mingdong for a simple reason. He was a bridge and link between capital and power. By aligning himself with Chen Mingdong, Zhao could leverage his connections to pave a smoother path for his own career. The following morning, as Lin Feiyang settled into his office, Chen Dongsheng placed a document before him, frowning as he spoke. "Secretary Lin, this document is a project proposal that has already been discussed and approved by the town government. Mayor Zhao has submitted it to the county through his channels. It is said that County Mayor Niu is highly attentive to it, believing it to be a significant opportunity to enhance the development level of Paluazen. Consequently, he has dispatched Deputy County Mayor Wang Xinghua to personally discuss the proposal with us." Lin Feiyang took the document and glanced at the title, which instantly furrowed his brow. "Proposal for the development of the Tianfeng River Scenic Greening Project to promote high-quality development in our county." Just the title alone led Lin Feiyang to suspect that this proposal was yet another performance-driven project.
He patiently flipped through a few pages of the document, his anger mounting with each word. The proposal aimed to transform the Tianfeng River, which flows through Paluozhen, into a scenic river to attract tourists from the county and neighboring areas, while also promoting the night market economy. The overall concept appeared quite promising. The Tianfeng River was indeed a renowned waterway, and the proposal even included plans to engage a cultural tourism company to create mythological narratives to enhance the river's cultural significance.
This single design would cost
3.8 million yuan. The total cost of the scenic project reached a staggering 36 million yuan. After reading through the proposal, Lin Feiyang was utterly enraged and promptly discarded the document into the trash, scoffing, "It seems Zhao Ruiqiang has set his sights on those funds."
Ah, how convenient. They are treating the over 50 million yuan owed to the people of Paluozhen as if it were a piece of coveted meat, eager to take a bite. Chen Dongsheng, equally infuriated, exclaimed, "Isn't that the truth?"
Secretary Lin, do you know, just as the workday commenced, Deputy County Mayor Wang Xinghua has already arrived in our town and is currently in Mayor Zhao's office, waiting for you to convene a meeting.
Lin Feiyang chuckled coldly. "So they wish to feast on coveted meat, do they? They better have strong teeth, otherwise, they might just break their jaws." As Director Chen, please issue a notification with 3 key points. First, the ceremony for the disbursement of wages owed to all teachers in the town will take place after this morning's meeting, expected to last half an hour. Second, notify all residents owed money that a ceremony for the disbursement of owed payments will occur this morning. All cash will be distributed today, both in the morning and afternoon. Third, instruct the finance office to convert all owed payments and teachers' wages into cash for immediate distribution. After Lin Feiyang finished speaking, Chen Dongsheng hesitated, saying, "Secretary Lin, what about Deputy County Mayor Wang? He was personally sent by County Mayor Niu to oversee the project discussion." Lin Feiyang replied with a scoff, "Since Zhao Ruiqiang has brought Wang Xinghua in through his own channels, I shall pretend to be unaware. If Zhao inquires, simply say you forgot to inform me." Having witnessed Lin Feiyang confront the executive deputy county mayor before the municipal party secretary, Chen Dongsheng was no longer surprised by any of Lin Feiyang's decisions. He recognized that this young town committee secretary possessed an extraordinary audacity and determination, employing rather formidable tactics. He merely needed to follow the leader's directives. 10 minutes later, Chen Dongsheng returned to Lin Feiyang's office, his expression a mixture of anger and frustration. He exclaimed, "Secretary Lin, Wu Dayong from the finance office claims that your 2 directives are unfeasible. Firstly, they lack sufficient personnel to handle the disbursement of teachers' wages and villagers' payments. Secondly, they cannot withdraw such a large sum of cash from the bank on short notice. Even if they could, security cannot be guaranteed. Moreover, as soon as I left, I had barely closed the door when he called Zhao Ruiqiang to report this matter, that Wu Dayong is nothing but Zhao Ruiqiang's lapdog." Upon hearing this, Lin Feiyang stood up and declared, "Very well, I shall personally meet with Wu Dayong. Please notify Comrade Zhao Jinfeng to join me at the finance office."
Chen Dongsheng was momentarily taken aback by Lin Feiyang's directive but still resolutely complied. Lin Feiyang strode confidently to the finance office and pushed the door open. Inside, someone was conversing with Finance Director Wu Dayong. Lin Feiyang stated, "Please excuse me for a moment, I need to speak with Comrade Wu Dayong." Upon recognizing Lin Feiyang, the individual promptly exited. Lin Feiyang was a figure unafraid to challenge county leadership, and such individuals were not to be trifled with by lower-level civil servants. Wu Dayong, in his 40s, was portly with a jovial demeanor, always wearing a smile. Wu Dayong stood up humbly and said, "Secretary Lin, please feel free to command me, it is an honor to have you here." Lin Feiyang disregarded Wu Dayong's niceties and coldly fixed his gaze on him, stating, "Comrade Wu Dayong, I hear from Comrade Chen Dongsheng that you claim those 3 tasks I assigned cannot be accomplished?" Wu Dayong quickly began to protest, "Secretary Lin, I assure you, the tasks you assigned are truly impossible."
Chapter 21 Publicly naming names. Lin Feiyang coldly fixed his gaze upon Wu Dayong. "Comrade Wu Dayong, are you absolutely certain that there is no solution whatsoever?"
Wu Dayong nodded affirmatively. "Secretary Lin, there is indeed no way to coordinate this matter."
Lin Feiyang replied with a nod, "Please summon everyone from the finance office."
Wu Dayong furrowed his brow, saying, "Secretary Lin, our finance office is rather busy. If everyone comes over, it may delay our work."
Lin Feiyang waved his hand dismissively, "Rest assured, it won't take them too long."
Wu Dayong had no choice but to make a phone call, and within a few minutes, his office was soon crowded with people.
In a low voice, Lin Feiyang addressed the assembly, "Comrades, the purpose of calling you here today is singular. I have 3 matters at hand that Comrade Wu Ziyang claims he cannot handle. Therefore, I wish to see who among you can resolve these 3 issues simultaneously. Whoever can do so may step forward, and you shall become the acting director of our finance office in Baluo Town. Upon the successful resolution of these matters, I will directly report to the County Finance Bureau and the County Committee to propose your appointment." Upon hearing this, Wu Dayong's expression darkened, as he had not anticipated that Lin Feiyang would resort to such a tactic. Had he known, he would not have summoned these individuals, but it was too late now. Wu Dayong glared at Lin Feiyang, loudly reminding him, "Comrade Lin Feiyang, although you are the secretary of Baluo Town, you do not possess the authority to unilaterally decide who shall serve as the director of the finance office. That is the prerogative of the County Finance Bureau." Lin Feiyang smiled faintly. "As the head of Baluo Town, I possess the authority to make emergency arrangements regarding crucial personnel matters, and now, I hereby revoke your position as the director of the finance office, Wu Dayong. Should you disagree, feel free to file a complaint with the county." With that, Lin Feiyang scanned the crowd. "Who among you has the capability to resolve these 3 matters? You may step forward and recommend yourselves." He then proceeded to outline the urgent need to distribute cash to the citizens and teachers.
Many in the room flinched at his words, their seasoned awareness revealing the gravity of Lin Feiyang's intentions to genuinely assist the populace. However, such actions would inevitably encroach upon the interests of Zhao Ruiqiang and others. Thus, a heavy silence fell, as they all understood that Wu Deong was a close ally of Song Ruiqiang. Observing the stillness, Wu Deong smugly remarked, Secretary Lin, you see, it is not that I wish to avoid action, but rather that there is no feasible solution among us. The time frame you have set for these 3 tasks is too short, and the burden is too great to accomplish. Lin Feiyang surveyed the room and sighed softly. It seems that there are not many capable individuals here in Baluo town. Just as his words settled, a young man in his late 20s suddenly raised his head and declared, Secretary Lin, you are mistaken. Baluo town does indeed have capable individuals. I will take on this task. It is merely a matter of finding the funds and coordinating personnel to distribute them. As long as you, Secretary Lin, support me, I will see this through. Lin Feiyang regarded the young man before him, a hint of appreciation gleaming in his eyes. What is your name? Secretary Lin, I am Shin Weiman, an accountant from the finance office of Baluo town. As he spoke, Shin Weiman clenched his right fist, clearly rallying his own determination. Lin Feiyang nodded, excellent, from this moment on, you shall serve as the acting director of the finance office, immediately take over all of Wu Deong's responsibilities, and I request that Comrade Wu Deong and Comrade Shin Weiman facilitate a smooth transition, so as not to hinder the execution of these 3 critical matters.
No sooner had Lin Feiyang spoken than the door swung open forcefully, and Town Mayor Zhao Ruiqiang stormed in, his face flushed with anger.
Standing opposite Lin Feiyang, he asserted, Secretary Lin, your handling of this matter is not in accordance with protocol, you lack the authority to make such unilateral decisions, this must be discussed in a political committee meeting. Lin Feiyang raised an eyebrow, Comrade Zhao Ruiqiang, I kindly suggest you study the relevant organizational principles regarding personnel appointments. I possess the authority to make preliminary decisions, especially in the face of emergencies, and this is indeed an urgent situation. Teachers have been deprived of their wages for a year and a half. Since the funds have arrived, why should we not distribute them, particularly the long overdue payments for the farmers' apple sales? Our citizens rely on this money for their children's education and medical care for the elderly. If we do not expedite the distribution of these funds, how can we justify our actions to the hundreds of dedicated teachers? How can we face our fellow townsfolk? I am not certain if you understand. Wu Deong has already made it clear that he cannot procure these funds or the personnel needed for distribution. He cannot accomplish these tasks. Since he cannot, I must ensure that someone capable takes charge. Am I in the wrong? This matter does not require further discussion. I will report it directly to the county committee. If I have indeed erred, I shall apologize to Comrade Wu Deong. However, should the county committee approve my actions, I trust the county finance bureau will not contradict the committee's directive. Why should I retain someone incapable of performing their duties? Zhao Ruiqiang glared at Lin Feiyang, Secretary Lin, the individual you are hastily endorsing may not necessarily gain the finance bureau's approval. Lin Feiyang scoffed, if they dare to reject my recommendation, then we in Baluo town shall not accept their candidate. As the tension escalated between Lin Feiyang and Zhao Ruiqiang, Deputy County Head Wang Xinghua entered with a smile, saying, Comrade Lin Feiyang, are you perhaps being a tad too hasty? Regarding the matter of the finance office director and those 3 tasks, we could postpone this discussion. I have come on the direct orders of County Head Niu, who wishes for you in Baluo town to earnestly deliberate the planning proposal for the Tianfeng River Scenic Corridor. This is genuinely a scheme that benefits the nation and the people, one that can truly uplift the livelihoods of the citizens of Baluo town. Let us first conclude this proposal before addressing other issues.
What do you think? County Head Niu is awaiting our discussion results. Wang Xinghua, in his 50s, spoke with a measured cadence, repeatedly emphasizing County Head Niu's authority to overshadow Lin Feiyang. Lin Feiyang regarded Wang Xinghua with a keen eye. May I inquire as to your identity? Feigning ignorance of Wang Xinghua's status, Lin Feiyang sought to put him in an uncomfortable position.
Wang Xinghua's expression soured instantly. Zhao Ruiqiang quickly interjected, Secretary Lin, this is our deputy county head, Wang Xinghua, here on County Head Niu's behalf to oversee the implementation of the Tianfeng River Scenic Corridor proposal. Zhao Ruiqiang's words were delivered with a certain finesse, suggesting that the proposal had already garnered robust support from the county. Lin Feiyang shook his head gently, I apologize, Deputy County Head Wang, but I have never heard of this project you mentioned, and thus, I will not engage in discussions about it with you or anyone else. Our immediate priority in Baluo town is to address the pressing issues of our citizens' livelihoods. I must ask you, Comrade Wang Xinghua, which is more important, the welfare of the people or your so-called scenic corridor? If you believe the scenic corridor is paramount, provided you can present the relevant documentation, I will promptly organize a discussion with the town leadership. Otherwise, we must first resolve the livelihood issues of our hundreds of teachers and thousands of residents. This matter cannot be delayed any longer. Confronted with Lin Feiyang's assertiveness, Wang Xinghua's expression shifted, taken aback by the audacity of this mere town secretary. He felt a surge of indignation, coldly stating, Comrade Lin Feiyang, I certainly will not interfere in your work in Baluo town, but as far as I know, the appointment of the finance office director is not within your purview. Lin Feiyang nodded, you are correct, Deputy County Head Wang. The appointment of the finance office director is indeed not within my authority. However, I am entitled to appoint an acting director temporarily. At this point, both Wang Xinghua and Zhao Ruiqiang furrowed their brows, perplexed by Lin Feiyang's unwavering confidence. Just then, the Discipline Inspection Committee member, Zhao Zhenfeng, entered the room. Lin Feiyang turned directly to Zhao Zhenfeng, saying, Comrade Zhao Zhenfeng, I have heard that many villages are quite dissatisfied with Finance Office Director Wu Deong, claiming he is a miser and various other unflattering remarks. Is this true? Zhao Jinfeng smiled humbly. Secretary Lin, your information is quite astute. You are correct. Our town's discipline inspection committee has recently received numerous complaint letters, all alleging that Wu Deong engages in corrupt practices. The complaints indicate that to access funds that rightfully belong to them, villagers must bribe Wu Deong, treat him to meals, and even take him out to entertainment venues. It can be stated that these letters reveal not only economic misconduct on Wu Deong's part but also severe issues with his conduct. The reason I have come today is to bring Comrade Wu Deong in for a thorough discussion to verify these concerns.
After Zhao Jinfeng's declaration, both Wang Xinghua and Zhao Ruiqiang were left dumbfounded, as was Wu Deong himself.
None of them had anticipated that Zhao Jinfeng, the discipline committee member, would suddenly take such decisive action at this moment, leaving them all feeling quite uncomfortable. Zhao Ruiqiang quickly turned to Zhao Jinfeng, saying, Comrade Zhao, isn't this a bit too sudden? As far as I know, Comrade Wu Deong has always performed well. Zhao Jinfeng replied with a smile, Mayor Zhao, you are well aware of our discipline inspection procedures. We are mandated to follow up on reports regarding Wu Deong. In just the past month, we have received 3 documents forwarded from the county and city discipline inspection committees. If I, as a discipline committee member, were to remain inactive, I might find myself out of a job.
Zhao Jinfeng's tone was gentle, yet his resolve was unwavering.
In that moment, Zhao Ruiqiang suddenly awakened to the realization that Zhao Jinfeng might have aligned himself with Lin Feiyang's camp. At this juncture, Zhao Jinfeng addressed Lin Feiyang, Secretary Lin, we have received multiple complaint documents regarding Wu Deong, including several from when former Secretary Shi Dekan was in office. These have been piling up, and our committee intends to initiate an investigation. Could you kindly sign off on this so we can commence the relevant procedures?
Lin Feiyang nodded decisively, I approve.
Please take him away. The documents for my signature can be delivered to my office shortly, and I will sign them immediately. Zhao Jinfeng, accompanied by 2 discipline inspection personnel, cheerfully approached Wu Deong. Comrade Wu Deong, I regret to inform you that we must ask you to accompany us. At this moment, Wu Deong crumpled to the floor, utterly defeated. He had never imagined that as a close ally of the county mayor's son-in-law, he would be dealt with so summarily in front of Zhao Ruiqiang. Overwhelmed by regret, he realized that there was no remedy in this world for his miscalculations. Lin Feiyang, with a mocking smile, turned to Zhao Ruiqiang, Town Mayor Zhao, do you believe I now possess the authority to appoint Comrade Xin Weiman as the acting director of the finance office? Zhao Ruiqiang shot Lin Feiyang a resentful glare, snorted in disdain, and stormed out in a fury. Wang Xinghua followed suit, his face a mask of anger, and the door slammed shut behind them. Chapter 22. Cutting off the source of power. 1 hour later, Lin Feiyang convened all members of the town committee leadership for a meeting.
Despite his reluctance, Zhao Ruiqiang had no choice but to attend, as he too was eager to learn about Lin Feiyang's forthcoming plans. Seated at the head of the table, Lin Feiyang surveyed the gathering and spoke in a solemn tone. Comrades, the sole purpose of today's meeting is to deliberate on the allocation of the 58 million yuan that has recently returned to our account in Broken Gong Town. First and foremost, we must unequivocally affirm that the repayments owed to the citizens must be made in full, with not a single cent short. The back wages owed to teachers must also be settled without exception. In this regard, I urge the Disciplinary Inspection Department to take action. Should there be any feedback from citizens or educators indicating incomplete payments, the Inspection Department must intervene promptly to ascertain the situation and resolve the issue. Are there any difficulties?
Lin Feiyang's gaze shifted towards Zhao Jinfeng and the newly appointed acting director of the finance office, Xin Weiman. Xin Weiman quickly replied, Secretary Lin, we have no issues on our end. The cash has already been arranged and is en route to our town committee compound. It will arrive within half an hour at the latest, all in cash.
Upon hearing this, Lin Feiyang's face lit up with satisfaction.
Xin Weiman's performance was commendable. He had managed to resolve the cash delivery issue in just 1 hour without any connections or background. This was a testament to his capabilities. After Xin Weiman finished speaking, Zhao Jinfeng added with a smile, we have no issues in the disciplinary inspection department either. A simple statement, yet it conveyed his resolute stance. Lin Feiyang nodded in approval. Excellent, I am very pleased with the performance of both the finance office and the disciplinary inspection department. Now, let us discuss how to utilize the remaining funds after all outstanding payments have been disbursed. Based on the data we currently have, after all arrears are settled, our town's finance office should have over 20 million yuan left. However, this sum is not surplus revenue, it is a loan borrowed from the bank during the tenure of the former town committee secretary, Shi Dekan. Previously, this loan was used to cover overdue payments, which means that this time we can disburse approximately 20 million less in outstanding funds. Regarding the use of this loan, my proposal is that we should not rush to repay the bank. Rather, we should use these funds to develop the economy of Broken Gong Town. I have an idea. Any public servant in Broken Gong Town can propose a development plan for our town. As long as the proposed plan is feasible and passes the review of the town leadership, they will receive corresponding financial support. Considering we only have over 20 million yuan, I believe we should limit the number of projects to 6 or fewer. This way, each project can receive at least 3 million yuan in funding. With this funding, we can initiate multiple projects and genuinely guide the citizens of Broken Gong Town towards a path of shared prosperity. Please take note, I am stating that any public servant can propose such a plan and gain the lead on the entire project. During the evaluation of the proposals, all plans from leaders and grassroots public servants will be treated equally.
After Lin Feiyang concluded his remarks, all members of the town leadership were left dumbfounded.
Zhao Ruiqiang shook his head vigorously, stating, Secretary Lin, I find your approach rather unconventional. To date, I have never heard of any region employing such a method for project operations. I believe your approach is unlikely to succeed. I firmly oppose it. I do not believe that grassroots personnel can offer any valuable development suggestions. Lin Feiyang smiled. Comrade Zhao Ruiqiang, I think you underestimate our grassroots colleagues. While it is true that we, the town leadership, may have a broader perspective, when it comes to understanding the actual conditions of Broken Gong Town, our grassroots public servants often possess deeper insights and a clearer grasp of the strengths of each village. If they can integrate these strengths into reasonable suggestions, why should we not allow them to lead a project? If they perform well, such individuals should be promoted vigorously, while those who merely follow leaders and flatter them should not be rewarded.
As long as I remain the secretary of Broken Gong Town, the promotion and appointment of personnel will be guided by work capability and character. Those who can lead the people towards prosperity and offer reasonable suggestions for our town's development will be the ones I promote and utilize. I will not concern myself with who is someone's son-in-law or brother-in-law. If you fail to achieve results and become a stumbling block to Broken Gong Town's development, I will eventually remove you. After Lin Feiyang finished speaking, he took a sip from the cup on the table. At that moment, all eyes in the meeting room turned to Zhao Ruiqiang's face. It was clear to everyone that Lin Feiyang's final words served as a warning to Zhao Ruiqiang. Zhao Ruiqiang offered a cold smile. I somewhat agree with Secretary Lin's viewpoint. Regardless of who one is, to establish a foothold in Broken Gong Town, one must possess the requisite abilities. Without capability, even if you are the town committee secretary, you must step aside when the time comes. Conversely, if you are capable, even a regular town committee member can be promoted to town mayor or even town committee secretary. The importance lies in ability and the results of practical implementation. Secretary Lin, I believe your current proposal to have everyone contemplate the economic development plan for Broken Gong Town is somewhat unrealistic, as all your foundation rests on this 20 million yuan. The pressing issue is, can you safeguard this 20 million? I believe the banks are already aware that this sum has reached our account. They will undoubtedly seek to reclaim these loans. Can you refuse? If the banks take this money back, what will you use to support these proposed plans? As Zhao Ruiqiang spoke, his eyes were filled with disdain as he regarded Lin Feiyang. His words served both as a rebuttal and a warning to Lin Feiyang. Lin Feiyang discerned the underlying implications in Zhao Ruiqiang's tone and smiled slightly. Town Mayor Zhao, I trust that those in the banks are not so short-sighted. According to the relevant contract, when Comrade Shi Dikun borrowed this money, it was stipulated that it would be repaid gradually over the next 6 years, and only 3 to 4 years have passed so far. The time has not yet come. We in Broken Gong Town have not stated that we will not repay, rather, we intend to repay it all at the 6-year mark. I believe this approach benefits both parties. After all, the practice of new officials ignoring old debts is quite common in many places. I, Lin Feiyang, will not ignore old debts, but I will not be bound by convention either. I hope to address Broken Gong Town's legacy issues according to my vision. Zhao Ruiqiang chuckled. I hope Secretary Lin's views will be respected. The subsequent meeting proceeded without incident, and Lin Feiyang's suggestions were not opposed by Zhao Ruiqiang, effectively securing approval in the leadership meeting. However, after the meeting adjourned, Chen Dongsheng went directly to Lin Feiyang's office. Secretary Lin, I sensed a distinct warning in Zhao Ruiqiang's remarks today. You may not be aware that all financial transactions of our town's finance office are conducted through those 2 fixed banks, including the 20 million loan borrowed during Shi Dikun's tenure, which was also sourced from these banks. The reason those banks were willing to lend at that time was that they were aware of Zhao Ruiqiang's father-in-law, Deputy County Head Du Zhigua, and that our Tianfeng County Finance Bureau's accounts are also established at these 2 banks. It can be said that Zhao Ruiqiang wields considerable influence over these banks. If he truly wishes to create trouble, there is a possibility that these banks could resort to coercive measures to reclaim the loans. Lin Feiyang furrowed his brow and said, if Zhao Ruiqiang were to act in such a manner, I would truly despise him. This would clearly demonstrate that he has no concern for the citizens, only for his own interests and reputation. As Lin Feiyang's words fell, the newly appointed director of the finance office, Shen Weiman, rushed in, his face filled with urgency. He said to Lin Feiyang, Secretary Lin, our finance office has just received a call from the bank, demanding that we repay all outstanding loans by the end of today, otherwise, they will take coercive measures to deduct the funds, and we will bear all consequences. Lin Feiyang nodded slightly, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes as he replied with a sneer, it seems I have overestimated Zhao Ruiqiang's awareness. Clearly, in his view, the development of Broken Gong Town must yield to his reputation. What shall we do? Shen Weiman looked at Lin Feiyang, awaiting his final decision. Lin Feiyang chuckled coldly, if those 2 banks insist on having us repay the money, very well, let us repay them. However, before doing so, you must explicitly inform these banks that if they now demand repayment, it indicates their violation of the loan agreement. Consequently, all future banking transactions of Broken Gong Town will have no association with these 2 banks. Furthermore, as long as I, Lin Feiyang, remain in Broken Gong Town, no government agency shall engage in any business dealings with these 2 banks. Convey this warning to them, and let them make their own choice. Shen Weiman, decisive in action, immediately pulled out his phone and dialed the presidents of the 2 banks. The responses were resolute. They insisted that since the funds were now available, immediate repayment was mandatory, or they would be unable to report to their superiors. As for Shen Weiman's warning, they disregarded it entirely. After hanging up, Shen Weiman looked at Lin Feiyang with a wry smile. Secretary Lin, it appears that the attitudes of the bank presidents are quite firm. They seem intent on cutting off our financial resources. Chen Dongsheng, filled with indignation, remarked, Secretary Lin, it seems Zhao Ruiqiang is employing a strategy to cut off the source of our power. He clearly has no consideration for the broader economic development of Broken Gong Town. Chapter 23 of the 3 Oaths in the Dilapidated House. Upon witnessing Chen Dongsheng's expression of grief and indignation, Lin Feiyang chuckled, very well, since they are devoid of compassion, let them not blame me, Lin Feiyang, for lacking in righteousness.
Director Shin, please make arrangements at once to notify the principal representatives of the largest banks in the county, informing them that our Broken Gong town has resolved to borrow 30 million. Moreover, this sum will be acquired through a public bidding process, thereby demonstrating our commitment to fairness, justice, and transparency in our dealings. You may clearly state that whichever bank ultimately secures the bid will henceforth handle all financial transactions for Broken Gong town for the next 5 years. Additionally, spread the word that I am confident in propelling Broken Gong town's economy to unprecedented heights within a year, with fiscal revenues soaring by 5 to 10 times. Upon hearing this, Shin Weiman's face displayed a look of astonishment.
He felt Lin Feiyang was merely boasting. Nevertheless, he resolutely proceeded to execute Lin Feiyang's directives. The following morning, Lin Feiyang made his appearance in the town committee meeting room of Broken Gong town, where representatives from several major banks in Tianfeng County were seated. After Shin Weiman introduced Lin Feiyang, the latter's countenance darkened slightly. Except for the Industrial and Commercial Bank, which had sent its president, the other banks were represented solely by ordinary business managers or lobby managers. Lin Feiyang's gaze swept coldly over the bank representatives as he inquired, "Might I ask what your bank's leadership intends? Why is it that not even a single vice president has deigned to attend?"
One of the bank's representatives replied, "Secretary Lin, to be candid, our leadership stance is resolute. In the foreseeable future, our bank will not extend any form of loans to Broken Gong town due to the considerable risks involved. There is a significant possibility of encountering bad debts and non-performing loans." The other bank representatives echoed similar sentiments, conveying their unwillingness to provide any form of financial support to Broken Gong town. Lin Feiyang then turned his attention to Zhou Jigang from the Industrial and Commercial Bank. Zhou Jigang appeared to be just over 30, with a fair complexion and dressed in standard work attire, exuding a friendly demeanor, though his eyes sparkled with determination. Zhou Jigang smiled slightly, saying, "Secretary Lin, if others are unwilling to lend, that is their issue. However, I, Zhou Jigang, am willing to take a gamble. As president of this bank, I bet on your success, Lin Feiyang. I have a feeling that someone like you, who dares to confront authority directly, will either be crushed by societal forces and unspoken rules or soar to extraordinary heights. I wager you will soar."
As he spoke, the smiling president produced a document from his briefcase, signed it, and handed it to Lin Feiyang. "Secretary Lin, here is the loan limit of 30 million. After my signature, you may proceed through the normal channels to withdraw up to 30 million from our bank at any time." The other bank representatives, upon hearing this, wore expressions of disdain and derision, with one openly mocking, "President Zhou, your bank may not have had previous dealings with Broken Gong town. Their annual turnover is minimal. Even if they entrusted all their business to your bank, it would not yield as much profit as a single major client. Lending them 30 million, they might not be able to repay it within a decade. This could very well become a bad debt." Lin Feiyang remained silent, patiently observing Zhou Jigang, however, smiled gently, stating, "I believe Lin Feiyang will soar to extraordinary heights." The other representatives sighed and shook their heads, deeming Zhou Jigang, the young president, rather unreliable. They attributed this to his youth or perhaps a lack of experience, unable to fathom why such a young individual would ascend to the position of a county-level branch president. As the bank representatives were filled with scorn, Lin Feiyang remarked, "Very well, Zhou Jigang, I accept you as my brother. You are indeed exceptional and possess remarkable foresight. I have faith that you will rise swiftly in your career. Here and now, I offer you a promise. Wherever I, Lin Feiyang, hold office, as long as you, Zhou Jigang, are the local bank president, I will ensure that your state-owned bank receives due consideration within the bounds of legality and reason. I will always reserve 1/3 of the banking business for your state-owned institution in my jurisdiction. This is my way of expressing gratitude for your timely assistance today." After Lin Feiyang concluded, the other bank representatives were left dumbfounded. Their gazes fell upon Lin Feiyang's face, and only then did they realize a fact they had previously overlooked. This young town committee secretary was nearly 25 years old, a mere 25-year-old holding such a position. If he did not falter in Broken Gong town, how far could he ascend over the next 35 years? No one could predict. Should he one day rise to a significant political office, if Lin Feiyang were to fulfill his promise to Zhou Jigang, the 1/3 of business he offered could indeed propel Zhou Jigang to great heights. At this moment, the representatives felt a pang of regret for their bank presidents, who had missed a golden opportunity to ally with a promising young talent. In that instant, those who had initially mocked Zhou Jigang unhesitatingly entered a state of remorse, with one individual addressing Lin Feiyang, "Secretary Lin, I have a limit of 10 million. I can allocate the entire amount to you." "Secretary Lin, I too have a limit of 10 million, and I shall also grant it to you." Observing the bank representatives now eager to retract their earlier positions, Lin Feiyang smiled as he responded, "I appreciate the support and trust from all bank leaders. Our Broken Gong town currently requires only 30 million, any excess would yield little additional benefit. With Comrade Zhou Jigang's 30 million, that will suffice. Moreover, my earlier promise is only valid for those like Comrade Zhou Jigang, who lend a helping hand in times of need. To the rest, your good intentions are duly noted and appreciated. Thank you all. Let us conclude today's meeting." With that, Lin Feiyang rose and departed with an air of nonchalance, leaving behind a group of regretful and opportunistic individuals. Only Zhou Jigang, the young man in his early 30s, stood calmly, walking steadily out while engrossed in his phone, which displayed a wealth of information about Lin Feiyang that he had discovered online. On the internet, there were remnants of Lin Feiyang's past achievements. For instance, he had gained admission to Peking University at the tender age of 14, scoring an astonishing 748 out of 750.
This did not even account for the accolades he had received in various international competitions, which, if included, would have surpassed the maximum score. Furthermore, by the age of 18, Lin Feiyang had already obtained both a doctorate in economics and a master's degree in computer science. He was also the youngest president of the student union at Peking University, during which he organized many influential events. While such information might be but a drop in the ocean of the internet, it was more than sufficient for Zhou Jigang. From these snippets, he discerned that Lin Feiyang was far from an ordinary individual. For someone of such outstanding caliber from a young age, wagering his future on Lin Feiyang's potential success seemed entirely reasonable. That evening, Lin Feiyang sat in a somewhat dilapidated dormitory, perusing information online when a knock sounded at the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the sight of Town Discipline Inspection Committee member Chao Zhenfeng. Lin Feiyang smiled as he welcomed Chao Zhenfeng inside. "Old Chao, you are quite the rare visitor." Chao Zhenfeng chuckled. "Secretary Lin, you mustn't say that. If you think I'm a rare visitor, it implies I haven't been around enough. Rest assured, I shall visit you more frequently from now on." Lin Feiyang replied warmly, "You are always welcome." As they exchanged pleasantries and settled onto the creaky sofa, Lin Feiyang had just poured a cup of water for Chao Zhenfeng when another knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, Chen Dongxing entered without any formalities, taking a seat after Lin Feiyang poured him a cup of water as well. Lin Feiyang smiled at both of them. "Gentlemen, you surely have matters to discuss today?" Chen Dongxing nodded. "Allow me to speak first." Chao Zhenfeng cast a glance at Chen Dongxing with a smile. Chen Dongxing continued, "Secretary Lin, to be frank, I find it somewhat perplexing that you are mobilizing a wide array of cadre and the masses to formulate various planning projects. I believe this approach may not yield significant benefits. The results are unlikely to be very pronounced." Lin Feiyang turned to Chao Zhenfeng. "Old Chao, what is your perspective?" Chao Zhenfeng chuckled. "Old Chen, it appears you still haven't grasped Secretary Lin's true intent. In my view, Secretary Lin's actions serve a dual purpose." Chen Dongxing's eyes widened in surprise. Chao Zhenfeng explained with a smile. "Firstly, having secured funds and a solid planning scheme, it would indeed yield commendable results. This is evident and observable. However, Secretary Lin's true aim is to activate the vast cadre and populace of Broken Gong Town, especially through these projects, to stimulate the proactive engagement of public servants at all levels. It is crucial for them to closely connect with village leaders and capable individuals in the rural areas, for only through such connections can they identify projects suitable for the development of each village. Secretary Lin seeks to foster an atmosphere of collective project involvement throughout Broken Gong Town. This is the essence of the mass line, albeit cleverly packaged. Moreover, you have overlooked one crucial aspect. While Secretary Lin has earmarked 30 million now, next year, he may very well allocate another 30 million. This 30 million is not a one-off, it is likely to be recurring annually. Consequently, the entire hierarchy of Broken Gong Town will be invigorated, unleashing their subjective initiative, which will have a tremendous impact. Never underestimate the grassroots talent in Broken Gong Town. Often, these grassroots individuals are not lacking in ability, talent, or competence. Rather, they merely need the spark of initiative and genuine financial and policy support. Once provided with the right conditions, many will shine brilliantly. This is Secretary Lin's brilliant grand strategy, and it starkly contrasts with Zhao Ruiqiang's lack of overarching vision and macro perspective. After Chao Zhenfeng concluded, Chen Dongxing stared wide-eyed, mouth agape, gazing at Lin Feiyang and Chao Zhenfeng in silence. He had not anticipated that what seemed to be a simplistic operation by Lin Feiyang concealed such a long-term strategic layout. Upon grasping this matter, Chen Dongxing turned to Chao Zhenfeng. "Committee member Chao, since you comprehend Secretary Lin's intentions, why have you come to seek him out?" Chao Zhenfeng smiled slightly. "In my assessment, while Secretary Lin has allocated a substantial sum of 30 million, it remains insufficient to address the economic development issues of Broken Gong Town. Although Secretary Lin's vision is commendable, this 30 million merely scratches the surface. Therefore, I deduce that Secretary Lin must have another layer of planning in mind, one focused on attracting more funds to Broken Gong Town, uncovering additional resources, and genuinely revitalizing the larger picture of Broken Gong Town. I have come to offer Secretary Lin insights and strategies." Chen Dongxing glanced at Chao Zhenfeng, then at Lin Feiyang, suddenly realizing that despite being considerably older than these two, their depth of perception was remarkable. The tacit understanding between them left him profoundly impressed. Lin Feiyang wasted no time and directly inquired of Chao Zhenfeng. "As I understand it, Broken Gong Town is rich in mineral resources. Why does the town's fiscal revenue remain so dismally low each year?" Upon hearing this, Chao Zhenfeng raised an approving thumb and chuckled bitterly. "I came to discuss this very matter. Based on my investigations, Broken Gong Town possesses abundant iron ore resources. However, the clan forces here are exceedingly powerful. In previous years, owing to frequent safety incidents during iron ore development, the county halted operations in Broken Gong Town, yet, in reality, it was merely a policy cessation. Actual mining continues clandestinely, the operations are merely conducted in the shadows, controlled by the three dominant clan forces in Broken Gong Town. These three clans have intricate backgrounds, and according to the rumors I've encountered, at least half of the leaders in Broken Gong Town have stakes and dividends from the iron mines, as do some county leaders. This explains why, despite the wealth of iron ore resources, there is no legitimate mining taking place. Due to the policy halt, they can engage in secretive mining without tax obligations. It is a highly lucrative venture. It is said that the profits generated from these iron ore operations amount to around 400 to 500 million annually, and that is a conservative estimate. If all of this were to be remitted to the treasury, how could Broken Gong Town be so impoverished? We are sitting on a gold mine while begging for scraps." Lin Feiyang, upon hearing this, fell silent for a long while. After what seemed like an eternity, he slowly articulated, "What a powerful clan force, what a policy cessation. It appears some individuals have disregarded the welfare of the common people for their own selfish gains." At this point, Lin Feiyang straightened his posture resolutely, declaring, "Since I, Lin Feiyang, have become the secretary of Broken Gong Town, I cannot allow them to act with impunity. I am determined to push for the comprehensive and regular development of these iron ore resources. It is imperative to enrich Broken Gong Town's tax revenue. However, I must caution that this may offend a great many individuals, even positioning us against entire clan forces and numerous leaders within the town and county."
Are you both willing to participate?
Zhao Zhenfeng replied with a smile, "If I were unwilling, why would I have brought this information to you? The common people of Broken Gong Town have indeed endured hardships. Meanwhile, those clan forces live in luxurious villas in the city, drive luxury cars, and even have bodyguards and housekeepers. The disparity between wealth and poverty is staggering. As leaders of Broken Gong Town, if we cannot enact tangible benefits for the common people, if we allow these clan forces to exploit the resources of the populace while living extravagantly, how can we justify our positions?
Achieving common prosperity is our ultimate goal, Secretary Lin. I stand with you."
After saying this, Zhao Zhenfeng slapped his chest emphatically, his eyes blazing with fervor, a testament to his loyalty to the nation and faith in socialism. At that moment, Chen Dongxing felt his own blood boiling. He two-pounded his chest, exclaiming, "If you, Secretary Lin, are unafraid, then as a local, why should I fear anything? As long as I can benefit our fellow townsfolk, I am prepared to risk it all."
"I stand with you." Lin Feiyang's gaze scanned the faces of the two men, and he inquired once more, "Do you not need to consult with your families? You are aware that this matter, if mishandled, could cost you your lives. After all, those clan forces have already formed a formidable interest group around these iron mines, and dismantling such a powerful coalition will not be an easy feat."
Zhao Zhenfeng chuckled, "A man who cannot take charge of such trivial matters is hardly a man. There is an ancient saying in my hometown, when a man dies, he faces the heavens. If he does not die, he lives for eternity. A man must have ideals and ambitions." Upon hearing Zhao Zhenfeng's words, Lin Feiyang's face lit up with satisfaction as he heartily patted Zhao Zhenfeng on the shoulder, saying, "Excellent. What a fine man you are, Zhao Zhenfeng. I claim you as my younger brother." Zhao Zhenfeng's forehead twitched with indignation. "Secretary Lin, I am your senior." Lin Feiyang smiled gently, "I hold a higher position than you."
"A higher rank crushes all, do you not understand? When I was in the army, I was the youngest in my squad, yet everyone had to call me boss. Do you know why? Ah. A higher rank crushes all."
Zhao Zhenfeng replied with a hint of bitterness and resignation. At that moment, he wanted to inform Lin Feiyang that his father held a far greater position than Lin Feiyang, but the words remained unspoken. Faced with Lin Feiyang's unconventional and occasionally rogue demeanor, he could only begrudgingly accept the title. Nonetheless, he held a deep admiration for Lin Feiyang in his heart. Chen Dongxing chimed in, "Secretary Lin, you must accept me as your younger brother as well."
Lin Feiyang found himself in a quandary.
Chen Dongxing was significantly older than him. Chen Dongxing chuckled, "Secretary Lin, did you not just say that a higher rank crushes all? Thus, you are our boss. From now on, the three of us shall work together to rejuvenate Broken Gong Town."
Lin Feiyang could only acquiesce, once again accepting Chen Dongxing as his younger brother.
After the trio had jokingly solidified their bond, Zhao Zhenfeng suddenly remarked, "Boss, while we have lofty ambitions, unraveling the iron mine's concealed issues will not be an easy task. Many individuals within the town, county, and even city are collaborating, continuously obscuring the fact that the iron mine is already being illegally exploited. Certain individuals have not missed a single benefit. Moreover, to my knowledge, the common people are aware of this situation and have filed numerous complaints, yet to no avail. How can we effectively bring this matter to light?"
Chen Dongxing interjected, "One thing is certain.
We absolutely cannot rely on conventional channels to expose this matter. The layers of protection will undoubtedly intercept all information through formal avenues. It simply will not reach the higher-ups. Unless we employ unconventional methods to unveil this issue, we face significant challenges. However, the power of those protective layers is formidable. As soon as we make any noise, their capital and connections will suppress the news entirely. It is exceedingly difficult." Chapter 24 A Trap for the Inviter. After Chen Dongxing finished speaking, both Lin Feiyang and Zhao Zhenfeng wore solemn expressions. They were acutely aware that Chen Dongxing's words held a ring of truth. The formidable nature of these protective umbrellas rendered it nearly impossible to report the clandestine mining of iron ore through formal channels. Lin Feiyang pondered for a moment before smiling and remarking, "No matter how skilled one is, one must still fear the kitchen knife. No matter how powerful the underworld forces are, they too fear media exposure. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that if it is our municipal media or self-media that brings this issue to light, there is a strong possibility that it will be suppressed at the municipal level, as has happened in similar cases before. Therefore, to achieve comprehensive exposure and to incite robust public scrutiny, we require at least provincial media involvement. The question then arises, how can we entice provincial media to cover this issue? It is certain that we cannot invite them through official channels, as provincial media typically adheres to a principle of reporting only positive news, shunning negative stories."
Zhao Zhenfeng nodded in agreement. What the boss says is indeed correct.
Unless we possess sufficiently strong connections at the provincial level, particularly within the propaganda department, it would be nearly impossible to bring the media in. At this point, Zhao Zhenfeng bitterly added, "I do have contacts, but I cannot easily utilize them.
Doing so would expose my identity and jeopardize my future prospects." While both Zhao Zhenfeng and Chen Dongxing wore troubled expressions, Lin Feiyang's eyes suddenly brightened as he cheerfully declared, "It is not impossible to accomplish this. We merely need to engage our intellect."
Zhao Zhenfeng looked at Lin Feiyang with surprise, thinking that he had no background. Could he truly have a solution? Chen Dongqing interjected. Boss, if you truly have a method, I would be profoundly impressed.
Lin Feiyang smiled subtly. Although we lack connections, we can certainly leverage others' networks. Zhao Zhenfeng frowned. But how would others be willing to lend us their connections? Lin Feiyang replied with a smile. While we cannot borrow such connections through normal means, what if we set a trap for the inviter? A trap for the inviter? Both Zhao Zhenfeng and Chen Dongqing looked at Lin Feiyang with confusion.
Lin Feiyang continued. Old Chen, I need you to discreetly spread some rumors, suggesting that I plan to solicit investment from affluent classmates in other provinces, aiming to undertake some performance projects to solidify my foundation for promotion to deputy county chief. This will surely cause Zhao Ruiqiang and those who harbor ill feelings towards me to become anxious. Then, you can mention a solution. To eliminate me, the most effective strategy would be to invite influential provincial media reporters to conduct interviews, allowing them to witness the true state of our dilapidated town and observe my arrogance firsthand. I am confident that once you disseminate this rumor, someone will find a way to bring provincial media reporters down here. This is my trap for the inviter. The only uncertainty lies in how the provincial reporters will choose to report the news upon their arrival, which is beyond our control. Whether we can truly turn the tide depends on our own capabilities. Chen Dongqing chuckled bitterly. If the reporter who arrives is someone who is easily swayed by money, our actions may indeed entrap us.
However, Zhao Zhenfeng shook his head gently. Old Chen, you are mistaken.
While some provincial reporters may be motivated by money, there are also those who uphold fairness and justice. The key lies in whom those wishing to undermine our boss choose to attract. He concluded, for now, we have no choice but to take a gamble.
Chen Dongqing gazed at Lin Feiyang with a hint of bitterness. Boss, to resolve the iron ore issue for the people of our dilapidated town, you are wagering your own future on an uncertain outcome. Do you not think that is somewhat unfair?
Lin Feiyang shook his head with a smile. As a leader, as the head of the dilapidated town, I must be prepared to take action and to abstain from certain actions. If I solely cherish my own interests and prioritize my own welfare, how could I ever repay the nation and the military for their years of nurturing? Retiring from service does not mean relinquishing ambition, nor does it mean fading away. This is a saying my former leaders imparted to me before I retired, and it remains etched in my heart. It is the motto of us new era veterans. Chen Dongqing and Zhao Zhenfeng exchanged glances filled with admiration.
This was the leader they held in high regard. This was the leader they willingly chose to follow. Chen Dongqing acted with great efficiency, and that very night, news of how to deal with Lin Feiyang reached Zhao Ruiqiang, Du Zhigua, and the heads of the three major clan factions in the dilapidated town. It is undeniable that these individuals wield significant influence. Nearly 3 days later, the dilapidated town received a call from the county propaganda department, demanding that they cooperate with reporters dispatched by the provincial daily to facilitate the news reporting process as per the reporters' requests. In Lin Feiyang's rundown dormitory, Chen Dongqing placed a document before Lin Feiyang and Zhao Zhenfeng.
Those interest groups truly possess remarkable power. They have managed to mobilize top reporters from the provincial daily to come to our dilapidated town for an interview.
It seems they are intent on putting us in a dire position.
Zhao Zhenfeng glanced at the document and his eyes widened as he pointed to the name of the reporter listed.
Old Chen, are you certain that the reporter assigned to this interview is a woman named Chen Xiaoxia? Chen Dongqing looked perplexed. It is clearly written in the document. What is there to doubt?
Zhao Zhenfeng's expression shifted to one of unusual intrigue. Lin Feiyang, noticing Zhao Zhenfeng's odd demeanor, asked, what is it? Do you know this Chen Xiaoxia?
Zhao Zhenfeng sighed. Not just know her, we were classmates in elementary school, middle school, and high school.
To put it simply, I have never feared anyone throughout my life, but this Chen Xiaoxia is the sole exception. Lin Feiyang looked at Zhao Zhenfeng in shock, then at the name Chen Xiaoxia, his expression turning grave.
She isn't hideously ugly, is she? And did she used to have a crush on you?
Zhao Zhenfeng vigorously shook his head. Boss, you are mistaken. Chen Xiaoxia is not only not ugly, but she is also stunningly beautiful. To put it plainly, in terms of looks, she was undoubtedly the school belle throughout elementary, middle, and high school. Even amidst the current sea of beauty in the entertainment industry, those so-called beauties would pale in comparison to her. Chen Xiaoxia possesses a breathtaking beauty that is truly natural. Moreover, she is not only beautiful but also has an incredibly alluring figure. One could say she is a peerless beauty, cherished by many.
Then why are you afraid of her?
Lin Feiyang questioned, puzzled. Zhao Zhenfeng sighed. You might not understand, but this classmate of mine, Chen Xiaoxia, due to her beauty, initially had many suitors. However, eventually, no one dared to pursue her anymore, as most of those who tried were left battered and bruised, unable to even utter a word in protest. They could only quietly distance themselves from Chen Xiaoxia. She is a woman with a wild streak beneath her deceptively gentle exterior, harboring the heart of a fierce girlfriend. You must have seen the movie Fierce Girlfriend. My beautiful classmate's character is even more ferocious than that. I heard her family comes from a martial arts lineage, and she has practiced dance since childhood, which is why her figure is so enviable. We ceased to be in the same city after university, and I later heard she enlisted in the military. I never imagined she would become a reporter, especially for the provincial newspaper. Just as Zhao Zhenfeng finished speaking, there was a knock at the door of Lin Feiyang's dormitory.
A gentle, melodious voice floated in from outside. Excuse me, is Lin Feiyang residing here?
Upon hearing this voice, Zhao Zhenfeng felt goosebumps rise on his skin as he trembled. Boss, the little demoness has arrived. Before Lin Feiyang could even respond, the door was suddenly kicked open, and a waft of delicate fragrance filled the room. In an instant, Chao Jinfeng was lifted off the ground, suspended in mid-air. At that moment, Lin Feiyang finally saw the striking woman standing in his shabby room, illuminated by the dim light. She was tall and clad in a red trench coat, holding a small handbag in her left hand while effortlessly lifting Chao Jinfeng by the collar with her right, raising him aloft.
I thought I recognized that familiar voice. Chao Jinfeng, it has been so many years since we last met, and you immediately bring up the nickname you gave me. Are you itching for trouble?
As she spoke, the stunning woman cast a fierce glare at Chao Jinfeng. At this moment, Lin Feiyang was unable to tear his gaze away from the beauty before him. What a striking girl she was, in her mid-20s, the red coat could not conceal her alluring figure, and beneath her long, jet-black hair lay a face of extraordinary beauty. Lin Feiyang found himself at a loss for words to adequately describe her charm. Even the phrase stunningly beautiful seemed inadequate. What shocked Lin Feiyang the most was how captivating this girl appeared even when angry. In an instant, he found himself entranced. Her delicate fury and playful reproach made her seem like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Lin Feiyang had thought that after the breakup with Meng Xueqing, his heart would be as tranquil as a monk in meditation, devoid of any ripples. Yet at this moment, he felt his heart stirring with emotions anew. Chapter 25 of The Little Demoness. What are you staring at? Never seen a woman before. Keep looking and I'll gouge your eyes out. Her melodious voice belied the menacing threat woven into her words. In that moment, both Chao Jinfeng and Chen Dongsheng recognized the peculiar glint in Lin Feiyang's gaze. It was the first time they had witnessed their leader exhibit such an infatuated expression. Chao Jinfeng thought to himself, could it be that our boss has been bewitched by the little demoness? Oh, dear leader, please do not succumb. This little demoness is not someone you can easily provoke.
Her father is even more formidable than mine.
With such thoughts swirling in his mind, a fawning smile crept across Chao Jinfeng's face.
Chen Xiaoxia, could you please let me down? I am feeling a bit lightheaded. Next time, pay attention.
Chen Xiaoxia retorted, dropping Chao Jinfeng to the ground with a thud that left him grimacing in pain. Then, Chen Xiaoxia's gaze swept over Lin Feiyang and Chen Dongsheng before settling on Lin Feiyang's face.
So, you must be Lin Feiyang? You look like a lecher. How can someone like you serve as the town committee secretary?
Her words nearly left Lin Feiyang breathless. At that moment, he understood why Chao Jinfeng referred to her as the little demoness. This girl was undeniably captivating, yet her words were brutally blunt. Chao Jinfeng fell silent, eager to observe how Lin Feiyang would navigate the little demoness entanglement. To his recollection, few had managed to gain the upper hand against her. He harbored little hope for Lin Feiyang, especially since this woman seemed intent on causing trouble. Oh, boss, do not falter. With icy determination, the little demoness Chen Xiaoxia fixed her gaze upon Lin Feiyang. Both Chao Jinfeng and Chen Dongsheng watched with bated breath. Lin Feiyang suddenly chuckled. You must be the reporter Chen Xiaoxia, right?
Chen Xiaoxia nodded. Indeed, that's me. Please leave, as I shall not entertain an unfair interview. Lin Feiyang declared, gesturing for her to depart. Chen Xiaoxia's attention was immediately captured by his words, and she shot back with indignation. This interview has been approved by your county's publicity department, and my reports have always been fair.
Lin Feiyang smirked dismissively.
Fair? I doubt that. Do you even know why this interview is taking place?
Chen Xiaoxia did not hesitate to reply. Our leadership sent me to investigate why Baleo Town has become a negative example, and they insisted that I collect materials showcasing both the town's failures and its disarray, and that I write a compelling article.
Hearing this, Lin Feiyang gained further insight into the little demoness character.
Her candidness was evident in her refusal to conceal her intentions. He fixed his gaze on her and stated, since you are forthright about your motives, and given your connection with Chao Jinfeng, I will be direct. You should leave, for this interview is a trap devised by me and Chao Jinfeng, intended to exploit the presence of a reporter from the provincial level. Since you are his classmate, we shall not ensnare you.
Chen Xiaoxia's expression shifted from shock to a cold smile. Lin Feiyang, have you lost your mind? You think you can trick me, as the town committee secretary? Aren't you afraid of having Baleo Town's sordid affairs exposed? Just as Lin Feiyang opened his mouth to respond, Chao Jinfeng pulled him aside into a corner of the room, lowering his voice urgently.
Boss, why reveal the truth to her? You can't possibly be taken with her. I must warn you seriously, do not entertain any thoughts about her. This woman is a tigress, too domineering, too fierce. Back in middle and high school, many delinquents attempted to pursue her, only to be thoroughly dealt with. Eventually, those ruffians would avoid her like the plague, resorting to calling her big sister when cornered. Boss, let me tell you, when it comes to finding a girlfriend, one must not be swayed by mere appearances. This Chen Xiaoxia is certainly not the type to embody the virtues of a devoted wife. She's nothing short of a pure tigress. Chao Jinfeng spoke in a hushed tone, emphasizing his point, yet unbeknownst to him, Chen Xiaoxia's keen ears caught every word.
With a gentle smile, she approached Chao Jinfeng. What are you two whispering about? Chao Jinfeng quickly replied, oh, nothing much, just complimenting your beauty. Still smiling, Chen Xiaoxia stepped on Chao Jinfeng's foot, applying pressure as she remarked, is that so? Thank you then. Chao Jinfeng let out a yelp, hopping in pain. Chen Xiaoxia quickly steadied him by the arm. Chao Jinfeng, you need to be more careful. Why would you stretch your foot under mine?
I am not some delicate flower. A step from me can be quite painful. Perhaps you should sit on the sofa and rest. With a slight push, she sent him towards the sofa, but as he was about to sit down, he slipped and fell to the floor with a loud thud.
My apologies, my hands were a bit slippery. Do take care. Chen Xiaoxia said, feigning concern, before turning her icy gaze back to Lin Feiyang. Lin Feiyang, answer my earlier question.
Lin Feiyang replied nonchalantly, let me put it this way, the initiative to summon provincial reporters for this interview was a strategy devised by Chao Jinfeng, Chen Dongsheng, and myself. Our intention is to leverage the article from the provincial reporters to expose the clandestine mining operations occurring in Boleo town. You claim to be a fair reporter, would you dare to report on this? To be candid, these illicitly mined resources amount to billions annually, and should this come to light, your life could be at stake. That is why, upon learning you were Chao Jinfeng's classmate, I said I wouldn't ensnare you. Leave now, this is a battlefield of life and death, this is a stage for men. Chao Jinfeng, see her out. With that, Lin Feiyang turned and seated himself on the sofa. Chao Jinfeng ushered Chen Xiaoxia towards the exit. Xiaoxia, this interview is far too dangerous for you. He lowered his voice, adding, if your father finds out, I'll be in serious trouble. Watching Lin Feiyang's stern demeanor, Chen Xiaoxia realized that these three men were no good, conspiring in the shadows. They wanted her gone, not a chance, yet, she chose to leave without further ado. Upon returning to the room, Chao Jinfeng gave Lin Feiyang a thumbs up. Boss, you did well to send her away. You are truly brilliant. To be honest, this woman is of no ordinary status, you must not fall for her, otherwise, it would only lead to trouble, there is no possibility between you two. Lin Feiyang nodded. You make a valid point. This woman clearly exudes an air of superiority, likely a second-generation rich or politically connected individual, not my type at all, I seek gentle and kind-hearted girls. Unbeknownst to Chao Jinfeng, Chen Xiaoxia, who had just departed, was now standing by the door, eavesdropping on his words with keen interest. After hearing everything, she stormed away, infuriated. Although she had no interest in Lin Feiyang, his previous remarks stung. In truth, Lin Feiyang had already sensed her return, and his comments had been deliberately uttered. He genuinely did not wish for someone like Chen Xiaoxia to become entangled in such a perilous situation. However, Lin Feiyang could not have anticipated that the following morning, upon arriving at the office, Chen Dongsheng would enter with a wry smile, saying, Secretary Lin, that reporter Chen is back, waiting outside. She insists you accompany her for an interview. Just as Lin Feiyang was about to decline, the door swung open, revealing Chen Xiaoxia in a striking red business suit. Her presence nearly left Lin Feiyang in a daze, but he quickly regained his composure and frowned. Reporter Chen, I've already stated that this project is unsuitable for you. Please return and send someone else. Chen Xiaoxia replied with a cold smile, Secretary Lin, whether I am a second-generation official or rich, or not gentle and kind-hearted, I tend to hold grudges. If someone frustrates me, I cannot guarantee that my reporting will be fair, and just look at how filthy your town committee courtyard has become. This is certainly your responsibility as the secretary. And the streets? What a mess, you seem to be turning a blind eye. How can you hope to govern the world if you can't even tidy up your own house? These details alone indicate that you, as the town committee secretary, have many shortcomings.
Upon hearing her words, Lin Feiyang felt a headache coming on.
Meanwhile, outside the door, an individual pretended to walk past slowly, eavesdropping on their conversation with clarity. The person then made their way to Zhao Ruiqiang's office. After listening, Zhao Ruiqiang's eyes lit up, nodding in satisfaction. It seems this expensive reporter we hired is quite effective. She is starting her negative reporting from the details of the town committee courtyard. Lin Feiyang will definitely have a tough time ahead. Most importantly, this reporter is quite shrewd. She is forcing Lin Feiyang to accompany her for the investigation. With this, he won't have a chance to deny the outcomes of the interview. What a clever tactic. It appears Chen Dongsheng's strategy has proven to be quite astute. I doubt Lin Feiyang ever imagined that Chen Dongsheng was my undercover agent. Ultimately, Lin Feiyang found himself compelled to board Chen Xiaoxia's lavish red flag HS9 SUV, which sped away with a flourish. The vehicle came to an abrupt stop in a secluded area on the outskirts, and as Chen Xiaoxia opened the door, she coldly commanded, "Get out." Lin Feiyang, taken aback, exited the car and furrowed his brow.
What do you intend to do? Leaning against the car, Chen Xiaoxia fixed her gaze on Lin Feiyang. Do you truly wish to expose the illicit mining operations in Boleo town? Are you not afraid for your life? Lin Feiyang frowned. What do I have to fear? If I die, I die, but you, as a woman, should not become embroiled in this matter. You ought to leave. What if I told you that my true mission here is to expose the illegal mining and chaos in Boleo town? Chen Xiaoxia's words were shocking. Lin Feiyang's eyes widened. Does the provincial government know about this? Chapter 26 Tianwang Ridge. Seeing the astonishment in Lin Feiyang's eyes, Chen Xiaoxia could not help but display a triumphant smile. What, do you think the leaders from the provincial government are blind? Do you believe that only you, Lin Feiyang, genuinely care for the people? My visit this time was originally a topic meticulously planned by our daily news agency. However, we were just about to conduct our research when someone approached us, asking me to find trouble with you, a mere town committee secretary in Paluazhen. Isn't this clearly an attempt to take you down? What does this indicate? It indicates that you have poked at the ribs of those corrupt individuals. Thus, it seems we are now aligned in purpose. As Lin Feiyang listened to Chen Xiaoxia's nonchalant demeanor while speaking, he couldn't help but furrow his brow, considering her identity. He had no doubts about her words and queried, "Is it possible that your daily news agency sent only you down here? What, do you look down on me? Shall we have a little sparring match?" Chen Xiaoxia shot a provocative glance at Lin Feiyang. Lin Feiyang shook his head, stating, "A real man does not fight with a woman. TCH coward." Chen Xiaoxia continued her taunts. She had an uncanny feeling that this man before her was not simple. Standing in front of him, she, a former Special Forces female warrior, felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart. "Coward, where are we heading next?" Noticing Lin Feiyang's lack of a direct response, Chen Xiaoxia pressed on with her taunts.
Lin Feiyang replied coolly, let us head to Tianwang Ridge. It is the prime location for iron ore in Paluazhen and the site of the most frenzied mining activities. However, we cannot take the main road.
With your attire, it might not be suitable. Wait a moment.
Without further ado, Chen Xiaoxia opened the trunk and retrieved a backpack. After a brief 5 minutes in the car, she emerged transformed into a hiker, equipped with a full set of mountain gear.
Now it was Chen Xiaoxia's turn to mock Lin Feiyang.
What, Secretary Lin, do you intend to climb the mountain in that suit? I bet you'll lead me along perilous paths, and with that outfit of yours, you'll be spotted immediately.
Lin Feiyang shrugged helplessly, you are the one who insisted I come out. Consider yourself fortunate.
As she spoke, Lin Feiyang retrieved another backpack from the trunk, saying, here, change in the car.
This set was meant for my father, but now it's yours.
After changing into the proper attire, Lin Feiyang stepped out once more. Chen Xiaoxia gazed at him in hiking gear, her eyes sparkling with surprise. She hadn't anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous town committee secretary, despite his slightly darker complexion, would look quite handsome and masculine. Compared to the young men and muscular types from the provincial capital who pursued her, this man exuded a more genuine masculinity.
At the very least, he was unafraid of death, he dared to fight for the people's interests. In this regard, he was just like her father, who was her idol. As the car roared to life again, following Lin Feiyang's directions, they stopped on a secluded path at Tianwang Ridge. Lin Feiyang reiterated, Reporter Chen, are you truly certain you want to accompany me on this adventure? I must once again remind you that our actions today are exceedingly perilous. You can still choose to leave now. Enough of your blabbering. Move aside.
With that, Chen Xiaoxia took the lead, climbing up the narrow path. Lin Feiyang smiled wryly. He had discerned that this woman was undoubtedly strong-willed and unyielding. Remembering Chao Jinfeng's advice, he suddenly felt that the council held merit.
This woman was fierce and wild, undoubtedly a hellish little demon. She was certainly not his type all along. The women of his dreams had been the beauty of Huang Rong, the gentleness of Wang Yuyan, and the cunning of Zhao Min. The two climbed for over 2 hours along the path, finally reaching the summit. Just as they prepared to observe their surroundings, Lin Feiyang's brow furrowed. He seemed to hear faint footsteps. As Lin Feiyang contemplated how to respond, Chen Xiaoxia, with sharper hearing than him, suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him fiercely, the action wild and aggressive. In that instant, Lin Feiyang was utterly bewildered. This was his first kiss, forcefully taken by a woman. He could feel the soft, moist sensation on his lips, as if his soul had floated into the air, a thrilling and indescribably splendid feeling. At that moment, a gruff voice interrupted, what are you two doing? Are you blind?
Chen Xiaoxia retorted, her cheeks flushed yet her words sharp. No sooner had she spoken than 4 or 5 individuals emerged, each wielding double-barreled shotguns, their dark muzzles trained on Lin Feiyang and Chen Xiaoxia. What are you doing here? Asked the leader, a bald man with a tuft of white hair, frowning.
We're hikers, Lin Feiyang replied smoothly.
We heard there might be a legendary figure buried in Tianwang Ridge, so we wanted to investigate the feng shui here and take a few photos for research.
Did you take any photos? One of the thugs inquired.
We were just getting into the mood to capture some beautiful shots, but you've ruined it all. By the way, are you hunting in the mountains? I heard from the locals that there are sick deer around here. Lin Feiyang spoke eloquently, peppering his words with a local accent. The thug's tense expression relaxed slightly, and he replied sternly, let me tell you, there is no legendary figure buried in this mountain. The name Tianwang Ridge is merely a local pun. You'd best hurry down, otherwise, as night falls, wild wolves and boars roam these parts in packs. Can't you see we're armed? Move quickly.
Let us go. Lin Feiyang urged.
I've indeed heard that there are wolves in these mountains.
Chen Xiaoxia, somewhat dissatisfied, replied, you're quite timid, aren't you?
It is just wolves and boars. We've come all this way, we can't simply turn back now, it's frustrating.
Lin Feiyang shook his head. Should we head back? The sun is already setting. At this, Lin Feiyang turned to the thug and said, my friend, we impulsively climbed up here without knowing how to descend. Could you point us in the right direction? The thug pondered briefly. Given that it was currently a lull in mining activities, with no vehicles transporting ore, he found it convenient to have the two hikers leave. He coldly replied, follow the path behind us and descend quickly, otherwise, when it gets dark, you'll be in trouble without weapons if you encounter wolves. Lin Feiyang expressed his gratitude and took Chen Xiaoxia's hand, leading her down the mountain. Remarkably, she did not resist his grip, fully aware that their survival hinged on maintaining their facade as hikers. Thus, she allowed him to hold her hand, her fair face flushed as they descended in silence. Little did Lin Feiyang know that Chen Xiaoxia's mind was in turmoil. On my first kiss, I just gave it away to this foolish guy. Is there any heroism in him? He seems to have lost his nerve at the first sign of danger. Sigh, I wonder who my ideal partner will be. As they continued down a path that widened, marked by deep tire tracks and gravel, Chen Xiaoxia suddenly remarked, these illegal miners are incredibly brazen. The guards at the mine even have guns and patrol day and night, indicating a strong sense of vigilance. Lin Feiyang nodded in agreement.
Indeed, this further suggests that the profits from this mine are substantial. Otherwise, they wouldn't maintain such a large security presence.
Reporter Chen, you ought to leave, it's too dangerous here.
Lin Feiyang urged. Chen Xiaoxia smiled enigmatically.
Let's head back for now. She did not directly respond to Lin Feiyang.
After descending, they found their vehicle, and Chen Xiaoxia dropped Lin Feiyang at his residence before departing. Once back at her place, Chen Xiaoxia indulged in a hearty meal, then sought a hotel in town, sleeping soundly until around 11 p.m. She promptly set off again, returning to the site she had visited with Lin Feiyang, continuing to ascend the original path unbeknownst to Chen Xiaoxia. Shortly after their departure, the thug had reported their encounter to his superiors, who immediately arranged for additional lookout posts on the mountain. With the same reckless abandon as before, Chen Xiaoxia ascended, but this time, a lookout spotted her and promptly reached for his phone to alert others. Just then, a shadow flashed, and the lookout was swiftly incapacitated, bound and gagged. As Chen Xiaoxia continued upward, the shadow stealthily eliminated the remaining lookouts of that night. She lingered near several mining pits atop the mountain, capturing numerous photographs and video evidence. Around 3 a.m. at the summit, she finalized an article and published it online. Unbeknownst to her, as she did this, the shadow eliminated a few more lookouts nearby. By around 4 a.m., Chen Xiaoxia returned to her residence, ready to sleep once more. At that moment, while many were deep in slumber, the leadership team of Palyuzhen was abruptly awakened by a series of phone calls, all from Lin Feiyang, urgently summoning them to an emergency town committee meeting within half an hour. A significant matter had arisen in Palyuzhen. Awoken in a fit of indignation, Zhao Ruiqiang exclaimed, "Comrade Lin Feiyang, are you out of your mind? What could possibly be so urgent in our little town? Can't this wait until tomorrow?" Lin Feiyang replied coldly, "Director Zhao, you may choose to wait until tomorrow, but this matter cannot. If higher authorities hold you accountable tomorrow, you alone will bear the consequences. Whether you come or not is your decision." With a huff, Zhao Ruiqiang begrudgingly got out of bed, yawning as he drove to the town committee compound. The once quiet town of Palyuzhen buzzed with activity due to the unexpected early morning meeting at the town committee. For the first time, the town committee's conference room was in session at 4 a.m. Many grassroots staff had no choice but to take their positions inside the conference room. Zhao Ruiqiang yawned and questioned Lin Feiyang, "Secretary Lin, do tell what is so urgent that you summoned us all so early? How can we work tomorrow with such little sleep?" Lin Feiyang cast a cold glance at Zhao Ruiqiang and instructed, "Comrade Chen Dongsheng, please collect everyone's phones and communication devices for secure storage.
Today's meeting must be absolutely confidential."
Zhao Ruiqiang immediately sensed the gravity of the situation and protested, "Secretary Lin, shouldn't you first explain what this is all about? There is no need to confiscate phones. Everyone has personal and work matters that can't be delayed for a mere meeting." Lin Feiyang scoffed, "May I ask, Director Zhao, does anyone typically call you at this hour?" Zhao Ruiqiang furrowed his brow and shook his head.
"Then that settles it.
Rest assured, by 8 a.m. tomorrow, all phones will be returned. It will not hinder any affairs for now. We only need to retain one phone for Comrade Chen Dongsheng to communicate under oversight. Please take out your phones and do not hide any. If discovered, it would be quite embarrassing. Others might suspect you of attempting to leak information." As he spoke, Lin Feiyang produced both of his phones. The others followed suit, many revealing 2 devices. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Ruiqiang surrendered both of his phones. Once the phones were collected, Zhao Ruiqiang coldly inquired, "Secretary Lin, may I speak now?"
Lin Feiyang nodded. "Now, please direct your attention to the big screen."
Soon, an article appeared on the screen in the conference room. Lin Feiyang stated coldly, "Take a look. This is an article published by reporter Chen Xiaoxia around 3 a.m., titled Night Investigation of Tianwang Ridge. The main content reveals that the iron ore mining operations at Tianwang Ridge, which should have been halted by the county, are still running efficiently, especially after dark when truckloads of iron ore are being transported away. According to reporter Chen Xiaoxia, the operations resumed within a week of the county's suspension order, yet not a single cent has been remitted to Palyuzhen or the county treasury."
Reporter Chen Xiaoxia raises several questions. First, who is behind the organization of these mining operations? Second, why have the local villagers' repeated reports of illegal mining gone unaddressed by any department? Third, are our local authorities blind? Do the leaders of Palyuzhen not see the illegal mining activities at Tianwang Ridge? Have you accepted bribes? Fourth, it's alarming that the mine security is armed, and not just with one weapon. Does the Palyuzhen police station know about this? Fifth, it has come to light that many members of the Palyuzhen town committee and some county leaders possess shares and receive dividends from the mine. Who is on that list, and who will investigate? After briefly summarizing the article, Zhao Ruiqiang began to sweat profusely. His back was instantly drenched. He could hardly believe that the provincial daily news agency reporter they had hired at great expense would expose such a damning article. Wasn't it agreed that she would write about the town's shortcomings? Wasn't it supposed to be a hit job on Lin Feiyang? Now, it seemed they were digging up the very roots of their interest group. Zhao Ruiqiang felt an overwhelming sense of crisis closing in on him. He desperately wanted to pull out his phone and question those responsible, but now, his phone was confiscated and locked away. It was too late. What to do? As his mind raced, he spoke up when Lin Feiyang's gaze fell upon him. "Secretary Lin, I believe the authenticity of this article warrants verification. It cannot be used as evidence at this time."
Lin Feiyang replied coldly, "There are photographs as proof."
Zhao Ruiqiang scoffed, "Photos can be digitally manipulated."
Lin Feiyang swiftly operated his performance phone, soon pulling up a video from the internet. He played it and explained, "This footage captures the scene of the iron ore transport vehicles at Tianwang Ridge. In just 20 minutes, over 100 trucks were seen entering and exiting, quite a spectacle. Are all our relevant departments in Palyuzhen and the county blind? Why should such a serious issue rely on a reporter to expose it? Director Zhao, isn't this within your purview?" Zhao Ruiqiang huffed but remained silent.
Lin Feiyang's stern gaze swept over everyone in the room.
"Ladies and gentlemen, I know some of you have stakes in this mine, but I must inform you that this no investment business has reached its end. Your illegal mining activities not only violate the law but also infringe upon the rights of the common people and harm national interests. With this matter now exposed, no one can cover it up. From this moment, I will organize all town committee members, led by myself and comrade Chao Jinfeng, to conduct an on-site investigation at Tianwang Ridge. Every single member must participate. We depart now.
Remember, no one is to leak any information regarding what we have just witnessed through any means.
Afterward, Lin Feiyang and Chao Jinfeng took the lead, boarding two prepared 7-seat Wuling Hongguang vehicles, racing toward Tianwang Ridge as dawn's first light began to break. The previous night, Lin Feiyang, who had secretly protected Chen Xiaoxia, had thoroughly investigated and discovered that Tianwang Ridge housed 2 large iron mines and several medium to small mines. His intent in leading this expedition was to target those 2 major mines. Upon their arrival, Lin Feiyang observed numerous miners, managers, and transport vehicles retreating down the mountain. He pointed outside the vehicle and said, "Comrade Zhao Ruiqiang, do you see that? Those are the personnel involved in illegal mining retreating. We may lack the capacity to organize against them, but we can halt their production. Thus, I have decided that we in Paluazhen will take direct action to destroy all the mining entrances to prevent further illegal activities. Do you have any objections?" Chapter 27 A Clash of Wills. Upon hearing Lin Feiyang's audacious proposal to obliterate all entrances to the iron mines, Zhao Ruiqiang's expression darkened instantaneously. His gaze, steely and unyielding, fixed upon Lin Feiyang as he remarked, "Secretary Lin, you cannot be jesting. Do you comprehend the immense losses this would entail? If we wish to retender these iron mines in the future, how much revenue will we forfeit?" Lin Feiyang responded with a chilling smirk, "If the entrances are not destroyed, will they not continue to clandestinely extract resources under the cover of night? What can you do about it? Can you truly maintain control? Did you genuinely believe that no one was illicitly mining on Tianwang Ridge? I find that hard to believe. You must have been aware. Yet, you chose inaction. Why? There are 2 reasons. Firstly, the heads of the regulatory bodies have been compromised by shadowy figures, serving not only to neglect their duties but also to act as protectors. The second reason is that while they may wish to intervene, their power is woefully inadequate. Do not forget, as pointed out in journalist Chen Xiaoxia's article, that those engaged in these illicit activities are armed, and with the limited personnel at our town's police station, can they possibly contend with those thugs?" At this juncture, Lin Feiyang resolutely posed and answered his own question. They cannot. Hence, we must adopt extraordinary measures, obliterate all entrances to the iron mines. Zhao Ruiqiang, his countenance somber, retorted, "I categorically disagree. This matter is exceedingly grave. We must consult with the county and city authorities." At that moment, their vehicle came to a halt at the largest entrance of the iron mine, and everyone disembarked. After stepping out, Zhao Ruiqiang pointed at the robustly constructed entrance and said, "Secretary Lin, observe this entrance. It is built to withstand the test of time, but if you destroy it, the challenges of reinstating its use will be monumental, demanding vast human, material, and financial resources. What do you aim to achieve with such an act?" Lin Feiyang replied with a slight smile, "My aim is to ensure that the citizens of our town genuinely reap the benefits of the natural resources that belong to them. Not to let these advantages be monopolized by a select few with power and influence. Therefore, I would rather see these entrances completely destroyed and these mines rendered unexploitable than stand idly by as these malevolent forces, backed by their protectors, trample upon the populace." Zhao Ruiqiang glared at Lin Feiyang, asserting, "Secretary Lin, I firmly believe this is utterly unacceptable. Such actions could lead to catastrophic consequences. This is a matter of paramount importance for the long-term future of our town, and it must be deliberated in a meeting of the town leadership. It should even be decided by the county." Lin Feiyang gently shook his head. "The decision to demolish these iron mine entrances is final. I will not entertain any dissent. Lin Feiyang, will bear all consequences." With that, he turned to Chen Dongsheng and commanded, "Comrade Chen Dongsheng, immediately arrange for personnel and resources to prepare for the comprehensive demolition of these mine entrances. Additionally, sever all access routes to and from the mountain." He added, "I wish to see who dares to continue illicit mining henceforth." Chen Dongsheng retrieved his phone, showing no hesitation as he began to search for contacts. However, sensing an imminent crisis, Zhao Ruiqiang swiftly reached out, snatching the phone from Chen Dongsheng's grasp and dialing County Head Niu Ziyang. County Head Niu, Lin Feiyang intends to arrange for the complete demolition of all entrances to the iron mines on Tianwang Ridge, severing all access roads. This action is a grave hindrance to our town's economic development and will obliterate any hope for our rise. I implore you, County Head Niu, to ensure justice for our town's iron mines." Niu Ziyang, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow. Of the Tianwang Ridge iron mines? What are you doing there? Why does he wish to demolish these entrances? Zhao Ruiqiang promptly recounted the recent developments, particularly highlighting the evidence presented in journalist Chen Xiaoxia's article. After absorbing the information, Niu Ziyang felt a buzzing in his head. He never anticipated that Chen Xiaoxia, a journalist from the provincial level, would expose the situation regarding the Tianwang Ridge iron mines. This revelation was beyond his wildest dreams. With a grim expression, Niu Ziyang stated, "Hand the phone to Lin Feiyang. I wish to speak with him." Zhao Ruiqiang relayed the phone to Lin Feiyang, its County Head Niu on the line. Lin Feiyang shot Zhao Ruiqiang a sideways glance before accepting the phone. "County Head Niu, how may I assist you?" Niu Ziyang replied coldly, "Lin Feiyang, you must understand that the decision to demolish these mine entrances must await the county's final directive. Your town must not act impulsively. I will reiterate, this matter requires the county's ultimate decision." With that, Niu Ziyang hung up the call. Lin Feiyang trembled with rage, glaring at Zhao Ruiqiang, wishing to deliver a few resounding slaps to this man. Were it not for him, perhaps Chen Dongsheng's call would have been completed by now. Yet, this man had the audacity to commandeer Chen Dongsheng's phone to contact Niu Ziyang. What did this indicate?
Did it not suggest that Zhao Ruiqiang and Niu Zhiyong were cut from the same cloth, perhaps holding stakes in the Tianwang Ridge iron mines? Otherwise, why would they react so vehemently against the demolition of the entrances? With this thought, Lin Feiyang reached for the phone from Chen Dongsheng, who promptly handed it over. Lin Feiyang then dialed the number for County Party Secretary Ma Yuanxiang. Secretary Ma, I implore you to search online for the article titled Night Exploration of Tianwang Ridge. There is a piece written by journalist Chen Xiaoxia from the Provincial Daily, exposing the rampant illicit mining occurring in our town's Tianwang Ridge. The financial implications have already reached several hundred million, if not billions, resulting in the loss of substantial national and communal wealth. I propose a solution to eradicate the issue of illicit mining on Tianwang Ridge. We have two options. First, immediately demolish all entrances to the iron mines to prevent further illicit extraction and protect our natural resources. Second, promptly initiate a public tender for the Tianwang Ridge iron mines, deploying staff from the county and town to reside there for round-the-clock monitoring and establishing checkpoints on all access roads to halt illicit mining and transportation, thereby completely severing their means. After concluding the call, County Party Secretary Ma Yuanxiang stood momentarily stunned. He had just risen, bleary-eyed, and when he received Lin Feiyang's call, he was still somewhat disoriented. However, as Lin Feiyang's words sunk in, his expression grew increasingly serious. In Ma Yuanxiang's estimation, it would take at least 6 months to a year for Lin Feiyang to even begin to address the issue of illicit mining on Tianwang Ridge. Yet, he had never anticipated that Lin Feiyang would so audaciously confront the matter right after publicly humiliating Du Zhigui in front of the county leaders and the city secretary. Was Lin Feiyang truly so astute? How had he so quickly identified the situation surrounding the Tianwang Ridge iron mines? This issue was a veritable hot potato. Whosoever touched it would face disaster. Yet, failing to address it would lead to an inevitable storm, threatening to engulf both our town and Tianfeng County. Since taking office, the knowledge of the Tianwang Ridge iron mines had lodged itself in Ma Yuanxiang's throat like a fishbone, robbing him of peace even in sleep. He had been contemplating how to approach the situation, ensuring that his actions would not lead to personal peril while also preventing any significant upheaval. The ramifications of this issue were extensive, involving countless individuals and facts. Pulling one thread could unravel the entire tapestry. Ma Yuanxiang was torn between the desire to act and the fear of the consequences, yet, the inevitable had arrived. Lin Feiyang, this reckless youth, had poked a hornet's nest and proposed the demolition of the entrances, a peculiar suggestion that sparked a flicker of inspiration in Ma Yuanxiang's mind. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ma Yuanxiang replied, "Give me 15 minutes, and I will return your call." Once the call ended, Lin Feiyang glared at Zhao Ruiqiang. Town head Zhao, do you believe that regardless of whom you consult, I will ensure the demolition of the Tianwang Ridge iron mine entrances? As he spoke, Lin Feiyang's eyes shimmered with fervent determination. Zhao Ruiqiang had never witnessed such fervor in Lin Feiyang's gaze, yet reason compelled him to believe that even if Lin Feiyang were to act recklessly, he would not dare to take unilateral action without the county's directive, unless he wished to resign. A mysterious confidence glimmered in Zhao Ruiqiang's eyes. Lin Feiyang, since you assert that, I can confidently inform you that you will indeed be unable to demolish this iron mine entrance. Then let us wait and see. Lin Feiyang stood tall and declared, Comrades, let us behold these iron mines that rightfully belong to the citizens of our town. These resources have long been exploited without restraint by malevolent forces shielded by their protectors. It is said that iron worth hundreds of millions flows out of here annually, yet, our town sees not a single cent in return. Do you deem this just? After Lin Feiyang's proclamation, silence reigned. Not a single soul responded. Some gazes directed at Lin Feiyang were filled with apathy and even hostility. Throughout his speech, Lin Feiyang had been keenly observing the crowd's expressions, and he began to grasp their positions. 15 minutes later, Lin Feiyang received a call from Ma Yuanxiang, who uttered only a few terse words. Stand by, the county committee's standing meeting will convene shortly. At this moment, all remained calm in the town, but a tempest was brewing in Tianfeng County.
After receiving Zhao Ruiqiang's call, County head Niu Zhiyong immediately sought out County Party Secretary Ma Yuanxiang, urging the convening of a standing meeting to deliberate the critical question of whether to demolish the entrances to the Tianwang Ridge iron mines. Before the meeting, Niu Zhiyong felt confident of his grasp on the outcome and direction of the discussions. However, he was utterly unprepared for the sudden outburst from the usually reticent and diplomatic Ma Yuanxiang. During the standing meeting, Niu Zhiyong launched into a detailed critique of Lin Feiyang's proposals, speaking for a full 20 minutes and verbally eviscerating him, nearly leading to Lin Feiyang's immediate dismissal. In conclusion, he asserted, Secretary Ma, comrades, I believe that Comrade Lin Feiyang is nothing more than an uneducated petty rogue, lacking any foresight or insight, and is excessively enamored with self-promotion. I have no regard for this individual. I vehemently oppose his proposals. Upon hearing this, Ma Yuanxiang slowly raised his head, his gaze directed at Niu Zhiyong, and replied with a smile, County head Niu, may I inquire about your alma mater?
Niu Zhiyong's brow furrowed. I graduated from the provincial party school. And your level of education? Postgraduate.
Ma Yuanxiang smiled at Comrade Niu Zhiyong. While your postgraduate degree from the provincial party school has a certain value, we are all aware of its true worth.
But do you know where Lin Feiyang graduated? He is an alumnus of Peking University. Moreover, he holds a doctorate in economics and a master's in computer science. Do you truly believe that an uneducated individual could attain such prestigious degrees from Peking University? Ma Yuanxiang's initial remarks during the standing meeting had delivered a resounding slap to Niu Zhiyong's face. This was unprecedented. Many members of the county committee were left in shock. No one expected the usually subdued and diplomatic county party secretary Ma Yuanxiang to confront the assertive county head Niu Zhiyong so directly, delivering an unrelenting verbal blow to his face.
Many were left bewildered, unable to comprehend why Ma Yuanxiang was exhibiting such fervor today, while others pondered their motivations. Niu Zhiyong felt the sting of embarrassment, a palpable discomfort akin to a slap across the face. With an icy glare, Niu Zhiyong retorted, Secretary Ma, I maintain that the level of education or the prestige of an institution does not necessarily reflect a person's capability or lack of it. My critique of Lin Feiyang is centered on his imprudent actions and lack of foresight. I firmly believe that any responsible and visionary town committee secretary would never propose such a reckless suggestion. If we demolish all entrances to the iron mines on Tianwang Ridge, how shall we proceed with the development and utilization of these resources? While it may seem gratifying in the short term, bolstering an image of integrity in the eyes of the public, it would ultimately require us to pay a far steeper price while yielding significantly diminished returns.
Is Lin Feiyang's suggestion not the epitome of ignorance? Niu Zhiyong launched his counterattack without hesitation. Chapter 28 Multi-Party Game. After Niu Liyong finished speaking, County Party Secretary Ma Yuanxiang gently shook his head, suddenly fixing his cold gaze upon Niu Liyong and inquiring, Comrade Niu Liyong, may I ask, was it not the county that halted the development of the iron mine in Paluo Town? Niu Liyong nodded, indeed. Is there an issue? Ma Yuanxiang replied with a chilling smile, the halt itself poses no problem, yet, the concern lies in the fact that, since the county has already suspended the development of the iron mine in Paluo Town, why has the operation there continued unabated? Why has this matter been exposed by reporters? Moreover, why are security personnel at the mine armed? What is the reason behind this? Niu Liyong fell silent, and an eerie stillness enveloped the meeting room. After contemplating for several seconds, he finally raised his head and said, Secretary Ma, I believe the reporters are not fully aware of the true circumstances. According to the information I have received, the mining operations only commenced recently. When precisely was that? Who provided you with this information? Ma Yuanxiang's voice resonated with a formidable pressure as he intensely scrutinized Niu Liyong. After a moment of reflection, Niu Liyong responded, I heard it began about a month ago. As for who informed me, that remains confidential for now. Ma Yuanxiang scoffed, Comrade Niu Liyong, I do not know who you heard this from, but this reporter reached his conclusions after interviewing villagers from several nearby communities. If you cannot disclose the identity of the person who reported this to you, and if you cannot substantiate that their conclusions surpass those drawn from the villagers' testimonies, then your assertions hold no weight. Wouldn't you agree? Niu Liyong remained silent. The other standing committee members were taken aback. No one had anticipated that the usually unassuming county party secretary, who often acquiesced to Niu Liyong, would openly refute his claims in front of everyone. Many felt that Niu Liyong had been publicly humiliated. Niu Liyong was equally astonished. He had not expected such a sudden confrontation from the typically reserved county secretary. This unexpected shift left him somewhat disoriented. At that moment, Ma Yuanxiang coldly stated, since Comrade Niu Liyong cannot provide any further justification, let us proceed with the demolition of the iron mines in Paluo Town as per Comrade Lin Feiyang's proposal. Upon hearing this, Niu Liyong became anxious. Seemingly struck with inspiration, he suddenly exclaimed, Secretary Ma, I believe we should consult the city's opinion regarding whether these mines should be demolished or not. Ma Yuanxiang raised an eyebrow, retorting coldly, I see no necessity for that. Niu Liyong gently shook his head, Secretary Ma, I believe it is quite necessary. Deputy Secretary Dong from the Municipal Committee mentioned the iron mines in Paluo Town during our conversation yesterday, indicating that the city intends to conduct a comprehensive assessment of iron mines throughout the municipality to facilitate coordinated development of these resources. Ma Yuanxiang narrowed his eyes and glanced at Niu Liyong, immediately understanding that he was likely fabricating his claims. However, the intricacies of political maneuvering prevented him from seeking verification, as failure to do so would not only humiliate him but also risk offending the municipal leadership. Most importantly, by invoking Deputy Secretary Dong's name, Niu Liyong implied a strong rapport with him, rendering any verification attempts a double-edged sword. Nonetheless, Ma Yuanxiang was no novice. He coolly remarked, we may consult the city's opinion on this matter, but ultimately, the decision regarding whether to demolish the iron mines rests with Paluo Town. We merely need to relay our views to them. This meeting is adjourned. With that, Ma Yuanxiang rose and departed. At that moment, atop Tianwang Ridge, Lin Feiyang awaited the results of the county meeting. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a call from the Discipline Inspection Commissioner, Zhao Zhenfeng. Lin Feiyang promptly answered. Zhao Zhenfeng's excited voice came through the line. Boss, our team discovered a significant stockpile of explosives in the warehouse during our on-site inspection, thousands of pounds. Lin Feiyang's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he gritted his teeth, declaring, excellent. Arrange for the explosives to be sorted and transported to the entrances of several nearby mine shafts, and simultaneously deploy personnel to patrol the area and notify everyone nearby to evacuate. Prepare to demolish all the mine entrances. Zhao Zhenfeng was immediately energized. This was the very action he had long desired to undertake, yet had felt powerless to execute, watching as the resources belonging to the people of Paluo Town were carted away without any tax revenue benefiting the local government. Witnessing Paluo Town citizens guarding a golden bowl yet remaining destitute was infuriating and frustrating. Now, with Lin Feiyang advocating for the demolition of the mine entrances, he wholeheartedly supported the initiative. Without hesitation, Zhao Zhenfeng sprang into action. After Lin Feiyang spoke, the town mayor, Zhao Ruicheng, was taken aback and immediately exclaimed, Lin Feiyang, you cannot proceed with this, the county's directives have not yet been issued. As Zhao Ruicheng finished speaking, Lin Feiyang's phone rang once more. Noticing that the caller ID displayed County Party Secretary Ma Yuanxiang, Lin Feiyang quickly answered, Hello, Secretary Ma, this is Lin Feiyang.
Ma Yuanxiang's voice was grave. Lin Feiyang, the matter regarding the iron mines in Paluo Town was just discussed in the county standing committee, and there were significant disagreements. Ultimately, I proposed that the decision regarding the treatment of the iron mines be entrusted to you in Paluo Town. Comrade Niu Liang has probably already contacted the city, which may also issue directives to you. Handle this matter as you see fit. In short, I, Ma Yuanxiang, stand with you. Upon hearing the last sentence, Lin Feiyang felt a warm surge in his heart. He understood that since Secretary Ma mentioned significant disagreements, it indicated that no consensus had been reached in the standing committee. This meant that even with his clear stance, Secretary Ma was unable to sway the overall situation within the county. It appeared that Secretary Ma was in a precarious position within the county, yet despite this, he could still provide such unequivocal support. This bolstered Lin Feiyang's resolve to align himself with Secretary Ma. Although he had never interacted with Secretary Ma before, this single phone call had secured such formidable backing, underscoring that Secretary Ma possessed a moral compass of his own. Having come to this realization, Lin Feiyang clenched his fists, silently vowing, "Rest assured, Secretary Ma, I, Lin Feiyang, will ensure the demolition of the mine entrances atop Tianwang Ridge." While Lin Feiyang conversed with Ma Yuanxiang, Zhao Ruiqiang, drenched in sweat, hurried to inform Niu Liang of Lin Feiyang's decision. Niu Liang was alarmed and immediately called Deputy Mayor Chen Mingli, responsible for natural resources, naturally oversaw mining resources as well. Niu Liang was too astute to approach Municipal Deputy Secretary Dong Zichuan over such a minor matter. What he needed was someone who could apply pressure on Lin Feiyang and Ma Yuanxiang, believing that as long as the city intervened, Lin Feiyang would surely hesitate to proceed with the demolition. Upon hearing Niu Liang's report, Chen Mingli's expression darkened, and he furrowed his brow, saying, "Old Niu, are you suggesting that Ma Yuanxiang actually supports Lin Feiyang regarding the demolition of the iron mines?" Niu Liang sighed. "Yes, Ma Yuanxiang's response was beyond my expectations. He rarely contradicts my opinions, and this time feels particularly unusual." Chen Mingli nodded. "Very well, I shall personally call Lin Feiyang shortly. I want to see just how bold he truly is." Subsequently, Chen Mingli dialed Lin Feiyang's number, his tone icy as he stated, "Comrade Lin Feiyang, I have heard that you intend to demolish the entrances of the iron mines in Paluo Town?" Lin Feiyang nodded. "Indeed, Deputy Mayor Chen. You may not be aware, but since the county sealed the mines several years ago, illegal factions have been secretly mining, leading to a substantial loss of state assets. This matter is extremely serious. Thus, I believe that demolishing the mine entrances is the most effective means to halt illegal extraction." "Preposterous, you are utterly out of line." Chen Mingli erupted with anger. "Lin Feiyang, understand this, the Municipal Bureau of Natural Resources is about to conduct a comprehensive assessment of all mineral resources in the city. Consequently, matters concerning mineral resources will be uniformly coordinated and managed by them. Do not meddle in this issue any further." Lin Feiyang maintained his nonchalant demeanor. "Deputy Mayor Chen, according to our provincial regulations regarding the management of mineral resources, the responsible department oversees the management of resource reserves, mining rights, and the supervision of resource protection and rational utilization. However, for several years, the iron mines in Paluo Town have continued to operate illegally despite being closed. This indicates a severe dereliction of duty on the part of the Municipal Bureau of Natural Resources. According to the regulations, we are responsible for establishing inspection systems to promptly identify and prevent illegal exploration and extraction of mineral resources and environmental destruction, reporting such actions to the county government within 5 working days. We have already reported this issue through the proper channels, and we are now prepared to take action to halt illegal mining. Therefore, Deputy Mayor Chen, I regret to inform you that we can only take your directives under advisement, as we cannot allow the resources of Paluo Town to be unlawfully exploited." With that, Lin Feiyang abruptly hung up the phone. Chen Mingli, enraged, slammed his phone down, exclaiming, "Lin Feiyang, you are insufferable. Shall we make arrangements for personnel from the Bureau of Natural Resources to accompany me to Paluo Town?" Chen Mingli then called Niu Liang, saying, "Old Niu, Lin Feiyang from Paluo Town is becoming too audacious. I have clearly instructed him not to involve himself in the iron mine issue, yet he had the audacity to cite the mineral resource management regulations to brush me off. From what I gather, he is about to take action. This is utterly outrageous. I have arranged for personnel from the Municipal Bureau of Natural Resources to accompany me to Paluo Town. We must stop Lin Feiyang's reckless actions." Niu Liang was taken aback by this news and quickly dialed Lin Feiyang's number, saying, "Lin Feiyang, I have heard that you are insistent on demolishing the entrances of the iron mines in Paluo Town. I must emphasize once again that both the city and county take this matter very seriously. You absolutely cannot act recklessly." Lin Feiyang responded calmly, "Rest assured, County Head Niu, as long as I, Lin Feiyang, am the secretary of the Paluo Town Committee, I will act in strict accordance with the law and will not act arbitrarily. County Head Niu, do you have any further instructions?" Niu Liang was nearly driven to madness by Lin Feiyang's demeanor and shouted, "Lin Feiyang, listen carefully. The entrances of the iron mines in Paluo Town must not be demolished. This is a directive from both the county and city governments." Lin Feiyang smiled slightly. "Authority arises from documentation. Personal authority is derived from seals. This has been true since ancient times. If County Head Niu has any directives, please communicate them to me in written form." With that, Lin Feiyang hung up the phone and switched it off. He understood that as long as his phone remained on, he would continue to receive calls from various parties. However, today, Lin Feiyang was resolute in his decision to demolish all the entrances of the iron mines. In his view, only by doing so could he genuinely ensure that these resources, belonging to the people, would not be plundered by illegal factions. At that moment, Zhao Ruiqiang approached briskly and asked, "Secretary Lin, you turned off your phone?"
Lin Feiyang nodded.
"There's a call for you. Please answer it. If it weren't for the battery dying, you should turn it back on, otherwise, strangers will keep calling me." Zhao Ruiqiang expressed his dissatisfaction. Lin Feiyang frowned but answered the call. A cold voice came through. "Lin Feiyang, listen carefully. If you dare to demolish the entrances of my iron mines, I will make sure you pay dearly."
Lin Feiyang chuckled. "It seems you are one of the masterminds behind the development of these mines."
"I can assure you that I am determined to demolish these mine entrances. No one can stop me. If you wish to eliminate me, you better have the capability to do so." With that, Lin Feiyang hung up the phone, handed it to Zhao Ruiqiang, and coldly stated, "Comrade Zhao Ruiqiang, from this moment on, do not forward any calls for me.
Until the entrances of these iron mines are completely demolished, I will not answer any calls." Chapter 29 Calculated moves. Zhao Ruiqiang, his face ashen with fury, glared at Lin Feiyang and exclaimed, "Lin Feiyang, your actions are pushing our broken Gong town into the eye of the storm. Just moments ago, the leaders from both the county and the city personally called you, explicitly prohibiting you from demolishing these iron ore entrances. Why must you defy the authorities?" Lin Feiyang sighed softly. "Comrade Zhao Ruiqiang, you have misunderstood me." The moment those words left his lips, the room fell silent, all eyes turning to Lin Feiyang with expressions of disbelief.
Unfazed by their bewilderment, he continued, "I, Lin Feiyang, have never intended to oppose anyone. My sole desire is to preserve some resources for the development of our broken Gong town citizens, nothing more."
Zhao Ruiqiang scoffed. "Do you truly believe that you are the only one concerned for the people? Are the county and city leaders not also thinking of the citizens?"
Lin Feiyang remained silent, merely gesturing towards the winding mountain road. "Zhao Ruiqiang, do you have any idea how much the iron ore transported from this road is worth daily? Have you ever attempted to stop it as the town leader?" After uttering this, Lin Feiyang shook his head. "Forget it, there's no point in continuing this conversation."
His expression was one of despair, a reflection of his hopelessness regarding Zhao Ruiqiang's stance.
At that moment, a vehicle sped towards them from a distance, and 3 staff members emerged. The leader addressed Lin Feiyang, "Secretary Lin, this vehicle carries 800 kilograms of explosives and the accompanying systems, sent by committee member Chao for you." Lin Feiyang nodded in satisfaction and immediately instructed those behind him, "A few of you, please assist in moving these items to the iron ore entrance."
As his words echoed, Zhao Ruiqiang interjected, "Don't move.
Those items cannot be transported to I bring good news. A county head Nyo, county head Du, and personnel from the County Natural Resources Bureau, along with Vice Mayor Chen and the City Natural Resources Bureau, are on their way. The county and city have made it clear that absolutely no one is permitted to privately demolish these iron ore entrances, or they will face severe consequences."
The 2 civil servants who had intended to approach halted in their tracks upon hearing Zhao Ruiqiang's proclamation.
Lin Feiyang surveyed the assembled crowd, his countenance darkening. "What, are my words as the town committee secretary falling on deaf ears? Will you stand idly by while these resources, belonging to the people and the nation, are ruthlessly pillaged by malevolent forces?"
After he spoke, silence engulfed the scene, everyone remaining muted.
Lin Feiyang sighed, turning to the 3 individuals who had disembarked from the transport vehicle. "Could you assist me in unloading the vehicle? Please handle everything with care."
The 3, clearly trusted aides of Chao Jinfeng, did not hesitate and promptly began unloading.
Lin Feiyang, disregarding the dangers, joined them in the task, while the leaders of Broken Gong Town stood frozen, most merely observing. None wished to offend Zhao Ruiqiang in such a sensitive matter, well aware of his backing from Du Zhigua. At that moment, Shen Weiman, recently promoted to acting head of the finance office, stepped forward from the crowd, determination sparking in his eyes. "Secretary Lin, I will help you." With Zhao Ruiqiang watching like a hawk, Shen Weiman strode purposefully over to assist with the heavy explosives. Zhao Ruiqiang's face darkened like iron, his fists clenched tightly. He had not anticipated that, at such a critical juncture, someone would dare to support Lin Feiyang despite his warnings about the impending arrival of higher authorities. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Ruiqiang muttered, thinking to curry favor to become the finance office head, "Not a chance." He then pulled out his phone, snapping a photograph of Shen Weiman in action, sending it directly to Li Qingxiang, the head of the county finance bureau, with the message, "Remember this individual, Shen Weiman.
Do not approve his application for the finance office head."
Li Qingxiang, upon viewing the photo, smirked slightly and replied succinctly, "Understood." Zhao Ruiqiang sneered at Shen Weiman, then produced his phone again to film the scene, sending the video to his father-in-law, Du Zhigua. After watching, Du Zhigua immediately handed his phone to Niu Liang, who had traveled with him, saying, "County head Niu, Lin Feiyang is determined to act recklessly."
Niu Liang, trembling with rage after viewing the video, gritted his teeth and declared, "This kid has guts.
He is not afraid of consequences. Hurry, we must stop him before he detonates the entrance. Drive as fast as you can." This time, Niu Liang was genuinely alarmed. Soon, the video reached Vice Mayor Chen Mingli. After watching, he too was on the verge of losing his temper. He called Lin Feiyang, only to hear a mechanical voice on the other end. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is unavailable. Please try again later." Fuming, Chen Mingli resisted the urge to throw his phone. He realized that although Lin Feiyang was merely a small-town committee secretary, his audacity was remarkable. Who else would dare to confront him or demand repayment from the county finance bureau in front of the city as secretary? Only Lin Feiyang. He was undoubtedly a novice, devoid of any social acumen, driven solely by an abstract sense of patriotism. Such a person would inevitably be swept away by the tides of reality.
In the harsh world we inhabit, there was no room for someone of his ilk. A leader of his stature should not have to visit Broken Gong Town personally, yet he felt compelled to, having resolved to exploit this opportunity regarding the iron ore entrance demolition to eliminate Lin Feiyang from Broken Gong Town entirely. This was a task assigned to him by a mysterious figure of great influence. If he succeeded, his promotion to a standing member of the city committee was all but assured, with the possibility of becoming the deputy secretary of other cities as well. If luck were on his side, he might even ascend to the position of mayor in a prefecture-level city, given the immense backing of this powerful individual, an entity he could only revere from afar. For Chen Mingli, whether Lin Feiyang detonated the entrance or not, he could always find a way to deal with him. Thus, he arrived, but unlike Niu Liyong's frantic anticipation, his demeanor was surprisingly calm. For him, this was a foolproof opportunity that he did not urge the driver to speed. In fact, deep down, he hoped Lin Feiyang would proceed with the demolition, that would provide him with even more justification to take action against him. At Tianwang Ridge, where Lin Feiyang and his team were positioned at the largest iron ore entrance, all explosives had been meticulously arranged, and the fuses were ready, just awaiting ignition. At this moment, Lin Feiyang's expression was serene, while Zhao Ruiqiang was seething with anger. Zhao Ruiqiang glared at Lin Feiyang, warning, "You had better not act impulsively, County Head Niu and the others will arrive in just over 20 minutes. Lin Feiyang shook his head gently. "Zhao Ruiqiang, I advise you to get in the car immediately, for I shall ignite the explosives in 10 minutes. If you are still within the danger zone after that, any consequences will be on your own head." As soon as he finished speaking, a series of thunderous booms echoed from a distance, causing the ground to tremble. From atop the mountain, fragments of rock cascaded down like a rainstorm. Some present felt precarious, as if they might lose their footing. The sounds emanated from another iron ore entrance a kilometer away, overseen by discipline committee member Chao Zhenfeng. The earth still quaked as a glimmer of admiration flickered in Lin Feiyang's eyes. Chao Zhenfeng, well done, truly courageous, a man of integrity. This is what a young civil servant should aspire to be, one who confronts the harsh realities of life with a patriotic spirit. Despite knowing that collaborating with Lin Feiyang in demolishing the entrance would attract significant trouble, Chao Zhenfeng acted without hesitation. At that moment, Lin Feiyang's spirit soared, emboldened by the unfolding events. He fixed his cold gaze upon Zhao Ruiqiang and declared, "Comrade Zhao Ruiqiang, I am now starting the countdown. In 5 minutes, I will ignite the explosives. Should you choose to remain, you will bear the consequences." As he spoke, Lin Feiyang positioned himself beside the fuse, lighting a cigarette and taking a leisurely drag. Witnessing this, Zhao Ruiqiang's face turned pale with fear. He had witnessed Lin Feiyang and his team transport hundreds of kilograms of explosives, a quantity that made his heart race. If ignited carelessly, who could fathom the magnitude of the ensuing explosion? Yet, Lin Feiyang stood unconcerned, smoking casually beside the fuses. At that moment, Lin Feiyang's lighter slipped from his fingers, landing precisely on the fuse. With a soft hiss, smoke began to rise, releasing a pungent odor. Zhao Ruiqiang's face flushed red with panic. "It's lit, it's ignited." Lin Feiyang, unfazed, extinguished the ignited fuse with his foot and, with a smile amidst Zhao Ruiqiang's frantic gaze, remarked, "Apologies, my hand slipped. Town Head Zhao, I was quick to extinguish it this time, but next time, I cannot guarantee I will be so fortunate." He glanced at his watch. "You have 3.5 minutes left." Zhao Ruiqiang had initially intended to stall for time, hoping to delay until County Head Niu's arrival. But now, fear consumed him that he pointed an accusing finger at Lin Feiyang. "Lin Feiyang, you are a madman. Just wait, County Head Niu and the others will be here any moment. You will regret this." Lin Feiyang ignited his lighter once more, spinning it nonchalantly in his hand, the risk of it falling to the ground ever present. Zhao Ruiqiang's fear deepened. He began urging everyone to get into their vehicles, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "Lin Feiyang, you are insane. A lunatic." Lin Feiyang turned to Shen Weiman, "You should get in the car as well." Concerned, Shen Weiman looked at Lin Feiyang. "Secretary Lin, what will you do? This is very dangerous." Lin Feiyang smiled reassuringly, "Do not worry. I have experience with such matters, you should leave quickly." With no further objections, Shen Weiman boarded the vehicle and departed. As Zhao Ruiqiang and his team retreated down the mountain, Lin Feiyang inhaled deeply, then casually ignited the fuse before swiftly making his way down the mountain. Feeling the time was right, he found a safe spot to hide. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from above. Rocks of all sizes soared over Lin Feiyang's head, cascading down the mountainside. As the sound subsided and the smoke cleared, Lin Feiyang emerged from his hiding place, taking out his binoculars to survey the scene. Confirming that the iron ore entrance had completely collapsed and nearby roads lay in ruins, he ambled down the mountain. Meanwhile, Niu Liyong, Du Zhigua, and their convoy had just arrived at the foot of the mountain. From a distance, they heard the booming sounds reverberating from above. Niu Liyong slammed his thigh in frustration, exclaiming that Lin Feiyang is audacious beyond belief. He must be dismissed. Du Zhigua nodded vehemently, absolutely, he must be removed. For Du Zhigua, ousting Lin Feiyang aligned perfectly with his interests, as it would allow his son-in-law, Zhao Ruiqiang, to assume Lin Feiyang's position. Just then, another round of thunderous sounds echoed, followed by more booms every few minutes, continuing for half an hour before the cacophony finally ceased. After another half hour, Lin Feiyang and Chao Zhenfeng, both disheveled and covered in dirt, descended the mountain via different paths. At the foot of the mountain, they exchanged knowing glances and shared a hearty laugh, their soot-covered faces adorned with gleaming white teeth in the sunlight. At this moment, Niu Liyong, Du Zhigua, and others waited at the base, some police vehicles parked nearby with sirens blaring, creating an atmosphere of tension. Upon seeing Lin Feiyang and Chao Zhenfeng's disheveled appearance, Du Zhigua shouted, "Lin Feiyang, you two have some nerve, just look at the chaos you've caused." As he spoke, Du Zhigua trembled, pointing a shaking finger at the ravaged Tianwang Ridge, his voice quaking with rage.
Lin Feiyang smiled at Du Zhigua, waved his hand, and took out his lighter, igniting a cigarette. As he spun the lighter in his hand, he casually remarked, "Oh, it's nothing, just set off a few fireworks." Zhao Jinfeng chimed in, "Indeed, we merely released a few fireworks." Du Zhigua, shaking with anger, could hardly contain himself. Niu Liang's face was a stormy shade of grey as Zhao Ruiqiang shot Lin Feiyang a look of schadenfreude, his eyes filled with venomous resentment. Chapter 30 of the Commendation of Niu Liang. Upon witnessing Lin Feiyang's excessively arrogant demeanor and actions, Niu Liang, infuriated, coldly declared, "Comrade Lin Feiyang, you have blatantly disregarded the directives of the county, openly vandalized public facilities, and obstructed the county's economic development. Your actions are of a most reprehensible nature and have severe repercussions. I hereby announce your immediate suspension for reflection. You shall not resume your duties until a thorough investigation into your conduct has been completed." Niu Liang had resorted to a heavy-handed approach. Du Zhigua chuckled, while Zhao Ruiqiang's face blossomed with joy, akin to a blooming chrysanthemum. Yet, Lin Feiyang remained unfazed as he retorted, "County Mayor Niu, I must apologize, but I fear your directive holds no sway over me for two reasons. First, I, Lin Feiyang, have committed no wrongdoing. As Secretary Ma of the County Committee supports my demolition of the iron mine entrance, I acted under Secretary Ma's orders. If you believe I am at fault, you may address this with Secretary Ma at the Standing Committee meeting. Second, I have neither destroyed public facilities nor hindered the county's economic progress. All your claims are baseless. I could even countersue you for defamation. I urge you to think before you speak. I respect you as a county leader, and I have no desire to spar with you before the city party secretary."
Upon finishing his statement, Lin Feiyang's defiance incensed Niu Liang further.
At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps approached from a distance, accompanied by a billowing cloud of dust. A vehicle, emblazoned with the words North 1 Province Television Station Interview Car, surged ahead through the haze. The interview vehicle sped to a halt behind Lin Feiyang and his entourage. The doors swung open, and a strikingly beautiful reporter, elegantly dressed, emerged holding a microphone. As she descended, she inquired, "Is the video live streaming system fully operational? Can we start recording as soon as we disembark?" "Rest assured, Reporter Chen, everything has been set up. We can commence live broadcasting as soon as we power on," came the response from the North 1 Province Television's reporter, Chen Xiaoxia, along with her cameraman. The sight of the interview vehicle and the stunning reporter, Chen Xiaoxia, cast an air of unease across Niu Liang and the county officials present. After a brief adjustment of equipment, Chen Xiaoxia positioned herself next to Lin Feiyang, facing the camera. After counting to 3, she launched into her live interview, addressing the audience. "Hello, esteemed viewers and dear friends, I am Chen Xiaoxia, a current affairs reporter from North 1 Province Television. I am currently in Tianshi City, Tianfeng County, beneath Tianwang Ridge. You may not yet be aware that just minutes ago, the Town Committee Secretary Lin Feiyang and Town Discipline Committee member Zhao Jinfeng, under the directives of the County Committee, directly detonated a significant portion of the iron mine entrances atop Tianwang Ridge. Their selfless dedication and unwavering commitment to the welfare of the people deeply move me. Perhaps you are unaware that these iron mines in Tianwang Ridge have continued operations unabated, even after the county ordered a complete halt to mining several years ago, resulting in annual losses of several hundred million in state assets, much to the dismay of the local populace. It was this grave situation that prompted Secretary Lin Feiyang and committee member Zhao Jinfeng to take such drastic measures, employing explosives to prevent further loss of state assets. What a courageous and audacious act this is." At this juncture, Chen Xiaoxia paused, gesturing towards Niu Liang. "Dear viewers and fans, I am fortunate to spot County Mayor Niu Liang here at our live broadcast. Now, I would like to interview Mayor Niu on behalf of all the citizens of Beyond the Lookout Town, to gauge the courage and wisdom of the superiors of our valiant heroes, Lin Feiyang and Zhao Jinfeng." As she approached Niu Liang, smiling, she extended the microphone towards him. "Mayor Niu, I have heard that the actions taken by Lin Feiyang and Zhao Jinfeng to demolish the iron mine entrance were conducted under the wise leadership of our county committee and government, aimed at preventing the continued havoc wreaked by the illegal mining operations. How do you believe the citizens perceive this matter?" Chen Xiaoxia's first question was rather peculiar, catching Niu Liang momentarily off guard, yet he managed to maintain a formulaic smile, replying, "Reporter Chen, I believe we should listen to the citizens' own perspectives on how they evaluate this situation."
Chen Xiaoxia nodded vigorously. Indeed.
"Mayor Niu, you exemplify the qualities of a county leader, reflecting your pragmatic approach to governance." Her words brimmed with praise, which brought Niu Liang considerable comfort, especially after hearing her mention that this was a live broadcast, regardless of whether it was online or television. He heightened his vigilance, striving to maintain an image of integrity and righteousness. Chen Xiaoxia then walked towards the throng of local citizens, extending the microphone to a young man at the forefront, smiling as she asked, "What are your thoughts on Secretary Lin Feiyang and committee member Zhao Jinfeng's actions in demolishing the iron mine entrance in Beyond the Lookout Town?"
The middle-aged local man grinned widely, exclaiming, "Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Secretary Lin is a real man. Thank you, Secretary Lin."
Chen Xiaoxia continued interviewing several locals, all of whom expressed strong support for Lin Feiyang's actions. At just then, an elderly woman with graying hair stepped forward from the crowd, holding 2 boiled eggs, and asked, "Who is Secretary Lin?" Lin Feiyang stepped forward. "Greetings, dear villager, I am Lin Feiyang." The elderly lady approached him, excitement evident in her grasp of his hand. "Secretary Lin, you have done a great service for us in Sanshan village. You may not know, but our village was a necessary route for transporting iron ore, and our roads have been ravaged by those massive trucks. When it rains, we cannot even venture outside. But that is not the worst of it. The real danger comes after dark. Every household fears to step out, terrified of being struck. Those truck drivers are incredibly reckless, speeding without concern for pedestrians. We have reached out to the town and county, but to no avail. Countless complaints have yielded no results. Secretary Lin, now that you have blown up the iron mine entrance, you have alleviated our worries. The elderly lady then placed the 2 eggs in Lin Feiyang's hands, saying, Secretary Lin, I just boiled these for my grandson, and upon hearing the mine entrance was destroyed, I rushed over to see for myself. I initially thought it was a rumor, but it turns out to be true here. Take these eggs as a token of gratitude. You are indeed our town's protector. Lin Feiyang quickly replied, Thank you, dear lady, but I must decline your kind gesture. We adhere to discipline. The reason I dared to destroy the iron mine entrance was due to the robust support of the county committee and government. I am merely a public servant. As he spoke, Niu Lion's brow furrowed, his fingers lightly drumming against his trousers.
He was taken aback by Lin Feiyang's unexpected humility, realizing that despite opposing him, Lin had not forgotten to acknowledge the county committee and government. This fellow appeared to possess a modicum of magnanimity. Upon finishing, Chen Xiaoxia handed the microphone to Niu Liang. Mayor Niu, could you please share your thoughts representing the Tianfeng County Committee and government? At that moment, Niu Liang felt cornered. If he insisted on suspending Lin Feiyang, it would pit him against public sentiment, with thousands of citizens bearing witness. He was acutely aware of the ramifications of live broadcasts. He had seen colleagues who had risen to the rank of deputy director fall from grace due to such exposure. Thus, he approached the situation with caution. Facing Chen Xiaoxia and the camera, despite his firm internal opposition to the demolition, he was compelled to feign agreement, stating, I believe Comrade Lin Feiyang has performed a commendable act, reflecting the will of the people. Our county is quite satisfied, as we, the Tianfeng County Committee and government, have always prioritized the interests of the citizens, remaining steadfast to our mission. In front of the camera, although he had no script, Niu Liang spoke for a full 10 minutes, elaborating on the accomplishments of the Tianfeng County government over the years, only briefly mentioning Lin Feiyang's name in passing, underscoring that the actions were taken with the support of the county committee and government.
In this critical moment, amidst the throng of onlookers and the unknown audience watching the livestream, Niu Liang, driven by self-preservation, unabashedly embarked on a self-congratulatory performance. Chen Xiaoxia, struggling to hold the microphone aloft, refrained from interrupting, wishing to preserve the momentum of Niu Liang's display. Finally, after Niu Liang concluded, applause erupted from the crowd, and Chen Xiaoxia, with an eager expression, exclaimed, Mayor Niu, after hearing you speak, it is clear that the leadership of the Tianfeng County Committee and government is genuinely devoted to the people.
I am certain that the citizens of Tianfeng County will find great happiness.
At that moment, an unsettling voice cut through the air as Lin Feiyang, his expression one of bitter irony, turned to Niu Liang and inquired, Mayor Niu, regarding your earlier statement about my immediate removal from the position of town committee secretary, is that truly the case?
Should I seek out the relevant department to lodge a complaint? Niu Liang's expression darkened instantly, while Chen Xiaoxia's face mirrored shock as she turned to Niu Liang, demanding, Is this true, Mayor Niu?
In this pivotal moment, Niu Liang, engulfed in despair, had not anticipated Lin Feiyang seizing the opportunity so adeptly. If he admitted to the claim now, it would be a blatant slap in the face. With tears flowing internally, he gritted his teeth, yet maintained a facade of cordiality, stating, Comrade Lin Feiyang, you must be mistaken.
I mentioned acknowledging your significant contributions, not an immediate dismissal. Isn't that right, comrades?
The crowd, faces taut with discomfort, nodded in reluctant agreement. Lin Feiyang's countenance brightened, and with a thump of his chest, he proclaimed, it seems I truly misheard.
Thank you, Mayor Niu, for your magnanimity. I commend you. You carry on with your duties. I shall take my leave.
With that, Lin Feiyang strode towards a nearby vehicle and swiftly departed, with Chao Zhenfeng trailing closely behind.
Chen Xiaoxia promptly concluded the live broadcast, hastily pursuing Lin Feiyang's departing direction. Once Niu Liang settled into the car, he kicked the seat in front of him in frustration, seething with rage.
Du Zhigua became the target of his ire, receiving a torrent of curses, which he bore with gritted teeth. Unable to retaliate, there was little recourse. After all, rank often silences dissent, particularly when it came to the formidable Niu Liang, who was known to challenge even the secretary. This incident left not only Niu Liang feeling humiliated but also Du Zhigua and other accompanying officials utterly exasperated. They had anticipated seizing this opportunity to decisively deal with Lin Feiyang, at the very least imposing a disciplinary action or immediate suspension, which was Niu Liang's fervent desire. Yet, the unexpected arrival of the stunning reporter, Chen Xiaoxia, and the live broadcast, compounded by the multitude of local citizens gathered, had completely derailed their plans. Within the confines of the system, they could conspire and act with impunity, but before the media and the public, they were compelled to maintain a facade of integrity and righteousness. This event marked the most humiliating performance of Niu Liang's career, a display of internal turmoil masked by a smiling exterior. From this moment onward, Lin Feiyang was unequivocally branded as Niu Liang's foremost adversary. Chapter 31. The trick is unveiled. As Niu Liang was seething with rage, a red flag sedan, adorned with official insignia, gradually came to a halt at the scene. The door swung open, and Vice Mayor Chen Mingli stepped down slowly. Instantly, several leaders from the Municipal Bureau of Natural Resources surrounded him, creating a scene reminiscent of stars orbiting a moon. Observing this, Niu Liang and Du Zhigua hastily exited the vehicle, extending a warm welcome.
With a furrowed brow, Chen Mingli cast a glance at Niu Liang and Du Zhigua, directly inquiring, Where is Lin Feiyang?
Niu Liang managed a bitter smile, replying, He has already left.
What?
He has already left. After such a major incident, you allowed him to depart. How can you, as a county chief, be so irresponsible?
Chen Mingli's fury could no longer be contained, and he openly chastised Niu Liang. The latter could only wear a pained smile. What exactly happened?
Chen Mingli pressed. Niu Liang then recounted the events that had transpired, explaining, Mayor Chen, I had clearly stated that I would dismiss Lin Feiyang on the spot, but to my surprise, as soon as I uttered those words, that journalist from the provincial television station, Chen Xiaoxia, suddenly appeared on the scene, accompanied by over 1,000 onlookers. Chen Xiaoxia immediately initiated a live broadcast, effectively turning the situation into a spectacle. Moreover, during her interviews with the bystanders, the crowd rallied in support of Lin Feiyang's demolition of the tunnel entrance to the iron mine.
Mayor Chen, just think about it, in such a situation, could I still declare Lin Feiyang's immediate dismissal?
Upon hearing this, Chen Mingli's expression darkened, and after a moment of contemplation, he sighed softly, County Chief Niu, you have been ensnared by the machinations of Lin Feiyang and Chen Xiaoxia. They have outmaneuvered you. I suspect that everything that transpired today was meticulously orchestrated by them. Their objective was to ensure that you would suffer without any outlet for your frustration. Lin Feiyang is truly slippery. Initially, Niu Liang had not considered this angle, but upon hearing Chen Mingli's lament, his countenance darkened, and he trembled slightly.
In that moment, he felt as if he were a hunter who had been blinded by the very prey he saw. Fuming with anger, Niu Liang gritted his teeth and vowed, Lin Feiyang, just you wait. I will see to your dismissal sooner or later. As Chen Mingli gazed at the chaotic scene of scattered rocks atop Tianwang Ridge and then at the county leaders who had been manipulated by Lin Feiyang, he sighed deeply and turned to leave. At that moment, his heart was tumultuous. He had not anticipated that his simple desire to curry favor with powerful figures and to deal with a mere town committee secretary could prove to be so arduous. The red flag sedan sped away towards Tiandu City. Chen Mingli watched as the scenery outside the window whizzed by, his narrowed eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity as he muttered, Lin Feiyang, you better be prepared. I will return. Half an hour later, Lin Feiyang, Zhao Xinfeng, and Chen Xiaoxia hurried into Lin Feiyang's dormitory, each finding a place to sit. They exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. Zhao Xinfeng turned to Chen Xiaoxia, giving her a thumbs up and declaring, Chen Xiaoxia, you truly are a little sorceress, your performance today was nothing short of perfect. Chen Xiaoxia vigorously wiped the sweat from her forehead, her complexion slightly pale as she replied, perfect? We were nearly done for, do you realize that? Zhao Xinfeng was taken aback. Chen Xiaoxia wiped her brow again, somewhat sheepishly patting her chest as she continued, let me tell you, when we came down here, we forgot to bring the charger for the camera. It had long since run out of battery. Fortunately, I had the audacity to instruct the cameraman to pretend to film. Thankfully, we weren't discovered, otherwise, we would have been in deep trouble. Upon hearing this, Lin Feiyang and Zhao Xinfeng were instantly struck dumb, completely frozen in shock. They had not anticipated that this little sorceress would possess the audacity to conduct a full live broadcast in front of 1,000 spectators, right before County Chief Niu Liang, and most crucially, that she had managed to pull it off undetected. After a prolonged silence, Lin Feiyang finally gave Chen Xiaoxia a thumbs up, exclaiming, you're incredible. A triumphant smile spread across Chen Xiaoxia's radiant face, her eyes sparkling with a unique brilliance. She felt that her performance today was worthy of boasting for years to come. However, once the excitement subsided, Lin Feiyang sighed, I must caution you both not to celebrate too soon. Given Niu Liang's intelligence, even if he fails to notice any discrepancies on site, he will undoubtedly conduct an online investigation once he returns. Leaders like him, who are so enamored with vanity and the promotion of their accomplishments, will go to great lengths to make your recorded footage public knowledge. Only then can he promote himself. If you cannot provide the video, he will quickly piece together the truth. Zhao Xinfeng's expression turned grim.
It seems he will surely seek revenge against us later.
Chen Xiaoxia shrugged. As for what happens next, that is solely up to you.
Lin Feiyang nodded appreciatively. At that moment, he reassessed the beautiful and intelligent girl before him. He believed that even the most gifted girl would find it challenging to remain as composed and natural as Chen Xiaoxia had under such pressure. What left Lin Feiyang most astonished was that Chen Xiaoxia had managed to rally 1,000 citizens to come and witness the event, showcasing her remarkable ability and wisdom. Lin Feiyang had merely informed Chen Xiaoxia about the plan to demolish the entrance to Tianwang Ridge's iron mine through Zhao Xinfeng, unaware of how she would respond. Yet today, Chen Xiaoxia utilized her ingenuity to help him avert a significant crisis. Lin Feiyang knew that he owed her an immense favor. At that moment, Zhao Xinfeng's phone suddenly rang. After answering and conversing for a while, his expression shifted drastically. Hanging up, he gravely stated, Boss, we may have truly landed ourselves in trouble this time.
What has happened?
Lin Feiyang inquired. Zhao Xinfeng replied, after we left, Niu Liang flew into a rage, lambasting Vice County Chief Du Zhigua mercilessly. Shortly thereafter, Vice Mayor Chen Mingli arrived at the scene with personnel from the Municipal Bureau of Natural Resources. In front of everyone, Chen Mingli reprimanded Niu Liang, explicitly stating that he had been duped by us, claiming that we had deliberately set a trap to extricate ourselves from our predicament. I suspect that Niu Liang will undoubtedly engage in further actions against us. However, that is not the most pressing concern. I have just received alarming news that the underworld in Tiandu City has put out a bounty of 1 million for anyone who can take you down. Boss, this is what I am most worried about. 1 million. How many people would risk everything for such a substantial sum, especially in this economic downturn? This means that you could face life-threatening dangers at any moment. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoxia slammed her hand on the table, her demeanor no longer resembling that of a demure lady. These scoundrels have gone too far.
If they cannot engage in civilized discourse, they resort to violence. This is the true essence of organized crime.
At this point, Chen Xiaoxia's beautiful eyes narrowed, her brow furrowing as she said, Lin Feiyang, you must indeed be cautious. Although I relish the thought of seeing you in a bind, you have made significant contributions for the people of Paoyuazhen, and I must extend my assistance once more. Here is what I propose. I will expose the bounty placed on you by the criminal elements through my personal social media account. This way, at the very least, those criminals might temper their actions. However, this is merely a stopgap measure. You must devise a more comprehensive plan. Although Lin Feiyang was not particularly fearful of the bounty from the criminal underworld, he also did not wish to live under constant threat. However, as a mere town committee secretary, he found it immensely challenging to resolve this issue, and he could not conjure a better solution at that moment. Zhao Zhenfeng suddenly interjected, "Boss, I believe that if we want a lasting resolution, we must apprehend all the individuals behind the illegal mining operations along with their criminal associates. Otherwise, as long as a protective shield exists, those criminals will act with impunity." Lin Feiyang lightly tapped his fingers on the table, contemplating for a long while before he declared, "If we wish to make significant strides in Paluozen, we must gain control over the two pivotal departments. The town police station and the town finance office. With these two departments under our command, those criminal elements will have to think twice before taking action against me."
Zhao Zhenfeng couldn't help but chuckle wryly. "With just the two of us, how can we possibly accomplish this?"
The police station chief, Zhang Jianwei, is a trusted aide of Zhao Ruiqiang. While you might be able to temporarily take control of the finance office chief, you cannot manage Zhang Jianwei.
Lin Feiyang nodded in agreement. "That is correct."
The decision to take control of the finance office chief was made out of necessity. Now that the situation has stabilized, I have no justification for removing Zhang Jianwei. Therefore, I can only seek assistance from Secretary Ma at the county level.
Lin Feiyang was a man of decisive action.
Having resolved to approach Secretary Ma, he wasted no time. After making a call to Secretary Ma, he promptly drove to the office of County Secretary Ma Yuanxiang. Lin Feiyang had no intention of withholding any details from Ma Yuanxiang. He meticulously reported everything that had transpired that day, even mentioning Chen Xiaoxia's live broadcast, which had occurred without the camera being turned on. Upon hearing this, Ma Yuanxiang was both amused and perplexed.
He had not anticipated that a man as astute as Niu Liang would fall victim to the schemes of Lin Feiyang and his two young accomplices. However, upon learning that the criminal underworld in Tiandu City had placed a bounty of 1 million on Lin Feiyang's head, Ma Yuanxiang's brow furrowed tightly. Chapter 32 The Old Fox and the Young Fox. Ma Yuanxiang lightly tapped his fingers on the table and said, "Lin Feiyang, you should be aware that although I am the county party secretary, I am still bound by my jurisdiction. If the forces of darkness extend beyond the boundaries of Tianfeng County, I will be powerless to intervene." Lin Feiyang replied with a bitter smile, "This is precisely what troubles me. According to the informant of Comrade Zhao Zhenfeng, the bounty on my head has been issued by the underworld of Tiandu City. Considering their illegal mining activities in our broken Gong town for so many years, it would be nearly impossible without the protective umbrella from Tiandu City." Ma Yuanxiang nodded. "I have a slight understanding of their background.
The capital faction, one of the three major sects of the Tiandu underworld, is the principal force. This faction is particularly tricky because their big boss, Su Zhongyi, rose from being a thug to a powerful player through illegal mining, gradually expanding his empire into various sectors such as steel and natural gas, and established the Zhongyi Group, with assets exceeding 10 billion. Moreover, he has been gradually whitewashing his image, employing hundreds of aides who cannot be classified as thugs or criminal organizations. Even Su Zhongyi himself operates under the guise of a legitimate business. Thus, we can only privately label them as criminal forces. Formally categorizing them is nearly impossible, as all his aides are salaried employees, some even contributing to social security. Furthermore, I am aware that Su Zhongyi has a formidable legal team, known as the Tiandu Invincible, which has never lost a case within the jurisdiction of Tiandu City, except for one instance where they symbolically compensated the opposing party with merely 1 yuan. Upon hearing Ma Yuanxiang's words, Lin Feiyang's expression darkened, and he said with a grim smile, "So, it seems I have stirred a hornet's nest." Ma Yuanxiang nodded without hesitation. "Indeed, and it is quite a significant one."
"Are you afraid?"
Lin Feiyang chuckled. "Afraid? Not at all. I simply now understand why Secretary Ma has refrained from taking action against these illegal miners."
Ma Yuanxiang asked with interest. "Care to elaborate?"
Lin Feiyang nodded. "The main reason Secretary Ma has not acted is that there has been no support from below. Even if you genuinely wish to take action against them, it requires coordination from all levels. The city must provide backing, the county must fully support it, and the town must exert strong influence. However, before my arrival, it seems no one in the town dared to act, and nobody in the county would move. As for the situation in the city, I am unsure, but the city's stance is no longer significant. Without cooperation from the town and county, even if you wish to slay the thieves, you would find yourself powerless."
Ma Yuanxiang looked at Lin Feiyang in shock, never expecting that his casual remarks about a few leads would elicit such profound insights from Lin Feiyang.
He gave a thumbs up and said, "Well articulated. Do you understand why I supported the demolition of those iron mine entrances despite opposition from most of the county committee members? As a county party secretary, I could easily refrain from acting against them for self-preservation. They could continue their illegal mining under the guise of my repeated orders to cease. With the backing of various forces, however, they can never compel me, as the county party secretary, to abandon my commitment to serve the people. I completely understand why you wish to destroy those iron mine entrances, for it is your sole opportunity to halt their illegal activities. The same applies to me." Lin Feiyang extended his large hand and firmly grasped Ma Yuanxiang's. Ma Yuanxiang's hand, though slender, was remarkably strong. Their hands clasped tightly together, and they exchanged knowing smiles, feeling a kinship of mutual respect. They may face numerous constraints, yet they have never relinquished their aspirations and ideals for the nation and its people. This is why, despite the hardships faced by citizens around the world, our country stands out, prosperous and strong, because our nation is home to many individuals like them, low-key yet dedicated to serving the country and its people. Releasing his grip, a glimmer of amusement appeared in Ma Yuanxiang's eyes. Comrade Lin Feiyang, I suspect your visit is not merely to share this information with me, is it? Lin Feiyang chuckled, rubbing his hands together. Of course, Secretary Ma, your insight is commendable. I have come to request a small favor from you to help me secure the positions of the director of the police station and the director of the finance office in Broken Gong Town. These two appointments are essential for me to counter the million-yuan bounty from the Zhangyi group. Ma Yuanxiang sighed. Lin Feiyang, you certainly know how to choose. Let me be clear, the county police chief, Hong Juehui, is not my man. And the county finance director, Li Qingxiang, is also not under my influence. Lin Feiyang's face immediately fell, and he sighed deeply. This poses a significant problem. The appointments of these two individuals require their nod of approval. Secretary Ma, your position as county party secretary is quite, well, never mind. Seeing Lin Feiyang's expression of dejection and disappointment, Ma Yuanxiang chuckled. Why the rush? Although neither of them is my subordinate, I assure you I will help you secure those two positions.
Now, doesn't that make you feel a bit constrained by my authority as county party secretary?
Lin Feiyang was genuinely taken aback, staring at Ma Yuanxiang's expression, which was clearly teasing him. Secretary Ma, you must be jesting.
Ma Yuanxiang waved his hand dismissively. What do you think? I guarantee you will obtain those two positions. Can you ensure your own safety?
Lin Feiyang stood up, his imposing figure radiating a sense of righteous determination. Secretary Ma, as long as you help me secure those two positions, I guarantee I can establish a foothold in Broken Gong Town.
As for those criminal forces, they are nothing more than a pack of rabble before me.
Ma Yuanxiang smiled, thoroughly pleased with Lin Feiyang's spirited demeanor. He admired Lin Feiyang's fighting spirit, for he was indeed a person unafraid to challenge heaven, earth, and mankind, finding joy in the struggle. However, a thought crossed Ma Yuanxiang's mind. Perhaps Lin Feiyang needed a bit of prodding. He smiled and said, Lin Feiyang, do not underestimate the cunning of the old fox. For me, the most difficult adversaries are not the political rivals in the officialdom but those criminal forces, for they hide deeply yet possess immense power that those in the political sphere do not.
Are you certain you can handle Su Zhangyi?
Lin Feiyang replied with bravado. As for those seasoned politicians, I may not yet be able to manage them, but as for someone like Su Zhangyi, I have him firmly in my grasp. Ma Yuanxiang was genuinely taken aback by Lin Feiyang's boldness and chose to say no more. Who are your preferred candidates for the finance office director and police station director? Lin Feiyang responded, I hope the finance office director will be the former accountant, Chen Weiman, and as for the police station director, I leave that to your discretion. Ma Yuanxiang replied with a smile, no problem. But how soon can you deal with Su Zhangyi? If he becomes aware, your work in Broken Gong Town will become exceedingly difficult. Lin Feiyang replied with a sly smile, if all goes well, the million-yuan bounty will be rescinded by tomorrow morning.
Ma Yuanxiang immediately grew furious. Lin Feiyang, are you jesting? Rescinding the bounty by tomorrow morning means you must deal with Su Zhangyi tonight. Do you think I am so easily deceived? Lin Feiyang patted his chest and said, Secretary Ma, think about it. Ever since I latched onto your sturdy leg, have I ever misled you? Was it difficult to blow up the iron mine entrances? Did I not accomplish that? Secretary Ma, you need not worry about me. I am more concerned about whether you can manage those two directors. Ma Yuanxiang was taken aback by Lin Feiyang's audacity to counter his comments. He chuckled and stood up, patting Lin Feiyang on the shoulder. Confidence is a good thing for a young man, but do not underestimate the capabilities of the old fox. Here's the deal, if you can get the bounty rescinded by tomorrow morning, I guarantee those two directors will assume their positions the very next day. A gentleman's word. A swift horse's promise.
The two clasped hands in a pact, both revealing smiles akin to those of cunning foxes. After Lin Feiyang departed, Ma Yuanxiang immediately summoned the county police chief, Hong Juehui, and got straight to the point. Chief Hong, have you heard? The underworld in Tiandu City has placed a bounty of 1 million on Comrade Lin Feiyang's head. What tremendous energy and audacity. Chief Hong, tell me, do these criminal forces even comprehend the concept of law? I would very much like to hear your thoughts on this matter as the county police chief.
How do you intend to resolve it?
Upon hearing this, Hong Juehui's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that Ma Yuanxiang would be informed so quickly. He had only just received the news himself. Hong Juehui felt like he was sitting on a bed of nails, facing Ma Yuanxiang's piercing gaze, and could only force himself to say, rest assured, Secretary Ma, our county bureau will immediately follow up on this matter and ensure that no issues arise.
Ma Yuanxiang sneered, I wonder how you plan to resolve it?
Hong Juehui's mind raced as he hastily replied, I intend to dispatch personnel immediately to investigate and understand the situation.
How long will it take to resolve? Is 3 days sufficient? Can you persuade those criminal forces to rescind the million-yuan bounty?
3 days, that seems too short. It is certainly impossible. 3 days, no more than 3 days, otherwise, I will recommend to the municipal committee that you be replaced as the county police chief.
Ma Yuanxiang's gaze bore down on Hong Juehui with authority.
Hong Juehui was well aware of the intricacies behind the million-yuan bounty. He understood that Su Zhangyi would never rescind it. The forces supporting this bounty were significant. Many were furious with Lin Feiyang for demolishing the iron mine entrances.
Lin Feiyang had to die, otherwise, the vested interests would never relent. Even if he were given 30 days, if Lin Feiyang did not disappear or meet his end, the bounty would remain. Yet the pressing issue was that Ma Yuanxiang was giving him only 3 days. Hong Juehui shook his head vigorously. Secretary Ma, 3 days is certainly unfeasible. Ma Yuanxiang's expression darkened immediately, and Hong Juehui began to feel anxious.
After a long pause, Ma Yuanxiang coldly stated, if you wish to extend the timeline, that is not impossible however, the candidate for the police station director must be replaced, and this individual must be someone who listens to Lin Feiyang. Otherwise, if anything goes awry, you, as the chief, will bear the brunt of the consequences.
Upon hearing this, Hong Juehui suddenly realized Ma Yuanxiang's true intention in calling him in.
After a moment of hesitation, in a bid for self-preservation, he acquiesced. In the grand scheme of things, protecting his position was paramount. It was impossible for Ma Yuanxiang to have risen to the position of county party secretary without the backing of influential figures in the city. Though he usually kept a low profile, he had boldly confronted Niu Liang at the last standing committee meeting, proving he was no weakling. Thus, Hong Juehui made the pragmatic choice to safeguard his interests. Subsequently, Ma Yuanxiang summoned the finance bureau chief, Li Qingshan, and employed the same tactics. Compared to Hong Juehui, Li Qingshan was even more defenseless. In this moment, Ma Yuanxiang's dominance and authority shone through in private.
In less than 10 minutes, Li Qingshan emerged from Ma Yuanxiang's office, drenched in sweat, wiping his brow as he exited. He had nearly been terrified to death by Ma Yuanxiang. It was only today that he realized the county party secretary's methods were so astute that he could not withstand them. 2 hours later, Ma Yuanxiang convened an expanded meeting of the county committee. After the routine proceedings, he directly addressed the matter of the million-yuan bounty, clearly stating that Lin Feiyang intended to challenge the candidates for the police station and finance office in a bid for self-preservation. Although Du Zhigui immediately raised objections, Ma Yuanxiang directly questioned him, asking if he would be willing to take responsibility should anything happen to Lin Feiyang. Faced with Ma Yuanxiang's forceful demeanor, Du Zhigui dared not resist. After all, he was aware of the information behind the million-yuan bounty. Rescinding it was not an option. Su Zhangyi despised Lin Feiyang. Lin Feiyang had to die, thus, Du Zhigui could not bear that responsibility. Under Ma Yuanxiang's assertive attitude, Niu Liang was also compelled to concede. Ultimately, Shen Weiman was appointed as the finance office director of Broken Gong Town, and Wu Liheng, the deputy director of the criminal investigation department of the county police bureau, was assigned as the police station director of Broken Gong Town. Before adjourning the meeting, Ma Yuanxiang instructed that the official appointments should be issued that evening, and the deputy director of the county party committee's organizational department would escort the two to assume their posts the following morning. Although Niu Liang and others felt that Ma Yuanxiang was being overly hasty regarding safety, no one voiced any objections. Upon returning to his office, Ma Yuanxiang immediately sent Lin Feiyang a text message. Lin Feiyang, the candidates for the 2 directors have been finalized, meeting your requirements. Now, let us see your performance. At this moment, Lin Feiyang was driving towards Tiandu City. After parking by the roadside and reading the 2 text messages, he chuckled, Secretary Ma, this old fox is truly impressive. Let me show you the splendid tactics of Lin Feiyang. However, Secretary Ma, you will never guess how I managed to deal with Su Zhangyi, hee. As he pondered his plans, Lin Feiyang couldn't help but grin mischievously.
Chapter 33 Driving Away the Wolf and the Tiger. When Lin Feiyang arrived in Tiandu City, darkness had already enveloped the surroundings. He first sought out a hotel to settle in, indulging in a modest buffet dinner before retreating to his room, where he promptly fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he found it was around 1 a.m. Lin Feiyang then rose, donned a black tracksuit, and slipped into a pair of ultra-lightweight sneakers. With a leisurely demeanor, he exited the hotel and rode a shared bicycle, arriving 5 minutes later at the entrance of an opulent villa community. After circling the estate, Lin Feiyang identified a surveillance blind spot from his pocket. He retrieved a specially designed black device and accurately hurled it at a camera, effectively obscuring its view. Subsequently, he produced a compact box, pressed a button, and rendered the infrared detectors atop the surrounding wall inoperative. With a graceful leap, Lin Feiyang vaulted over the wall and landed softly on the ground. He then stealthily navigated his way to the entrance of Villa 888 within the luxurious enclave. This villa was a 3-story building, sitting in the prime location of the community, with neighboring villas at least 100 meters away, surrounded by a small garden. After a slight effort, he effortlessly scaled the spiked iron railing, landing delicately in the courtyard. Proceeding along the shadowy side of the yard, he climbed to the rooftop with the agility of a gecko and descended onto the 3rd-floor balcony through an open window. Listening intently, he discerned no signs of life within. Calmly, Lin Feiyang entered through the window and connected the intricate box to his phone. He swiftly accessed the villa's security monitoring system via its wireless network, gaining complete control over it within a minute. 2 minutes later, Lin Feiyang strode out confidently, heading directly to an unassuming door on the 3rd floor. After tapping a few digits on the electronic keypad, the door swung open. He stepped inside, traversed the living room, and gently pushed open the bedroom door. Arriving at the bedside. At that moment, the occupant of the bed seemed to sense something amiss. Lin Feiyang quickly approached, utilizing the dim light from the night lamp to deliver a swift strike to the neck of the woman lying there, rendering her unconscious just as she was about to awaken. Simultaneously, the man in bed opened his eyes, only to have Lin Feiyang swiftly cover his mouth. In the man's terrified gaze, Lin Feiyang forcibly pulled him from the bed and illuminated the room. As the lights flickered to life, the man's expression shifted from shock to dread. Lin Feiyang then released his grip, grinning as he said, Boss Dong, it seems we meet again.
Dong Tianbao stammered, Lin. Secretary Lin, I don't believe I have wronged you, have I? Lin Feiyang boldly seated himself before Dong Tianbao, tossing a nightgown at him before replying, Dong Tianbao, you know well whether you have wronged me or not. You dare claim that in the matter of the 58 million yuan funds, you did not deceive me? Dong Tianbao fell silent. He had indeed orchestrated that scheme. A straightforward man, he fixed his gaze on Lin Feiyang and said, Secretary Lin, what brings you to my residence at this late hour? Surely, it cannot be for something trivial?
Lin Feiyang regarded Dong Tianbao with a hint of admiration. The man had indeed navigated his way to a position of power. Dong Tianbao, I am aware that you operate both above and below the law in Tiandu City. To be frank, I do not wish to cross you, yet you have unequivocally schemed against me before, forcing me to expend considerable effort to resolve the funding issue. Thus, you owe me. This time, if you assist me, we can finally settle our score. What do you say? Dong Tianbao furrowed his brow and scrutinized Lin Feiyang. Though he had been abruptly awakened, his reflexes were sharp.
After a brief moment of contemplation, he scoffed, Lin Feiyang, you are here because of that $1 million bounty, aren't you? Lin Feiyang nodded, astute.
Dong Tianbao shook his head vigorously. Lin Feiyang, I truly cannot assist you with this. You may not be aware, but while I am a prominent figure in Tiandu City, the individual who issued the bounty is no less formidable than I. We maintain an understanding, and neither of us can influence the other.
Lin Feiyang's tone turned icy. I have some knowledge of Su Zhangyi's background.
It is somewhat akin to yours, transitioning from the underworld to legitimate business. However, whereas you operate in trade and construction, Su Zhangyi is entrenched in the mining industry. As I understand it, both of you are part of one of the three major criminal factions in Tiandu City, are you not?
You are known as the three heroes of Tiandu. Dong Tianbao offered a wry smile. Those are merely nicknames others have assigned.
Lin Feiyang's voice became chilling. Dong Tianbao, I already stated that I do not wish to cross you. However, you owe me, and thus I require you to convey to Su Zhangyi that if he seeks my life, I am ready for him at any moment, but he must act decisively. He only has one chance, otherwise, if I find myself in danger and survive, I will seek vengeance at the earliest opportunity. Tell him that since I can infiltrate your home undetected, I can certainly locate his as well. I trust you can now surmise my capabilities. I can assure you that individuals of my caliber can be summoned at will. Therefore, please inform Su Zhangyi that should he choose to provoke me using underhanded methods, I will make him question his existence. At this juncture, Lin Feiyang continued, under Dong Tianbao's astonished gaze, Dong, I do not wish to offend you, but if your message fails to reach him adequately, resulting in Su Zhangyi not retracting the $1 million bounty by tomorrow morning, or worse, if someone attempts to trouble me through illicit means, then I will have no choice but to hold you accountable and bring trouble to your doorstep. The tactics I mentioned during our last conversation were not beyond my capability, I simply chose not to employ them. Thus, it would be wise for you and your associates to refrain from antagonizing me.
Do not force my hand. Dong Tianbao was thoroughly disheartened that he realized that due to his previous deceit against Lin Feiyang, he was now being treated as a scapegoat. This was a clear ploy to drive away the wolf and the tiger. Lin Feiyang was exceedingly cunning and shameless. Nonetheless, he had demonstrated his capacity to carry out his earlier threats. Had Lin Feiyang been an assassin, Dong Tianbao would have been doomed that day. Overwhelmed with frustration, Dong Tianbao lamented, Secretary Lin, you are the town committee secretary of Paleo Town, a civil servant. Your actions of trespassing into a private residence are unlawful, are they not? Lin Feiyang chuckled, of course, I am aware. However, I am also left with no choice. Rest assured, you will have no evidence to incriminate me. If you doubt that, feel free to check the surveillance records of your villa and the community. See if you can find any footage of me.
Lin Feiyang spoke with unwavering confidence. At this moment, Dong Tianbao comprehended fully, staring at Lin Feiyang in disbelief. Secretary Lin, you were not a special forces soldier, were you? Lin Feiyang smiled enigmatically. You may ponder that at your leisure.
Observing Lin Feiyang's expression, Dong Tianbao was left speechless.
It was now almost certain that the town committee secretary before him had been a special forces operative prior to his transition, otherwise, he could not have breached the formidable security measures of his villa. After all, he had 8 guards patrolling the premises at night, yet Lin Feiyang had entered undetected, silently. Such skills were nothing short of supernatural. If Lin Feiyang could summon dozens of such experts, even the most formidable adversary would find themselves executed without mercy. Faced with Lin Feiyang's unpredictable nature, Dong Tianbao could only muster the courage to say, Secretary Lin, I will take on this troublesome matter, but I cannot guarantee I will convince Su Zhangyi. Lin Feiyang smiled slightly. Whether you can persuade Su Zhangyi is your concern. If by tomorrow morning I have not received word that the $1 million bounty has been retracted, I will return to seek you out. Of course, you could flee elsewhere, but should you choose that route, I will have no choice but to call upon my brothers to pay you a visit. The decision is yours. With that, Lin Feiyang opened the window and leaped down, leaving Dong Tianbao in shock. As he rushed to the window to look down, he saw Lin Feiyang standing below, waving at him before disappearing into the enveloping night. Dong Tianbao was utterly astounded by Lin Feiyang's agility. Peering down, he realized he was on the 3rd floor, a height of 15 to 16 meters, and yet Lin Feiyang had landed soundlessly. This was truly impressive. He was not someone to be trifled with, definitely not. That night, Dong Tianbao was sleepless. He mobilized all his resources and connections, ultimately exhausting himself to call Lin Feiyang before dawn. As Secretary Lin, the $1 million bounty has been retracted.
We are even now.
Lin Feiyang immediately relayed this news to Ma Yuanxiang. Upon reading the text Lin Feiyang sent, Ma Yuanxiang's face was painted with disbelief. No way, Lin Feiyang truly resolved the matter with Su Zhangyi overnight. That is simply extraordinary. I doubt I could have achieved that even if I had gone myself. Su Zhangyi is the quintessential representative of the foremost criminal faction in Tiandu City. What means did Lin Feiyang employ to settle this? That morning, while Lin Feiyang reveled in the success of his strategy to drive away the wolf and the tiger, he remained unaware that a monumental conspiracy against him was already in the works, masterminded by none other than Su Zhangyi. Within the headquarters of Zhangyi Group, Su Zhangyi, appearing to be in his 40s, donned a designer suit and gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of sophistication as he stood by the window, gazing at the rising sun.
A flicker of malice gleamed in his eyes as he muttered to himself, Lin Feiyang, oh Lin Feiyang, while I cannot use the underworld to deal with you, I can still bring about your demise within the bureaucratic system. Because you have chosen the wrong opponent. Chapter 34 Zhao Ruiqiang's first defeat. Su Zhongyi slowly turned away from the window, his icy gaze settling upon the 6 loyal subordinates who had followed him for over a decade within the opulent conference room. With an undertone of frost in his voice, he declared, Brothers, Lin Feiyang has made his move. A rather crooked one. He has sent Dong Tianbao to persuade me to rescind the million-yuan bounty. Initially, I had no intention of accommodating Dong Tianbao. However, his stance is resolute. Should I refuse him, he will extend his reach into the mining sector. He even informed me that last night, Lin Feiyang infiltrated his heavily fortified villa, yet upon reviewing the surveillance footage, nothing was captured. Astonishingly, Lin Feiyang managed to leap from the 3rd floor, a height of over 10 meters, without a scratch. Dong Tianbao clearly warned me against employing our usual tactics against Lin Feiyang, lest he retaliate with a decapitation operation. Ultimately, I conceded. At this juncture, Su Zhongyi's seemingly gentle visage was marred by fury, transforming into a sinister countenance. Brothers, what tempests have I not weathered since my rise? What arrogant figures have I not encountered? Even the deputy mayor must address me as a brother. Yet, I never imagined that I, Su Zhongyi, a dignified representative of outstanding private enterprise in Tianyu City, would face defeat at the hands of a mere town committee secretary from a wretched place like Broken Gong Town. I refuse to accept this. As he uttered the last phrase, Su Zhongyi's voice crescendoed into a roar. A burly man with a shaved head slammed his palm upon the table with conviction, exclaiming, Boss, let me gather a dozen brothers to take him out. We will surely eliminate him. Su Zhongyi shook his head gently. If such a course of action were viable, would I have yielded? Dong Tianbao has made it abundantly clear that he harbors strong suspicions that Lin Feiyang is a retired special forces soldier, and not of low rank either. After all, he ascended directly to the position of town committee secretary. What does this signify? It suggests that Lin Feiyang is undoubtedly a seasoned soldier. Individuals of his caliber, when it comes to life and death, we are no match for them. Lin Feiyang has also warned us through Dong Tianbao that if we attempt to resort to those sordid methods, we will only have one chance. Should he evade our grasp, he will execute a decapitation operation without hesitation. Others may gamble, but I cannot afford to lose. Dong Tianbao stated that Lin Feiyang is utterly unhinged. I tend to agree. Who, if not a lunatic, would think of employing the destruction of the iron mine entrance to thwart our illegal mining endeavors? Only someone as deranged as Lin Feiyang would resort to such measures. Should we simply allow Lin Feiyang to slap us in the face? A man bearing a long scar across his face growled menacingly. Su Zhongyi shook his head. Certainly not. No one is permitted to strike Su Zhongyi's face, therefore, we must retaliate. Boss, what shall we do? Just give the command, and we will follow your lead, one of the subordinates urged. Su Zhongyi's eyes glinted with a treacherous light. I have devised a plan. In dealing with a madman like Lin Feiyang, we need not confront him directly for the time being. Since Lin Feiyang can leverage Dong Tianbao to relay his messages, why can't we utilize other strengths to counter Lin Feiyang? If Lin Feiyang intends to employ the strategy of driving wolves to chase tigers, shall we not do the same? This time, we shall use a borrowed knife to kill. At this point, Su Zhongyi spoke with a cunning expression. Scarface, contact Zhao Ruiqiang. Inform him that we must alter our cooperative approach from now on. Zhao Ruiqiang will be responsible for organizing the villagers from Wangjia Village, Lijia Village, and Zhangjia Village surrounding Tianwang Ridge to undertake the specific task of iron ore extraction and ensure its transportation to the designated junction of Broken Gong Town and Chaiwan Town. In this way, for every truckload of iron ore, we shall grant them a 50 profit. The more they extract and transport, the more they will earn. Although our share of the profits will diminish, the risks will be significantly reduced. When the time comes, should Lin Feiyang wish to halt the output of these iron ores, he will have to wrestle with Zhao Ruiqiang, and who stands behind Zhao Ruiqiang, the executive deputy county head, Du Zhiqua. Lin Feiyang will also have to contend with the opposition of the vested interests from Wangjia, Lijia, and Zhangjia villages. These villages are all strongholds of clan power, where the village head's word is law. Should Lin Feiyang engage them, he may not know how he met his end. This is what we call a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. As Su Zhongyi finished speaking, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted within the conference room. His subordinates clapped fervently, showering him with a barrage of flattery. Since aligning with Su Zhongyi, these men had indeed achieved considerable success, each now possessing fortunes in the millions. Thus, the previous fervor for violence had dissipated, and they welcomed their leader's cunning plan with open arms. The scarred face immediately retrieved his phone to communicate with Zhao Ruiqiang. 10 minutes later, he hung up and signaled an OK gesture to Su Zhongyi. Su Zhongyi propped his feet on the conference table, relishing a cigar, confident that this time, he would bring Lin Feiyang to utter humiliation without deploying a single soldier. Lin Feiyang, oh Lin Feiyang, you are still too green to contend with Su Zhongyi. At this moment, Lin Feiyang was on his way back to Broken Gong Town. After merely an hour's nap in the dormitory, he arose to wash up and headed straight to the town committee compound for work. Upon arriving at the office, he summoned the director of the town committee office, Deputy Mayor Chen Dongsheng, stating, Wu Chen, please notify all committee members that a leadership meeting will convene at 9 a.m. today, with no absences permitted. This meeting is of utmost importance. Chen Dongsheng promptly left to deliver the message in person. At 9 a.m., the leadership meeting of Broken Gong Town reconvened. Lin Feiyang presided over the meeting, surveying the attendees. Comrades, the purpose of today's meeting is to address a crucial issue. How to prevent further illegal mining following the destruction of the iron mine entrance. Please feel free to express your opinions.
Zhao Ruiqiang immediately raised his head, saying, "Secretary Lin, I believe that since the iron mine entrance has been destroyed and even the roads up and down the mountain have been obliterated, it is highly unlikely that anyone could engage in illegal mining." However, Zhao Jinfeng gently shook his head. "Town Mayor Zhao, I must disagree with your perspective. Although the iron mine entrance has been blasted, it can be reopened. If there are sufficient incentives, there are always those blinded by profit who will attempt anything if the roads may be destroyed, but they can be rebuilt. I believe that the destruction of the iron mine entrance is merely the first step in preventing illegal mining. Until the fate of these iron ores is conclusively determined, implementing consistent oversight is an essential task for Broken Gong Town, warranting our utmost attention." The deputy secretary of the town committee, Wang Honglin, interjected, "I believe that Comrade Zhao Jinfeng's remarks are somewhat extreme. In this world, are there truly that many profit-driven individuals? As long as we regularly dispatch personnel to patrol, we can entirely avoid incidents of illegal mining. I also propose that Broken Gong Town collaborate with the local populace, leveraging the power of the masses to monitor illegal mining activities. This is the best way to adhere to the mass line." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruiqiang's eyes brightened, and he quickly nodded. "I agree with Comrade Wang Honglin's suggestion. I propose organizing local residents to form a patrol team, with our town providing some subsidies, for instance, a monthly reward of 10,000 yuan for the patrol team. This way, we would only need to invest 120,000 yuan annually to ensure that the iron mine is not illegally exploited." Lin Feiyang smiled slightly. "Comrade Zhao Ruiqiang's suggestion is excellent." Zhao Ruiqiang's face lit up. "So, Secretary Lin, you agree with my proposal?" Lin Feiyang, however, shook his head gently. "While Town Mayor Zhao's suggestion is commendable, it is somewhat outdated for our times. If this were 10 years ago, I would certainly support such an idea. However, we now live in the era of information technology. Relying on manpower for patrolling is antiquated. I propose that our town purchase 3 high-definition drones equipped with night vision capabilities, 1 for the police station, 1 for the Discipline Inspection Commission, and a third as a backup. They would primarily be managed by the town committee, with the police station and Discipline Inspection Commission organizing patrols with the drones at irregular intervals. This way, we would only need 1 person to conduct round-the-clock surveillance of the Tianwang Ridge mines. An annual budget of 120,000 yuan would suffice. The key point is that drones offer a much broader field of view. A single flight around Tianwang Ridge takes merely over 10 minutes. Moreover, with night vision capabilities, even in the pitch-black night, the cameras can capture the reality of critical situations clearly, something human patrols simply cannot achieve."
Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruiqiang's face fell in disbelief.
He had just received a notification from the Zhangyi group, designating him to organize the surrounding villages for the clandestine extraction and transportation of iron ore. He had already reached an agreement with the village heads of the 3 nearby villages to ensure the villagers' appeasement. Now, with Lin Feiyang suddenly advocating for drone surveillance, how could Zhao Ruiqiang possibly accept this? He immediately raised his head, his expression darkening. "I firmly oppose the use of drones for patrols. To my knowledge, standard drones lack night vision functionality, and those equipped with such features are quite expensive, posing a significant burden for our Broken Gong Town." Lin Feiyang smiled. "If Town Mayor Zhao's concern lies with this issue, rest assured, I have already contacted a drone manufacturing company. Their drones with night vision capabilities have a long communication transmission range, stable signal transmission, and a battery life of up to 70 minutes, priced at merely 30,000 yuan each. The total cost for 3 drones would only amount to 90,000 yuan, significantly cheaper than the manpower patrols proposed by Town Mayor Zhao. Most importantly, conducting patrols with drones is highly efficient.
In a matter of minutes, they can provide a comprehensive overview of the entire Tianwang Ridge."
After Lin Feiyang's assertion, Zhao Ruiqiang was rendered utterly speechless. At that moment, the newly appointed police chief, Deputy Mayor Wu Liheng, smiled and remarked, "Town Mayor Zhao, our public security system has been progressing with the establishment of a drone patrol system in recent years. Drone patrols are undoubtedly the inevitable trend of future development. I believe that if we can seize this opportunity to implement drone surveillance, Broken Gong Town will undoubtedly take the lead in the city regarding the protection of our mineral resources."
In the blink of an eye, 3 votes supported Lin Feiyang's proposal.
Zhao Ruiqiang directed his gaze toward those who remained neutral. Zhang Jianzhong, the Minister of the Armed Forces and United Front Committee member, suddenly raised his head, stating, "I believe Secretary Lin's proposal is quite visionary.
Drone patrols are indeed worthy of promotion."
"I oppose drone patrols," countered Li Zhengda, the Propaganda Committee member. 3 votes to 3 ETIE.AT. This juncture, only the Organization Committee member Zhong Haitao and the Director of the Town Committee Office, Chen Dongsheng, had yet to voice their opinions. Zhao Ruiqiang looked at Chen Dongsheng with hopeful eyes. As he was a PC yet strategically placed beside Lin Feiyang, Chen Dongsheng suddenly shook his head, indicating that the timing for exposure was not yet ripe. He then stated, "I believe that both Secretary Lin and Town Mayor Zhao's proposals are feasible, and I support either." This time, Chen Dongsheng opted for neutrality. Zhao Ruiqiang felt a surge of dissatisfaction, yet he recalled that Chen Dongsheng was his own carefully arranged undercover agent. He could not place him in a difficult position before Lin Feiyang, as he needed to ensure Lin Feiyang's trust in Chen Dongsheng. Therefore, he had no choice but to endure, placing his final hope on the Organization Committee member Zhong Haitao. Under the scrutiny of the assembly, Zhong Haitao's heart raced. He was a core member of the former Town Committee Secretary Shi Dikun's faction and was reluctant to align himself with Zhao Ruiqiang due to his distaste for Zhao Ruiqiang's methods.
Nevertheless, Lin Feiyang's demeanor had become excessively arrogant, and he was also hesitant to side with Lin Feiyang, fearing that Lin Feiyang might ultimately face calamity. Thus, after careful consideration, Zhong Haitao forced a smile and said, "I share the same view as Comrade Chen Dongsheng." Still, it remained a 3-3 tie with 2 neutral votes. At this moment, the advantage of Lin Feiyang as the town committee secretary became apparent as he smiled and addressed Zhao Ruiqiang, "Comrade Zhao Ruiqiang, you can see the responses of everyone present. Since only 3 out of 8 members oppose, I believe we can move forward with the proposal for drone patrols. We will proceed as I suggested, 1 for the police station, 1 for the discipline inspection commission, and 1 as a backup for the town committee. I, along with town mayor Zhao and all members, can initiate the drone patrols at any time. Meeting adjourned." With that, Lin Feiyang rose and exited the room. Zhao Ruiqiang's face was a mask of fury. He had never anticipated that he, who once wielded such control over Broken Gong Town, would now find himself in a deadlock with Lin Feiyang, and moreover, he could not yet utilize Chen Dongsheng, his hidden piece, for fear that the crucial moment for a showdown with Lin Feiyang had not yet arrived. He could only choose to endure, plagued by the frustration of a situation where victory was within his grasp, yet he had lost. After the meeting, Zhao Ruiqiang wasted no time and promptly drove to Wangjia village under the pretense of conducting research. Simultaneously, the village heads of Lijia village and Zhangjia village arrived at the home of Wang Jihong, the village head of Wangjia village. After recounting the meeting's contents, Zhao Ruiqiang said, his face flushed with anger, "Everyone, Lin Feiyang is attempting to cut off our financial lifeline. What do you propose we do in response?" Chapter 35 A trap. As Zhao Ruiqiang's words fell, Wang Jihong, the village secretary of Wangjia village, slowly lifted his head, drawing the attention of the crowd. Although this was not Zhao Ruiqiang's first encounter with Wang Jihong, he couldn't help but frown slightly upon seeing him. Wang Jihong, in his 50s, appeared gaunt and sallow, resembling a sickly man, 3 parts human, 7 parts ghost. When he sat there, he looked like a starving old monkey that hadn't eaten for days. However, his eyes were particularly bright, constantly darting around, revealing him to be a shrewd and troublesome character. Wang Jihong chuckled, exposing his yellowed, smoke-stained teeth. "Zhao Town head, you're the local tyrant of our Broken Gong Town. How could you possibly fear a mere young lad?" Zhao Ruiqiang forced a bitter smile, replying, "Old Wang, you have no idea how difficult and arrogant Lin Feiyang is. But that is not the crux of the matter. The real issue is that Lin Feiyang has the backing of County Party Secretary Ma Yuanxiang. Initially, I thought I could handle Lin Feiyang easily, but just yesterday afternoon, the county committee convened a standing committee meeting and directly decided on the candidates for the heads of our police station and finance office. Even County Head Niu was caught off guard by Ma Yuanxiang this time, let alone a mere town head like me." Wang Jihong's eyes twinkled as he chuckled slyly. It seems I've figured it out. If we want to mine iron ore steadily and profitably, we must remove Lin Feiyang from Broken Gong Town, am I right?" Zhao Ruiqiang nodded. "If he doesn't tea leave, he will certainly create disturbances. When the drones take to the sky, who would dare to mine?" Wang Jihong chuckled again, a cold edge to his voice. "Actually, dealing with Lin Feiyang is not without solutions, but this requires you, Secretary Zhao, to fully mobilize your connections. Only through collaborative efforts can we hope to completely eliminate Lin Feiyang." Zhao Ruiqiang, lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed, harbored doubts about Wang Jihong's assertion. After all, if he, Zhao Ruiqiang, couldn't handle Lin Feiyang, and even County Head Niu was overwhelmed, how could a mere village bumpkin like Wang Jihong succeed? However, Zhao Ruiqiang was adept at playing the part. He smiled and said, "Old Wang, if you have any good ideas, please share them. I came here today to seek your wisdom." In truth, Zhao Ruiqiang aimed to incite conflict, hoping Wang Jihong and his cohorts would rally the villagers from 3 villages to collectively oppose Lin Feiyang, creating a significant incident to drive him away. Wang Jihong glanced at Zhao Ruiqiang, having long discerned that he was not to be underestimated. Although he had attended a prestigious university, Zhao Ruiqiang's greed was evident, and Wang Jihong recognized that his visitor harbored ill intentions. Furthermore, Zhao Ruiqiang looked down upon the villagers, yet Wang Jihong was no novice. He was skilled in maneuvering through such matters. He smiled and said, "Zhao Town head, I believe that to deal with a high-ranking official like Lin Feiyang, mere brute force or wild tactics will not suffice. We must employ cunning strategies, fabricating evidence to bring him down lawfully and transparently, without leaving room for others to find fault." Subsequently, Wang Jihong disclosed his plan. After hearing it, Zhao Ruiqiang's eyes widened in shock, staring at Wang Jihong as if he were a devil. He never anticipated that a rural villager could conceive such a nefarious scheme. Even he, the town head, felt a chill run down his spine. If he had not been forewarned of Wang Jihong's plot, he would have been doomed had it been aimed at him. Fortunately, this time, Lin Feiyang was the target. Noticing Zhao Ruiqiang's expression, a gleam of triumph flickered in Wang Jihong's eyes. "Young man, if you wish to use this old man as a pawn, you still have much to learn. Now, are you beginning to feel afraid?" Zhao Ruiqiang remained silent for a full minute before regaining his composure, saying, "All right, this plan is brilliant. It's a chain scheme, let us proceed with it. This time, we must ensure Lin Feiyang is utterly disgraced." Zhang Jiong, the village secretary of Zhangjia village, and Li Jinui, the village secretary of Lijia village, both raised their hands in agreement. 3 days later, the drones arrived, and the newly appointed police chief, Wu Liheng, personally led a team to the foot of Tianwang Ridge, conducting a grand launch ceremony for drone surveillance, officially announcing that Broken Gong Town would implement 24-hour, unscheduled patrols of the Tianwang Ridge mine, with immediate response to any detected issues. However, that very night, during drone patrols, the Broken Gong Town police surprisingly discovered a long convoy of trucks transporting iron ore at the back mountain of Tianwang Ridge. Upon receiving the report, Wu Liheng immediately set out in the middle of the night to apprehend them, only to find nothing upon arrival. All vehicles had vanished without a trace, leaving only scattered iron ore and deep truck tracks as evidence of their passage. The following morning, just as Wu Liheng began his workday, he visited Lin Feiyang's office. After hearing Wu Liheng's report, Lin Feiyang's expression darkened, and after inquiring about the details, he coldly remarked, "A provocation, this is a blatant challenge.
Wu Lihang nodded vigorously. Secretary Lin, I strongly suspect there's an insider in our police station. Otherwise, it would be impossible for us to arrive at the scene and find nothing. Lin Feiyang's expression grew grave as he nodded slowly. Both of us are outsiders. Establishing a foothold here is no easy feat. I suspect the majority of your police station consists of locals from the surrounding area. It's entirely normal for them to share information. Furthermore, consider how quickly they vanished under the drone's gaze. This indicates they were aware of our aerial surveillance capabilities, including the drone's endurance. They must have had a premeditated hiding spot, likely within the nearby villages. What does this imply? It suggests that locals have already become involved, indicating a collusion between local residents and capital. Wu Lihang immediately concurred. Indeed, when we conducted interviews in the surrounding villages, many villagers regarded us with hostility, as if we were enemies.
Lin Feiyang nodded. It seems we need to mount a surprise attack.
With 3 drones on duty, I want to see how they hide. What Lin Feiyang did not expect was that for the next 3 days, Tianwang Ridge remained eerily quiet. Wu Lihang's patrols yielded no results. It wasn't until the 4th morning that Lin Feiyang, engrossed in formulating developmental strategies for Broken Gong Town, received a call from Wu Lihang. Secretary Lin, the illegal iron ore miners have mobilized. They have a full 30 transport vehicles. How audacious, they are brazenly transporting in broad daylight. Secretary Lin, our police station is ready to engage.
Lin Feiyang nodded. You have the drone from the disciplinary committee, right?
We do, Wu Lihang replied excitedly.
Excellent, we'll use 2 drones in relay to track these 30 transport vehicles.
I will personally head to the scene. I want to confront those involved and find out who dares to protect them.
With high spirits and determination, Lin Feiyang could not tolerate these illegal miners daring to provoke him under his nose.
40 minutes later, Lin Feiyang's car stopped outside Wangjia village, in a vast yard covering over 100,000 square meters. The yard was surrounded by makeshift blue iron sheets, filled with hundreds of transport vehicles. At that moment, a drone hovered above the yard outside. Wu Lihang and several police officers were knocking on the door. After a while, a burly man in his early 20s, standing about 185 meters tall and with skin as dark as coal, emerged, locking the door behind him. With a cold expression, he asked, "Who are you looking for?" Wu Lihang replied sternly, "We suspect that numerous vehicles illegally transporting iron ore are parked inside. Please open the door so we can conduct an inspection." The burly man shook his head. "Our boss said no one is to enter. If you want the door opened, you must first find our boss. Only with his consent will I open it. We are the police. Please cooperate with us in executing our duties.
I am the security here.
Please cooperate with me in completing my work, or my boss will fire me." The burly man stood like a wall, blocking their way. Lin Feiyang frowned. "Is there truly no other way to enter besides seeking your boss?"
"There is, but you can't do it."
"What way?"
"Fight me. If you win, you can enter."
The burly man grinned, appearing somewhat endearing. Lin Feiyang, with his keen perception, recognized that this man was likely a simpleton. Otherwise, he wouldn't have proposed that they could only enter by defeating him. This was the most bewildering situation Lin Feiyang had encountered. Wu Lihang was equally taken aback, having never faced such an absurd scenario. Wu Lihang glanced at his subordinates, then at the burly man's imposing physique, his expression filled with bitterness. The burly man declared, "You all aren't my opponents. Don't waste your efforts. You seem decent, with a bit of killer instinct. How about we exchange a few moves?"
He provocatively challenged Lin Feiyang. Lin Feiyang nodded slightly, realizing that neither Wu Lihang nor his subordinates could match the burly man's strength.
This man was built like a bear. Just then, a crowd of onlookers began to gather. Lin Feiyang furrowed his brow. Their sudden appearance felt rehearsed. In that instant, the burly man launched an attack, his fist, as large as a bull, hurtling towards Lin Feiyang's face. Lin Feiyang could only defend, and soon the two were engaged in a fierce exchange. Within a minute, they had thrown over 60 punches and 20 kicks each. When they finally separated, both were panting heavily. Lin Feiyang's forehead glistened with sweat. He hadn't expected the burly man to be so quick and powerful, clearly a natural fighter. Unfortunately, this man was wasting his talent as a mere bodyguard. The burly man, astonished, regarded Lin Feiyang. Having never encountered a rival since his debut, he found this opponent surprisingly formidable, leaving him slightly overwhelmed. Just then, 3 knocks echoed from the iron gate. The burly man cast a cold glance at Lin Feiyang, saying, "You are quite skilled. I can't defeat you, but I have someone even stronger waiting for you. Defeat him, and you may enter." With that, the burly man strode away, disappearing into the distance. At that moment, the large iron gate creaked open, revealing a slender man, approximately 175 meters tall. This man stood before Lin Feiyang, sneering, "Defeat me, and you can enter."
Without hesitation, he threw a punch at Lin Feiyang's nose.
Observing the opponent's weak force, Lin Feiyang sensed something was amiss. He refrained from attacking, opting instead for defense. The opponent's punch struck Lin Feiyang's arm, then he crumpled to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood while loudly exclaiming, "This is terrible.
The town committee secretary is assaulting me."
His body began to convulse uncontrollably, his hands twisting like claws. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd surged forward, each person brandishing a cell phone, some even live-streaming while shouting, "Come see! Town Committee Secretary Lin Feiyang is assaulting someone. He has beaten Wang Laolu from Wangjia village until he bleeds. Oh my, he has an 80-year-old mother and a hungry child at home. How will he survive now? Heaven and earth, how can the Town Committee Secretary be so barbaric and arrogant? Who will seek justice for Wang Laolu?"
In that moment, Lin Feiyang was completely dumbfounded.
It was then that he realized he had fallen into a trap. The earlier encounter with the burly man had been genuine, whereas this new opponent was clearly a plant. Everything he had said was merely a ruse. Lin Feiyang had only been defending himself, and now he found himself accused of assaulting Wang Laolu. Beads of sweat cascaded down Lin Feiyang's forehead. Chapter 36, Relentless Pursuit. At that moment, the crowd surrounding the scene parted, revealing a frail old man, reminiscent of a withered monkey, who stepped forward from the throne. Upon seeing Wang Laolu sprawled on the ground, his eyes reddened with concern as he rushed over, exclaiming, Laolu, Laolu, what has happened to you? Weren't you in good health before? How could you have ended up like this?
Just then, an onlooker interjected, Secretary Wang, Laolu has been assaulted, and it is said that the perpetrator is none other than our town's committee secretary, Lin Feiyang. You must seek justice for Laolu. He is the most honest man in our village, and it is unacceptable for Lin Feiyang, in his capacity, to bully such an upright individual. We demand an explanation.
The diminutive old man was none other than Wang Xueqing, the village secretary of Wangjia village. After casting a few glances at Wang Laolu, he turned his furious gaze towards Lin Feiyang.
Secretary Lin, what on earth are you doing? Are we not deserving of respect in Wangjia village? Why do you come here to wreak havoc? Do you not understand that Wang Laolu is my own nephew, the most honest among us? How could you strike him? Has he provoked you in any way? Lin Feiyang scrutinized the exaggerated expression of the frail elder before furrowing his brow and asking, You are the village secretary of Wangjia village? Wang Xueqing nodded affirmatively. Indeed. I just heard someone mention that Wang Laolu has an elderly mother aged 80 and young children who depend on him. Is that true? Lin Feiyang pressed on. Absolutely, Wang Xueqing replied without hesitation. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feiyang spoke in a somber tone. Given that this situation arose due to my actions and that Wang Laolu appears gravely injured, I have decided to summon a top-tier physician to provide on-site treatment for him. Secretary Wang, are you familiar with Yi Sandao, the most renowned doctor in Bei province? Yi Sandao? Wang Xueqing shook his head gently. At that moment, a man in his 30s piped up, Uncle, I have heard of this Yi Sandao. My mother recently visited the 2nd Provincial Hospital and wanted to make an appointment with an expert. All the other doctors had openings, but Yi Sandao's appointments are impossible to secure. He is reputed to be the hospital's crown jewel, the only expert who receives special allowances from the State Council. It is said that his appointments can fetch over 800 yuan on the black market, and even then, they are hard to come by. Wang Xueqing was taken aback. Is Yi Sandao truly that remarkable? Another bystander chimed in, Yi Sandao isn't just remarkable. His approach to medicine is unique. He only sees 30 patients a day, no more. Though he is the most esteemed expert at the 2nd Provincial Hospital, he prescribes the least expensive yet most effective medications. While other doctors may charge 800 yuan for treatments that may not even work, he often resolves issues for just 30 or 50 yuan. There was even a case where a man spent millions in the United States without a cure, yet Yi Sandao managed to resolve it with just 3 surgical procedures. That man was one of the top 3 richest in Bei province. Since then, Yi Sandao has gained fame. It is said that he is a general practitioner. There is no ailment he cannot address with his 3 incisions. Wang Xueqing, visibly astonished, turned his gaze back to Lin Feiyang. Secretary Lin, what exactly do you mean by mentioning Yi Sandao? With a smile, Lin Feiyang replied, Secretary Wang, I will call Yi Sandao right now and request that he come here personally to treat Wang Laolu. What do you think? Wang Xueqing's eyes widened in disbelief. You know Yi Sandao? Lin Feiyang chuckled, we have met on one occasion, but I believe he will honor my request. Very well. As long as you can bring Yi Sandao here and he can heal Wang Laolu, I will refrain from holding you accountable. However, if he cannot cure him, Secretary Lin, you must provide an explanation to the people of Wangjia village. We will not allow anyone to harm us for any reason. Wang Xueqing declared resolutely. At that moment, doubts lingered in his heart regarding Lin Feiyang's acquaintance with Yi Sandao. Nevertheless, he believed that even if Lin Feiyang truly managed to summon him, it would be futile, for Wang Laolu was his own nephew. Years ago, he had fallen victim to a peculiar illness that caused him to convulse at the mere sight of blood, his hands resembling chicken claws, twitching approximately 20 times a minute. This affliction had persisted for over 30 years, and despite numerous hospital visits, he had never found a cure. It was a classic case of a difficult ailment. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Feiyang promptly retrieved his phone and dialed a number. The call was swiftly connected, and he got straight to the point. Drop everything and rush to Wangjia village in Paluo town, Tianfeng County, with utmost urgency. I will send you the location. I will arrive within an hour, came a slightly cheeky voice from the other end of the line. Boss, are you sick? Don't talk nonsense. Are you sure you can make it here in an hour? This is an emergency. Lin Feiyang's tone was commanding, leaving the onlookers in awe once more. If the voice on the line truly belonged to the esteemed Dr. Yi Sandao, who would dare speak to him so boldly? Boss, I'm currently on duty at the People's Hospital in Tianfeng City. I will take the highway and drive at top speed. I'll be there in an hour. You can cover my fines. Not a problem. After ending the call, Lin Feiyang turned to Wang Xueqing with a smile. Secretary Wang, Yi Sandao will arrive in an hour. Wang Xueqing scoffed disdainfully, saying, Secretary Lin, I must clarify something. My nephew has suffered severe injuries because of you. In my eyes, he has sustained brain damage due to your beating. Otherwise, he would not be in such a dire state. Look, it has been over 10 minutes, and he is still convulsing. He has 3 children at home, the youngest only a year old. You must provide an explanation for Wang Laolu and for the people of Wangjia village. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to report you to the county or even the city. Lin Feiyang nodded lightly. At that moment, he realized that he had become a target for Wang Laolu and Wangjia village. It appeared that Wang Zhulong was likely the mastermind behind this scheme. Analyzing this further, it became evident that Wangjia village, being the closest to Tianwang Ridge, might have been involved in illicit mining activities, with Wang Zhulong potentially serving as one of the organizers. Without the involvement of locals, how could anyone know of the iron ore entrance and the paths leading up and down the mountain? With these thoughts in mind, Lin Feiyang regarded Wang Zhulong with a newfound coldness. Wang Zhulong, sensing Lin Feiyang's disdain, remained unfazed. At that moment, Lin Feiyang could not have anticipated that, although only 20 minutes had passed since Wang Laolu had collapsed, news of the incident had already spread like wildfire across the internet, climbing to the 10th spot on trending lists, and the public outrage was escalating rapidly. Wang Zhulong had already seen the public reaction on his phone, and he felt an immense sense of pride. This idea had originated from him, while the funding for the online campaign had been orchestrated by Su Zhangyi. Their collaboration had turned the incident of a town committee secretary violently assaulting a villager, resulting in severe brain damage and relentless convulsions, into the focal point of today's media frenzy. Crucially, at the scene, several villagers had activated live broadcasts on various video platforms. The cameras were fixated on the writhing figure of Wang Laolu on the ground, with periodic cuts to Lin Feiyang's seemingly indifferent face. Some viewers even commented live, accusing Lin Feiyang of being heartless, suggesting that after beating someone, he displayed an alarming lack of concern, as if the entire affair had nothing to do with him. In an instant, Lin Feiyang became a pariah online, the target of collective condemnation. Just then, Lin Feiyang's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Du Zhigua, the executive deputy county head. Lin Feiyang frowned and answered, "Hello, county head." Du Zhigua's voice was filled with fury as he retorted, "Lin Feiyang, what on earth is going on here? First, you disregarded county directives and detonated the entrance to the iron mine on Tianwang Ridge, and now you've gone to Wangjia village to flaunt your power and assault citizens. Do you still wish to remain in your position as town committee secretary? County head Neo demands that you report to the county government immediately to address today's events. Moreover, a press conference will be held in 3 hours, and you must present your reflections on this incident. If all goes as expected, you will be suspended from all duties." Upon hearing this, Lin Feiyang's expression darkened.
"County head Du, I must apologize, but I cannot leave here for at least another hour and a half. If you want me at the county office, it will have to be in 3 hours. Regrettably, I cannot comply with your request."
Du Zhigua was furious. "You must return immediately, this is county head Neo's directive." Lin Feiyang's frustration peaked.
"I'm sorry, but I will not leave until this matter is resolved."
Du Zhigua trembled with rage. "Lin Feiyang, open your phone and take a look. You are trending, Paluo town is trending, Tianfeng county is trending, you are single-handedly tarnishing our county's reputation. What do you think you are doing?"
Lin Feiyang, upon hearing this, felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. Opening a news app, he was stunned to see the incident had surged to the 8th spot on trending lists within just half an hour. It was utterly outrageous. He had never imagined that such a rapid escalation could occur. Clearly, someone was manipulating public opinion from behind the scenes. It appeared they were intent on destroying him. Turning to cast a glance at the scornful and cold Wang Zhulong, Lin Feiyang finally understood why the latter exuded such confidence. It seemed he had fallen into a trap from which escape would be nearly impossible. Lin Feiyang lamented inwardly, "I was careless. Who would have thought that I, the captain of the Wolf Tooth Brigade, who had triumphed on battlefields for years, would ultimately stumble in this humble village? Yi Sandao, my fate rests in your hands. I hope you can be reliable this time, or I, Lin Feiyang, may truly be doomed." Chapter 37. Yi Sandao. For Lin Feiyang, every passing minute felt like an eternity of torment. The smug expression on Wang Zhulong's face, the village secretary, grew ever more pronounced. In the blink of an eye, an hour had slipped away. Yi Sandao had yet to arrive. Another 20 minutes elapsed, and still, he was absent. Lin Feiyang's forehead glistened with an increasing sheen of sweat, his complexion paling, while Wang Zhulong's grin seemed to stretch from ear to ear.
"Secretary Lin, are you certain that the person you spoke with was indeed Yi Sandao? He is a renowned physician from the provincial second hospital, a top-tier expert enjoying national subsidies. To summon him with a mere phone call seems rather presumptuous, wouldn't you agree?" Wang Zhulong mocked without hesitation. To him, it appeared that Lin Feiyang was merely spinning a tale. Lin Feiyang, maintaining a cold demeanor, replied, "I neglected to mention that although Yi Sandao possesses extraordinary medical skills, he is somewhat directionally challenged and has a poor sense of time. Therefore, I kindly ask you all to wait a bit longer. Wait any longer, and my nephew may very well perish. Secretary Lin, I can grant you a maximum of 10 more minutes. If, after that time, the so-called Yi Sandao has not arrived, you shall bear the consequences for your inability to manage the situation. Public discontent is no trivial matter." Wang Zhulong's tone was laced with authority. Lin Feiyang snorted softly, harboring deep resentment towards Wang Zhulong. "Secretary Lin, 5 minutes have passed. Secretary Lin, 8 minutes have elapsed. Secretary Lin, you have but 1 minute remaining." Wang Zhulong ceaselessly checked his watch, his expression one of amusement as he observed Lin Feiyang, who was now mopping sweat from his brow. At that moment, Lin Feiyang was in a state of frantic anxiety. He had not anticipated that Yi Sandao would once again demonstrate his unreliability, despite Lin having conveyed the urgency of the situation. This fellow evidently needed to be dealt with firmly. "Very well, Secretary Lin, time is running out. I must take my leave. You are on your own now." With that, Wang Zhulong rose and turned to exit.
The crowd of onlookers began to close in on Lin Feiyang, some even raising eggs and tomatoes in their hands. Just then, a silver, fully loaded Hongqi HS9 SUV roared into view, skidding to a stop at the roadside. The door swung open, and a man clad in a Zhongshan suit, approximately 30 years of age, dashed out, shouting, "Clear the way, I'm here, boss." As he spoke, the man charged into the throng, brandishing a large, foul-smelling durian. The crowd, initially reluctant to part, quickly recoiled from the noxious odor and sharp spikes of the fruit. Yi Sandao barreled through the crowd and spotted Lin Feiyang, drenched in sweat, Wang Zhulong, with a mocking expression, and Wang Laolu, lying on the ground. In an instant, Yi Sandao's previously carefree demeanor vanished, his eyes flashing with a chilling intensity. He strode purposefully towards Lin Feiyang, smiling as he said, "Boss, I sincerely apologize, the GPS was utterly useless and led me astray.
That's why I'm late."
Lin Feiyang waved his hand dismissively. "Now that you are here, let us focus on saving the patient. They are all blaming me for this man's current condition, claiming it was a result of my actions. I am at a loss for words. I heard that this incident has even made the trending topics." Yi Sandao chuckled. "All right, let me take a look." As he spoke, Lin Feiyang glanced down at Wang Laolu, extending his hand to feel for a pulse, and then exclaimed, "This is hardly the result of a beating. This is a chronic ailment of over 30 years, which fool claimed that this was caused by my boss. Step forward, I dare you, just because there are many of you, doesn't mean I'm afraid." Yi Sandao stood up, glaring at Wang Zhulong and the others, his eyes brimming with defiance. Lin Feiyang's agitation surged. Yi Sandao was indeed unreliable. He had meticulously planned his counterattack but had not anticipated that Yi Sandao would directly provoke the villagers. Wang Zhulong's countenance darkened immediately.
"Who do you think you are?
Everyone witnessed Lin Feiyang assaulting my nephew. All of his symptoms are the result of that beating."
"Enough of your nonsense,"
Yi Sandao retorted, pointing at Wang Zhulong.
"I am Yi Sandao, a senior expert from the provincial second hospital. Can I not discern whether this illness is chronic or the result of a beating?"
"Are you truly Yi Sandao? Could you be an imposter? There are far too many frauds these days." Wang Zhulong sneered dismissively.
He could not fathom that such a celebrated expert would refer to Lin Feiyang as boss.
Yi Sandao's anger flared as he pointed at Wang Zhulong.
"Old man, if I'm not mistaken, you suffer from gastrointestinal issues, often experiencing stomach pain, correct?
And this has persisted for at least 3 years, with no signs of improvement, fluctuating between mild and severe discomfort, coupled with poor appetite. Do you often feel a wave of heat rising from your lower abdomen to your chest and throat, several times a day, disrupting your peace?"
Wang Zhulong was momentarily taken aback. "How do you know that?" Yi Sandao smirked. "How do I know? Because I am Yi Sandao."
At this moment, he pointed at a 60-year-old woman nearby.
"You there, don't you often experience fever and profuse sweating, at least 5 or 6 times a day, even when the room is cool? And do you frequently feel dizzy, faint, with palpitations and fatigue?"
The elderly woman, upon hearing this, displayed a look of astonishment.
"How do you know?" "I already mentioned it, didn't I? Because I am Yi Sandao. While I cannot guarantee a 100% accuracy in diagnosing your ailments, I can discern about 60 to 70% of your symptoms just by looking at you. Now, do you still dare to question my diagnostic capabilities?" As he spoke, Yi Sandao produced his medical badge, proudly displaying it before the crowd, which read, "Senior Expert, Chief Physician Yi Sandao." In that moment, everyone stood in stunned silence. They could hardly believe that Lin Feiyang's phone call had indeed summoned this renowned expert from the northern province. Observing the crowd's reactions, Yi Sandao took on a more humble demeanor. "I kindly ask you all not to doubt my medical prowess.
Now, allow me to demonstrate a miracle right before your eyes." With that, Yi Sandao returned to his vehicle and retrieved a set of silver needles. He then knelt beside the convulsing Wang Laolu, performing acupuncture at several key points, including the Yangming Meridian, Higu, Zusanli, and Yanglingquan. In a mere 20 minutes, Wang Laolu's incessant convulsions gradually subsided, causing the onlookers to collectively gasp and at that moment, their gazes towards Yi Sandao were filled with respect. Wang Zhulong, perplexed, inquired, "I had heard that your fame rests upon surgical skills. How is it that you also possess knowledge of acupuncture?"
Yi Sandao chuckled. "My expertise in traditional Chinese medicine is a family legacy.
While I studied Western medicine in college, surgical techniques are merely the least proficient aspect of my diverse skill set. My true strength lies in traditional Chinese diagnostic methods." As he spoke, Yi Sandao turned to Wang Laolu and asked, "How many children do you have?"
3.
"All boys." Wang Laolu replied, rising slowly, a proud smile on his face. Yi Sandao shook his head gently. "That cannot be. Logically, you should not have children. Your physical condition precludes fertility." Just then, a beautiful woman in her 30s, accompanied by 3 children, rushed over, calling out from a distance, "You mustn't have any issues.
Our whole family relies on you."
The crowd parted to allow the woman and her children to approach Wang Laolu. He scoffed, "Dr. Yi, are you jesting? Do you see these 3 children? How can you claim they are not mine?"
"Are you blind?"
Yi Sandao smiled knowingly and returned to the vehicle, retrieving 3 testing kits. He tossed them to Wang Laolu, saying, "Have your 3 children each place a drop of blood on one end of the test kit, and you too, on the other end. If the kit ultimately displays red, it indicates a high DNA match, confirming they are yours. If it shows green, then the match is low, and they are not your children." As he spoke, Yi Sandao pointed at Wang Zhulong. "If I'm correct, at least 2 of those children likely belong to him. If you doubt my words, let him also take a blood test with the children." With that, he tossed 3 more testing kits into the fray. The atmosphere grew tense. The woman and Wang Xuelong exchanged frantic glances, their faces paling with alarm. Wang Xuelong, filled with indignation, retorted, "You are certainly not Yi Sandao, you are merely a charlatan. I have never heard of DNA being tested with such kits. Are you taking advantage of our rural ignorance?" Wang Laolu glanced at Yi Sandao, then at his wife and Wang Xuelong, suddenly feeling a wave of betrayal wash over him. With a sudden roar, Wang Laolu shouted, "Everyone, draw blood, I demand to see the truth." As he spoke, he bit his finger, letting his blood drip onto the testing kit. He then used Yi Sandao's blood collection device to prick the fingers of his 3 children, applying their blood to the kits as well. 5 minutes later, all 3 test kits revealed a green result. Wang Laolu stared at the verdant hue for what felt like an eternity before erupting in a thunderous roar. "Liang Yanyan, you treacherous harlot! You VE placed a green hat on me, now tell me, whose children are these?" As he spoke, he seized the beautiful woman by the throat, his rage evident as veins bulged on his forehead. The woman recoiled in fear, her eyes pleading to Wang Xuelong for help. Seizing the moment, Wang Laolu lunged toward Wang Xuelong, hissing through clenched teeth, "Speak, are these children yours?" Wang Xuelong's gaze faltered, unable to meet his nephew's eyes. "Let me test your blood." Wang Laolu was on the brink of madness as he retrieved 3 more testing kits, pricking Wang Xuelong's finger. He then continued to draw blood from the 3 children. Wang Xuelong's demeanor shifted to one of panic. 5 minutes later, his face turned ashen, and the beautiful woman trembled in fear as they both beheld the paper, which was a vivid crimson. Ah! You vile woman, betraying me, and with my own uncle, you, I swear I will kill you." As he spoke, Wang Laolu scanned the area, his eyes landing on a brick on the ground, and he charged at the beautiful woman.
Lin Feiyang quickly intervened, grabbing Wang Laolu's arm and seizing the brick from his grasp.
"Wang Laolu, calm yourself, we live in a society governed by law, murder is a crime." Wang Laolu found himself ensnared by Lin Feiyang's strong grip, unable to break free, his gaze filled with murderous intent directed at his wife Liang Yanyan and Wang Xuelong. At that moment, his heart sank. He could not fathom that the 3 children he had worked so hard to support were not his own. He was consumed by rage and despair, ready to unleash violence. However, Lin Feiyang held fast to his arm. Suddenly, it struck Wang Laolu, and he turned to Lin Feiyang, exclaiming, "Lin Feiyang, do you not see, you have been deceived by that scoundrel Wang Xuelong? Everything that has transpired today is part of a scheme aimed at you. Yi Sandao was right, you did not lay a hand on me, I was merely playing along with Wang Xuelong's scheme. I have been ill for some time, I convulse at the sight of blood, even when there is no blood, I experience convulsions several times a year."
In that moment, Wang Laolu revealed everything. Lin Feiyang, Wang Xuelong has colluded with the officials in town.
They intend to continue mining the iron ore on Tianwang Ridge, and they aim to oust you first, Lin Feiyang. I must tell you, before he could finish, Wang Xuelong shot him a look, and 2 villagers rushed forward to cover Wang Laolu's mouth and drag him away. Wang Xuelong turned to Lin Feiyang, his expression a mixture of embarrassment and urgency. "Secretary Lin, this Wang Laolu has lost his mind, he was just rambling, you mustn't believe him." Chapter 38. The battle for public sentiment. Lin Feiyang cast a cold, piercing gaze at Wang Xuelong and remarked, "Do you truly believe that I would accept your explanation?" Wang Xuelong, displaying no hint of embarrassment, retorted, "Secretary Lin, whether you believe it or not, this is simply the truth." Lin Feiyang snorted disdainfully, fixing a frosty stare upon Wang Xuelong as he declared, "Comrade Wang Xuelong, in light of the information recently presented by Wang Laolu, along with the results from the DNA testing kit, I am compelled to conclude that you are no longer fit to serve as the village secretary of Wangjia village. I hereby announce your immediate suspension from this position. Furthermore, the town's disciplinary committee will intervene to conduct an investigation into your conduct. Prior to the committee's involvement, I will have the officers from the police station escort you back for questioning, to ascertain how you intended to lead the villagers of Wangjia in executing your illicit mining scheme." Upon hearing this, Wang Xuelong scoffed, his expression one of utter contempt. "Secretary Lin, you cannot possibly detain me. If you attempt to do so, you will find yourself in a most precarious situation." "And what if I insist on arresting you?" Lin Feiyang replied, his eyes glinting with a dangerous resolve. Wang Xuelong smirked derisively, "Secretary Lin, open your eyes and observe, Wangjia village is a significant community, with over 2,000 individuals bearing the Wang surname, these are all members of our clan. If you wish to apprehend me, you must first seek their consent of villagers, do you not agree?" Wang Xuelong bellowed, and an immediate chorus of agreement erupted from the crowd. "Who dares to arrest my uncle? Anyone who dares to detain my grandfather is opposing our Wangjia village." The atmosphere grew palpably tense, as the hundreds present fixed furious gazes upon Lin Feiyang and the police officers. Lin Feiyang glanced coldly at Wang Xuelong, then surveyed the surrounding villagers. He recognized that Wang Xuelong was attempting to leverage both geographical and social advantages to defy the law. Ordinary individuals might have found themselves at a loss against Wang Xuelong's tactics, but Lin Feiyang was no ordinary man. He stepped forward decisively and addressed the crowd. "Do you truly believe that your numbers can defy the law? Do you think that the law does not hold the majority accountable?" At this juncture, a chilling intensity crept into Lin Feiyang's demeanor as he continued, "I must clarify, today, Wang Xuelong has been caught red-handed in illegal mining. The yard is overflowing with trucks laden with iron ore. With such evidence, I can readily petition the county and city for assistance, and I am confident that several hundred police officers would respond without hesitation, for the nature of this illicit operation is egregiously unlawful."
As Lin Feiyang spoke, Wang Xuelong felt his heart racing, his legs trembling slightly, and even his facial muscles quivering.
Observing this, Lin Feiyang raised his voice. Considering that this illegal operation has only just commenced and is of a relatively minor nature, our town will not pursue the villagers' responsibilities this time. You may rest assured, however, he elevated his tone, we must bring Wang Zhilong, the principal offender, in for questioning. From now on, anyone who dares to engage in illegal mining will face the full extent of the law. There will be no leniency. The iron ore belongs to the village collective and to all the villagers, not to any individual. No one has the right to unlawfully seize these resources. Lin Feiyang spoke passionately. Villagers, do you understand why I, Lin Feiyang, amidst immense pressure, would rather oppose certain directives from county and city leaders than allow those established mining entrances to remain? The reason is simple. I wish to preserve these iron resources for your descendants, for all of us, not to allow the Zhangyi group and their cronies to exploit them without restraint. Reflect upon your own consciences. When the Zhangyi group engaged in illegal mining, who among you received any benefits? They siphoned billions from Tianwangling every year, yet did they ever construct roads for you? Did they ever provide you with any welfare? Lin Feiyang's voice resonated with urgency. Silence enveloped the crowd as the villagers absorbed his words, their expressions turning increasingly somber. After a brief pause, Lin Feiyang continued, why do you think I, Lin Feiyang, forsake the comforts of my office in the town to endure hardship in these desolate mountains? Because I am a party member, a leader of Be on the Lookout town, and I yearn to bring hope of prosperity to Wangjia village and the neighboring communities. Villagers, you have endured too many years of hardship. You are sitting on a gold mine yet begging for scraps. They cart away billions annually while you labor as perilous miners or toil away in distant jobs. Why should that be your fate? Those iron ores belong to all of you. I do not know if you are content with this, but I, Lin Feiyang, refuse to accept it. I shall advocate for the interests of the villagers beneath Tianwangling, ensuring that the resources extracted from the mountains benefit each family, every villager. I have devised a preliminary development plan and I dare to promise you, grant me 3 years, and I will increase your household incomes by at least threefold. If I fail, I shall resign without hesitation. His words rang with conviction, igniting fervor among the crowd, their spirits soaring. Many gazes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. At that moment, however, Wang Zhilong interjected with a mocking smile, Secretary Lin, your rhetoric is quite impressive, but do you truly believe we are gullible children? Over the past decade, how many town secretaries have entered office with grand ambitions like yours, and yet, what has changed? We still endure the same hardships as we did 10 years ago. Why do we resort to illegal mining? Because that mountain rightfully belongs to our village collective, and we have the right to exploit it. You claim to act in our best interests, yet will you permit us to mine these iron ores ourselves? If you agree, we could amass wealth beyond our wildest dreams within a year. If you do not consent, it only confirms that your previous statements are mere fabrications, nothing but empty promises. We refuse to be deceived. Villagers, consider this. If the Zhangyi group can extract billions annually from Tianwangling, why can't we do the same? Our villages, Wangjia, Lijia, and Zhangjia combined total only about 3,000 households, over 10,000 individuals. Even if we were to extract 10 billion worth of resources annually, how much wealth could each of us receive? Why should the resources that belong to our collective be exploited by others, leaving us with nothing? Lin Feiyang claims he can triple our incomes, but which scenario truly offers us prosperity, his promise or our own mining efforts? Wang Zhilong concluded, his eyes gleaming with disdain. He perceived Lin Feiyang as a mere youth, incapable of outmaneuvering his seasoned cunning. Though he was a farmer, he possessed the wisdom of one. In his view, Lin Feiyang was far inferior in understanding the vulnerabilities of the villagers' greed. After all, is human nature. As expected, once Wang Zhilong finished speaking, an eerie silence fell, soon replaced by a flurry of excited breaths from the villagers. If Wang Zhilong's assertions held any truth, it would only take a year for every household to become millionaires. At that moment, who cared about Lin Feiyang's promise of tripled income? Lin Feiyang's brow furrowed deeply. He had not anticipated Wang Zhilong's ability to sway the villagers so rapidly. Amidst the emotional turmoil, some villagers turned to Lin Feiyang, shouting, corrupt official, leave now, don't hinder our path to wealth.
Others expressed their sentiments more vehemently, hurling insults at him. Lin Feiyang's expression darkened instantly.
Suddenly, he roared, silence. His voice boomed, commanding attention and startling the crowd. He then smirked coldly and continued, villagers, can you not see through the illusions that Wang Zhilong has spun for you? I ask you, over the past 5 or 6 years, while the iron ore of Tianwangling was being illegally mined by the Zhangyi group, did you receive even a penny in benefits? Do you truly believe that Wang Zhilong, as the village secretary of the closest village to Tianwangling, was unaware of the Zhangyi group's actions? Why did he not intervene? Was it due to his inability, or was it his unwillingness? Though I am new here and lack the full context, I am confident that for the Zhangyi group to operate with impunity, they must have placated the local power brokers. Otherwise, would their transport trucks boldly traverse your village? Logically, each of you should be a local authority, yet have you reaped any rewards? Look at the dilapidated state of your homes. Do you really believe that Wang Zhilong is a village official who has your best interests at heart? Do you think he will distribute the benefits of mining to you? Why have you remained impoverished for so many years? It is because you have only dreamed, you have become easy prey for manipulation. With this, Lin Feiyang's words doused the villagers' fervor with cold reality, many awakening to the truth in an instant. Wang Zhilong's expression grew grave as he realized that he had nearly swayed the crowd, only to have Lin Feiyang abruptly dispel their excitement. In a moment of desperation, Wang Zhilong shouted, villagers, do not heed Lin Feiyang's nonsense. I assure you, from now on, I will guarantee at least 100,000 yuan for each household every year. Wang Zhilong, in a state of urgency, offered the maximum he could muster, aware that his own interests were at stake. Chapter 39 A humiliating revelation. After Wang Zhulong finished speaking, Lin Feiyang smiled, for Wang Zhulong had finally revealed his true colors. Lin Feiyang turned to the gathered crowd and said, "Dear villagers, did you hear that?" Previously, Wang Zhulong asserted that each person would receive 1 million, and now it has been reduced to a mere 100,000 for each household. Is this not a blatant deception? Upon hearing this, Wang Zhulong's heart sank. At that moment, some members of the crowd began to grasp the gravity of the situation. They suddenly realized the harshness of reality. In the past, they had received not a single penny in benefits, so how could they possibly expect to each receive 1 million now? Furthermore, could they truly trust Wang Zhulong's recent promise of 100,000 per household? As the crowd fell into contemplation, Lin Feiyang continued, "Villagers, you have all overlooked a fundamental truth. Although the iron ore lies within your village's collective forest and mountainous land, according to our nation's laws, these mineral resources belong to the state, not to your village. Before the iron ore is exploited, the mountainous and forested land is indeed under your village's management. However, once the decision to mine is made, apart from the compensation your village might receive for the land, how the iron ore is extracted and how the profits are distributed has nothing to do with your neighboring villages. In fact, this matter is beyond the purview of our town. The real decision-making authority resides at the county level and even higher, at the municipal level. Thus, under normal circumstances, there is no way you can secure the promised 100,000 for each household. Anyone asserting otherwise is undoubtedly misleading you. Of course, it cannot be said that he is entirely deceiving you, for if he could persuade you to consent to their continued illegal mining, without oversight, it is indeed feasible for them to afford the annual payment of 100,000 per household. However, the crux of the matter is that if you agree to this illegal mining, it implies that Wang Zhulong and his associates could be pocketing billions in profits from the iron ore each year, while you, the 3,000 households, would receive a mere 300 million if each were to get 100,000. Do you truly believe that they would risk so much to engage in illegal mining only to distribute such a sum to you, the common folk? By what right? Upon hearing these words, the villagers were left utterly speechless. When it comes to analysis, many things become daunting. Lin Feiyang meticulously dissected the entire situation, leading everyone to realize that the promise of 100,000 per household was utterly unattainable. It was undoubtedly a ruse. At that moment, the villagers' gazes toward Wang Zhulong turned increasingly hostile. Wang Zhulong, feeling a surge of fear, finally recognized the gravity of his earlier claim. He had indeed been misleading the villagers, having spoken carelessly without considering the implications. It was only after Lin Feiyang's thorough calculations that he realized his promise was completely unfeasible. Due to the agreement reached between him, the Zhangyi Group, and Zhao Ruiqiang, the three village secretaries could only obtain a mere 1/10 of the illicit profits from the mining activities, which they would have to divide among themselves, resulting in a meager 3 net profit for each individual. Therefore, for the sake of their own interests, it was inconceivable for them to allocate half or a third of the annual mining revenue to the villagers. Observing that the common folk were gradually regaining their rationality, Lin Feiyang proclaimed loudly, "Dear villagers, do you understand why I intend to demolish those iron ore entrances? It is because I am aware that, once this iron ore is mined, the citizens of Paluo Town will scarcely reap any tangible benefits. To utter a statement that may displease the higher-ups, I, Lin Feiyang, do not wish to exploit the iron ore on Tianwang Ridge. I firmly believe that lush waters and green mountains are far more valuable than mountains of gold and silver. Given the breathtaking scenery of Tianwang Ridge, why should we engage in the extraction of iron ore? Why not transform Tianwang Ridge into a source of prosperity for the surrounding villages? If Tianwang Ridge flourishes, will anyone still need to seek employment elsewhere? Will there still be left behind children and elderly?" Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd exhibited expressions of deep contemplation. Seizing the moment, Lin Feiyang continued with fervor, "Villagers, you should recognize that your village secretary, Wang Jialin, is fundamentally a spokesperson for the interests of the Zhangyi Group. His role is to persuade you to consent to the continued illegal mining operations of the Zhangyi Group. Perhaps they will offer you some benefits, yet these will pale in comparison to the potential of developing Tianwang Ridge as the most renowned tourist destination in Paluo Town and even the entirety of Tianfeng County. Just imagine, if Tianwang Ridge could indeed be developed, nearly every household in the villages at the foot of the mountain could engage in agritourism, operate goose houses, and sell local souvenirs. According to my projections, your income could triple. This is my most conservative estimate. Villagers, do you still believe that our town's police station taking Wang Zhulong away is thwarting your path to wealth?" After Lin Feiyang spoke, many in the crowd displayed looks of sudden realization. Someone unexpectedly asked, "Secretary Lin, can you truly develop our villages?" Lin Feiyang chuckled and replied, "Dear villagers, I trust you have just witnessed the medical prowess of Yi Sandao, but if I were to say that I could establish a clinic for Yi Sandao on Tianwang Ridge, with him dedicating 1 day each week to oversee it, do you think that would attract visitors?" Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement, their eyes gleaming with hope. Meanwhile, Yi Sandao stood there, momentarily dumbfounded, casting a resentful glance at Lin Feiyang. That he realized that he had been thoroughly set up by Lin Feiyang this time. Contemplating the prospect of spending 1 day each week traveling here, he felt utterly exhausted at the thought. Yet, with his superior's demand, could he refuse to assist? Lin Feiyang chose to ignore Yi Sandao's resentful gaze and surveyed the faces of the onlookers. Finally, someone stepped forward and inquired, "Secretary Lin, can you really ensure that Dr. Yi Sandao comes to oversee this every week?" Lin Feiyang smiled slightly, "You may ask him." The villagers immediately turned their attention to Yi Sandao. Gritting his teeth, Yi Sandao suddenly burst into laughter. "Since the boss has a need, I suppose I won't limit myself to just 1 day a week. I will take a 2-year leave of absence and remain on Tianwang Ridge to provide consultations." Of course, the exact commencement of this plan will be determined by Secretary Lin, and I will need to coordinate the arrangements accordingly. Upon hearing this, the villagers erupted into a frenzy of excitement.
Those familiar with Yi Sandao's name were particularly thrilled. Having such a distinguished physician consulting on Tianwan Ridge would undoubtedly catalyze its development. At the very least, the number of patients seeking consultations would be staggering.
Many were aware that securing an appointment with Yi Sandao was notoriously difficult, but the geographical advantage of the surrounding villages meant that the locals would benefit first. Those coming from afar would have to wait in line, perhaps even residing in the village just to secure an appointment. If this registration process were well organized, it could generate a substantial influx of visitors. It was common knowledge that Yi Sandao's consultation fees were exorbitant, beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Moreover, travelers would often have to wait several days. What would they do in the meantime? Naturally, they would explore the area. If the surroundings were picturesque, they could enjoy both medical care and tourism simultaneously. Even those unfamiliar with Yi Sandao's name felt a surge of excitement upon hearing tales of his legendary skills. In that moment, they finally recognized that the young town committee secretary before them was indeed extraordinary. He had managed to entice such a formidable physician to bolster the development of the Tianwan Ridge tourist area, proving himself to be a leader genuinely devoted to the welfare of the people. Most crucially, some had heard whispers regarding Yi Sandao's unique personality. It was said that a director from the provincial second hospital once accompanied a provincial leader to consult with him, attempting to bypass the queue, only to be unceremoniously expelled by Yi Sandao. This left the director humiliated and the provincial leader embarrassed. Nonetheless, the leader ultimately complied and waited patiently in line. Following Yi Sandao's diagnosis, a mere 3 doses of herbal medicine and his acupuncture techniques cured what had been deemed a surgical case by experts from the capital's major hospital. Consequently, the provincial leader became a devoted admirer of Yi Sandao. Rumor had it that this leader was none other than Vice Governor Chang, who had previously invited Yi Sandao to join the provincial health committee as a deputy director, directly elevating him to a departmental level position, but Yi Sandao had declined, preferring to remain an unencumbered physician. However, these were merely tales. At that moment, Wang Jilong realized that the public sentiment had undergone a dramatic shift, placing him in a precarious situation. He had to mount a final counterattack. Otherwise, if these villagers abandoned him, his fate would be sealed. Contemplating this, Wang Jilong immediately exclaimed, "Villagers, do not be swayed by Lin Feiyang's empty rhetoric. We cannot even be certain that this individual is truly Yi Sandao. Consider, how could such a top-tier physician abandon the excellent platform of the provincial second hospital to settle in our small mountain village? Is this not laughable?" As Wang Jilong finished speaking, several people nodded in agreement, and the crowd's mood began to shift once more, casting skeptical glances at Yi Sandao and Lin Feiyang. Yi Sandao smirked, glancing disdainfully at Wang Jilong. "It seems you still harbor doubts about my identity, old man. In that case, I must unleash my trump card." With that, Yi Sandao pulled out his phone and cheerfully announced, "Who among you follows my Tushio account? Li Bushang Shu 618. Instantly, 2 individuals raised their hands. Yi Sandao nodded. "You two who follow my Tushio account can directly enter my account and wait. For those who do not follow yet, you can download the Tushio app, search for Li Bushang Shu 618, and the one with the official seal is undoubtedly my account. There can be no mistake. Moreover, let me share an unexpected piece of news. This Li Bushang Shu 618 is jointly operated by me and your town committee secretary, Lin Feiyang. We will announce any developments through this account. You can even discover Secretary Lin's personal views on various pressing issues through this platform." After Yi Sandao finished speaking, he began filming a video on site, particularly focusing on the 2 fans, which he promptly uploaded to his Tushio account. Soon after, the 2 fans excitedly exclaimed, I see myself, this Li Bushang Shu 618 is indeed Dr. Yi Sandao's account, this can't possibly be fake." At that moment, others who had just followed the account chimed in, "I see it too. I see it too." This revelation caused Wang Jilong to break into a cold sweat. He had not anticipated that the person before him was genuinely the esteemed physician Yi Sandao. Lin Feiyang then stepped forward with a smile. "Wang Jilong, now that Yi Sandao's true identity has been confirmed, do you have anything to say? If not, please accompany our police officers for a visit." Wang Jilong abruptly raised his head and declared, "Lin Feiyang, you cannot take me away. You have no evidence to prove that I am involved in the illegal mining of iron ore." Lin Feiyang smiled and pointed to the courtyard. "The transport vehicles outside are filled with iron ore. Are those not evidence?" Wang Jilong suddenly erupted in arrogant laughter. "Ha, Lin Feiyang, since you are so confident, why not go ahead and inspect? However, I must warn you to be cautious of being proven wrong." Lin Feiyang's heart sank, and beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead. He sensed that the pit Wang Jilong had dug was no ordinary one. What if the vehicles were not loaded with iron ore? If that were the case, he would be utterly humiliated. Lin Feiyang glanced at Wang Jilong's smug expression, all but confirming his suspicions, yet he still led his team into the courtyard to inspect a few transport vehicles. Upon inspection, Lin Feiyang's complexion turned pale. Although the vehicles were filled with stones, they were certainly not iron ore. This much was clear to Lin Feiyang. At that moment, Wang Jilong's triumphant voice rang out once more, "Secretary Lin, do pay attention. The vehicles are loaded with nothing but the rubble scattered from the mountains. The reason we exerted effort to transport these stones is due to you, Secretary Lin. You demolished the entrances to the iron ore, which was all well and good for you. However, the mountains are now littered with scattered iron ore, posing a significant hazard. Should a heavy rain occur, it could easily trigger a mudslide, endangering our Wang family village. Tell me, Secretary Lin, how does our act of clearing this rubble equate to illegal iron ore mining?"
Are you attempting to reverse the truth? Just because you are the town committee secretary, does that grant you the right to fabricate lies and frame me? Today, if you do not provide an explanation, I will not stand for it. I will certainly report this matter to the county committee and government. Though I am merely a small village official, I cannot tolerate your unfounded accusations.
The atmosphere fell into a profound silence.
Upon hearing this, Yi Sandao was drenched in cold sweat. He never imagined that the formidable leader, who triumphed on the battlefield, would falter today at the hands of a mere village secretary. Chapter 40. A dismissal from office. As Wang Zhilong had just finished speaking, he heard the thunderous roar of approaching car engines, growing louder with each passing moment. Suddenly, a vehicle screeched to a halt beside the crowd, and the mayor, Zhao Ruiqiang, stepped out. Upon alighting, Zhao Ruiqiang took note of the palpable silence enveloping the scene and, with a smile, inquired, "Secretary Lin, what on earth has transpired here?" Wang Zhilong immediately interjected, "Mayor Zhao, Secretary Lin has truly overstepped. Did you not instruct us to clear the debris from the back mountain? We complied with your request, yet Secretary Lin insists that we are illegally mining iron or, we are utterly wronged. Mayor Zhao, you must advocate for us. Secretary Lin is clearly fabricating accusations against us." Zhao Ruiqiang, with a serious demeanor, nodded in turn to Lin Feiyang, asking, "Secretary Lin, is what Comrade Wang Zhilong claims accurate?" Lin Feiyang regarded the unexpectedly arrived Zhao Ruiqiang, noting the feigned expression of righteousness on his face, and felt a wave of nausea. He coldly replied, "I am unsure how Comrade Zhao Ruiqiang came to be here. I do not recall sending for you." Zhao Ruiqiang chuckled, "Indeed, Secretary Lin did not inform me. I was dispatched by the county leadership to assess the situation. You may not be aware, but the events occurring here have stirred quite a commotion online. Particularly, your violent altercation with the villagers of Meng Xueqing has made it to the trending topics."
Lin Feiyang responded nonchalantly, "Comrade Zhao Ruiqiang, your information is outdated. Wang Laolu has personally admitted that his convulsions were not due to my actions, but rather a pre-existing condition."
Zhao Ruiqiang paused, glancing at Wang Zhilong, who offered a wry smile and nodded. He then subtly gestured towards the vehicle. Zhao Ruiqiang immediately grasped the implication and remarked, "Let us set aside the matter of Wang Laolu for now. What exactly is happening? Why does Comrade Wang Zhilong allege that you are framing them?"
Lin Feiyang fell silent.
Wang Zhilong continued, "Mayor Zhao, I believe this matter should be reported to the county leadership. Secretary Lin must apologize to me. You cannot fathom the ferocity with which Secretary Lin acted. He audaciously threatened to dismiss me, a dedicated village official, on the spot. I am wronged, more wronged than Doi. The individual who ought to be dismissed is none other than Lin Feiyang." Zhao Ruiqiang nodded, patting Wang Zhilong on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Do not worry. County Head Du will arrive shortly. He will ensure justice is served." No sooner had Zhao Ruiqiang spoken than another vehicle sped into view. Coming to a halt, the executive deputy county head, Du Zhigua, emerged, and Zhao Ruiqiang and Wang Zhilong hurried to greet him, with Wang Zhilong embellishing the preceding events. After listening, Du Zhigua approached Lin Feiyang, his gaze icy as he addressed him, "Comrade Lin Feiyang, I come with instructions from county head Niao. He demands an urgent investigation into the recent uproar surrounding Meng Xueqing. You may not yet know, but this incident has trended twice in one day. Particularly, your outrageous claim that the villagers were illicitly mining iron ore has resurfaced in trending discussions. Some netizens are even questioning whether you harbor a bias against Meng Xueqing. Otherwise, why would you appear so driven by personal gain? Your actions have brought disgrace upon our Tianfeng County. County Head Niao has mandated your immediate suspension for reflection.
As for your position as town committee secretary, it will be temporarily assumed by Comrade Zhao Ruiqiang."
Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruiqiang's excitement was palpable. Lin Feiyang, however, merely smiled subtly. "Deputy County Head Du, I must apologize, but I have made my stance abundantly clear. If you wish to suspend me, a formal document from the county committee is required. Otherwise, no one can effectuate such a decision." Du Zhigua responded with calm assurance, "Very well, I can accommodate that request.
I brought the document with me."
As he spoke, he produced a document bearing the official seal of the county committee. It was unmistakably a formal decision. Lin Feiyang was rendered speechless, his face falling into despair as he glanced at the document. Du Zhigua smiled triumphantly, his gaze toward his son-in-law filled with admiration. This time, the maneuver executed by his son-in-law was indeed masterful. Lin Feiyang had never anticipated that, since his arrival in Meng Xueqing, individuals had been strategically positioned to broadcast the events live from various angles. Lin Feiyang's downfall was now complete. The city's leaders were enraged, and the mayor himself had issued directives to the county to terminate Lin Feiyang's employment. Even County Secretary Ma Yuanshan could no longer extend protection to him. Yi Sandao observed the bold red seal and the words suspension for reflection on the document and exclaimed angrily, "Boss, do not endure this indignity any longer. Abandon this wretched officialdom and pursue a career in medicine. With your expertise in traditional Chinese medicine, you could easily become a professor at any medical university. If you seek freedom, establishing a company would surely yield you a comfortable income. Why subject yourself to the whims of these petty individuals? Look at the faces of those present. It is evident that none of them are trustworthy, neither the likes of Du nor Zhao, and this village secretary is certainly no better. Associating with such scoundrels only sullies your dignity." Lin Feiyang's gaze was fixed intently on the four words suspension for reflection, his chest heaving as his right fist clenched tightly. In that moment, his anger surged like a stampede of wild horses, an overwhelming sense of despair creeping into his eyes. He had sacrificed a promising career in the military to uncover the truth of his origins and confront the man who had wronged his mother. He had chosen to transition from a prestigious military career at the pinnacle of his achievements, having received 2 first-class merits and 3 second-class merits, in hopes of advancing his public service to better serve the people.
To him, the more he contributed to the welfare of the populace, the more recognition and respect he would garner from his superiors, yet now, with this document before him, Lin Feiyang felt as though he had been stabbed in the heart. Had he erred in his endeavors? No, everything he had done was for the people. What was the purpose of destroying the entrance to the iron mine? It was to prevent the unscrupulous and their protectors from profiting through illegal operations. Why had he come to investigate the transport vehicles in Meng Xueqing? It was all to stop the rampant illegal mining, yet, why did it seem that there were always those intent on ruining him? Why must they seek to obliterate his path to public service? Was it wrong for Lin Feiyang to aspire to be a good official? His emotions surged, and the hand gripping the document trembled slightly. Yi Sandao observed the anguish on his boss's face, filled with sorrow and indignation, yet, he refrained from uttering a word, for he understood that his boss's self-regulation was the finest among the Wolf Tooth Brigade. If his boss could not resolve his own turmoil, no one could persuade him otherwise. At that moment, Zhao Ruiqiang, noticing Lin Feiyang on the brink of emotional collapse, smirked with satisfaction and addressed Wu Liheng, Director Wu, please clear the road to allow those transport vehicles to exit. The stones on board require proper disposal. Wu Liheng cast a glance at Lin Feiyang, then at Du Zhiguo's grim expression, and with a deep sigh of resignation, stepped aside with his men to clear the path. The trucks laden with stones began to speed away one by one. Lin Feiyang stood motionless, his face smeared with dust and soot from the exhaust of the passing vehicles, as if petrified, still clutching the document, rendered speechless. Zhao Ruiqiang watched the departing trucks, his smugness unmistakable as he observed the dazed Lin Feiyang. He realized that from this moment forth, he would be the acting secretary of Paleo Town. If all went according to plan, it would not be long before he could drop the title of acting. Lin Feiyang was on the verge of becoming a historical footnote in Paleo Town. This was the price Lin Feiyang had to pay for offending him, this was the cost of crossing the loyal and righteous group. In this moment, Zhao Ruiqiang found himself deeply impressed by the cunning scheme devised by the wily Wang Zhilong. He silently vowed to exercise greater caution in future dealings with village secretaries of peasant origins. They had all proven themselves to be shrewd in their own right. Just then, a commotion erupted among the crowd. Suddenly, the previously captured Wang Laolu burst forth, brandishing a shovel and charging towards Lin Feiyang, his eyes aflame with fury. Secretary Lin, I wish to expose Wang Zhilong and certain leaders in the town for colluding to pilfer iron ore. Secretary Lin, do not be deceived by the smoke and mirrors presented before you. I have witnessed firsthand the mine shafts and forests filled to the brim with iron ore. These are the spoils that Wang Zhilong, that cunning dog, has obtained through his dealings with the loyal and righteous group. I have previously guarded that site, and I am certain that there is iron ore among the cargo of these transport vehicles. Once dazed and lost in his own emotional turmoil, Lin Feiyang was suddenly awakened by Wang Lalio's thunderous declaration. The mention of smoke and mirrors sparked a rapid shift in his thoughts. Lin Feiyang suddenly realized that if there was no iron ore in those transport vehicles, why would Wang Zhilong and his compatriots orchestrate such a massive operation involving over 300 trucks filled with stones? The scale of such an endeavor was monumental. Most crucially, to fill that many trucks, there must have been loading machinery and adequate access roads present on site. With these realizations, Lin Feiyang's eyes lit up with determination as he dashed into the road, glaring at the oncoming trucks and bellowing, "Stop the vehicles!" The trucks thundered forward, their engines roaring, closing the distance to Lin Feiyang with alarming speed. He could even discern the blackheads on the driver's nose, the truck driver's expression tense as he gripped the steering wheel. Meanwhile, Wang Zhilong's complexion turned ashen, his eyes filled with malice and murderous intent as he glared at Wang Laolu, his own nephew. Lin Feiyang stood steadfast in the middle of the road, akin to a resilient pine tree, pointing at the truck driver and shouting, "Stop, I command you to stop." In that moment, Lin Feiyang was willing to wager everything. He had made his gamble. 10 meters. 8 meters. 3 meters. Chapter 41 of The Truth revealed. With a sudden screech, the truck's tires screeched against the asphalt, producing a cloud of thick smoke, ultimately halting just a mere 30 centimeters from Lin Feiyang. The truck driver, staring at Lin Feiyang within arm's reach, was drenched in beads of sweat that cascaded down his forehead, his back completely soaked. It was important to note that the man standing before him was none other than the party secretary of Broken Gong Town. Although he had received instructions to run over anyone who obstructed him, with assurances that someone else would bear the consequences and a reward of 50,000 yuan, at the last moment, he pressed the brake. After all, it was a vibrant life he would be extinguishing. He did not wish to trade this living being for a pittance of ill-gotten gains. However, at that very moment, the truck behind him failed to stop, crashing forward. In a split second, Yi Sandao seized Lin Feiyang, pulling him aside with urgency. The truck ahead continued its advance for an additional 2 meters before finally coming to a halt. Lin Feiyang was drenched in sweat, fear gripping him. Despite his fearless demeanor on the battlefield, he was genuinely terrified at this moment. To perish in such a manner would be too tragic, too devoid of value. The driver of the truck behind, pale and shaken, quickly exited his vehicle and stammered, I didn't mean to." At this juncture, the entire convoy came to a standstill. Lin Feiyang raised his voice to the driver of the foremost truck, commanding, "Unload the cargo on site. I wish to ascertain whether there are iron ore among those stones." As Lin Feiyang spoke, Zhao Ruiqiang's gaze shifted toward Wang Zhilong. According to their agreement, the first batch of over 100 trucks should have been filled exclusively with stones, intended to undermine Lin Feiyang entirely. If Lin Feiyang fell, Zhao Ruiqiang would ascend to the position of party secretary, thereby dictating the affairs of Broken Gong Town. Yet, upon witnessing Wang Zhilong's trembling legs and ashen complexion, a sense of foreboding surged within Zhao Ruiqiang. He suddenly comprehended Wang Zhilong's greed. The man intended to employ sleight of hand, covering the iron ore with a layer of ordinary stones of this scoundrel. How duplicitous! In that instant, Zhao Ruiqiang yearned to curse Wang Zhilong's ancestors. Meanwhile, Wang Zhilong's eyes, brimming with desperation and regret, darted toward Zhao Ruiqiang. He was genuinely frightened that he understood that if the iron ore on the trucks was verified by Lin Feiyang, his fate would be to languish in prison. He was unwilling to accept this outcome. He wished to resist. At that moment, Zhao Ruiqiang could no longer afford to vent his frustrations. He hurried to Lin Feiyang's side and coldly declared, "Lin Feiyang, you are no longer the party secretary of Broken Gong Town. You lack the qualifications to remain here and meddle in our affairs. The remaining matters are internal to Broken Gong Town. Kindly return and reflect on your suspension." Lin Feiyang raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at the pale and visibly trembling Wang Zhilong, before turning his attention to Zhao Ruiqiang's ostensibly righteous visage. Suddenly, he grasped the truth. It was highly likely that Zhao Ruiqiang was implicated in the smuggling of iron ore, yet it was evident that there had been some miscommunication in their planning. Now, Zhao Ruiqiang sought to cover for Wang Zhilong with a smile. Lin Feiyang replied, "Comrade Zhao Ruiqiang, while I may be suspended, as an ordinary citizen, I still possess the right to report wrongdoing." As he spoke, Lin Feiyang retrieved his phone and dialed a video call to County Secretary Ma Yuanxiang. The call was quickly answered, revealing Ma Yuanxiang's somewhat haggard face on screen. At that moment, he bore a heavy heart, for he had not anticipated Lin Feiyang would fall into a trap laid by others in Wang's village, landing directly in the public eye. After a brief inquiry, he discerned that the loyal and righteous group was behind this maneuver. Initially, Ma Yuanxiang had held high hopes for Lin Feiyang, yet now, the matter had garnered the mayor's intense scrutiny, leading to an order for Lin Feiyang's suspension. Though he was the head of Tianfeng County, he had no choice but to comply with the mayor's directive. The public outcry surrounding Lin Feiyang's predicament was simply too vast for him to shield the man. Surprised to receive a video call from Lin Feiyang, he could only express his regret, saying, "Lin Feiyang, I sincerely apologize regarding your suspension." Lin Feiyang, understanding Ma Yuanxiang's intentions, interrupted, "Secretary Ma, I am reporting to you as an ordinary citizen. Wang Zhilong, the village secretary of Wang's village in Broken Gong Town, has colluded with certain leaders in the town, intending to use deceptive tactics to smuggle iron ore out. Currently, over 100 trucks loaded with iron ore are blocked in the courtyard. I demand that these trucks unload their cargo for inspection. However, Comrade Zhao Ruiqiang, the acting secretary of Broken Gong Town, vehemently opposes this, insisting I return and reflect on my suspension, claiming this matter is none of my concern. Secretary Ma, I formally report my strong suspicions that Comrade Zhao Ruiqiang is complicit in Wang Zhilong's criminal activities, otherwise, he should not obstruct my request for unloading the iron ore." Upon hearing this, Ma Yuanxiang's eyes lit up. He immediately instructed, "Hand the phone to Comrade Zhao Ruiqiang." Lin Feiyang complied, passing the phone to Zhao Ruiqiang, whose face was now somewhat grim. Ma Yuanxiang inquired, "Zhao Ruiqiang, do you wish to prevent Lin Feiyang from having the transport vehicles unloaded on site?" Zhao Ruiqiang, forcing himself to maintain composure, replied, "Secretary Ma, I believe Lin Feiyang has already conducted an inspection, and there is no need for another." Lin Feiyang interjected, "Secretary Ma, during our previous inspection, we could only observe from the vehicles and move some stones from the top. We could not ascertain the contents. Only by unloading can we determine what lies within. I strongly insist on conducting a site inspection. If nothing is found, I am willing to resign immediately." Ma Yuanxiang quickly grasped Lin Feiyang's insinuation, smiling at Zhao Ruiqiang. "Comrade Zhao Ruiqiang, Lin Feiyang is prepared to wager his position as party secretary on this. What do you intend to do? Will you allow these transport vehicles to leave, or will you proceed with the unloading for inspection? If we inspect and uncover issues, it may not concern you. However, if the trucks leave and are intercepted en route with iron ore discovered, Lin Feiyang will likely accuse you of harboring Wang Zhilong, prompting a serious investigation by the county's disciplinary committee." Zhao Ruiqiang felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Ma Yuanxiang's words posed a dilemma. Just then, his father-in-law, Du Zhigua, nudged him with a finger and subtly nodded. Zhao Ruiqiang instantly understood Du Zhigua's implication. He must now abandon Wang Zhilong. Taking a deep breath, he shot Lin Feiyang a resentful glance and nodded, saying, "Secretary Ma, I will follow your instructions. If you say we should unload, then we shall unload." Ma Yuanxiang nodded in agreement. Lin Feiyang, direct the camera toward the unloading site. I will convene an emergency meeting with the county committee. I want all committee members to witness what transpires here. As he spoke, Ma Yuanxiang picked up a nearby landline to make arrangements. His words were heard clearly by everyone present. At that moment, Wang Zhilong collapsed in despair simultaneously. The village secretaries from 2 other villages also crumbled to the ground, realizing they were utterly doomed. The county secretary was now personally overseeing the case, and Zhao Ruiqiang could no longer shield them. At this juncture, they truly comprehended the weight of authority, how one level of officialdom could crush another. They could defy Lin Feiyang, but Zhao Ruiqiang dared not provoke County Secretary Ma Yuanxiang. Under the vigilant supervision of several police officers, the truck driver activated the unloading mechanism, causing the stones to tumble from the open truck bed. Initially, the stones appeared ordinary. However, as the unloading continued, their color shifted to a deep brownish black, glinting with metallic luster. Lin Feiyang felt a surge of excitement. Once the unloading was complete, he approached the pile of stones, picking up a piece from the ground, exclaiming, "Secretary Ma, look. What has been revealed here is all this brownish-black iron ore, shimmering with metallic luster. This is characteristic of the magnetite from Tianwang Ridge. I estimate this truck contains approximately 60 tons of iron ore, currently valued at around 1,500 yuan per ton, meaning the worth of this truck's cargo is about 90,000 yuan. There are approximately 300 vehicles here, which implies that if this batch of iron ore is exported, they stand to gain over 27 million yuan. Secretary Ma, this is a significant case. At this moment, Ma Yuanxiang had already entered the committee meeting room, where all members were observing the unfolding situation via a projection from Lin Feiyang's phone. After Lin Feiyang finished his statement, a grave expression settled on the faces of all committee members. Subsequently, Lin Feiyang ordered the drivers to unload several more trucks, revealing the same pattern, ordinary stones on top, with iron ore beneath. Ma Yuanxiang, his expression tense, remarked, Lin Feiyang, that will suffice, no need for further live coverage. You, Zhao Ruiqiang, and Comrade Du Zhigua present here are not to leave. After our committee meeting concludes, there will be an announcement. With that, Ma Yuanxiang prepared to end the call. Lin Feiyang interjected, Secretary Ma, regarding the trending topic online about my alleged assault on the villagers of Wang's village, I would like to invite the purported victim to clarify the truth. For it is this very individual, the so-called victim of my supposed attack, Wang Laolu, who has exposed Wang Jilong's smuggling scheme. Without hesitation, Wang Laolu stepped forward, passionately recounting the events that transpired, and tearfully lamented, county leaders, Wang Jilong, as village secretary, has not only oppressed the villagers and embezzled public funds but has also wronged my wife, resulting in 3 children who are his and my wife's. How can we allow such a person to remain unpunished? He is a typical village tyrant. After finishing, Wang Laolu collapsed to the ground, sobbing in anguish. The spectators were seldom privy to such heartfelt sorrow from a grown man. Lin Feiyang gently patted Wang Laolu's shoulder, assuring him, Wang Laolu, rest assured, the county leadership will certainly uphold justice for you. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. Upon witnessing this, Ma Yuanxiang ended the call and scanned the room, stating, Comrades, the truth has now been unveiled.
I wonder what sentiments you all may harbor.
As he spoke, a hint of mockery graced his expression as he regarded Niu Liyong. It was he who had instigated and propelled Lin Feiyang's suspension in the shadows. Niu Liyong's countenance darkened, betraying his discomfort. Chapter 42, striking at the heart of the matter. Niu Liyong now found himself somewhat regretting his decision to have Du Zhigua convey the news of Lin Feiyang's immediate dismissal from his post in person. He had not anticipated that Lin Feiyang's counterattack would come so swiftly and incisively, and nevertheless, being the cunning old fox that he was, Niu Liyong paused only briefly before responding in a measured tone, let me first share my sentiments. I believe individuals like Wang Jihong must be relieved of their positions as village heads, subsequently subjected to a thorough investigation by the judicial authorities into all their unlawful conduct. It is imperative that we provide an explanation for individuals like Wang Laolu. As for other matters, I propose that a joint investigative team be formed by the county's Public Security Bureau and the Natural Resources Bureau to conduct inquiries in Paleo Town, with the findings reported back to the county committee.
Niu Liyong's strategy was astute. Both the Public Security Bureau and the Natural Resources Bureau were under his direct control, ensuring that the joint team would heed his directives. After he finished speaking, Ma Yuanxiang coldly remarked, County Head Niu's suggestion is commendable, but I believe before we form a joint investigation team, shouldn't we first reinstate Comrade Lin Feiyang? After all, it has been proven that Comrade Lin was wronged. If we fail to swiftly restore his reputation, it may dishearten good comrades like Lin Feiyang, who are wholeheartedly dedicated to the people. What do you think, County Head Niu? Niu Liyong furrowed his brow. Although he had long wished to dismiss Lin Feiyang, at this moment, he could not oppose Ma Yuanxiang's proposal. Otherwise, Ma Yuanxiang would undoubtedly reject the formation of a joint investigation team from their county's side. The entity responsible for assembling the investigation team would wield control over the entire incident, and Ma Yuanxiang was clearly using this power as leverage to negotiate Lin Feiyang's reinstatement. Once they reached a consensus within the county, the pressure from the city would dissipate. Steeling himself, Niu Liyong replied, I tentatively agree with Secretary Ma's opinion. With both leaders compromising, the ensuing meeting proceeded smoothly.
Ma Yuanxiang did not interfere with the formation of the investigation team, and Niu Liyong consented to promptly notify Paleo Town via fax regarding Lin Feiyang's reinstatement. In Paleo Town, beneath Tianwang Ridge, upon receiving the news of his reinstatement, Lin Feiyang smiled broadly at Zhao Ruiqiang, saying, Comrade Zhao Ruiqiang, I sincerely apologize. It seems your tenure as acting town committee secretary will only last a few minutes longer. I have now reclaimed my position as the town committee secretary of Paleo, and I fear this will deeply disappoint you. With a gesture toward Wang Jihong and the other 2 village heads, he instructed, take these 3 village heads back to the police station for rigorous questioning to uncover who emboldened them to brazenly engage in the illicit extraction of iron ore. As for the iron ore on site, it shall be confiscated and sealed for the time being. With that, Lin Feiyang turned and left. An enthusiastic round of applause erupted on site. Many villagers from Wangjia village, witnessing Wang Jihong being handcuffed and led to the police vehicle, even set off firecrackers in celebration. In the vehicle, Lin Feiyang gazed at the villagers of Wangjia village waving him goodbye and felt a surge of emotions. Within mere hours, he had transitioned from a state of severe opposition with these villagers to a moment of camaraderie as they lined up to bid him farewell.
Secretary Lin, thank you. Secretary Lin, we appreciate you. Voices of gratitude arose in chorus. An hour later, in Lin Feiyang's office, he sat with Wu Liheng, the police station chief, Zhao Zhenfeng, the disciplinary committee member, and Chen Dongsheng, the town committee office director. Lin Feiyang smiled and looked at the 3 men, saying, Gentlemen, the situation regarding Tianwang Ridge should now be resolved. I trust that with the 3 village heads' arrests, regardless of who assumes the position of village head next, none will dare to engage in illegal mining at Tianwang Ridge. Let us discuss our next steps for Paleo Town. Chen Dongsheng slowly lifted his head, smiling as he said, Secretary Lin, I believe our immediate priority should be economic development and improving the people's livelihood.
However, the challenge we face is that funding is sorely lacking if we wish to achieve these goals. While the issue of illegal mining has been addressed, realizing quick financial returns remains exceptionally difficult, and the county will certainly not provide us with any support. We must rely solely on ourselves. Therefore, our most pressing task is to contemplate how to secure development funds. Lin Feiyang nodded in satisfaction. Chen Dongxing's identification of this problem indicated he was a perceptive individual who truly understood the predicament facing Paleo Town. After a moment of contemplation, Chao Zhenfeng suddenly raised his head and declared, "Chief, Old Chen is absolutely correct. Our urgent need in Paleo Town is to resolve the funding issue. This has been an unresolved dilemma plaguing Paleo for many years. However, an opportunity has now presented itself." All eyes turned to Chao Zhenfeng. He continued, "The recent incident involving the illegal mining by Wang Jihong and others clearly illustrates that the extraction of iron ore is an exceptionally lucrative enterprise. In merely a few days, Wang Jihong managed to secure over 20 million yuan worth of iron ore over the years. How much iron ore has the Zhangyi Group extracted from Paleo Town? It must be valued at several billion yuan at the very least. Can we allow all these profits to be siphoned off by the Zhangyi Group?" Lin Feiyang's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Absolutely not. That is the money of Paleo Town. It must be managed by us. If we can reclaim that sum, our town's finances would flourish." Wu Lihang chuckled wryly. "While that sounds good in theory, the problem lies in the fact that the Zhangyi Group will never grant us such an opportunity. The members of Zhangyi Group are quite astute." Chao Zhenfeng grinned. "Everyone, according to my informants, the Zhangyi Group has established a trading company at the heart of our Paleo Town along National Highway 318. This trading company is essentially responsible for tracking how many trucks of iron ore have been transported from Tianwang Ridge. Although Lin De previously destroyed the entrance to the mine, the Zhangyi Group has not disbanded this trading company. They haven't even reduced their workforce. Clearly, they are confident in their ability to continue illegal mining operations. Therefore, I suspect this trading company possesses extensive records detailing the quantities of iron ore mined over the years. If we can unexpectedly seize their accounts, I believe this will have significant implications for our case against the Zhangyi Group's illegal mining activities and will aid us in seeking compensation or directly confiscating their ill-gotten gains."
Lin Feiyang nodded gently. "Old Chao's idea aligns with my thoughts.
Since we can no longer rely solely on Paleo Town's existing resources for development, we must find alternative means. Of course, we cannot consider this borrowing, as the Zhangyi Group's illicit profits rightfully belong to the citizens of Paleo Town.
Reclaiming them is entirely justified." At this point, Lin Feiyang looked towards Wu Lihang. "Chief Wu, how many officers can you mobilize?"
Wu Lihang sighed. "Our police station officially comprises only 12 personnel. The household registration officers cannot be mobilized, and with one on medical leave and 2 nearing retirement, the maximum I can deploy, including myself, is only 8 officers. Lin Feiyang turned to Chao Zhenfeng. "Old Chao, how many people are at the Zhangyi Trading Company?"
"There are about a dozen individuals.
However, many of them are thugs and quite difficult to handle," Chao Zhenfeng explained. He then added with a wry smile, "Chief, the trading company itself is not particularly formidable. Our police station could easily handle them. The reason the previous secretary Shi Dikun, who was quite powerful and influential, refrained from taking action against this trading company is simple. He feared the backing and protection the Zhangyi Group had behind them. I remember vividly that during one visit to the Zhangyi Trading Company, they showed us a lack of respect by only sending a thug to deal with us. Secretary Shi was furious and had the relevant authorities impose a fine of 50,000 yuan on them. However, that very evening, he was reprimanded by his superiors, and fearing repercussions, he had the authorities return the fine the next night." Lin Feiyang's expression grew serious. "So, it appears that our Paleo Town's Zhangyi Trading Company is merely a subsidiary of the Tiandu City Zhangyi Group, and a highly valued one at that."
Chao Zhenfeng nodded. "It is said that over 90 of the Zhangyi Group's revenue comes from our Paleo Town subsidiary.
A shareholder of the Zhangyi Group is always stationed here. At the slightest indication of trouble, the Zhangyi Company and the city will take action to intimidate us. Currently, even the county dares not provoke the seemingly insignificant Zhangyi Trading Company. Moreover, this company has never registered for tax purposes and has never paid taxes."
Lin Feiyang's face darkened immediately. "They generate over 1 billion in revenue each year and pay not a single cent in taxes? Do the town leaders have no objections?"
"What can they do? Even if they have objections, the Zhangyi Group openly engages in illegal mining. They fear nothing. Furthermore, many leaders in the town receive hundreds of thousands from them each year."
"Who would dare to voice discontent? How do you know others receive hundreds of thousands?"
Lin Feiyang asked. Surprised, Chao Zhenfeng chuckled coldly. "Hundreds of thousands, that's rather modest. When I first took office, they handed me 800,000 yuan in cash, claiming it was a 6-month dividend. They mentioned there would be another round of dividends before the year's end. However, I declined their offer later. When they tried to create trouble for me, I pushed back, and after that, I ignored them, and they dared not provoke me again."
Lin Feiyang finally understood.
He comprehended why no one had addressed the Zhangyi Group's illegal mining activities, with over 1 million in dividends fed to them each year. Who would be foolish enough to stir up trouble with the Zhangyi Group? As for whether the Zhangyi Group paid taxes, it was of no concern to them. Chen Dongxing suddenly interjected. "Secretary Lin, I receive about 1.2 million annually, but I have reported everything to Secretary Chao's office. Not a single cent remains in my hands." Chao Zhenfeng immediately nodded in agreement. Lin Feiyang nodded in satisfaction. Chen Dongxing's ability to resist the temptation of 7-figure incentives, even while accepting them, only to report them to the disciplinary committee, demonstrated that he was an idealist with aspirations yet pragmatic in his approach. Wu Lihong slowly raised his head and said, Secretary Lin, before I arrived, Secretary Ma personally spoke with me, clearly instructing that upon reaching Paleo Town, I should follow your directives. Whatever you say goes, and I will fully support you. Lin Feiyang abruptly sat up straighter. Comrades, the villagers of Paleo Town are suffering greatly. The average annual income of the townsfolk is less than 3,000 yuan, which is unbearably impoverished. Our current leadership must change this situation, hence, I have decided to set out now and directly confront the Zhangyi Company. We will conduct an audit and gather evidence, striving to reclaim all the money that the Zhangyi Group has taken from Paleo Town. Support! 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 Wu Lihong, Zhao Zhenfeng, and Qin Dongqing all nodded solemnly, the atmosphere suddenly surging with intensity. A profound sense of righteousness emanated from Lin Feiyang's office, sweeping through the surroundings. Lin Feiyang smiled and waved his hand. Prepare to depart, we will take on the Zhangyi Group. Half an hour later, following thorough mobilization and meticulous planning, Lin Feiyang, Wu Lihong, Zhao Zhenfeng, and Qin Dongqing convened at the Paleo Town police station, accompanied by 7 police officers. They boarded 3 police vehicles and, after making a circuitous route, sped towards the Zhangyi Trading Company simultaneously. Across the street from the police station in Paleo Town, the owner of a small convenience store was on the phone, exclaiming, Boss, you are truly magnificent, wise, and astute.
Just now, Lin Feiyang took the police on a detour and is now heading towards the Zhangyi Trading Company. This time, Lin Feiyang is finished.
A woman's voice on the other end was laced with confidence. That's splendid. The convenience store owner fawned. Boss, how were you able to predict several weeks in advance that Lin Feiyang would provoke the Zhangyi Group and make preparations accordingly? The woman on the phone paused momentarily before coldly responding, because Lin Feiyang and his father share the same stubborn traits. Once they choose a path, they will steadfastly pursue it. From the information you compiled earlier, it's clear Lin Feiyang is a dedicated public servant. Therefore, I hinted to Chen Mingli that he should set an example of a failed rural revitalization. To prove his capabilities and to slap Chen Mingli in the face, he will inevitably seek to develop Paleo Town's economy, which requires funds. The only resource Paleo Town possesses is iron ore. Thus, I concluded that Lin Feiyang would ultimately set his sights on the iron ore, and to profit from it, he would inevitably provoke the Zhangyi Group. Hence, we can simply use his actions against him. With Su Zhangyi's vengeful and ruthless nature, Lin Feiyang is as good as finished this time. After this, no one will be able to challenge my son's position as the future heir of the Lin family. Old cat, do your best. If this succeeds, I will ensure that all the promised rewards come to fruition. The 50-something convenience store owner, dubbed Old Cat, was brimming with excitement and joy, repeatedly expressing his gratitude to the boss. His eyes sparkled with dreams of a better future. As for Lin Feiyang's fate, he was utterly indifferent. Unbeknownst to Lin Feiyang, his seemingly self-assured actions were, in fact, part of a meticulously laid trap orchestrated by others.
Their sole objective was to completely oust Lin Feiyang from the political arena, perhaps even leading to his ignominious downfall. Chapter 43. Unexpectedly, 3 police cars, manned by Lin Feiyang and Zhuge Koan, appeared before the gates of Zhangyi Trading Company.
The gate was closed. Within the expansive courtyard, covering over 20 acres, several tattooed men with shaved heads were playing cards in the shade. Upon hearing the sudden blare of sirens, they glanced over momentarily, only to dismiss it with disdain and return to their game. Ever since the incident involving Shi Dikun and the fines, it had been a considerable amount of time since any police vehicle dared to stop at the entrance of their company. Consequently, they paid little heed to the trifling presence of the 3 police cars and the officers disembarking from them. Open the door, routine inspection, Wu Lihong exclaimed, banging on the retractable gate.
A tattooed man, leaning against the wall watching the card game, swaggered over. His cold gaze landed on Wu Lihong's face. New here, aren't you? You look unfamiliar. Wu Lihong nodded. I am indeed new. Go back. Don't get yourself into trouble. Our gates at Zhangyi Trading Company are open to the wind and rain, but not to the police. Don't tarnish our reputation, lest you bring unnecessary trouble upon yourselves. After delivering his warning, the tattooed man turned to walk away. Wu Lihong presented his badge. I am Wu Lihong, the chief of the police station in Baluo Town. Please cooperate with our duties, or we may have to take coercive measures. You read the new chief. The tattooed man furrowed his brow. Wu Lihong nodded. Please open the gate immediately. We need to conduct our investigation. That is not possible. We must consult our boss first, the tattooed man said as he walked into an adjacent room. After a brief moment, a slender man, around 12 or 13 years of age, wearing black-rimmed glasses and clutching a feather fan, emerged. He approached the entrance, glanced at Lin Feiyang and Wu Lihong, then smiled broadly. Gentlemen, I am Zhuge Koan, the person in charge of this company. May I inquire about your purpose for visiting our modest trading firm? Wu Lihong spoke sternly. We are here for a routine inspection. Please open the door. Very well, open the door, Zhuge Koan graciously instructed the tattooed man. The tattooed man's expression darkened immediately. Mr. Zhuge, the boss has previously instructed that no one may enter our premises, especially not the police from Baluo Town. Zhuge Koan's demeanor also grew serious. Perhaps I should speak to General Su and suggest you take over as the company's head. I truly have no desire to manage things. Seeing Zhuge Koan's resolve, the tattooed man hastily replied, fine, do as you wish. He then produced a remote control, opening the retractable gate, and stepped aside to send a text message. Lin Feiyang and Wu Lihong entered in succession. Once inside the courtyard, Lin Feiyang immediately inquired, Mr. Zhuge, may I ask where your finance department is located? Zhuge Koan smiled slightly, pointing to a room reinforced with thick security doors. That is our finance department, Secretary Lin. Do you have any guidance to offer? Lin Feiyang was taken aback. You know me, Zhuge Koan's smile deepened. I in Baluo Town. If one is unaware of the newly appointed secretary who dares to confront the deputy mayor, that would indeed be somewhat ignorant, wouldn't it? Upon hearing this, the tattooed man visibly flinched, pulling out his phone to take a picture of Lin Feiyang before sending a message, "May we enter your finance department for a look?" Lin Feiyang pressed his request as Zhuge Kuan gently shook his head. "Secretary Lin, it is not that I wish to disrespect you, but our company has regulations in place. No one may enter without authorization from the headquarters, except for myself." As he spoke, he gestured towards the card players. Do you see them? They have worked here for 5 or 6 years, and none have dared to enter the finance department without authorization from the headquarters. "Secretary Lin, please do not put me in a difficult position," Lin Feiyang observed Zhuge Kuan, who was fanning himself, and found it amusing. Dressed in white, he bore a resemblance to Zhuge Liang, yet his thick black-rimmed glasses seemed to clash with his demeanor, giving him a somewhat comical appearance. Nevertheless, Lin Feiyang had a keen sense that this Zhuge Kuan was not to be underestimated. Since their entry into the courtyard, he had maintained control over the situation, and even the intimidating henchman appeared to regard him with apprehension. Logically, they were supposed to be colleagues, with Zhuge Kuan being the branch manager, yet their interaction hinted at a complex dynamic, one that suggested underlying tensions. A group of unruly henchmen and a rather absurd manager, this is indeed a peculiar combination, Lin Feiyang thought to himself. Fixating on Zhuge Kuan, he suddenly adopted a more assertive tone. "Mr. Zhuge, what if I insist on entering the finance department? In that case, I would have to consult the headquarters. However, I strongly advise against it." "You would find yourself in a troublesome predicament," Zhuge Kuan replied, his tone calm yet laced with a subtle threat. Lin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Wu Liheng, time is of the essence, let us breach the door. We will take all the account books with us." Turning to Zhuge Kuan, he continued, "Mr. Zhuge, I apologize, but we have serious suspicions that Zhongyi Trading Company is involved in illegal mining and trading. Since you are unwilling to cooperate, we will have to take coercive measures. Chief Wu, proceed." With that, Lin Feiyang cast a cold glance at the tattooed men who seemed poised to intervene. "Should anyone dare obstruct us in the execution of our duties, they will be arrested for obstructing justice. If anything goes awry, I will take full responsibility." Wu Liheng, a formidable figure himself, recognized that Lin Feiyang was prepared to sever ties with Zhongyi Group. He too was ready to go all out, aware that a successful seizure of the account books could significantly bolster Baoyuo Town's finances, paving the way for development. "Fatty, open the door." Wu Liheng commanded. Soon, a slightly plump officer retrieved several tools from a bag and approached the security door of the finance department, preparing to force it open. At that moment, the tattooed man who had initially welcomed Lin Feiyang pointed at Fatty, his voice booming. "Fatty, cease immediately. Otherwise, I will ensure you regret it for life. I know where you live." Fatty froze, his body trembling. He looked anxiously at Wu Liheng, his face etched with concern. "Chief Wu, perhaps we should have someone else handle this." The tattooed man's expression turned arrogant as he pointed at the officers present. Zheng Taicheng, Li Shentong, Wang Sihai. He named each officer, adding, "You all listen closely, we know your home addresses and how many family members you have. I advise you not to assist in this, or if anything happens to your families, you will regret it." Lin Feiyang's icy gaze fixed on the tattooed man. "Are you threatening the police?" The tattooed man sneered to Lin Feiyang. "Don't label me. I'm not threatening anyone. I'm merely stating a fact that I know Fatty's home is in Guoguantan village, where he lives with his elderly parents, a 10-year-old son, and a 6-year-old daughter, one in elementary school and the other in kindergarten." Fatty's complexion turned ashen at the words. The others also exhibited expressions of anxiety and fear. Wu Liheng's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated such brazen defiance from the henchman of Zhongyi Trading Company, especially in front of him, the police chief. Lin Feiyang scrutinized the tattooed man for a long moment before breaking into a smile. He picked up a tool from the ground and approached the security door. In a mere minute, to the astonishment of the tattooed man, he unlocked their state-of-the-art security door, which had cost over 20,000 to install. "Now, everyone, load the account books into the vehicle. Anyone who dares to obstruct this operation will face immediate arrest. If anything happens, I will take the blame," Lin Feiyang commanded. With his words, Wu Liheng cast a cold glance at his subordinates and personally led the charge into the finance department to begin transferring the account books to the vehicle. At this moment, Fatty and the others found themselves in an awkward position. They understood that now that the town committee secretary was taking action and the chief was involved, if they did not comply, their own future would be bleak. Although they feared the henchmen, they had no choice left but to grit their teeth and begin moving the account books. Throughout this ordeal, Zhuge Kuan, adorned with black-rimmed glasses and fanning himself, remained composed, as though the unfolding events bore no relevance to him. Conversely, the tattooed man wore a grave expression, continuously recording videos and images of the scene on his phone. Just as they had moved about a third of the account books, both Lin Feiyang and Wu Liheng's phones rang simultaneously. Lin Feiyang glanced at the caller ID, furrowing his brows before answering. "Director Du, how may I assist you?" The caller was Du Zhigua, the executive deputy county head. His voice was frigid. "Lin Feiyang, I've heard that you are currently moving the account books from Zhongyi Trading Company." Lin Feiyang nodded slightly. "That is indeed the case, Lin Feiyang. What can I say to you? Can you not stir up trouble for our county? I must inform you, Zhongyi Group has already filed a complaint with the city, and the city leaders are furious. County Chief Niao and I have already faced reprimands from the city leaders. You must immediately cease all harassment against investors and actions that undermine the business environment. Apologize to the person in charge of Zhongyi Trading Company forthwith, otherwise, you will face suspension and reflection." Chapter 44 Ingenious Leverage. Upon hearing Du Zhigua mention yet another suspension for reflection, Lin Feiyang's expression darkened immediately, his voice tinged with anger. "Deputy County Head Du, surely you jest. You intend to have me, Lin Feiyang, suspended once more? By what authority do you make such a demand? Do you presume the county committee is yours to command? Just because you proclaim a suspension, does it become so?" Du Zhigua replied coldly. "Lin Feiyang, I assure you, I am not jesting this time.
I must inform you that the Zhangyi Trading Company in our Broken Pot Town is a subsidiary of the Zhangyi Group, which stands as one of the largest private enterprises in our entire Tiandu city. Furthermore, the Zhangyi Group is a crucial investor that we are striving to attract to Tianfeng County. Currently, negotiations are underway between Tianfeng County and the Zhangyi Group regarding investment cooperation. Should these talks succeed, it could potentially lead to a multi-billion project taking root in our county. Therefore, County Head No has instructed that, at this critical juncture, no one is permitted to disrupt our negotiations with the Zhangyi Group for any reason or in any manner.
Any violation will be met with severe consequences, and there shall be no leniency. A hint of sarcasm appeared on Lin Feiyang's face. Deputy County Head Do, may I pose a question? Are you aware of the operational status of Zhangyi Trading Company in our Broken Pot Town? I do not know, nor do I wish to know. What I want to convey is that you have no alternative but to comply resolutely with the county's directives and adhere to the overarching development goals of the county. Failure to do so will result in severe repercussions for you, and you will bear the consequences. Du Jigua's tone remained stern. Lin Feiyang shook his head gently. Deputy County Head Do, if you are unaware, allow me to enlighten you. Zhangyi Trading Company has been established in our Broken Pot Town for 5 to 6 years, with annual trade volumes exceeding 10 billion. Yet, they have never contributed a single penny in taxes to our town. I have also verified that they have not paid any taxes to either Tiandu City or Tianfeng County. This is absolutely intolerable for us in Broken Pot Town, thus, we must investigate them. If the allegations are substantiated, this will become the most sensational case of illegal mining and tax evasion in Tianfeng County and even the entirety of Beiyang Province. If we can recover all the funds, it would provide our Broken Pot Town with the necessary capital for development, paving the way for rapid growth in the future. Therefore, Deputy County Head Do, this investigation has been firmly established by us in Broken Pot Town. No amount of influence will sway us. As long as I, Lin Feiyang, have not received notice of my immediate dismissal, I will steadfastly fulfill my duties as the town's party secretary. With that, Lin Feiyang abruptly hung up the phone.
At that moment, Wu Liheng approached with a troubled expression. Secretary Lin, I just received orders from the county bureau to withdraw us from here immediately.
Lin Feiyang's countenance remained grim as he replied, continue packing.
Once we finish moving the ledgers, we will evacuate. I reiterate, should any issues arise, I will take full responsibility. Wu Liheng could only offer a wry smile and nod at this juncture. Zhuge Kuan, who had been observing silently from the side, displayed a hint of surprise, his gaze towards Lin Feiyang now tinged with an unusual expression.
However, he remained silent, undaunted by the immense pressure. Wu Liheng and the police officers resolutely followed Lin Feiyang's orders, emptying all the ledgers before departing swiftly with Lin Feiyang and the others.
Once they had left, the tattooed bald man glared at Zhuge Kuan, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Zhuge Kuan, weren't you quite arrogant and imposing before? Why do you seem so deflated and mute today? Is this how you repay your boss for his favor towards you? Do you feel you are living up to the care Su Zong has provided you over the years? Zhuge Kuan shot a sidelong glance at the tattooed man, a cold smile gracing his lips. Feng the bald, I know what I ought to do and what I ought not to do. I have my own reasons. Haven't you already reported to the boss? Isn't he already aware? If he wishes to inquire further, he will come directly to me.
As Zhuge Kuan finished speaking, the name Su Zhongyi appeared on his phone's caller ID. He smiled faintly. Hello, Su Zong. On the other end, a slightly anxious voice responded to Mr. Zhuge. I heard from Feng the bald that you allowed Lin Feiyang to take away our ledgers. Isn't that perilous? Why didn't you find a way to stop him? With your capabilities, it should not be difficult to prevent this, right? Zhuge Kuan's tone remained extraordinarily calm. Su Zong, please remain composed. Since I permitted Lin Feiyang to take the ledgers, I possess the means to ensure he returns them to me willingly. Hearing this, Su Zhongyi, feeling somewhat anxious, furrowed his brows. Mr. Zhuge, I fail to understand what you mean by that.
Zhuge Kuan smiled slightly. Su Zong, although Lin Feiyang has taken the ledgers, they are not our actual records. The ledgers he has are merely a facade I crafted for superficial appearances. Reflect on it carefully. When have I ever employed those ledgers when reporting to you? Su Zhongyi pondered for a moment and realized the validity of Zhuge Kuan's assertion. Each time he visited, Zhuge Kuan had always provided verbal reports, occasionally printing summary data for him to review. The data summarized by Zhuge Kuan consistently aligned closely with the figures compiled by Feng the Bald and his team, who were also tasked with supervising Zhuge Kuan. Although Su Zhongyi had entrusted the financial work to Zhuge Kuan, there were also individuals among Feng's subordinates who were skilled in accounting, albeit discreetly. While Zhuge Kuan kept the records, Feng the Bald's subordinates were likewise keeping their own accounts. Su Zhongyi only felt secure about the integrity of the accounts when he observed that both sets of ledgers matched or were only slightly different. Furthermore, in order to maintain control over both parties, Su Zhongyi had intentionally created some friction between Feng the Bald and his team and Zhuge Kuan, ensuring they remained loyal to him, as he alone could offer them wealth and prestige. Su Zhongyi's adeptness in managing people was inspired by watching the television drama Iron Teeth and Bronze Teeth Ji Xiaolan alongside the Qianlong Emperor. It was precisely because Zhuge Kuan had never aired that, after a rigorous 2-year trial, Su Zhongyi had finally felt confident in trusting the financial matters of the Zhangyi Trading Company and Broken Pot Town to him. Throughout, Zhuge Kuan had never disappointed him. Through Zhuge Kuan's efforts, Su Zhongyi had amassed over 2 billion. This did not even include the dividends paid to other influential figures. One could say that the Tianlangling iron mine was a veritable treasure trove. Hence, Su Zhongyi regarded Zhuge Kuan with great importance. At this moment, Su Zhongyi felt a weight lifted from his heart upon hearing Zhuge Kuan's explanation, but he still expressed his concern. Mr.
Zhuge, Lin Feiyang is not a trivial character. Are you certain there will be no issues? Zhuge Kuan chuckled. Su Zong, rest assured I may not boast about many things, but when it comes to financial record-keeping, there are few in the nation who can rival me. Even the accounting techniques of the big four accounting firms are beneath my notice. If anyone can find fault in the ledgers I have prepared, I, Zhuge Kuan, will leap from the rooftop of Zhongyi building. Su Zong, have no fear, in 3 days, Lin Feiyang will return the ledgers to me without fail. Moreover, I believe that with this 3-day window, you should be able to strategize effectively, ensuring that Lin Feiyang not only fails to gain anything but also finds himself in a troublesome predicament. After listening to this, Su Zhongyi finally felt reassured and gave Zhuge Kuan a thumbs up. Mr. Zhuge, you are indeed the pillar of our Zhongyi group. With your assistance, I, Su Zhongyi, am confident that Lin Feiyang and his ilk are but insignificant figures. In a teasing tone, Zhuge Kuan responded, as long as you harbor less suspicion towards me, I shall count myself fortunate. Su Zhongyi could easily discern the sarcasm in Zhuge Kuan's voice. Nonetheless, he chuckled and replied, not at all, not at all, I have decided that this year, Mr. Zhuge's year-end bonus will be doubled. The two concluded their conversation on a positive note. However, Su Zhongyi did not put down his phone. Instead, he made several more calls, commencing his strategic preparations. This time, he was determined to deliver Lin Feiyang an unforgettable lesson, ensuring that the people of Broken Pot Town and even the entirety of Tianfeng County would know that anyone who dared to threaten Su Zhongyi's Tianwangling iron mine would face ruin and despair. This was the unspoken secret of Su Zhongyi's survival in the world of intrigue. After Lin Feiyang brought the ledgers back to the town's police station, he promptly dialed Dong Tianbao's number, speaking with a smile. Boss Dong, I have some good news to share, and I wonder if you might be interested? Dong Tianbao scoffed. You, Lin Feiyang, bringing me good news? When has it ever not resulted in my loss or trouble? Lin Feiyang, spare your breath, I am not interested. Unfazed by Dong Tianbao's attitude, Lin Feiyang continued, I have retrieved all the ledgers from the Zhongyi trading company that Su Zhongyi established in Broken Pot Town. Surely you would want to know just how much Su Zhongyi has profited? Dong Tianbao initially intended to hang up immediately, but his finger hovered over the button, hesitating as he resisted the urge to disconnect. At that moment, both parties fell silent, the sound of their breathing almost palpable across the invisible waves of communication. Curiosity can lead to peril. This was the most effective tactic Lin Feiyang employed against his opponents, casting out a bait. After a lengthy pause, Dong Tianbao ultimately decided to take the bait, for Lin Feiyang's offer was simply too enticing that he was quite displeased that Su Zhongyi was ranked first among the 3 giants of Tiandu, believing himself to be just as capable. Yet, he could not deny that the people Su Zhongyi associated with were indeed of a higher caliber. He had long heard of the lucrative nature of the mining business and had contemplated entering the industry himself, only to be duped twice despite his identity and background, ultimately deciding to abandon his aspirations in mining. Thus, upon hearing Lin Feiyang claim to have secured the ledgers of Su Zhongyi's trading company in Broken Pot Town, he was intrigued. While others might be unaware, he knew that although the Zhongyi Group's headquarters lay in Tiandu City, the trading company in Broken Pot Town was its very core. After 2 minutes of silence, Dong Tianbao gritted his teeth and said, Lin Feiyang, you win. State your terms. What do you want me to do? Lin Feiyang replied with a smile, it's quite simple. I would like you to invite some top-tier accountants from prestigious accounting firms in Tiandu City to come to Broken Pot Town tonight and assist me in auditing the accounts of the Zhongyi Trading Company to investigate any potential issues such as tax evasion. Dong Zong, to be candid, our Broken Pot Town is in dire need of revenue, and we must explore new financial avenues. What do you say? If you're not interested, I can seek out the third among the 3 giants of Tiandu. I am certain he would be eager to assist. I am interested, very much so. Lin Feiyang, you have won. Rest assured, before midnight tonight, I will ensure my people are in place. How many do you need? Just no more than 8, my space is limited and cannot accommodate too many people. However, I must caution you, Dong Zong, while I have secured the ledgers, I cannot guarantee their authenticity. Dong Tianbao chuckled. No matter, authenticity is not my primary concern. I am merely curious to uncover the extent of Su Zhongyi's profits in Broken Pot Town. However, Lin Feiyang, I must warn you that Su Zhongyi is ruthless. Having meddled with his ledgers, he will undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. You should prepare for the worst. Chapter 45. Time is of the essence. In response to Dong Tianbao's reminders and warnings, Lin Feiyang merely smiled faintly. Having chosen to take the account books with him, he had already prepared himself for Su Zhongyi's frenzied counterattack. This was also the reason why, despite his profound disdain for Dong Tianbao, he opted to leverage the situation. Lin Feiyang held steadfast to his principles and boundaries, yet he was not inflexible. As long as it could bring tangible benefits to the common folk and foster the economic development of Baluozen, he was willing to utilize any available power. However, Lin Feiyang never anticipated that even with Dong Tianbao assigning 8 senior accountants from the top accounting firm in Tiandu to assist him, and despite his own qualifications as a senior accountant with a high-level economist certification, they would all be utterly dumbfounded when confronted with the account books. Retrieved from Zhongyi Trading Company. They toiled from dawn until 10 o'clock the following morning, their eyes bloodshot from fatigue, yet none could find a solution. To Lin Feiyang, the account books appeared as flawless works of art. They all agreed that the accounts were undoubtedly fabricated, yet the forgeries were crafted with such finesse that they appeared more authentic than the genuine articles, leaving these seasoned accountants unable to detect even the slightest discrepancy. Before long, these accountants relayed their findings back to Dong Tianbao. Around 10:30 a.m., Lin Feiyang's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he answered directly, and Dong Tianbao's voice came through the line. Lin Feiyang, I just received a call from Su Zhongyi. He warned me to refrain from getting involved in the matters of Baluozen. Lin Feiyang furrowed his brow and asked, what do you mean by that? Dong Tianbao paused for a moment before responding, Lin Feiyang, here's the situation. I promised Dong Tianba that I would ensure my people are withdrawn by today. This means my personnel can only remain until the end of the workday this afternoon. If by then you have not uncovered any issues, I must arrange for their departure. This will be the last time Dong Tianba assists you. Lin Feiyang could only offer a wry smile and nod in acknowledgement. As soon as the call ended, his phone rang once more. This time, it was the Executive Deputy County Chief, Du Zhiguo Lin Feiyang. I am now representing the county government for a serious discussion regarding your retention of the Zhengyi Group's account books. The city is extremely angry, and Vice Mayor Chen Mingli has made it clear that if you do not return the account books within 2 hours, at the county committee meeting scheduled for 2 hours from now, both I and County Chief Niu will directly recommend your immediate dismissal. You should consider your options. This time, Du Zhiguo did not engage in idle chatter, hanging up immediately after delivering his ultimatum. In that moment, Lin Feiyang felt an immense weight pressing upon him. Yet, he remained resolute, sensing that there was indeed something amiss with the account books, and a premonition stirred within him that he could find a breakthrough. At that moment, Lin Feiyang's phone chimed again. It was Ma Yuanxiang calling, and he answered. Ma Yuanxiang's tone was somber as he said, Lin Feiyang, you have a maximum of 2 hours left. If you cannot identify any issues within that time, you should promptly return the account books. I can no longer hold the pressure. Mayor Guo Baoliang personally called me, stating that the Zhengyi Group has escalated the matter to the provincial level. The pressure is mounting, and we in Tianfeng County must resolve this swiftly. Otherwise, should the provincial authorities decide to investigate, the city will be put in a precarious position. After all, Zhengyi Group is one of the largest private enterprises in Tiandu, a member of the Provincial Federation of Industry and Commerce. They have substantial connections. 2 hours is the longest I can negotiate for you. You must seize this opportunity. Lin Feiyang could only smile ruefully and nod. Thank you, Secretary Ma. After hanging up, he felt overwhelmed. Just then, his phone rang again. This time, the caller was the journalist Chen Xiaoxia. Her sweet yet slightly excited voice echoed in Lin Feiyang's ears. Lin Feiyang, I heard you boldly moved the Zhengyi Group's account books. You are quite audacious. Lin Feiyang replied with a wry smile, please spare me the sarcasm, I have truly stumbled this time.
Chen Xiaoxia's tone grew even more animated. Stumbled, that's splendid, it's rare to witness Lin Feiyang falter.
I must personally bear witness, please have the police let me in, I am already at the station's entrance.
3 minutes later, Chen Xiaoxia appeared in the meeting room of the police station.
Upon seeing Lin Feiyang and the dejected senior accountants, she was genuinely taken aback. She had heard of these accountants and knew their reputations within the financial and accounting sector of Bei province, yet here they were, unable to uncover any discrepancies in this account book debacle. Gently tapping her fingers on the table, Chen Xiaoxia remarked, Lin Feiyang, if you manage to find something amiss, once I expose it, this matter will surely escalate, and no amount of pleading will suffice. But now, with so many experts at your disposal and yet no issues identified, it indicates that the individual responsible for these accounts possesses exceptional skill and meticulousness. As Chen Xiaoxia continued her analysis, Lin Feiyang suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. Her words struck him like a beacon of light piercing through the fog in his mind. He realized he was up against a formidable opponent, although he himself was adept at accounting, with limited practical experience in bookkeeping but extensive expertise in auditing. The precision with which these accounts were crafted suggested that the creator was of a higher caliber than himself and even these top accountants. Such a person would likely hail from one of the big four international accounting firms or a prestigious university in China. Other possibilities were slim. Lin Feiyang recalled the face of Zhu Gekuan. Reflecting on the entire process, he could confidently deduce that the mastermind behind these accounts was likely the seemingly eccentric Zhu Gekuan, who wielded a feather fan. With this realization, Lin Feiyang promptly picked up his phone and dialed Zhu Gekuan. Zhu Gekuan, we have reviewed your account books and found no issues. Please come by to retrieve them in person. On the other end, Zhu Gekuan was lounging in his courtyard, smoking and sipping tea, exuding a relaxed demeanor. Upon receiving Lin Feiyang's call, he chuckled, since you have found no problems, then please return them.
I had already mentioned that you must personally deliver the account books to me. Lin Feiyang chuckled softly. Zhu Gekuan, I sincerely apologize, but I am quite busy at the moment and cannot afford to deal with this. You may either come here yourself or continue to wait. However, given the current dry conditions, if by chance a fire were to break out at the police station, I might not be able to return those account books. Should that situation arise, I would have to suspect that you were behind the directive to deliberately destroy those books. Zhu Gekuan, infuriated, stood up and exclaimed, Lin Feiyang, can you be any more shameless? This is slander. Lin Feiyang laughed, it seems we are merely returning the favor. Did you not set a trap for me previously? You crafted the accounts so seamlessly, allowing us to take them, and now you watch as I face a series of troubles. You are the one attempting to use others as scapegoats. Zhu Gekuan reclined back onto his chair, regaining his previous relaxed demeanor. Lin Feiyang, it appears you are catching on. However, it seems a bit late, does it not? I have heard that your county is considering your immediate dismissal. Lin Feiyang smiled nonchalantly, if you do not arrive within the hour, I will send someone to fetch you. However, what transpires once you arrive is beyond my control. If, by chance, the officers at the police station are a bit rough around the edges and something unfortunate occurs, I can only offer my sincerest apologies. After all, I have 2 hours remaining. When faced with imminent peril, I will certainly struggle for survival. At the very least, I must ensure someone else bears the burden with me. Thus, these two audacious individuals engaged in a dialogue devoid of substance. Ultimately, Zhu Gekuan had no choice but to relent. He recognized that while Lin Feiyang was the town committee secretary of Baoluazhen, this man operated with an unpredictable edge, refusing to adhere to conventional norms. After all, what official would dare to threaten others as Lin Feiyang did? Yet, Lin Feiyang possessed a blend of righteousness and an unpredictable streak that rendered him enigmatic. Zhuge Kun, being cautious yet decisive, concluded that dealing with someone like Lin Feiyang was unwise. He resolved to personally visit the police station in Baluozhen. Very well, Lin Feiyang, you win now. I will go to the station to find you, Zhuge Kun said with a wry smile. At that moment, a man named Feng Su beside him interjected, Mr. Zhuge, we shall accompany you. Hearing this, Lin Feiyang coldly retorted, Zhuge Kun, it would be best if you come alone, otherwise, I fear that in a fit of anger, I might have to have Feng Su and his associates handcuffed. After all, they do not appear to be the most upstanding individuals, either thugs or ruffians, and I, Lin Feiyang, am a man of strong principles. The sight of such scoundrels makes me want to uphold justice.
Upon hearing Lin Feiyang's words, Feng Su and his companions' faces darkened with fury, itching to charge at Lin Feiyang and take him down. Zhuge Kun pondered for a moment before conceding, all right, Lin Feiyang, you are indeed shameless. Perhaps you anticipated that I would eventually come to this point when you first brought the account books to the police station? Lin Feiyang chuckled, I truly did not think that far ahead. I merely believed it would be safer to keep them at the police station. After ending the call, Zhuge Kun instructed Feng Su, you all wait for me outside the police station. If I do not emerge within 2 hours, contact General Su directly. Feng Su expressed concern, Mr. Zhuge, what if Lin Feiyang and his team resort to coercive interrogation? Zhuge Kun scoffed, rest assured, they lack the courage to do so. 15 minutes later, Zhuge Kun arrived at the meeting room of the police station in Baluozhen. The other individuals had already been dismissed by Lin Feiyang. At this moment, the room was empty save for Lin Feiyang as Zhuge Kun entered without the slightest hint of politeness, choosing the most comfortable chair, crossing his legs, and looking at the disheveled account books on the conference table with a mocking expression directed at Lin Feiyang. Lin Feiyang, it seems you have no intention of allowing me to take the account books back. What exactly do you intend to do?
The atmosphere in the meeting room grew tense. Chapter 46, The Debate of Two Heroes. Lin Feiyang fixed his gaze on Zhuge Kun for a full 5 minutes. Zhuge Kun remained nonchalant, his leg crossed, gently swaying the feather fan in his hand, meeting Lin Feiyang's stare without a hint of compromise. Both parties sensed the unwavering strength of each other's resolve through their stances. Lin Feiyang shattered the silence of the conference room with a striking remark, you possess great talent, why then resort to thievery? The words, couched in an eloquent tone, brimmed with skepticism and regret.
Zhuge Kun replied with a cold smile, though the world is vast, is there truly a speck of pure land?
His response was equally refined, laced with disdain, disappointment, and a sense of despair. Their exchange, though seemingly misaligned, resonated with a shared understanding of Zen. Lin Feiyang continued, cleanliness and filth are defined by human perception. It seems, Mr. Zhuge, you harbor considerable disillusionment towards this world. Zhuge Kun nodded slightly. In the marketplace, it's a struggle of competing interests, a sordid scene where the big devour the small. How filthy it is. In the political arena, where power and money intertwine, corruption is ubiquitous. Where then is the pure land? How can one not be disheartened? Why, Mr. Zhuge, did you choose Zhongyi Group? Given your immense talent, this establishment seems rather small for you, Lin Feiyang inquired once more. Zhuge Kun shook his head, I possess a difficult temperament, intolerant of constraints, and I prefer straightforwardness over pretense. Hence, working under someone else allows for greater freedom. Although this temple is modest, I find solace in my autonomy. Su Zhongyi is somewhat lenient towards me, hence, I feel at home here. Lin Feiyang directly countered, working for someone else, regardless of how accommodating the boss may be, you will never experience the thrill of shaping the world.
Zhuge Kun scoffed, in this era, without connections, how can one hope to influence the world?
If you do not learn to flatter and ingratiate, how can you express your fervent ideas, let alone the past when commoners could ascend to nobility? Nowadays, even a minor section chief can make your life miserable. It is a grand era, yet the shadows are rife with sordid transactions of power and wealth. I once embarked on an entrepreneurial journey filled with ideals, securing a 30 million startup fund from a boss I admired, only to be thwarted by a petty deputy section chief, leading to the demise of my company. Lin Feiyang, you will never experience the agony of being powerless, thus, I harbor disdain for you bureaucrats, none of you are worth a dime.
Lin Feiyang gently shook his head, you are mistaken.
It is not that there are no good people, but rather that you have yet to encounter them. Zhuge Kun chuckled coldly, Lin Feiyang, spare me, let us discuss you instead. As I understand it, since you assumed the role of the town committee secretary, you have been dismissed twice.
Do you not feel that the environment you occupy is excessively dark? Why is it so challenging for you to accomplish anything? Zhuge Kun began his counterattack. Lin Feiyang smiled, Zhuge Kun, nothing in this world is ever smooth sailing.
Although I have faced dismissal twice, I have also been reinstated. The greatest advantage of our bureaucracy is its mature system, particularly its robust error correction mechanism. While there are indeed some bad apples, there are also many who genuinely care for the nation and the world, such as County Secretary Ma Yuanxiang and Chao Jinfeng, who stands guard for our conversation outside. Each of them possesses a distinct character, some aloof, others diplomatic, but without exception, they all adhere to their principles and aspire to contribute to our country and our people. And you, a genius, why have you succumbed to self-despair?
Zhuge Kun fell silent.
He could not fully align with Lin Feiyang's words, yet he found some truth in them. Lin Feiyang, observing Zhuge Kun from the corner of his eye, realized that his previous remarks had indeed struck a chord. With a sudden idea, Lin Feiyang rose, fetched a disposable cup, poured a cup of tea, and personally presented it to Zhuge Kun, a mere 30 centimeters separating them. As Zhuge Kun looked up, surprised, Lin Feiyang inquired, were you in the youth class at the University of Science and Technology of China?
How did you know? Zhuge Kuan was astonished. Lin Feiyang confirmed his suspicion, continuing, "You are the one who won 3 consecutive International Math Olympiad championships, are you not?" Zhuge Kuan was once again taken aback. This was a long-forgotten achievement. He gazed at Lin Feiyang in confusion, unable to fathom how Lin Feiyang knew of his past accolades. In an effort to clarify Zhuge Kuan's perplexity, Lin Feiyang smiled, "There is no need for surprise. It was quite simple to deduce your identity, for your accounts are impeccably crafted, akin to a work of art, though one can discern the traces of meticulous handiwork within, the execution is flawless. Without extraordinary mathematical prowess, no one could maintain such perfection in accounting. I spent half an hour searching for the name Zhuge Kuan online, only to unearth your remarkable past achievements. 3-time International Math Olympiad champion, the youngest prodigy at the University of Science and Technology of China, only someone of my caliber could produce accounts so devoid of error." As he spoke, Lin Feiyang's tone brimmed with confidence. At that moment, Zhuge Kuan shuddered, staring intently at Lin Feiyang for a prolonged duration before exclaiming, You are the Lin Feiyang who preceded me in winning 3 consecutive International Math Olympiad championships? It truly is you? Lin Feiyang smiled faintly, "I do not dare claim the title of genius, but I indeed have won those championships." "Goodness, it really is you. I must test your abilities." Zhuge Kuan, filled with curiosity, presented several challenging math problems for Lin Feiyang to solve on the spot. Lin Feiyang, effortlessly glancing at the problems, wrote down the answers without detailing the solving process. This continued for several problems, leaving Zhuge Kuan utterly astonished. Zhuge Kuan set down his pen, eyes wide, and said, "It truly is you. Why, with your talent, are you not working in a major international investment bank that would be far more lucrative than being a civil servant?" Lin Feiyang replied with a slight smile, "While many of my classmates have ventured into finance and amassed great wealth, my aspirations lie elsewhere. Engaging in finance may yield personal riches, yet I believe that individual joy pales in comparison to collective joy. Perhaps this reflects my patriotic sentiments and lofty aspirations." At this juncture, Lin Feiyang fixed his gaze on Zhuge Kuan, stating, "Abandon your thievery and join me. I shall offer you a clear path, ensuring your future success and prosperity. Though you excel in accounting and mathematics, you lack economic acumen. However, if you follow the route I outline for you, you need not engage in pretense or flattery. Simply focus on excelling in your endeavors. If necessary, I can even provide you with a partner to shield you from tasks you find distasteful. I cannot guarantee much, but within 10 years, I will help you establish a vast commercial empire of your own. However, you must agree to one condition. You must always remember the social responsibility of a businessman, and you must keep in mind that the true essence of commerce is to serve the nation and its people." Upon hearing this, Zhuge Kuan fell silent. His expression shifted between uncertainty and contemplation. In his over 20 years of existence, he had only one idol, the captain of the national team who had led them to 3 consecutive International Math Olympiad victories, Lin Feiyang. The inspiration from Lin Feiyang's achievements propelled Zhuge Kuan to become a rising star in mathematics. However, years of dissatisfaction had led him to a state of self-neglect. The perfection of his accounts was merely a display of his true capabilities. He knew well that no matter how flawless his accounts were, he would never encounter a true confidant or kindred spirit. To Su Zhangyi and others, these accounts were either worthless or merely a collection of dry figures meant to deceive. Zhuge Kuan had once resigned himself to a life of mediocrity, yet today, Lin Feiyang's words struck him profoundly. He had not anticipated that such a formidable genius would ultimately forego the opportunity to become a financial elite in favor of a civil service career. The ideals and aspirations Lin Feiyang articulated reignited a fire within him, previously extinguished and lifeless, now seemingly rejuvenated by a spring rain, sprouting, growing, and blooming anew. After a lengthy pause, Zhuge Kuan's eyes, once as still as a tranquil pond, now sparkled with excitement and fervor. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his gaze on Lin Feiyang and said, "Lin Feiyang, thank you for allowing me to once again recognize the value of existence. Thank you for helping me reclaim the reckless self of my youth. From this day forth, you shall be my leader, regardless of my wealth. You shall always hold 51 of the shares. I cannot make promises about the rest, but I will surely fulfill the commercial empire you have envisioned. Regarding a partner," he added, "I need not your assistance. Flattery and ingratiation, so long as my goals are righteous and valuable, why must I be troubled by the filthiness or purity of the process? As long as I act within the law, I can soar to the heavens or burrow into the earth, traversing this vast world at will. Ha, this is life, thank you, Lin." With that, Zhuge Kuan stood and bowed deeply to Lin Feiyang. Lin Feiyang immediately supported him, smiling, "In 3 days, I will provide you with a comprehensive business plan, outlining the future commercial direction of our country and the world. I believe that with this strategic vision, you will create your own miracle. As for funding, I have little, just over 10 million, which I earned from stock trading during university. Use it as your startup capital." Lin Feiyang then handed Zhuge Kuan his bank card. The password is the integer derived from applying the Fourier C-level formula to the digits on the back of the card. Zhuge Kuan accepted the card without hesitation or embarrassment, grinning, "Lin, although these accounts appear flawless, even resembling fraudulent records, the numbers within are indeed genuine. They simply require the same Fourier C-level transformation." Upon hearing this, Lin Feiyang picked up the accounts and, after applying the formula to the initial figures, stared wide-eyed at Zhuge Kuan for a long moment before gritting his teeth and saying, "Zhuge Kuan, are you not bored? You actually went to such lengths to do this?" Zhuge Kuan chuckled mischievously, "Boss, you cannot blame me. You see, during that time, I was in despair beyond mathematics, which brought me some joy. I was merely a walking corpse." As he spoke, Zhuge Kuan added Lin Feiyang on WeChat, promptly sending him an electronic version of the materials, saying, "Boss, this document is a summary I compile for Su Zhangyi every 6 months.
However, this electronic version contains only the totals. To grasp the daily specifics, you will need to refer to these accounts on the desk and apply the Fourier C-level transformation.
Lin Feiyang reviewed the electronic summary for the year and was utterly astonished. Zhangyi Group was reportedly extracting over 800 million annually from the Tianwangling iron mine, translating to daily sales figures reaching 2 to 3 million, with net profits exceeding 120. This was madness. At this moment, Lin Feiyang understood why Du Zhigua had been incessantly calling him to return these accounts. Thinking of this, Lin Feiyang turned to Zhuge Kuan, asking, "Do Feng Tuo and the others know if these accounts are genuine?" Zhuge Kuan replied with a sly grin, "Of course not. Even if shown, they wouldn't comprehend them. However, our boss Su Zhongyi is rather suspicious. He has consulted several financial experts to audit these accounts. The outcome was predictable. They were utterly impressed by my accounting skills, utterly clueless about the Fourier C-level transformation." Lin Feiyang nodded. "Very well, then we must continue working. My time is running short. In an hour, the county committee and government will convene a meeting to discuss my dismissal, and I need to hastily prepare these accounts with the accountants." As he spoke, Lin Feiyang glanced at the time, a cold sweat breaking out. Less than an hour remained. He had spent too long conversing with Zhuge Kuan. Chapter 47. A critical moment. Subsequently, Lin Feiyang summoned the accountants into the room. He and Zhuge Kuan were tasked with utilizing the Fourier C-level transformation to decode the true figures from the ledgers, while the accountants were responsible for re-registering these authentic numbers. Time ticked away, minute by minute. After 50 minutes had elapsed, a quarter of the first ledger remained incomplete, and Lin Feiyang was drenched in sweat. At that moment, his phone rang. It was a text message from Meng Xueqing, consisting of a mere few words. "The standing committee meeting has commenced. I can only delay for about 20 minutes. Lin Feiyang's face turned pale as he shot a furious glare at Zhuge Kuan, exclaiming, "Hurry up with the translation. Why didn't you inform me earlier?" Zhuge Kuan wore a troubled expression, replying, "Who told you not to persuade me sooner?" The two exchanged retorts and resumed their arduous work, hastening their translation efforts. Lin Feiyang was acutely aware that if matters went awry during this standing committee meeting, the proposal for his immediate dismissal would be raised once more. Lin Feiyang's intuition proved correct. At this very moment, in the meeting room of the Tianfeng County Committee, Meng Xueqing had just announced the official commencement of the session. County Chief Niu Liang raised his head and stated, "Secretary Ma, I believe we should first discuss the matter of dismissing Lin Feiyang, the secretary of Baoyue Town. I trust that you have heard that Lin Feiyang, without authorization from our county, has taken it upon himself to inspect the ledgers of the Zhangyi Trading Company, a subsidiary of the Zhangyi Group. His actions have severely tarnished the image of Tianfeng County and undermined our favorable business environment, provoking anger from both the municipal and provincial leadership. I believe it is imperative to dismiss Comrade Lin Feiyang immediately. Otherwise, we will struggle to account for ourselves to the municipal leaders. If the provincial leaders inquire, we will have no answers." Meng Xueqing replied calmly, "Comrade Niu Liang, while Lin Feiyang's situation is indeed serious, it has not yet reached the point where extraordinary measures are required. Moreover, there are many aspects of Lin Feiyang's case that require discussion before any conclusions can be drawn. Therefore, I suggest we first adhere to the pre-established agenda and discuss the recent work of Tianfeng County. Once we have arranged all matters, we can then explore the issues concerning Lin Feiyang and the Zhangyi Group's ledgers, shall we?" After Meng Xueqing spoke, although Niu Liang was visibly displeased, he refrained from saying more. Niu Liang recognized that Meng Xueqing was stalling for time, but he was no longer concerned about that. The situation had become starkly clear. Lin Feiyang's inspection of the Zhangyi Group's ledgers had struck a sensitive nerve, prompting the group to launch a vigorous public relations campaign. Many city leaders had expressed their dissatisfaction with Lin Feiyang's actions, and provincial leaders had already made inquiries to Tianfeng County. Although they did not mention Lin Feiyang by name, a broad accusation of disrupting the business environment had been leveled. Lin Feiyang could not escape this predicament. Thus, Niu Liang was indifferent to a few additional minutes of delay. However, Niu Liang resorted to tactics. During the routine work discussion regarding Tianfeng County, what should have taken an hour and a half was reduced to a mere 20 minutes, with each committee member speaking for only 2 minutes under Niu Liang's leadership. Once all reports were concluded, only 20 minutes had passed. Niu Liang turned to Meng Xueqing with a smile, saying, "Secretary Ma, our routine work discussion has concluded. Should we now address the matter of Lin Feiyang's immediate dismissal?" At this juncture, Meng Xueqing found himself with no option for retreat. Pressured by municipal and provincial leaders above, and pursued relentlessly by Niu Liang below, he wished to protect Lin Feiyang, yet could not afford to alienate everyone involved. Meng Xueqing's mind raced, and he solemnly stated, "Very well, since we have concluded the main topics, let us now discuss the issues concerning Lin Feiyang and the Zhangyi Group. I must first make a few statements, urging comrades to consider them carefully before making any decisions. We must not allow external pressures to overshadow our commitment to fairness and justice as county leaders." Niu Liang saw through Meng Xueqing's intentions to delay further. However, he was on the cusp of victory, and so he regarded Meng Xueqing with a playful demeanor, inquiring, "I wonder how long these points of yours will take. Surely it won't be another lengthy monologue? Can we wrap this up in 5 minutes?" Meanwhile, Lin Feiyang was sweating profusely, with only 20 pages left to finish the first ledger. He was acutely aware that the standing committee meeting had already been underway for over 20 minutes. Meng Xueqing had likely reached the limits of his delay. Resolving to act decisively, Lin Feiyang tore the remaining 20 pages from the ledger, splitting them in half, one portion for Zhuge Kuan and the other for himself. Let us decode separately.
Time is of the essence, he urged. Zhuge Kuan nodded, and the accountants in attendance appeared tense, prepared for calculations. However, amidst the crowd, one accountant discreetly retrieved his phone, swiftly composing a message detailing the situation and sending it out. This information quickly reached Su Zhangyi's phone. Upon reading it, Su Zhangyi broke into a cold sweat, as the message conveyed to Mr. Su, the ledgers from the Zhangyi subsidiary are authentic, they merely require retranslation.
Zhuge Kuan has defected and is collaborating with Lin Feiyang to decode the ledgers. The first ledger is on the verge of completion, and the county committee seems to be deliberating something.
Lin Feiyang is extremely anxious, he has torn the documents. Accompanying this message was a covertly taken photograph capturing the moment Lin Feiyang ripped the ledgers. After reading the content, Su Zhangyi trembled with rage. He had never anticipated that Zhuge Kuan, whom he had nurtured as a trusted confidant, would betray him at such a critical juncture. What was more alarming was that despite having been assured that the ledgers were entirely fabricated and served merely as a ruse, he now discovered that the documents he had commissioned numerous experts to review were indeed falsified,
yet they could be restored to their authentic form through retranslation.
Clearly, Zhuge Kuan had manipulated the situation from the very beginning. This treachery was intolerable. With time running short, Su Zhangyi resolved to act. He dialed Du Zhiguo's number. Upon seeing the incoming call, Du Zhiguo stepped out of the meeting room to answer.
Su Zhangyi cut straight to the point. County Chief Du, Lin Feiyang is currently decoding our ledgers. In no more than 5 minutes, the first ledger will be fully deciphered.
Du Zhiguo frowned, puzzled.
What does decoding the ledgers imply? I do not understand.
Su Zhangyi replied with rising anger, you need only know that the ledgers in Lin Feiyang's possession are authentic. He is about to grasp the complete picture of the first genuine ledger. Your county must move swiftly to dismiss Lin Feiyang immediately. We cannot afford to give him another chance to regain his position, or we will all be in grave trouble. Act quickly to ensure Lin Feiyang's dismissal.
Time is of the essence. I cannot explain further. Just follow my instructions. I have other arrangements to make. If not, we are all finished.
Du Zhiguo was taken aback. He had never witnessed Su Zhangyi in such a state of agitation.
He promptly nodded. Understood. I will return to the meeting room and inform County Chief Niu.
After hanging up, Du Zhiguo hurried back to the meeting room. Once seated, he interrupted Secretary Ma Yuanxian, stating, Secretary Ma, I believe there is no need to emphasize these points further. The current situation is clear. The municipal leaders are extremely dissatisfied with Lin Feiyang, and the provincial leaders are also outraged by his actions. Tianfeng County must act decisively and swiftly. I propose we proceed with a vote right now. Those in favor of Lin Feiyang's immediate dismissal, please raise your hands. With that, he raised his hand. Niu Liyong noticed Du Zhiguo's pale complexion upon his return and exchanged a knowing glance with him, immediately understanding that something was amiss. Especially after hearing Du Zhiguo's remarks, it was evident that time had become a luxury. Realizing this, Niu Liyong nodded in agreement. Secretary Ma, Comrade Du Zhiguo is correct. We all understand your intentions, and there is no need for further discussion. Let us proceed to a vote. I support Comrade Du Zhiguo's proposal. Consequently, the head of the County Organization Department, Zhang Hejuan, the head of the County Propaganda Department, Yang Guosheng, and Vice County Mayor Kong Durong all raised their hands in agreement. In the blink of an eye, 5 out of 11 members of the county committee had raised their hands. Only one more vote was needed for Lin Feiyang's dismissal to be finalized. All eyes turned toward Yang Shiyong, the deputy secretary of the county committee and secretary of the political and legal committee. Previously, Yang Shiyong had often supported Niu Liyong in many matters. He believed that this time, Yang Shiyong would steadfastly follow his lead. Once this vote was secured, Lin Feiyang's dismissal would be assured. At this moment, Ma Yuanxiang also looked toward Yang Shiyong. In his eyes, Yang Shiyong was a fence-sitter, occasionally leaning toward Niu Liyong and at other times siding with him. Although Yang Shiyong mostly aligned with Niu Liyong, he would sometimes offer Ma Yuanxiang a gesture of support. Thus, both Ma Yuanxiang and Niu Liyong found Yang Shiyong to be a source of frustration today. However, Yang Shiyong had become the pivotal variable. The remaining committee members largely held neutral positions and had never engaged in the power struggles between Ma Yuanxiang and Niu Liyong. Whether Lin Feiyang would indeed be dismissed hinged entirely on Yang Shiyong's stance. Chapter 48. A near miss. Under the watchful gaze of Ma Yuanxiang, Niu Liyong, and others, Yang Shiyong slowly raised his head without the slightest hint of anxiety. He lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled a cloud of smoke before leisurely stating, I am genuinely interested in hearing the key points that Secretary Ma intended to express earlier. I firmly believe that truth cannot be discerned without inquiry, and facts cannot be clarified without discussion. Upon hearing this, Niu Liyong's expression darkened instantly, and he furrowed his brow as he replied, Comrade Yang, is the attitude of the municipal party committee leadership not crystal clear? This remark was Niu Liyong's way of expressing dissatisfaction while simultaneously exerting pressure on the wavering Yang Shiyong. However, what Niu Liyong did not expect was that Yang Shiyong, who had previously exhibited a somewhat submissive demeanor, would today display unexpected resolve. We must certainly take into account the attitude of the municipal party committee leadership, but I believe we should also listen to Comrade Ma Yuanxiang's perspective. After all, Secretary Ma is the most knowledgeable among us regarding Comrade Lin Feiyang. Niu Liyong was nearly driven to the brink of fury by Yang Shiyong's words, yet, at that moment, having endured the initial round of pressure, Yang Shiyong remained resolute. Niu Liyong realized that Yang Shiyong's position had become ambiguous, and to achieve the goal of removing Lin Feiyang from his position, his only hope now lay with Yang Shiyong. Thus, he could only suppress his rising anger and directed his gaze at Yang Shiyong, saying, Very well, Comrade Yang Shiyong's concerns do hold some merit, let us invite Secretary Ma to share his points.
Ma Yuanxiang's eyes lit up at this invitation, and he spoke with a booming voice. I believe that whether we should remove Lin Feiyang from his post hinges on 3 critical factors. First, has Lin Feiyang truly violated the law? If he has not committed any illegal acts, on what grounds can we justify his removal? Should we sacrifice diligent comrades simply because of pressure from the municipal party committee? What message does that send to the leaders of towns and villages below? Will they not be apprehensive about displeasing the municipal leadership, fearing immediate dismissal? If so, do we not become mere puppets? Second, what if Lin Feiyang discovers crucial leads from the accounts of the Zhangyi Group's branch? Third, as Ma Yuanxiang continued his lengthy exposition, time ticked away. Initially, his remarks were focused and pertinent, but as he went on, they began to meander. Nevertheless, he persisted in his discourse. Du Zhigua, anxious and restless, considered intervening but restrained himself upon noticing Yang Shiyang's rapt attention. At this juncture, Yang Shiyang held the most critical vote. Niu Liyong's countenance grew increasingly grim. 5 minutes swiftly elapsed, and the patience of both Du Zhigua and Niu Liyong had reached its limit. Sweat began to bead on Ma Yuanxiang's forehead, realizing that Lin Feiyang's unreliability was becoming a liability. He had already informed Lin Feiyang that he could afford to delay for a maximum of 20 minutes, yet 30 minutes were now nearly gone. Lin Feiyang, will you come through? Just then, Ma Yuanxiang's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Lin Feiyang. He hurriedly answered. Lin Feiyang spoke with excitement. Secretary Ma, we have translated the accounts from the Zhangyi Group's branch. Although the summary isn't complete yet, conservatively estimating, just 6 years ago, Zhangyi Group's illicit mining at Tianwangling iron mine yielded nearly 500 million in sales. The net profit was at least 300 million. This is an enormous sum. We will need at least another 30 minutes for the detailed data compilation.
Upon hearing Lin Feiyang's report, Ma Yuanxiang let out a long sigh of relief and then turned to the gathered individuals with a serious expression. Comrades, I have good news to share. The accounts brought back by Lin Feiyang and the police station of Paluo Town have been fully deciphered with the cooperation of the accountant at Zhongyi Trading Company. It is now certain that these records detail Zhongyi Trading Company's illicit mining activities at Tianwangling, clearly documenting daily account activities. Based on Lin Feiyang's conservative estimates, just 6 years ago, Zhangyi Group amassed an astonishing 500 million in sales from this illicit mining, with a net profit of 300 million.
Yet, neither Paluo Town nor our Tianfeng County, not even Tiandu City, received a single penny in tax revenue. This is a grave violation of the law. Who would dare still claim that Lin Feiyang is undermining the business environment? I could not hold back my indignation. Lin Feiyang is, in fact, striving to help Tianfeng County reclaim the plundered state assets and recover substantial tax revenues. This will be a sum that reverberates throughout the province. As Ma Yuanxiang concluded his statement, his voice rose several octaves, and everyone present felt their hearts race with intensity. It was terrifying. If what Ma Yuanxiang said were true, Zhangyi Group's audacity was unparalleled, and now everyone comprehended that they had been profiting immensely from Tianwangling. At that moment, Du Zhigua was drenched in cold sweat, while Niu Liyong fidgeted uncomfortably. Neither had anticipated that Lin Feiyang would achieve such a significant breakthrough. Even more astonishing, someone from Zhangyi Group had defected. Ma Yuanxiang's piercing gaze swept across the faces of those present before finally landing on Du Zhigua. Comrade Du Zhigua, do you still propose to remove Lin Feiyang from his post? Du Zhigua opened his mouth, only to awkwardly reply, Secretary Ma, is Lin Feiyang's information reliable? He has always been rather unpredictable. Ma Yuanxiang retorted coldly, whether Lin Feiyang is reliable or not, the forthcoming evidence from the accounts will provide clarity. With that, Ma Yuanxiang decisively declared, Comrades, considering that Lin Feiyang has made significant discoveries, we shall conclude today's standing committee meeting. The proposition to remove Lin Feiyang from his post is, in essence, nothing short of a farce. He then stood up and exited, expressing his strong discontent towards Niu Liyong and Du Zhigua in this manner. His final words were a blatant slap in the face. Niu Liyong and Du Zhigua left the county party committee conference room with their faces burning with humiliation. They entered Niu Liyong's office, where Du Zhigua hastily dialed Su Zhangyi's number. Before Du Zhigua could speak, Su Zhangyi's voice cut in urgently, County head Du, has Lin Feiyang been removed from his post? Du Zhigua forced a bitter smile and replied, a near miss. A near miss. What, Lin Feiyang has not been removed, County head Du? How could so many of you fail to dismiss Lin Feiyang? Are you all utterly incompetent? Su Zhangyi's anger was palpable. In that moment, his tone toward Du Zhigua and the others carried no trace of respect. Du Zhigua's expression darkened as he responded, President Su, you would do well to refrain from casting blame recklessly. While we may have faltered in the standing committee meeting, the true instigator is your Zhangyi Trading Company. It was Lin Feiyang who uncovered the true data recorded in your accounts through the seizure of your books. President Su, how could you be so careless as to leave genuine accounts in such a small place as Zhangyi Trading Company? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? As the executive deputy county head, Du Zhigua naturally held his own dignity and pride. Though Su Zhangyi was wealthy, Du Zhigua was not a mere businessman to be scorned at will. Thus, his retort was sharp. At that moment, Su Zhangyi's face darkened like a soot-blackened pot, and with a cold snort, he slightly softened his tone. Indeed, the issue with the accounts stems from internal problems on our end. However, rest assured, I have arranged for a thorough cleansing of our ranks. That charlatan Zhuge Koan will face dire consequences. As for the accounts, you need not worry. Now that they are confirmed authentic, they will be difficult to resurface. I have already made arrangements. We need to initiate Plan B. Plan B, what does that mean? Du Zhigua frowned, perplexed. Su Zhangyi briefly explained and then stated, County head Du, I had already arranged for Plan B to be implemented prior to your meeting.
Initially, I intended to wait until everything was in place before dealing with Lin Feiyang. Now it seems we must hastily set this plan into motion. Fortunately, the timing is not too late. However, I will need your assistance and coordination on certain matters. County Head Du and County Head Niao. We must ensure that Lin Feiyang is thoroughly finished, otherwise, as long as he remains, he poses a significant threat to our Zhangyi group.
Du Zhigua nodded. Very well, we will do our utmost.
However, President Su, I must advise you that your plan B seems rather ruthless. I hope you exercise caution in its execution and do not take it too far. After all, we live in a society governed by law, and rule of law is the prevailing trend. Plan B contains numerous elements that violate the principles of lawful governance, so I hope you will act judiciously. As for our end, we can only provide support within the confines of the law.
Do you understand?
Su Zhongyi sneered. I understand, of course, I understand. You people are also opportunistic, wanting to have your cake and eat it too, always managing to redefine shamelessness. I am utterly astounded by your kind.
With that, Su Zhongyi abruptly ended the call.
At that moment, within the Paluo Town police station, Lin Feiyang and Zhuge Kuan, exhausted from half an hour of intense calculations, were slumped over the conference table, resting. Meanwhile, several accountants began compiling the data. Though they were unfamiliar with Fourier C-level transformations, summation calculations were their forte. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events transpired. When an accountant responsible for the summation calculations encountered the accounts, he suddenly grasped the book and violently tore it apart. After several swift rips, he obliterated the data painstakingly derived through Fourier C-level transformations, then swallowed the remnants before shredding the book into pieces. One accountant attempted to intervene, but another blocked the way until the one tearing the accounts was finished.
When Lin Feiyang and Zhuge Kuan finally grasped the reality before them, both were left dumbfounded. Zhuge Kuan reacted swiftly, realizing that his betrayal had likely been exposed. He turned to Lin Feiyang and exclaimed, "Boss, I've been compromised. I need to run."
With that, he bolted from the conference room, vanishing without a trace. At that moment, only Lin Feiyang remained, staring in disbelief at the accountant who was devouring the remnants of the book.
In that instant, Lin Feiyang finally comprehended the meaning of the phrase "a near miss."
It was an excruciating pain, a torment of near success. Slipping away, with eyes filled with murderous intent, Lin Feiyang advanced step by step toward the accountant. Chapter 49 of Framing and Entrapment. Lin Feiyang could scarcely fathom that the meticulously devised plan he believed to be infallible would unravel due to a mere accountant. Without uttering a word, he delivered a fierce kick, sending the accountant tumbling to the ground. Yet, in the depths of the accountant's eyes flickered a resolute and unyielding spirit. As blood trickled from his lips, with a gaze steeped in derision, he looked up at Lin Feiyang and declared, "Lin Feiyang, how dare you oppose General Su? You will meet a most tragic end."
Lin Feiyang placed his foot upon the accountant's cheek, grinding it down with a malicious fervor as he gritted his teeth and demanded, "Can you enlighten me as to why?
Are you truly oblivious to the significance of these ledgers for the common folk of Broken Gong Town? With these books and the money they represent, our townspeople could embark on a path to prosperity."
As an accountant, do you not possess a shred of conscience or integrity?
The accountant spat out a few words through clenched teeth. What worth do conscience and integrity hold? Only by aligning with General Su can one hope to accumulate wealth. Upon hearing this, Lin Feiyang's fury ignited, and he swiftly delivered a kick that rendered the man unconscious. He then dialed Director Wu Liheng, exclaiming, "Director Wu, bring 2 men upstairs to apprehend him. Damn it, I have been battling eagles daily, only to be bitten by a rabbit." Although the call connected, Wu Liheng remained silent. Lin Feiyang furrowed his brow, perplexed by Wu Liheng's reticence. If the call was connected, why was he not speaking? Just then, the door to the conference room was violently kicked open, and 3 men clad in black suits strode in.
The leader surveyed the room before fixing his gaze on Lin Feiyang. "Are you Lin Feiyang?" Lin Feiyang nodded slightly. "Indeed, I am Lin Feiyang."
The leader approached, producing a badge from his pocket and displaying it before Lin Feiyang. "Lin Feiyang, I am Wang Yongchang, Deputy Director of the 1st Supervision Office of the Tianfeng County Discipline Inspection Commission. Based on public reports, we have seized a substantial amount of ill-gotten gains from your dormitory. We are here to formally initiate an investigation against you. Kindly accompany us."
Lin Feiyang's brow knitted in confusion. "Director Wang, I fail to grasp your meaning." Wang Yongchang smirked. "Lin Feiyang, does this not resemble your dormitory?"
As he spoke, he retrieved his phone and displayed several photos and videos that precisely depicted the surroundings of Lin Feiyang's dormitory.
Having viewed them, Lin Feiyang conceded, "Indeed, this is my dormitory."
Wang Yongchang nodded. "Since you acknowledge it, then it is settled. Just 20 minutes ago, under the witness of Director Wu Liheng, our staff entered your dormitory to conduct a search based on public reports, and we discovered 880,000 yuan in cash beneath your bed. You are now suspected of serious criminal activity, and we are initiating an investigation. Please accompany us." As he spoke, Wang Yongchang presented Lin Feiyang with videos and photos documenting their evidence collection in his dormitory. Lin Feiyang was rendered utterly speechless. At this moment, he realized he had been framed. However, the meticulousness of their operation was alarming, as they had even enlisted Wu Liheng to witness the evidence collection. No wonder Wu Liheng had answered the call but remained silent. This time, he was in deep trouble. Though seething with rage, reason compelled Lin Feiyang to allow them to cuff him and escort him to the county's disciplinary commission vehicle, leaving Broken Gong Town's police station behind. On the journey, he gazed out at the swiftly retreating trees and vehicles, his face etched with gravity, his heart weighed down by despair and frustration. His only hope now rested on Zhuge Kuan, Chen Xiaoxia, and Xiao Jinfeng, the 3 individuals who had only recently formed a tenuous bond with him. Yet, the dilemma persisted. Zhu Beikoan had just received a phone call and stepped out. When would she return? Zhu Beikoan was now in peril herself, as Su Zhongyi was already aware of her betrayal. Given Su Zhongyi's nature, he would undoubtedly pursue her relentlessly, potentially employing lethal means to eliminate her. The depths of Su Zhongyi's ruthlessness were all too apparent, making any reliance on Zhu Beikoan seem nearly impossible. Although Chao Zhenfeng had witnessed the entire process of Lin Feiyang's apprehension, even if he were aware of the unfolding events, he would likely find it difficult to take action, being merely a deputy-level official. With his limited influence, how could he possibly challenge the intricate trap laid by the Zhongyi group? In that moment, Lin Feiyang came to a profound realization. He had grievously underestimated the ruthlessness of the Zhongyi group and the formidable web of connections woven by their vested interests. He had failed to anticipate the efficiency of their operations. It was evident that Deputy Director Wang Yongchang of the First Supervision Office had not rushed over from the county's disciplinary commission on a whim. Otherwise, he would not have had time to orchestrate the placement of the so-called ill-gotten gains in Lin Feiyang's dormitory. Following this line of reasoning, Lin Feiyang could surmise that Su Zhongyi had likely intended to strike against him since the moment he had sabotaged the iron mine entrance. The illicit funds and items had probably been preemptively arranged. Otherwise, Wang Yongchang would not have dared to have Wu Lihang witness the evidence collection process. Clearly, Su Zhongyi and his associates had considered every angle meticulously, ensuring that Wu Lihang's involvement would serve to convey to County Party Secretary Ma Yuanxiang the undeniable culpability of Lin Feiyang. Meanwhile, Wu Lihang sat in his office, a bitter expression etched across his face as he sighed deeply. He had once held Lin Feiyang in high regard, yet was utterly unprepared for the abrupt turn of events that had seen Lin Feiyang whisked away by the county's disciplinary commission just as he began to uncover some leads. Now, he found himself a reluctant witness to the evidence collection process. What further vexed him was that Wang Yongchang had previously summoned him aside and explicitly warned him that this operation was classified and could not be reported to anyone until the official announcement from the disciplinary commission was made. Any breach of confidentiality would result in him bearing all consequences. At that moment, a pungent odor wafted into the room, followed by a thick cloud of smoke seeping through the window. Wu Lihang's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed outside. Upon reaching the open space in the courtyard, he beheld flames erupting from the second-floor conference room, smoke billowing into the air. Wu Lihang had no choice but to dial 119 to report the fire. The wind fanned the flames, causing the small two-story building of the police station to become engulfed in a conflagration that soon left only the framework standing. Just then, the sound of sirens pierced the air as the fire engines finally arrived. Wu Lihang's face darkened with dismay as he suddenly realized that the crucial ledgers belonging to the Zhongyi group were located in that very building. They were likely reduced to ashes. Damn it, this is a trap. Lin Feiyang is truly in grave danger. He stands on the brink of annihilation, having lost nearly all chances for redemption, Wu Lihang muttered to himself. Lin Feiyang was taken by the vehicle to a large residential complex in the county, where he was escorted directly to the 5th floor and confined in a room sealed tightly with thick iron plates. In the absence of light, the room was shrouded in darkness. After being pushed inside, the door was locked from the outside. With no light switch available, Lin Feiyang groped around in the dark until he located the bed and lay down upon it. Outside the room, Wang Yongchang dialed Su Zhongyi's number. Su, I have brought Lin Feiyang to the county seat as per your instructions, and he is being held in isolation. However, during the ride, we attempted to interrogate him, yet he remained utterly silent, simply chuckling coldly. Su Zhongyi nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, very well done, Wang Yongchang. It is entirely normal for Lin Feiyang to remain tight-lipped. I have heard from Dong Tianbao that he is likely a former Special Forces soldier, making it exceedingly difficult to breach his psychological defenses. However, remember this, regardless of the methods you employ, even if it involves coercive interrogation, as long as you can extract a confession of corruption from Lin Feiyang, you will have accomplished a great service. Wang Yongchang frowned. Su, you may not be aware, but all our interrogation processes must be recorded in full. Our disciplinary commission system mandates strict adherence to the law during suspect interrogations, otherwise, complications will arise. Su Zhongyi sneered, Old Wang, we are not strangers here. Let me be frank, Lin Feiyang has caused me significant losses, and I must see him eliminated. If you fulfill this wish, it will be a remarkable achievement. I cannot guarantee anything else, but I assure you, in 3 months, you will be promoted to a full department level, and if you perform exceptionally well, a promotion to deputy division head within 3 years is not out of the question. And if anything goes awry, do not worry, I will cover for you. Moreover, think about it, what could possibly happen to you in Tianfeng County? Niu Liang and Du Zhigua are both our own people. As for my connections in the city and province, they are beyond measure. Lin Feiyang's only ally in Tianfeng County is County Party Secretary Ma Yuanxiang, but if you can compel Lin Feiyang to confess, if you can solidify this case, how could Ma Yuanxiang possibly intervene on Lin Feiyang's behalf? Upon hearing Su Zhongyi's words, Wang Yongchang felt a surge of excitement. Although he was acutely aware that employing underhanded tactics against Lin Feiyang was a severe violation of the law, the potential rewards of compelling Lin Feiyang to confess were immensely appealing. The thought of advancing from a deputy level to a deputy division head within 3 to 4 years exhilarated him. Only 38 years old, with the right maneuvering and the support of the Zhongyi group and Su Zhongyi, ascending to leadership within the municipal government was not beyond the realm of possibility. Wang Yongchang was well aware of the extent of the Zhongyi group's influence. Why was he so willing to submit to Su Zhongyi's whims? The answer was simple, he had seen colleagues and acquaintances soar to great heights after assisting Su Zhongyi in his endeavors. That was the essence of Su Zhongyi's power. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, Wang Yongchang resolved to take a perilous gamble and subject Lin Feiyang to an intense interrogation. Rest assured, Su, I will handle this matter. However, the risks involved are considerable. I cannot report to my superiors and must act first, otherwise, the procedures will be improper, and I will find myself in a precarious position, especially if County Party Secretary Ma Yuanxian learns of it. Su Zhangyi smiled. Do not worry, Ma Yuanxian will not know for the time being. The only potential whistleblower, the police station chief, you have already warned as per my instructions, correct? As for the remaining personnel at the police station, I have already arranged for them to be out on duty before your arrival. When you get there, the station will be nearly empty. I even managed to lure away the journalist with a ruse. Your current circumstances are quite secure, however. Remain vigilant. You have 48 hours. That is the maximum time I can afford for you to extract Lin Feiyang's confession, otherwise, we will not be able to contain this situation. Upon hearing the 48-hour time frame, a confident smile spread across Wang Yongchang's face. 48 hours will be more than sufficient. After hanging up, Su Zhangyi's eyes glinted with malice. Lin Feiyang, remember this. I, Su Zhangyi, shall become the nightmare of your life.
Chapter 50. Chen Xiaoxia's fury. In a room so dark that one could not see their own hand in front of their face, Lin Feiyang lay quietly on the bed, eyes closed in meditation. He was acutely aware that his days ahead would likely be fraught with difficulty. Suddenly, the lights blazed to life, blindingly bright, the door creaked open, and the heavy sound of footsteps echoed in. Lin Feiyang kept his eyes tightly shut, and after a moment, slowly opened them. 3 figures loomed before him, those same 3 men who had taken him from the police station in Broken Gong Town. 2 of them moved a table and 4 chairs from the corner of the room, arranging them meticulously. Lin Feiyang, with an air of resignation, seated himself opposite the trio. Lin Feiyang, let us get straight to the point. Is the 880,000 yuan found under your dormitory bed a sum you extorted from Tiandi Engineering Company? Wang Yongchang declared, slamming the table with an authoritative air. Upon hearing the name Tiandi Engineering, Lin Feiyang's expression turned blank. He had never even heard of such a company, let alone had any dealings with them regarding money. As a special operations elite who had lived on the edge of life and death for the past 5 or 6 years, Lin Feiyang was well versed in the art of interrogation and possessed a wealth of knowledge beyond that. With a dismissive curl of his lip, he replied, Director Wang, your questioning methodology seems flawed. Such an approach is clearly leading and suggestive. Wang Yongchang scoffed. Lin Feiyang, spare me the nonsense. Answer my questions honestly. Confess and you may receive leniency. Resist and you shall face severe consequences. Do you understand? Lin Feiyang chuckled. Oh, I understand perfectly. However, I must inquire, what measures are you currently imposing on me? Is this a detention or something else? Wang Yongchang felt a jolt of unease. He had not anticipated that Lin Feiyang might suspect their actions were unauthorized. Though Lin Feiyang had not definitively concluded this, the seed of doubt had been planted. Lin Feiyang, you're talking far too much. Are you attempting to distract us? Bring him here and bind him. He needs to focus. Wang commanded coldly. Soon, 2 staff members appeared with a sturdy rope, swiftly binding Lin Feiyang to the chair, hands and feet restrained. At that moment, a sudden realization struck Lin Feiyang, his expression darkening. He comprehended that their actions were indeed unauthorized, otherwise, they would not have bound him so thoroughly after he raised his suspicions. Their behavior was unequivocally illegal. The most alarming part was that Lin Feiyang scanned the room and found no sign of surveillance cameras. According to the protocols of the disciplinary committee, any interrogation measures must be recorded in full, yet these men were clearly acting with impunity. Regrettably, Lin Feiyang had only now begun to grasp the gravity of the situation. He could hardly believe that, in an era where the rule of law was deeply ingrained, Wang Yongchang and his associates would dare to act unlawfully. Lin Feiyang understood well that Wang Yongchang had not ascended to the position of deputy director of the First Supervision Office without reason. He was not ignorant of the law, yet he chose to act this way, suggesting that the risks he faced were negligible compared to the potential gains. It was now evident that Wang Yongchang was likely a pawn of Su Zhangyi. Lin Feiyang's eyes narrowed. From that point on, regardless of how Wang Yongchang and his associates interrogated him, he remained silent. 6 hours passed, and despite Wang Yongchang's relentless probing, Lin Feiyang uttered not a single word. Wang Yongchang, now furious, jabbed a finger at Lin Feiyang. Lin Feiyang, all of this is of your own making. Since you refuse to disclose anything, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. With that, 2 staff members returned, carrying a hammer, books, mustard oil, a syringe, a large bucket of cold water, an air conditioning switch, 2 high-powered heating lamps, and a powerful fill light. Wang Yongchang gestured toward the array of implements. Lin Feiyang, before I pose my final question, allow me to explain the purpose of these tools. Do you see this syringe and mustard oil? If I were to spray mustard oil into your nostrils, you would be overwhelmed by a burning sensation, instantly bringing tears to your eyes. If you have ever tasted mustard, you know the intensity of that experience. But this is merely an appetizer. Observe these 2 high-powered heating lamps. They are also for your consideration. Should you continue to withhold information, we will subject you to their heat, allowing you to truly understand what it means to be engulfed in warmth. Picture the sensation of the lamps bathing your face in a comforting glow, while the fill light shines directly into your eyes. Rest assured, for the next few days, you shall have no opportunity for sleep, as you remain enveloped in this warmth. Should you still refuse to cooperate, we will douse you with this bucket of cold water, then activate the air conditioning at a chilling 16 degrees, subjecting you to the frigid winds of late autumn. Thus, we will alternate between heat and cold, making you acutely aware of the changing seasons. At this point, Wang Yongchang continued with a sinister chuckle. Of course, if you comply and honestly confess your true intentions regarding the 880,000 yuan from Tiandi Engineering Company, we will immediately restore you to a normal lifestyle, providing you with good food and drink.
Lin Feiyang, remember, opposing us will yield no favorable outcomes. Lin Feiyang gazed at Wang Yongchang's somewhat malevolent expression and retorted with a cold laugh. Wang Yongchang, if I am not mistaken, your trio's actions today have not been reported to the county's disciplinary committee, nor have you initiated a formal investigation against me. This implies that your actions today are entirely unauthorized, constituting illegal detention and interrogation. Your conduct has severely violated the law. I advise you to halt your actions before they escalate further. Otherwise, once you commence, there will be no turning back. Wang Yongchang did not expect Lin Feiyang would respond with such defiance. Despite his clear warnings, with a mocking sneer, he replied. Lin Feiyang, since you are so obstinate, let us begin with the mustard oil. Should you meet your demise as a result, do not blame me, for this is entirely of your own making. With a wave of his hand, Wang Yongchang strode out of the room. Although he had made these threats, he would not be present during the actual execution. He needed to distance himself to safeguard his own escape route. Nightfall descended swiftly, and the temperature in the room fluctuated between sweltering heat and biting cold. In this alternating state, Lin Feiyang found himself drenched in sweat one moment and chilled to the bone the next. The relentless oscillation between fire and ice began to take its toll, causing Lin Feiyang to feel feverish, yet, throughout it all, he maintained his silence, a sardonic expression etched on his face. Noticing Lin Feiyang's apparent fatigue, Wang Yongchang re-entered. Lin Feiyang, why persist in this folly? Deep down, you know very well that your punishment stems from your transgressions against Su Zhangyi. Why, of all people, did you choose to offend him? Are you seeking your own demise? Do not think that your lack of connections absolves you. Even with my Yuanxiang as a backing, you cannot afford to cross Su Zhangyi. You are utterly naive. Let me make it clear, Su Zhangyi has woven an intricate web of influence throughout Tiandushi. Anyone who dares to disturb the interests of any individual within this network will face a concerted backlash. Lin Feiyang, feeling somewhat weakened, spat defiantly. Bah, who do you think Su Zhangyi is? Merely a thug. No matter how powerful his background may be, anyone who dares to infringe upon the people's interests shall meet my wrath. I care not if he is Su Zhangyi or Dong Tianbao, so you're merely a stubborn fool, Wang Yongchang roared, his voice filled with rage. At that moment, he was truly taken aback by Lin Feiyang's remarkable resilience. After Lin Feiyang was taken away, Zhao Ruichang sprang into action, employing various underhanded tactics. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhenfeng had returned to his office, his expression grave. After a moment's hesitation, he pulled out his phone and dialed the number of the beautiful reporter, his old classmate Chen Xiaoxia. However, it was not until 7 hours later that Chen Xiaoxia finally answered her phone. Zhao Zhenfeng hurriedly relayed the news of Lin Feiyang's detention by the county's disciplinary committee. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoxia's lovely face clouded over with concern. Are they not framing him? How could an official as clean as Lin Feiyang possibly engage in bribery? Furthermore, are there even any projects in Broken Gong Town at present? There are none. If there are no projects, what kind of fool would Tiandi Engineering be to attempt to bribe Lin Feiyang? Zhao Zhenfeng replied with a wry smile. Indeed, but the current issue is that Wang Yongchang and his associates are quite skilled. They even had the police chief, Wu Lihan, witness their corrupt practices. They have both witnesses and evidence, and reversing this situation will be exceedingly difficult. Consider the fact that Lin Feiyang just blew up the entrance to the iron mine and apprehended 3 village leaders colluding with the Zhangyi group. It is no wonder Su Zhangyi would want to retaliate against Lin Feiyang, especially since Lin Feiyang intends to leverage those ledgers to reclaim the funds wrongfully taken by the Zhangyi group. Su Zhangyi will undoubtedly seek to eliminate Lin Feiyang. Chen Xiaoxia fell silent for a moment, her face flushing with anger as she declared, I must inform my father about this matter. Zhao Zhenfeng's eyes widened in alarm, and he vigorously shook his head. No, absolutely not. Your father's status is far too significant. In relation to this case, his position is akin to a nuclear bomb. For him to intervene on behalf of Lin Feiyang would be akin to using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Unless you wish for your father to look down upon Lin Feiyang in the future, you must not involve him. He is a man of considerable power and responsibility. We must resolve this matter ourselves. Do you have any good ideas then? I'm telling you, my mind is a jumble right now. If you have a plan, just say it. If not, I'll seek help elsewhere. Damn it, who dares to target the man I have my eyes on? In that moment, Chen Xiaoxia expressed her innermost feelings. Zhao Zhenfeng stared at her in disbelief, realizing that this usually aloof and proud beauty had indeed taken a liking to Lin Feiyang. It was astonishing that someone of her caliber, with a temper to match her striking looks and a father positioned at the pinnacle of power in Bei Province, would develop feelings for a mere town committee secretary. The world was truly mad. What are you thinking? If you have a solution, just say it, Chen Xiaoxia insisted, her anger palpable. At Zhao Zhenfeng could only manage a wry smile, saying, if you do not wish to see Lin Feiyang lose face in your father's eyes, we must resolve this thorny issue ourselves. Although Lin Feiyang has been framed, this problem is not insurmountable. Chen Xiaoxia fixed her piercing gaze on him. Zhao Zhenfeng continued, based on my assessment, if this situation comes to the attention of County Secretary Ma Yuanxian, he will undoubtedly intervene. Since Lin Feiyang has been unjustly framed, the truth will eventually come to light. However, since Lin Feiyang was taken away, 7 or 8 hours have passed without a peep from Secretary Ma. This indicates that he is unaware of the situation, which suggests that Wang Yongchang and his associates may be acting independently. Why would they take such a risk? The answer is simple. They aim to eliminate Lin Feiyang as revenge for the Zhangyi group while alleviating the financial crisis facing the Zhangyi group. Can you please stop beating around the bush and just give me the conclusion? Chen Xiaoxia's eyes glistened with urgency. Zhao Zhenfeng could only chuckle helplessly. I'm simply trying to gather my thoughts while speaking. I need some logical reasoning. My analysis is as follows. If I am correct, what Wang Yongchang and his associates fear most is the exposure of their actions in taking Lin Feiyang. If that happens, they will have to transition from the shadows to the light. At that point, Secretary Ma will undoubtedly intervene, as Lin Feiyang is one of his most esteemed young talents. With Secretary Ma's involvement, the crisis will be half resolved. Furthermore, you can approach the county's disciplinary committee as a victim as family member to request a meeting with Lin Feiyang, ensuring his safety and fair treatment. This way, once the disciplinary committee gets involved, Lin Feiyang's safety will be further assured. I'm familiar with the disciplinary committee. Their leadership is generally enlightened and progressive, especially Secretary Wu Jianxiang, who was parachuted in from the provincial committee and is a very upright leader. Chen Xiaoxia's face lit up with understanding. So you're suggesting I publicly report this matter and escalate it? Zhao Zhenfeng's eyes glinted with determination. Exactly. This situation has all the makings of a public scandal. Consider this: Lin Feiyang has just blown up the iron mine entrance, apprehended 3 village leaders, and uncovered issues with the ledgers, confirming their authenticity. Yet, at such a critical moment, he is taken by the county disciplinary committee, and shortly thereafter, the meeting room housing the ledgers is set ablaze, destroying all evidence.
Do you truly believe this is merely coincidence? I, for one, do not. Chen Xiaoxia's eyes blazed with conviction. Indeed, this is undoubtedly a conspiracy, 100% conspiracy. I know exactly what I must do. Damn it, just wait and see how I deal with this scoundrel. Anyone who dares to target the man I care about should prepare to face the consequences. Chapter 51 of The Wrath of Ma Yuanxiang. At this moment, Chen Xiaoxia's face was as cold as ice, her anger surging like a tempest, and she spoke with unbridled candor, devoid of any restraint. Beside her, Zhao Zhenfeng felt a weight descend upon his heart, his gaze drifting toward an uncertain horizon as he began to mourn for Lin Feiyang inwardly. Oh, Lin, I never anticipated that this little enchantress, Chen Xiaoxia, would truly take a liking to you. May fortune favor you. This woman is not merely fierce, her background is even more formidable. If you aspire to become a son-in-law of the Chen family, it is not merely a matter of overcoming obstacles. The rules of the Chen clan are numerous as the stars, especially considering Chen Xiaoxia's mother, who holds her prejudices with unparalleled severity. Even someone as accomplished as I am fails to catch her eye. Unaware of Zhao Zhenfeng's thoughts, Chen Xiaoxia stormed away with fervor.
Just an hour later, a poignant and masterfully crafted article appeared on the official platform of the Beiyi Province television station. This piece was both a report and a clarion call to arms, targeting the County Committee and County Disciplinary Inspection Commission of Tianfeng County directly. Chen Xiaoxia's article was seasoned with a sharp prose, clear logic, and piercing insights. She commenced with a bold declaration, employing an unusually rare opening for a news report. If a dedicated local official, striving for the public's interest, is framed and slandered by powerful interest groups wielding extensive connections, and subsequently targeted through seemingly legitimate disciplinary measures, who will safeguard the rights of this official?
Is there still fairness and justice in Tianfeng County? Will anyone rise to speak out with righteous indignation?
Such a cutting introduction immediately illuminated the article's intent, while simultaneously creating an air of gripping suspense. Chen Xiaoxia meticulously detailed all of Lin Feiyang's actions surrounding the Tianwangling iron ore incident. This was an online report. It was replete with images and videos. Chen Xiaoxia employed thorough and precise language, elucidating the event's context and consequences, directly pinpointing Lin Feiyang's demolition of the iron ore entrance, the thwarting of an illicit transport scheme,
and the grave issues discovered in the accounts of the Zhengyi group, all culminating in the absurdity of Lin Feiyang's sudden detention at such a critical juncture. She even shared several videos and images of the raging fire in the police station's conference room, shot by Zhao Zhenfeng, and incisively questioned why was Lin Feiyang taken away at this pivotal moment, just after the account data emerged. Why did the conference room, filled with ledgers, erupt into flames immediately following Lin Feiyang's detention, incinerating all records? To this day, who exactly detained Lin Feiyang, and where has he been taken? The Tianfeng County Disciplinary Inspection Commission has yet to disclose any information, nor have they informed Lin Feiyang's family simultaneously. Chen Xiaoxia posed several even sharper inquiries. I would like to ask the leaders of the Tianfeng County Committee. The Tianwangling iron mine has been suspended from mining for 5 or 6 years. How is it that the Zhengyi group has been able to illegally mine, extracting over 5 or 6 billion each year? Over such a prolonged period, has there been no public reporting? If there were reports, why has Tianfeng County taken no effective measures to prevent the illegal extraction of iron ore? Is there a protective umbrella involved? Who is the protector? Lin Feiyang was taken away by the County Disciplinary Inspection Officer Wang Yongchang under the pretext of soliciting a bribe of 880,000 yuan. Is this action lawful? Does it comply with the procedural norms of the disciplinary commission? Has there been any formal investigation initiated regarding this case? Have some individuals within the County Disciplinary Inspection Commission become mere agents and henchmen for the interest groups? Upon the publication of Chen Xiaoxia's report, she gritted her teeth and reached out to her close friend, drawing upon her entire savings of 180,000 yuan, enlisting her media-savvy friend to help garner support from prominent social media figures within the province and beyond to share and comment on her article. She needed this piece to gain traction swiftly. For her, only if it stirred sufficient public interest could Lin Feiyang's safety be somewhat assured. Although Chen Xiaoxia had not known Lin Feiyang for long, and even sensed his deliberate attempts to distance himself, she was undeniably captivated by his fearless heroism when she witnessed him risking everything to blow up the entrance to the Tianwangling iron mine to prevent theft. She was drawn to his audacity as he ventured into Wangji village to confront the iron ore storage facility. Chen Xiaoxia, ever the object of admiration due to her beauty, had always attracted suitors, many of whom were exceptional individuals. Yet she had never encountered a man who would so boldly stand against a colossal interest group for the sake of the common people's welfare. This was a valor that could withstand 1,000 adversaries. A nonchalance towards life and death that defied opposition. Previously, Chen Xiaoxia believed her feelings for Lin Feiyang were merely admiration, but upon hearing Zhao Zhenfeng's statement that Lin Feiyang might be the victim of a conspiracy, she realized she had unknowingly fallen for this dark and enigmatic figure.
In her quest to save Lin Feiyang, Chen Xiaoxia was resolute. This article was merely her opening gambit. Having published it, she immediately submitted an interview request to the Tianfeng County Disciplinary Inspection Commission, seeking to uncover the truth surrounding Lin Feiyang's predicament. Zhao Xinfeng, too, was not idle. Despite his brief acquaintance with Lin Feiyang, he had discerned the man's character long ago. A person daring enough to confront city and county leaders for the sake of the public, a town committee secretary willing to demolish the entrance to the Tianwangling iron mine, could he truly jeopardize his career over a paltry sum of 880,000 yuan? Zhao Xinfeng firmly believed Lin Feiyang had been wronged. As Chen Xiaoxia published her article, he dialed the county secretary Ma Yuanxiang's number. Secretary Ma, Lin Feiyang has been taken by Wang Yongchang from the County Disciplinary Inspection Commission under allegations of bribery.
It has been over 8 hours, are you aware of this situation? Ma Yuanxiang was taken aback, is this true?
Hearing this, Zhao Xinfeng realized that Ma Yuanxiang was entirely unaware of the situation, indicating that Wang Yongchang's actions had not followed the proper protocol. After all, Lin Feiyang was a town committee secretary. Any measures against him, even without Ma Yuanxiang's direct approval, should have been communicated to him. Thus, Zhao Xinfeng recounted the events leading up to Lin Feiyang's detention in detail, concluding, Secretary Ma, I strongly suspect that Comrade Lin Feiyang has been framed. I even suspect that Wang Yongchang is a hired hand of the Zhangyi group, and he likely bypassed the proper procedures to detain Lin Feiyang. This is clearly a premeditated and conspiratorial act. Please, Secretary Ma, rescue Lin Feiyang. He is innocent. I can guarantee this with my own position. Upon hearing this, Ma Yuanxiang's expression darkened. I truly had no knowledge of this matter. I will investigate immediately. As he spoke, his fury began to boil within him. It should be noted that while Lin Feiyang was not the first town committee secretary to pledge loyalty to him, he was certainly the most influential among them, one who could grant him significant leverage. Most importantly, he had resolved to cultivate Lin Feiyang, as he saw a reflection of his younger self in him. This was a young man with genuine patriotism. Such an outstanding individual could not be allowed to fall victim to the machinations of interest groups.
Absolutely not, Zhangyi Group. Du Zhigua, you are truly insatiable. Do you think I am unaware of your sordid dealings? Do you believe I, as county secretary, am a mere puppet? Humph, it seems you have underestimated me. For the greater good, I have endured, but you have pushed your luck. Thus, do not blame me for taking decisive action. Originally, according to my plans, I intended to bide my time before striking, but now I can no longer wait. You have crossed my final line. I will not tolerate the destruction of such an exemplary young cadre as Lin Feiyang at the hands of your interest groups. Ma Yuanxiang was utterly enraged. He immediately called the County Disciplinary Inspection Secretary Wu Jianxiang. At that moment, Wu Jianxiang was in a state of utter turmoil. The article had begun to gain traction online, particularly with the shocking interview request sent by Chen Xiaoxia as a provincial television reporter. Upon reading her article, his fury escalated. He had been completely oblivious to Wang Yongchang's actions, yet Chen Xiaoxia had repeatedly mentioned the County Disciplinary Inspection Commission in her piece. Most alarmingly, the article was escalating rapidly, placing the Tianfeng County Disciplinary Inspection Commission at the eye of the storm. How could he, as the County Disciplinary Inspection Secretary, remain unperturbed and not infuriated? What made matters worse was that both Wang Yongchang and his two subordinates had turned off their phones, rendering them unreachable. Even if he wished to ascertain the truth, he could not contact anyone just then. Ma Yuanxiang's call came through. Wu Jianxiang hastily answered. Ma Yuanxiang's voice was laced with fury. Comrade Wu Jianxiang, what on earth is happening with Lin Feiyang's detention by your Disciplinary Inspection Commission? Such a significant matter. Why was I, the county secretary, left entirely in the dark? Does your Disciplinary Inspection Commission regard me with such disdain? Or is it that my authority is so lacking that you find me unworthy of your respect? Ma Yuanxiang's words bore heavy weight, causing Wu Jianxiang to break into a cold sweat. He hurriedly explained, Secretary Ma, I must apologize to you. The responsibility for this matter lies entirely with our Disciplinary Inspection Commission. I do not deny it, however. May I offer an explanation? Speak, Ma Yuanxiang commanded, his anger still palpable. Wu Jianxiang continued, Secretary Ma, I was also unaware of Lin Feiyang's detention. To this day, I have received no reports regarding this incident. I attempted to contact Wang Yongchang and the two subordinates he took with him, but their phones are all turned off. Secretary Ma, our Tianfeng County Disciplinary Inspection Commission is currently at the center of a media storm. The provincial television reporter Chen Xiaoxia has sent us an interview request, and the article circulating online is authored by her. Secretary Ma, I am deeply troubled.
As Wu Jianxiang uttered his final words, his tone was a mixture of anger, helplessness, and bitterness, for he realized that he was in an exceedingly precarious position.
Should things go awry, he might become the scapegoat. Cursed be Wang Yongchang. Chapter 52 The Mad Zhuge. After listening to Wu Jianxiang's explanation, Ma Yuanxiang immediately understood the gravity of the situation. Wang Yongchang's actions were undoubtedly illegal and against regulations. It was evident that he intended to act first and report later. This meant that Wang Yongchang had no escape route left. He either had to coerce Lin Feiyang into confessing to bribery of 880,000 yuan and submit to guilt, or face dire consequences. Why was Wang Yongchang so audacious? Clearly, he had powerful backing, a stronghold, and the support of the loyal and righteous group. Ma Yuanxiang's gaze grew increasingly frigid, yet his thoughts were remarkably clear. Comrade Wu Jianxiang, it appears that the instigator of this predicament is none other than Wang Yongchang. The moment Ma Yuanxiang uttered this statement, Wang Yongchang was as good as finished. Wu Jianxiang nodded without hesitation. Indeed, Secretary Ma, Wang Yongchang is clearly attempting to act first and explain later, seeking to create a time lag. I suspect he intends to expedite Lin Feiyang's interrogation within 48 hours, and he may resort to unlawful methods to achieve this. Ma Yuanxiang's expression darkened as he stated, Comrade Wu Jianxiang, I have 3 recommendations. First, mobilize the entire County Discipline Inspection Commission to locate Wang Yongchang. If necessary, we may need to enlist the police's support. Second, we must spare no effort to ensure Lin Feiyang's personal safety.
He is a truly selfless public servant, and we cannot afford to let any harm come to him. Third, let the county propaganda department handle the public relations crisis, and communicate with Niu Liyong regarding this matter, fulfilling our duty to inform him of the situation. How he proceeds is of no concern to us. I will announce a county committee meeting in 1 hour to discuss this matter. After laying out his 3 recommendations, Ma Yuanxiang fell silent, patiently awaiting Wu Jianxiang's response. These points served both as a test of Wu Jianxiang's resolve and as a means of unifying their stance. This was an opportune moment to forge a united front with Wu Jianxiang, as they had been compelled to stand together in the face of this incident, their interests now aligned. In Bei Province, Tianfu City, at the headquarters of the Loyal and Righteous Group within the Loyal and Righteous Building, the senior executives were gathered in the conference room. Chairman Su Zhangyi's gaze swept coldly across the faces present. Everyone, the situation regarding Lin Feiyang has already escalated in public discourse, and our Loyal and Righteous Group is now at the center of this storm. The city leaders have issued us an ultimatum, demanding we find ways to mitigate the impact of this incident, otherwise, we shall bear all consequences ourselves. What do you propose we do? I'll go first, boss. I believe this matter can be handled quite easily. First, we need to sever the flow of information online, so we can send a legal letter to the provincial television station, demanding they retract their report and apologize to our Loyal and Righteous Group, as they possess no evidence proving we illegally mined iron ore at Tianwang Ridge. Second, we must invest money to delete posts. There are numerous public relations firms available now. Let us allocate 30 million to these firms to have those influential online figures remove the posts. For those stubborn figures, we can directly pay the PR companies to enlist the help of website and platform editors to delete the posts. Third, we should warn Chen Xiaoxia. This female journalist has been opposing us ever since she arrived in Tianfu City, constantly maligning us. We need to give her a stern warning. If necessary, we can send a few brothers to discreetly visit her home at night to intimidate her. After all, women can often be easily frightened. If she doesn't back down, we could resort to physical force until she ceases her slander. The online discourse is time-sensitive. The public's memory is as short as that of a fish. In a few days, this incident will fade from their minds. The speaker was Yang Longhui, the vice president of the Loyal and Righteous Group, known in the underworld as Brother Hui, one of Su Zhangyi's advisors.
After Yang Longhui finished, Su Zhangyi nodded in agreement. Longhui's suggestions are quite sound and feasible. Does anyone else have any opinions?
Subsequently, others contributed additional suggestions, and ultimately, Su Zhangyi confidently announced the meeting adjourned. In Su Zhangyi's view, the meeting had been a resounding success, particularly due to Yang Longhui's practical recommendations. He held the belief that there was no problem in this world that money could not solve, especially with his formidable network of connections. By tackling the situation from both angles, he was certain that the uproar caused by Lin Feiyang would soon be quelled, as all evidence detrimental to the Loyal and Righteous Group had been eradicated. His only concern was Zhuge Kuan, whom he perceived to be overly cautious. Otherwise, he would not have fled immediately after the Discipline Inspection Commission approached Lin Feiyang. Based on Zhuge Kuan's behavior over the years, Su Zhangyi believed he was likely cowering in a corner, fearful of retaliation. Additionally, during today's meeting, someone had already proposed issuing a bounty of 1 million for Zhuge Kuan's life, and Su Zhangyi was confident that upon hearing this news, Zhuge Kuan would either flee or go into hiding. If not, that 1 million would hang over his head like a guillotine. Su Zhangyi thought he understood Zhuge Kuan, yet he was unaware that the once despondent Zhuge Kuan, who had merely been existing without purpose, was now transformed. His fighting spirit had been ignited by Lin Feiyang, and he was no longer the same person. He was the former champion of the International Olympiad, a genius with an IQ of 140, a person of unparalleled cunning and ruthlessness. What Su Zhangyi did not know was that 30 years later, Zhuge Kuan's catchphrase would become renowned worldwide, making everyone who interacted with him tremble in fear as Zhuge Kuan would declare, "Only by deceiving others can I find joy. I am not a villain, it is simply that there are far too many who look down on others. Whoever dares to harm my leader will face the wrath of their entire family." Of course, those were all matters for another time. At this moment, Su Zhangyi still viewed Zhuge Kuan as the bespectacled, feather-fan-wielding figure who fancied himself cultured, and possessed a modicum of accounting talent. However, he could never have imagined that he had provoked a tyrannosaurus who was on the verge of awakening, one who was shrewd and vicious. At that very moment, Zhuge Kuan had undergone a complete metamorphosis. His once flowing long hair had been entirely shorn, his signature black-rimmed glasses hidden away in his pocket, replaced by a pair of elegant gold-rimmed spectacles. The feather fan was nowhere to be found. Instead, he now adorned himself with a set of antique-style prayer beads. Clad in a sharply tailored suit, he exuded the aura of a successful businessman. Currently, Zhuge Kuan resided in the new Source Hotel adjacent to the Loyal and Righteous Building. He had once walked alongside Su Zhangyi in the parking lot, heading towards his car, and Su Zhangyi had even cast a few glances his way. Little did Su Zhangyi know that the man exuding such charisma while driving a Hongqi HS9 was none other than Zhuge Kuan, the very individual for whom he had placed a bounty of 1 million. This exemplified Zhuge Kuan's audacity and determination. Inside the new Source Hotel, he procured a printer and photocopier, making over 10 copies of the accounting records stored in his email. After sealing them securely, he dispatched them via local and express courier to the Tianfeng County Discipline Inspection Commission, the Tianfu City Discipline Inspection Commission, the Bei Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, and the Central Discipline Inspection Commission. Only then did he leisurely download an IP masking software from his email, disguising the hotel's IP address through multiple layers before posting the electronic version of the Loyal and Righteous Group's accounts on numerous platforms where he had already registered accounts. Simultaneously, he drafted an article using these accounts as evidence, its title resonating with shock value: Loyal and Righteous Group steals 5.8 billion yuan in iron ore over 6 years, yet no one questions it. Whose fault is it? In this article, Zhu Guoquan presented a plethora of evidence from the accounts before launching into a probing inquiry of Vice County Head Du Zhigua of Tianfeng County. Do you truly remain unaware of the Loyal and Righteous Group's illicit mining activities? As the supervising Vice County Head, how can you escape accountability for such occurrences within your jurisdiction? To the leaders of Tianfu City, have you never received reports regarding the Loyal and Righteous Group's illegal mining of iron ore? I personally submitted 3 reports, each sent to the Municipal Committee, City Government, and Discipline Inspection Commission, yet every time, they vanished without a trace. Why is that? As the accountant for the Loyal and Righteous Group and the Loyal Trade Company, I have witnessed numerous county and city leaders accepting gifts from the Loyal and Righteous Group. Are you all simply pretending to be deaf and mute? Lin Feiyang was taken away by Wang Yongchang of the County Discipline Inspection Commission on charges of bribery. Do you not see this as a frame-up? What is the true motive behind this? Are you not afraid of the possibility that Lin Feiyang could expose the evidence of the Loyal and Righteous Group's theft of iron ore from Tianwang Ridge after deciphering the accounts? Do you not wish to eliminate Lin Feiyang altogether? Very well, if you dare to treat a selfless town committee secretary like Lin Feiyang in such a manner, do not blame me for going completely mad. Prepare yourselves for the repercussions of Lin Feiyang's demise. I assure you, I possess ample evidence of your clandestine dealings with the Loyal and Righteous Group, including recordings and images of your illegal activities. Beware, do not provoke me. Remember, you have 12 hours. If within this time frame I do not see Lin Feiyang appearing unharmed before the public, I will release all your information online. I intend to reveal to the citizens of Tianfu City just how many seemingly virtuous and grand figures engage in covert transactions of power and money. At this moment, I have lost my sanity. Do not seek me out, otherwise, I will expose your secrets ahead of time. Zhu Guoquan's article was published through a software system that allowed simultaneous posting across multiple platforms. Upon its release, the resultant public outcry was akin to the explosion of a nuclear bomb. Especially with Chen Xiaoxia's preceding article laying the groundwork, Zhu Guoquan's piece soared to the top of the trending charts within half an hour without needing any assistance from hired internet manipulators. Within the grand halls of the Municipal Committee and City Government of Tianfu City, chaos reigned supreme. Some individuals paced nervously in their offices, others chain-smoked, while others were drenched in sweat and anxiety.
Each person harbored the same thought: this Zhu Guoquan is a madman. Chapter 53: The Fury of Bai Weiwei. Following the publication of Zhu Guoquan's article, the response was nothing short of remarkable. Since the article's release, a cascade of directives has emanated from the municipal government of Tiandu City, reaching the county committee and government of Tianfeng County. Almost all prominent and influential individuals have received instructions from Tiandu City, the content of which is strikingly uniform. To locate Lin Feiyang and Wang Yongchang, in an instant, many residents of Tianfeng County, who previously had no knowledge of Lin Feiyang, have now heard his name. Ignorance is no longer an option, for these influential figures cannot personally search for Lin Feiyang and Wang Yongchang, but they can certainly dispatch their subordinates to do so. Consequently, the streets and alleys of Tianfeng County are bustling with individuals holding photographs of Lin Feiyang and Wang Yongchang, actively searching for them. In no time, the demand for printed materials has surged. The local copy shops in Tianfeng County are overwhelmed with business, as people frequently arrive to print electronic copies of Lin Feiyang's photograph. Meanwhile, at this very moment, within the confines of Tiandu City's Municipal Committee office, Secretary Zhu Junlong is diligently reviewing documents. The Municipal Secretary General, Hao Guoliang, enters with a grave expression, hastening to Zhu Junlong's side and urgently stating, "Secretary Zhu, we have a serious situation in Tiandu City." Zhu Junlong furrows his brow. What matter could possibly provoke such a serious demeanor from you, the Municipal Secretary General? Hao Guoliang offers a wry smile. It concerns the incident at the Tianwangling iron mine.
Not long ago, Lin Feiyang detonated explosives at the mine's entrance, which garnered widespread media attention. Zhu Junlong nods, fully aware of this incident. Moreover, Lin Feiyang's previous article, which exposed fraudulent practices in exemplary rural revitalization cases, left a profound impression on Zhu Junlong. Particularly, Lin Feiyang's audacious display of leveraging himself as a tool to compel the Tianfeng County Finance Bureau to return overdue payments to Paluo Town has firmly etched Lin Feiyang's name in Zhu Junlong's memory. In Zhu Junlong's view, Lin Feiyang possesses a distinct character, remarkable courage, and an unconventional approach. While he does not necessarily admire him, he certainly remembers him. Hao Guoliang continues, Secretary Zhu, not long ago, Lin Feiyang personally led a team to the Zhongyi Group's branch in Paluo Town, where he seized the accounts of Zhongyi Trading Company. Through undisclosed means, he verified the authenticity of those records, detailing every shipment of iron ore transported from Tianwangling by Zhongyi Group. Subsequently, Hao Guoliang meticulously recounts the events leading up to Lin Feiyang's detainment, handing Zhu Junlong printed copies of the 2 articles authored by Chen Xiaoxia and Zhu Guoquan. Upon finishing the documents, Zhu Junlong's demeanor darkens, and his voice turns icy. If the matters revealed in these articles are indeed true, then the issues plaguing Tianfeng County and Paluo Town are exceedingly grave, particularly regarding Zhongyi Group, whose arrogance is unparalleled. If they have indeed extracted several billion from Tianwangling, then it indicates gross incompetence among numerous individuals. Secretary General, you must personally call Tianfeng County and inform them that I will be closely monitoring this situation. I expect a thorough explanation from Tianfeng County. Furthermore, convey my desire to meet this Lin Feiyang. He seems quite impressive. How Guoliang promptly implements Zhu Junlong's directives, and the county's party secretary, Ma Yuanxiang, and county mayor, Niu Liang, are duly informed. Upon receiving this notification, Ma Yuanxiang's face lights up with excitement. After all, this is an instruction from the secretary of the municipal committee. Although the secretary general's message was brief, the remark about wanting to meet Lin Feiyang and the positive appraisal of him fills Ma Yuanxiang with joy, for he realizes that Lin Feiyang has finally caught the attention of Secretary Zhu Junlong. This could potentially signify a monumental opportunity for Lin Feiyang. In stark contrast to Ma Yuanxiang's exhilaration, Niu Liang's expression grows grave upon receiving the news, his brows furrowing deeply. After a lengthy pause, he finally contacts Du Zhigua. Will do. Where has Lin Feiyang gone? Quickly send someone to locate him, the municipal secretary wishes to meet him. Du Zhigua breaks into a sweat upon hearing this. He possesses a modicum of knowledge regarding Lin Feiyang's whereabouts, as it was he who introduced Wang Yongchang to Su Zhangyi. However, since reading Zhuge Kuan's article, he has been thoroughly alarmed. He attempted to reach Wang Yongchang, but the latter's phone has been perpetually turned off, leaving him in utter frustration. He can surmise what Wang Yongchang and his associates are up to, but now that the municipal secretary wishes to meet Lin Feiyang, the situation has escalated dramatically. Du Zhigua perceives this as a significant predicament, but little does he know, the trouble is far greater than he anticipates. At this very moment, 100 kilometers away in an ordinary county town, within an exquisitely decorated yoga studio, a woman who appears to be in her early 30s, with a stunning physique and gentle demeanor, is leading a group of women clad in yoga attire in their practice. Suddenly, her gaze lands on the news program playing in the studio, and her eyes become fixated on the television, unable to look away, for on the screen, her son Lin Feiyang's face unexpectedly appears, and the subsequent news report drains the color from her cheeks. After watching the report, she rises abruptly and declares, "Ladies, I have an urgent matter to attend to. Please disperse for today." "Sister Weiwei, you don't look well. Are you sick? Shall we take you to the hospital?" a beautiful woman in her 30s inquires. Lin Feiyang's mother gently shakes her head. "Xiaoman, there's no need. I'm fine. I have something urgent to attend to. Please remember to lock the door when you leave." With that, Lin Feiyang's mother hastily departs without even changing her clothes, returning to her car. She immediately opens her phone and goes online to investigate. To her shock, she discovers that her son, who had only recently transitioned from military service, has been embroiled in a series of earth-shattering events, each one more significant than the last. What angers her even more is the realization that her son is being framed and maligned by nefarious interest groups. How could she endure this? How dare they harm the son of Bai Weiwei? She is prepared to fight back. After a moment of hesitation, Bai Weiwei ultimately dials the number she has not called in over 20 years, a number that is etched in her heart like a stone carving. As soon as the call connects, a fervent voice emanates from the other end. "Weiwei, is that you? Where are you?" Bai Weiwei can easily discern the excitement in the man's voice and coldly replies, "Lin Deyu, listen carefully. Your son Lin Feiyang is in trouble. He has been bullied and framed in Tianfeng County, Tiandu City, and the assailants clearly wish to see him dead. Lin Feiyang's life hangs in the balance. If you possess even a shred of conscience, if you remember that you once had a son, I implore you to look into the matter. Of course, if you choose to ignore it, that is also fine. If my son dies, I shall follow him into the afterlife, for he is my entire existence, and at that point, you can rest easy, untroubled as you ascend to the helm of the Lin family." With that, Bai Weiwei abruptly hangs up the phone and shuts it off. She then collapses against the steering wheel, sobbing uncontrollably. Since Lin Feiyang was 1 year old, Lin Deyu had abandoned her and their son to return to Kyoto City. Now, more than 20 years have passed. She has raised her son alone, and despite enduring countless hardships, she never once reached out to Lin Deyu, even when he had promised that his phone number would remain available to her and their son forever. He had vowed that no matter the peril, he would come to their aid without hesitation. However, Lin Deyu waited for over 20 years without receiving a single call from Bai Weiwei. For she is a self-reliant woman. Even without Lin Deyu, relying solely on her ancestral skills in traditional Chinese medicine and martial arts, she could stand on her own 2 feet. But today, Bai Weiwei can no longer maintain her pride, for in her heart, her son Lin Feiyang is her universe. He is her sole hope for existence. Thus, even after 2 decades of maintaining her dignity, she steels herself against her sorrow and dials the number of the unfaithful man. A mother's concern for her child knows no bounds, especially upon learning that her son has been framed and is in mortal danger. In this moment, as she rests her head on the steering wheel, the emotions and profound pain she has concealed for over 20 years erupt forth. Bai Weiwei weeps, her cries resonate with anguish, echoing through the heavens. For over 20 years, no one has known the immense struggle she has faced as a single woman raising her spirited son Lin Feiyang. No one understands how many nights she has been jolted awake by nightmares while her son bravely faces the battlefield. Though he simply told her he was a common soldier in the army, Bai Weiwei is no fool. She was once the belle of Beishur University. While her son may not speak of it, she can see the myriad scars on his body, especially those from gunfire, and she understands their significance. Thus, each time he departs, she feigns a smile, only to return home and weep uncontrollably. She loves her son dearly but cannot let him know that she has discerned the truth. She has long awaited her son's transition from military service, yearning for the day when she would no longer have to live in fear. Consequently, she opened a yoga studio, allowing her to exercise while also providing a space for camaraderie with her sisters. Yet, Bai Weiwei never anticipated that the news she would receive would be that her son is being framed and may even face imprisonment. Bai Weiwei is filled with rage. No one shall harm her son, Lin Feiyang. She can forsake her pride and dignity, but she must save her child. Chapter 54. A debt of gratitude. After a bout of heart-wrenching tears, Lin Feiyang's mother, Bai Weiwei, dried her eyes and gazed out at the bustling crowd beyond the window, her mind racing with thoughts.
Although she had already contacted Lin Deyu, he had since remarried and had 2 children of his own. Would he even remember that he once had a son? Did he still harbor any feelings for Lin Feiyang? What if Lin Deyu chose to remain indifferent? She resolutely told herself that she could not pin all her hopes on one person. The life of her son was worth more than gold. Wasn't it merely a matter of connections? Did they truly believe that this lady was destitute? Was her once renowned title of miraculous healer merely a fade? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Bai Weiwei took out her phone and began searching until she finally found a name. Chen Wenhai. Without hesitation, she dialed his number. Bai Weiwei had some recollection of Chen Wenhai. He was a patient she had saved many years ago while she was still practicing medicine. After his recovery, he had revealed that he was a county chief from a neighboring area, expressing that she had not only saved his life but also his political career. He had promised that his phone number would remain available for her, offering assistance whenever she might need it. The debt of gratitude he owed her was as heavy as a mountain. Bai Weiwei was uncertain of Chen Wenhai's current position, but she knew he was in his 50s and likely had not retired. After all these years, his rank must surely exceed that of a county party secretary. As long as he held a position of authority, he might be able to help save her son.at this moment. Bai Weiwei was casting her net wide in desperation. Once she reached Chen Wenhai, she spoke plainly. Chen Wenhai, I am calling to seek your assistance. My son, Lin Feiyang, has been wrongfully accused in Tianfeng County, and his life hangs in the balance. If you are able, please lend a hand. If not, I will not press. With that, she hung up the phone. This was Bai Weiwei's decisive style. She did not linger to hear a word from Chen Wenhai. She then proceeded to make several more calls to individuals she believed might assist in rescuing her son. After completing those calls, she wiped away her tears, changed her clothes, and drove straight to Tianfeng County. Unbeknownst to her, her calls had sent shockwaves throughout the entire Beiyang province. Meanwhile, in his spacious and bright office in the capital city of Kyoto, Lin Deyu hung up the phone, his expression one of intense excitement. He raised his arms as if cradling a baby, recalling the moment over 20 years ago when he held his chubby son, Lin Feiyang, born to Bai Weiwei. Back then, in his youth, Bai Weiwei would anxiously stand beside him, protective as a mother tiger. Every time he held their son in those moments, all his weariness would vanish. His son and wife were everything to him, filling his heart with pure happiness. That blissful time came to an end when his family chose a suitable bride for him, urging him to marry and accept his family's cultivation. The family faced numerous crises, and that marriage was seen as a means to resolve them. Thus, as a man, he made the choice that would lead him to become a heartless traitor, watching helplessly as Bai Weiwei departed into the biting cold with their son, Lin Feiyang, in a flurry of snow. My son. Lin Feiyang is my son, Lin Deyu's son, I named him. Lin Deyu murmured to himself, recalling the information Bai Weiwei had shared then. A shadow clouded his once affectionate and nostalgic face. Weiwei called me. She said someone is trying to harm our son. It's a frame-up. Despicable. How outrageous. This is a son I have never been able to show my fatherly love to. How dare they bully my son? Do they think Lin Deyu is easy to trifle with? A tiger does not show its power. Do they take me for a sickly cat? With that thought, Lin Deyu's tear-filled eyes flashed with a fierce determination. He stepped over to a map of the nation hanging in his office, tracing his finger across it while murmuring, Beiyang Province, Tianfeng County, what is my connection? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. He recalled the name Dai Pengfei, a former college classmate and fellow party school comrade, who had once shared a bunk with him. Despite their differing political ideologies and affiliations, a bond of friendship had endured. With that in mind, Lin Deyu promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Dai Pengfei. After a moment, the call connected, revealing a slightly fatigued voice on the other end. Lin Deyu, what do you need? Old Dai, could you do me a favor? Lin Deyu asked, his tone unexpectedly earnest. Dai Pengfei, taken aback, noted that although they had always had a good relationship, Lin Deyu had never asked him for anything before. This new tone piqued his interest. What is it? Tell me. My son, Lin Feiyang, has been wrongfully accused in Tianfeng County, and his life is in jeopardy. Please help me save him. Consider it a debt of gratitude owed to you. Lin Deyu concluded. Shock washed over Dai Pengfei's face. He was aware of Lin Deyu's family background yet had never heard of Lin Feiyang, and now, Lin Deyu was revealing that he had a son named Lin Feiyang, whose plight was unfolding in the very province Dai governed. This revelation was staggering. Dai Pengfei understood that such a disclosure was risky in their political arena, where revealing connections could have severe ramifications, yet, Lin Deyu was asking for his assistance and promising a debt of gratitude in return. At their level, such debts were not easily repaid. Dai Pengfei, knowing Lin Deyu's cautious nature, realized that Lin Feiyang must be of significant importance to him. Alright, Lin Deyu, I will look into this matter. If Lin Feiyang is indeed innocent, I will ensure justice is served and that your son remains safe, he assured, emphasizing the phrase, your son. Lin Deyu offered a wry smile, attempting to clarify, this is a child I had with someone before marrying Chen Ruoshi. He means a great deal to me. Dai Pengfei nodded in understanding. Among friends, words were often unnecessary. As intentions were cleared, Dai Pengfei promptly reached for the phone on his desk, dialing a speed dial. Lao Zhou, come to my office. 5 minutes later, Zhou Jianxin, the provincial secretary, arrived. Secretary Dai, you called for me? Dai Pengfei nodded. Lao Zhou, I need you to personally look into the case of a town committee secretary named Lin Feiyang from Tianfeng County. I have heard he has been wrongfully accused. If this is true, we must swiftly restore his honor. Zhou Jianxin was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the provincial secretary would personally intervene on behalf of a mere town committee secretary.
However, he quickly recollected himself, smiling wryly. Secretary Dai, even if you hadn't brought it up, I was already planning to report this matter to you. Lin Feiyang has gone viral online.
He has dominated the trending topics for the past week. Dai Pengfei was momentarily stunned. What is happening?
Zhou Jianqin succinctly relayed the information he had gathered online, and upon hearing it, Dai Pengfei's expression shifted to one of concern.
So, it seems Lin Feiyang may indeed be the victim of a frame-up?
Zhou Jianqin nodded. While it's not a certainty, the evidence strongly suggests it. Recently, an accountant from the Loyal and Righteous Group has turned whistleblower, releasing the company's financial records online. Lin Feiyang had uncovered this information and intended to confront the group when county disciplinary officials suddenly detained him without prior notice. To this day, he and a deputy director from the county's disciplinary committee named Wang Yongchang remain unreachable. All evidence points to Lin Feiyang being framed. After a moment's contemplation, Dai Pengfei instructed, contact the city party committee secretary, Zhu Junlong, and have him personally investigate this matter. Let him know I am closely monitoring the situation. Remember, you must oversee this personally, and we must resolve this swiftly. Lin Feiyang's background is not simple. Zhou Jianqin, understanding the gravity of Dai Pengfei's words, promptly dialed Zhu Junlong's number. Upon receiving Zhou Jianqin's call, Zhu Junlong broke out in a sweat. He had not anticipated that Lin Feiyang's predicament would reach the ears of the provincial secretary, and that Secretary Dai would express such concern. Zhu Junlong understood that when officials of Dai and Zhou's caliber took an interest in a matter, it was rarely superficial. There were often deeper implications. Zhu Junlong was further taken aback when, just as he hung up on Zhou Jianqin, his phone rang again. The caller ID displayed the number of Chen Wenhai, the low-key provincial deputy secretary, a figure not to be underestimated in Beiyi province. It was rumored he would likely ascend to the position of provincial governor in a few years, given that he was only 53 and had a promising future ahead.
Zhu Junlong quickly answered, Secretary Su, this is Zhu Junlong.
Chen Wenhai got straight to the point. Zhu Junlong, I am calling to ask for a personal favor.
Zhu Junlong was startled. The deputy secretary, a high-ranking official, was asking him for a favor?
This was undoubtedly a serious matter. Nevertheless, he steeled himself. Secretary Chen, please, tell me what you need. I will do my utmost. Chen Wenhai continued, I understand that there is a town committee secretary in Tianfeng County named Lin Feiyang who appears to be the victim of a frame-up. I ask that you ensure, if he is indeed innocent, his life is safeguarded. If he is not innocent, then within the bounds of the law, protect his legitimate rights. If you can accomplish this, I will owe you a favor. Hearing this, Zhu Junlong felt his heart race. He had not expected such a request from the discreet yet promising deputy secretary. Clearly, Lin Feiyang was connected to high-ranking officials. What was his background? Zhu Junlong had never heard any rumors about him previously.
Yet, he was genuinely alarmed.
Secretary Chen, our city party committee has already dispatched personnel to investigate. Based on the evidence I have so far, it seems highly likely that Comrade Lin Feiyang is indeed innocent. Rest assured, I will do everything possible to ensure his safety and protect his rights. Chen Wenhai took a deep breath. Zhu Junlong, I am relying on you for this matter. You must ensure Lin Feiyang's safety. As he spoke, Chen Wenhai's mind flashed back to the sunny little boy from years past. During his treatment at Bai Weiwei's clinic, he had been unable to move, suffering through a divorce while his wife took their child away. Alone in his illness, he had been left to fend for himself as those who once supported him turned their backs. In that dark time, it was the cheerful little boy who had fed him water and porridge, and offered him small pieces of apple, rekindling his will to live. Bai Weiwei's medical skills had saved him from the brink of death, restoring him to health. Now, that once radiant little boy was being wrongfully accused and targeted for harm. How could Chen Wenhai not feel a surge of emotion and fury? Just as Zhu Junlong thought the conversation was concluding, Chen Wenhai added softly, if anything happens to Lin Feiyang, I will ensure that Tianfeng County runs red with blood.
With that, Chen Wenhai ended the call.
In that moment, Zhu Junlong felt a chill run down his spine. Though Chen Wenhai's tone was calm, the phrase runs red with blood sent shivers through him. As the city party secretary, he understood the implications of such a statement. It meant that if Lin Feiyang faced harm, Chen Wenhai would risk everything, even his own political future, to avenge him. At that point, faced with the wrath of the deputy secretary, who would stop at nothing, who in Tianfeng County could escape the storm. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhu Junlong convened an emergency city party committee meeting. During this meeting, he adopted a firm stance, disregarding the objections of Mayor Guo Baoliang and other committee members, declaring that all available resources, including technical means, must be employed to locate Lin Feiyang and Wang Yongchang, ensuring Lin Feiyang's safety at all costs. Simultaneously, the city party committee dispatched a joint investigation team to Tianfeng County, led personally by Secretary Hao Guoliang. This was no ordinary delegation, it was headed by a member of the city party committee. The deputy secretary of the city disciplinary committee would accompany them to Tianfeng County. The contents and outcomes of this committee meeting were quickly documented and sent to Tianfeng County, sending shockwaves through the local government. No one had anticipated such a response from the city party committee. However, individuals like Niu Liyong and Du Zhigua quickly became apprehensive, yet they were met with an even more astonishing development. After the city party committee's directive arrived, they received notification that the provincial committee had also dispatched an investigation team to Tianfeng County, led by a deputy secretary of the provincial disciplinary committee, comprising several elite members from the provincial disciplinary body, bypassing the city to head directly to Tianfeng County. In an instant, the small Tianfeng County was engulfed in turmoil, its political landscape rife with anxiety. Meanwhile, in a ministry office in Kyoto, Lin Diyu called in his office director, assigning tasks before taking his secretary with him, setting off for Beiyi province's Tianfeng County under the guise of a secret investigation. Chapter 55. A head as big as a basin in the face of 2 consecutive emergency meetings convened by Tian City and Tianfeng County to discuss Lin Feiyang's situation, Su Zhangyi felt a surge of fear. At that moment, he received a mysterious phone call. Su Zhangyi, leave the country and never return, otherwise, if you delay any longer, it will be too late. Despite his reluctance and his belief in the strength of his connections, he dared not defy the warning from the voice on the other end, for that person was his true pillar of support. With the gravity of the situation acknowledged by all, he had no choice but to retreat. After all, he was merely a pawn in their game. Su Zhangyi vanished quietly, as if he had evaporated from the earth. Meanwhile, in Tianfeng County, amidst the fervent search for Lin Feiyang, he was finally located. The one who found him was Wu Jianxiang, the county's Discipline Inspection Commission secretary. Ever since he learned that his subordinate, Wang Yongchang, had taken Lin Feiyang from Broken Gong Town, he felt immense pressure, especially after the municipal and county committees held 2 meetings in quick succession. He realized the severity of the situation and mobilized all resources within the county's Discipline Inspection Commission, personally leading a comprehensive investigation at all case handling sites. Upon arriving at the investigation site, he was immediately struck by an icy chill as he entered the room. His gaze fell upon Lin Feiyang, drenched and seated directly beneath the air conditioning vent, where a fierce cold wind blew relentlessly. At that moment, Lin Feiyang was clad only in a thin t-shirt, while the 3 individuals opposite him were bundled in thick overcoats and hats, protecting themselves from the chill. Nearby, 2 small heaters stood sentinel beside Lin Feiyang. The floor was damp, and a large bucket of cold water, filled with ice cubes, lay in the corner. Witnessing this scene, Wu Jianxiang's fury ignited. His eyes widened in rage. Wang Yongchang and his companions were equally dumbfounded, never expecting the county discipline inspection secretary to arrive unannounced. They were aware that this investigation site was established by their inspection department and was funded by a businessman. Few knew of this arrangement, yet Wu Jianxiang had somehow come to learn of it. Wang Yongchang, trembling in fear, forced a smile and said, "Wu, Secretary Wu, you could have at least given us a heads up before coming. We would have welcomed you properly." Wu Jianxiang, looking at Wang Yongchang's duplicitous face, could no longer contain his fury. Usually mild-mannered and reserved, he erupted, delivering a swift kick to Wang Yongchang's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground, and bellowed, "Welcome your grandmother's leg. Trash." Afterward, Wu Jianxiang commanded his subordinates, "Turn off the air conditioning, call 120 for an ambulance immediately." As he spoke, he approached Lin Feiyang, his expression filled with remorse.
"Comrade Lin Feiyang, I apologize.
This is a failure of our county's Discipline Inspection Commission, and I am sorry for the distress you have endured. I assure you that we will restore your honor." At that moment, even Lin Feiyang, with his resilient spirit, could not withstand the relentless alternating extremes of heat and cold imposed by Wang Yongchang and his associates. After suffering for over 10 hours without food or drink, his body had grown exceedingly weak. Yet, upon seeing Wu Jianxiang enter with several individuals, he sensed that salvation had arrived. After hearing Wu Jianxiang's apology, Lin Feiyang struggled to muster a faint smile before collapsing. Wu Jianxiang's face paled at the sight. He had received reports indicating that if anything happened to Lin Feiyang, there would be significant personnel changes, not only in Tianfeng County but also in Tian City.
The higher-ups were said to be infuriated by Lin Feiyang's predicament. Consequently, witnessing Lin Feiyang faint before him made Wu Jianxiang's heart race in panic. He noticed Lin Feiyang's body twitching uncontrollably, burning with fever.
Wu Jianxiang shouted, "Quickly, call for an ambulance, hurry, otherwise, I will lead an investigation into the health system myself." He then pointed at Wang Yongchang and his companions, commanding, "Take these 3 away immediately. Implement detention measures and complete the paperwork later. They are a disgrace to our county's Discipline Inspection Commission."
Wu Jianxiang was utterly enraged. Though he did not declare bloodshed, his wrath was sufficient to instill fear in many within Tianfeng County.
Wang Yongchang and his accomplices had never imagined that Su Zhangyi's temporary reprieve of 28 hours would ultimately fail, for Lin Feiyang's lips were sealed as tightly as if they were bolted shut. They had subjected him to various tortures, and even as Lin Feiyang's fever reached 41 degrees Celsius, he remained silent. The moment Wu Jianxiang entered, Wang Yongchang and his companions slumped, fully aware that their political gamble had failed miserably. They were dragged out by the county discipline inspection personnel, their legs dragging on the ground, devoid of the strength to stand. They understood that their lives were effectively over. Although they had turned off their phones, they still kept abreast of the external situation online. Upon witnessing the uproar caused by Qin Xiaoxia and Zhuge Kuan's articles, fear gripped them. Yet, by then, they had no avenue for retreat and could only forge ahead into darkness. Consequently, their interrogations of Lin Feiyang grew increasingly frantic and cruel. Nevertheless, Lin Feiyang remained unyielding, resolutely silent. Just as they were on the brink of despair and prepared to resort to more brutal measures, Wu Jianxiang arrived. The ambulance arrived swiftly. Within 5 minutes. Wu Jianxiang personally accompanied Lin Feiyang to the vehicle and was present throughout the emergency treatment process. When Lin Feiyang was placed in a private hospital room, Wu Jianxiang stood vigil by his side, attending to him without rest. Originally, such diligence was unnecessary, but Wu Jianxiang felt a deep sense of guilt. After all, the illegal and irregular actions taken against Lin Feiyang were perpetrated by his own subordinates, reflecting his failure as the county discipline inspection secretary. Thus, he sought redemption. Moreover, Wu Jianxiang was acutely aware that if the Zhangyi group had the audacity to bribe Wang Yongchang and others, they would not hesitate to hire assassins. Hence, he devoted himself entirely to protecting Lin Feiyang, refusing to believe that anyone would dare to act against him under Wu Jianxiang's watch. Even if they were bold enough to harm Lin Feiyang, they would have to trample over Wu Jianxiang's body to do so. This was the first time Wu Jianxiang had genuinely admired someone from the depths of his heart. During the 2 emergency meetings, he had learned extensively about Lin Feiyang's past. The more he learned, the more profound his admiration grew. Thus, he remained at Lin Feiyang's side, while 2 staff members from the County Discipline Inspection Commission stood guard outside the door. During this time, Wu Jianxiang received reports indicating that Wang Yongchang and his associates confessed shortly after being taken back to the County Discipline Inspection Commission, detailing their illegal actions under Su Zhangyi's orders against Lin Feiyang. Following Wu Jianxiang's directives, Ma Yuanxiang issued a strict directive given that Wang Yongchang and his compatriots, as discipline inspection personnel, had broken the law. They must face severe and stringent disciplinary actions. They were not only dismissed from their positions but also faced the grim prospect of imprisonment. After a continuous 24-hour period of medical care, while Lin Feiyang's fever subsided, he remained in a state of unconsciousness. During this time, the county committee leadership visited him once, and upon being informed that Lin Feiyang was no longer in danger, they departed. Subsequently, the municipal secretary, Hao Guoliang, personally came to visit Lin Feiyang. Initially intending to offer his regards, he was taken aback to find Lin Feiyang still unresponsive. He could only report the situation to Municipal Secretary Zhu Junlong, who promptly instructed that the best doctors and medications be utilized to ensure Lin Feiyang's safety, while also dispatching personnel to provide covert protection against any further attempts by the Zhangyi group to harm him. Before Hao Guoliang left, he directly communicated Zhu Junlong's message to all county committee members. Everyone, Secretary Zhu has directed me to inform you that should anything happen to Lin Feiyang, there will inevitably be significant personnel changes within the Tianfeng County Committee. At least half of the current committee members will be removed from their leadership positions. Furthermore, regarding the iron ore in Broken Gong Town, anyone involved will be held accountable, no exceptions. Upon hearing this, many faces turned ashen, and the atmosphere grew exceedingly tense. Subsequently, Zhu Junlong convened an enlarged meeting of the municipal committee, where he resolutely advocated for a comprehensive investigation into the Zhangyi group by the municipal police in various departments, as well as immediate apprehension of the group's upper management, particularly Su Zhangyi. However, Zhu Junlong was greatly disappointed to receive feedback from the municipal police that, while many senior members of the Zhangyi group had been captured, Su Zhangyi remained elusive, as if he had vanished without a trace. Enraged, Zhu Junlong issued a directive to spare no effort in capturing Su Zhangyi while simultaneously freezing all financial accounts and assets of the Zhangyi group. In the private hospital room of Tianfeng County People's Hospital, the County Discipline Inspection Secretary, Wu Jianxiang, who had been awake for over 10 hours, stifled a yawn and was about to rise for some tea when the door swung open. The beautiful reporter, Chen Xiaoxia, strode in, completely ignoring Wu Jianxiang's presence. She hurried to Lin Feiyang's side, grasping his hand fervently, exclaiming, "Lin Feiyang, you must not die. If you do, even in the underworld, I will not let you off. You stole my first kiss. If you pass away, you owe me an apology. Wake up, quickly." Chen Xiaoxia shook Lin Feiyang's arm vigorously, tears streaming down her cheeks. At that moment, she failed to notice that the door, slightly ajar upon her entry, had allowed Lin Feiyang's mother, Bai Weiwei, to stand at the threshold. Gazing at her son lying in the hospital bed, her eyes brimmed with tears, cascading like a broken pearl curtain, Bai Weiwei rushed toward the bed, her voice trembling as she called out, "Feiyang, Feiyang, what has happened to you?" She was engulfed with worry for her son, her voice carrying across the room. Hearing her call, Chen Xiaoxia turned, tears in her eyes, and saw Bai Weiwei approaching, instantly seizing Lin Feiyang's hand and bursting into tears. In that moment, Chen Xiaoxia felt a pang of jealousy. The woman before her possessed a figure that was undeniably alluring, perhaps even more so than her own, and an air of mature elegance that she lacked. Most strikingly, this woman was extraordinarily beautiful. Despite appearing to be in her early 30s, her stunning visage and curvaceous form overshadowed her age. Could this woman be Lin Feiyang's significant other? With that thought, Chen Xiaoxia furrowed her brow, casting a hostile glance at Bai Weiwei. "Sister, who are you? Do you know whose bedside you are standing by?" Bai Weiwei momentarily froze, then turned to Chen Xiaoxia and asked, "Isn't he Lin Feiyang?" Chen Xiaoxia nodded firmly. "Indeed, he is Lin Feiyang, my boyfriend." "Sister, who are you? Could you refrain from holding someone else's hand without permission?" As she spoke, Chen Xiaoxia pointed accusingly at Bai Weiwei, her eyes brimming with wariness and a silent warning, wanting Bai Weiwei to back down. Simultaneously, she puffed out her chest, asserting her presence. Meanwhile, Lin Feiyang, who had been in a deep slumber for 12 hours, felt his head spinning at Chen Xiaoxia's words. Chapter 56. A tangle of love and hate. Bai Weiwei glanced at Chen Xiaoxia, a girl of striking beauty and undeniable charm. Of this young woman radiated both refinement and spiritedness. Even in moments of anger, she maintained a commendable composure. During their initial encounter, Bai Weiwei harbored no ill feelings towards Chen Xiaoxia. After all, she had just overheard the girl murmuring about how her son had taken away her first kiss, prompting a bittersweet smile from Bai Weiwei. With a cheerful demeanor, she turned to Chen Xiaoxia and asked, "My dear, are you truly Lin Feiyang's girlfriend? I must admit, he has never spoken of you." Confused, Chen Xiaoxia assumed this beautiful woman must be vying for Lin Feiyang's affection, and retorted with a hint of indignation, "I haven't heard him mention you either." "Pray tell, what is your name and how long have you known him?" Taking the initiative, Chen Xiaoxia's assertiveness was palpable. Bai Weiwei, still smiling, replied, "Well, let me think. Lin Feiyang is 25 this year, and adding the 9 months of pregnancy, I suppose we've known each other for 26 years. As she spoke, she scrutinized Chen Xiaoxia's face, her smile unwavering. Chen Xiaoxia was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in realization. "Wait, are you his mother?" she stammered, her face flushing with embarrassment. Bai Weiwei nodded with a grin. "Indeed, I am Lin Feiyang's mother." At that moment, Chen Xiaoxia felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in. How mortifying it was to feel jealousy towards Lin Feiyang's own mother, yet she could hardly believe how youthful Bai Weiwei appeared. "Hello, auntie, please excuse me, I must take my leave," she stammered, stumbling towards the exit. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, she decided it was best to depart. Watching Chen Xiaoxia's retreating figure, Bai Weiwei couldn't help but smile with a sense of satisfaction. Having elicited jealousy from Lin Feiyang's future girlfriend was a sweet vindication for her womanly pride. Thus, she held no animosity towards Chen Xiaoxia. In fact, she found herself quite fond of the girl. Meanwhile, Wu Jianxiang, who had witnessed the entire exchange, approached Bai Weiwei once Chen Xiaoxia had left. With a look of genuine contrition, he said, "You must be Lin Feiyang's mother. I am Wu Jianxiang, the secretary of the County Discipline Commission. I owe you an apology for the inappropriate behavior of our commission's personnel, which caused your son distress."
"I am truly sorry."
Upon hearing Wu Jianxiang's words, Bai Weiwei surmised the circumstances and waved her hand dismissively. "Secretary Wu, I have no interest in your affairs. As long as my son is safe, I am indifferent to the rest." Wu Jianxiang nodded earnestly. "Then please enjoy your time together.
I will wait outside."
With that, he exited, gently closing the door behind him. As the door clicked shut, Bai Weiwei seized Lin Feiyang by the ear, pulling him up from the hospital bed. As a skilled physician, she could ascertain her son's condition merely by feeling his wrist. It was evident to her that he was pretending to be asleep, with his ear firmly in her grasp. Lin Feiyang pleaded, "Mom, be gentle.
I'm your son, and I'm a patient."
"Patient, my foot, you are already well on the mend, pretending to be ill in front of your own mother. Are you seeking punishment? Lin Feiyang, you must understand the gravity of the situation.
After all that has happened, you didn't even bother to call me to reassure me. Don't you realize that my happiness hinges on your well-being? If anything were to happen to you, how could I possibly carry on?"
As she spoke, her anger flared, and she tightened her grip on his ear.
Lin Feiyang grimaced in pain, hastily explaining, "Mom, you see, after Secretary Wu rescued me from the commission, I was brought straight to the hospital. He has been watching over me, fearful that I might encounter any further trouble." Bai Weiwei nodded. "Indeed, that secretary seems commendable."
"When he left, I noticed the fatigue etched in his eyes, as if he had been watching over me through the night. I wondered if he was overextending himself. There is such a thing as too much."
Lin Feiyang chuckled wryly. "You know me well, Mom."
"You are correct. I feigned unconsciousness to allow events to unfold naturally. However, I had no idea that Secretary Wu would stay with me for a full 18 hours. I initially intended to maintain the charade, but it seems I must reconsider. I wouldn't want him to exhaust himself on my behalf. This ordeal was not his doing. It was the result of the reckless actions of those beneath him."
Bai Weiwei nodded approvingly. "To spare others is a virtue."
"Good, you have absorbed the essence of what I have taught you." At this juncture, Bai Weiwei's brow furrowed as she inquired, "Lin Feiyang, you mentioned that your feigned unconsciousness was part of a larger scheme. How could you orchestrate such a plan alone? Surely you are not trying to deceive your mother."
Lin Feiyang grinned mischievously. "Who said I was alone? The reporter who just left, Chen Xiaoxia, is one of my pawns."
Additionally, Zhao Jinfeng from the town committee is also in on it. However, they can only be considered my visible pieces. The true strategy lies with Zhuge Kuan, my hidden ace. Tell me, what is the current situation outside?" Bai Weiwei proceeded to relay the unfolding events and the buzz on the internet. Lin Feiyang quickly pulled out his phone to check online updates. Upon finishing, a satisfied smile spread across his face. "Mom, I never anticipated that despite not having the opportunity to coordinate with Zhao Jinfeng, Chen Xiaoxia, or Zhuge Kuan in advance, they would take the lead so effectively. Zhuge Kuan's article was the catalyst that resolved this situation. I am astounded by his prowess. His writing blended reality and illusion, creating a tidal wave of public reaction. Truly remarkable. He is undoubtedly a talent. I hope nothing untoward befalls him. Not if he flourishes, he will become an extraordinary figure, and most importantly, he is my brother." Bai Weiwei was taken aback by Lin Feiyang's revelations. She had not anticipated that in his hour of need, her son's friends would rally to his aid, executing a spectacular comeback against overwhelming odds. It appeared that her son had been far more prepared than she had ever realized. Reflecting on this, Bai Weiwei felt a pang of pain in her chest. To save her son, she had exposed her whereabouts and contact information, even contacting Lin Deyu, that ungrateful man, knowing full well he would come searching for her. Yet, she was a woman of principles and would never forgive him, nor would she meet him face to face. That phone call had been in vain. She had squandered a significant favor, leaving her feeling utterly humiliated. Here she was, a woman of sharp intellect, yet her son exhibited far more composure and resourcefulness. But then again, no matter how clever Lin Feiyang was, he remained her child, raised with love and care. At last, he was beginning to achieve something. A smile crept onto Bai Weiwei's face as she pondered this. Unbeknownst to others, beneath Bai Weiwei's seemingly gentle yet resolute exterior lay the heart of a fiercely competitive woman, particularly when it came to her son, Lin Feiyang. Her extensive network had been mobilized not only out of concern for his safety but also to impart a valuable lesson. He was still inexperienced and reckless in his endeavors. She aimed to showcase her capabilities, wanting him to acknowledge that when faced with adversity, he could rely on his mother for support.
"See, Mom is formidable, isn't she?"
Little did she know, her son was exceptional in his own right. Even when entangled in a predicament, his friends had managed to navigate the situation without her intervention. Upon reflecting on the current state of affairs in Tianfeng County, she realized that had she not intervened, the matter would have resolved itself, and her involvement merely served as a catalyst for acceleration. Coming to this understanding, Bai Weiwei could only inwardly lament that her son had truly matured. Gazing at her son, who now stood a head taller than her, Bai Weiwei felt a wave of pride wash over her. In that moment, everything else faded into insignificance. Her son was her sole focus. Suddenly, Bai Weiwei spoke up with a playful smile. "Lin Feiyang, tell me about that girl who just left. What was the situation with her? She seemed quite poised, and you took her first kiss. You haven't started to play the field again, have you?" Lin Feiyang quickly protested. "Mom, I am utterly wronged. That girl, Chen Xiaoxia, is a reporter from the provincial television station. He succinctly recounted how they had met, including the incident regarding the first kiss. After listening attentively, Bai Weiwei's expression shifted to one of realization.
Lin Feiyang, it seems Chen Xiaoxia has a fondness for you.
I believe you should consider her, she appears quite promising. Lin Feiyang vigorously shook his head. Mom, please, while Chen Xiaoxia is indeed attractive, her temperament is far too fiery for my liking. I prefer someone more gentle and nurturing.
She simply isn't my type.
Bai Weiwei, taken aback by her son's indifference, remained steadfast in her admiration for Chen Xiaoxia. With a cunning glimmer in her eye, she remarked, Lin Feiyang, you must understand, at 25, if you don't give me a grandchild by the time you reach 28, your aspirations of a career will be in jeopardy. Lin Feiyang felt overwhelmed. Mom, getting married and having children by 28 is rather hasty.
Surely, you could grant me until at least 35?
Bai Weiwei's expression hardened. No way, the absolute latest is 30. Otherwise, you can forget about pursuing that career of yours. I trust you know your mother is not one to be trifled with. With that, Bai Weiwei stood up and resolutely made her way towards the door, sensing that Lin Deyu, the man who had abandoned her, was soon to arrive. She wished to avoid an encounter with him at all costs. As Bai Weiwei's footsteps echoed, Chen Xiaoxia, who had been eavesdropping just outside, quickly slipped away, her expression as frosty as a winter's night. As she walked, she tugged at her clothing, muttering to herself, Lin Feiyang, you were such a fool. After I went out of my way to help you, you took my first kiss and then claimed you felt nothing for me. I despise you. With a heavy heart, Chen Xiaoxia stormed away, consumed by a mix of indignation, sorrow, and humiliation. At that moment, a nurse entered to check on Lin Feiyang and was elated to find him sitting up and drinking water, prompting her to rush out to summon help. Before long, a flurry of representatives from the county and city government, bearing various gifts, flooded into the hospital room, offering their well wishes before quickly departing. Amidst the crowd, Lin Feiyang noticed a figure wearing a mask and hat, holding a gift. This person did not approach him but instead cast a complex glance in his direction, scanning the room before sniffing and leaving with a look of disappointment. As they reached the door, they turned back for one last glance, their eyes filled with a mixture of tenderness, reluctance, and profound loss. Lin Feiyang noted that this individual shared a similar height and striking resemblance to himself. Despite the disguise, however, the throng of people distracted him from pondering further. After departing the hospital room, the man wandered around the hospital courtyard, seemingly searching for something, but ultimately left empty-handed, disappointment etched on his face. In the parking lot, Bai Weiwei, with tears streaming down her face, emerged from the back seat, watching the man leave with a heart full of sorrow. He was the man she had longed for, the one who had forsaken her and their son, Lin Feiyang. He had come, only to depart once more, seeking her, yet unsure of how to face her. Their reunion felt more like a farewell. In that moment, she inadvertently brushed against her phone, and a haunting melody filled the air. I bid you farewell, 1,000 miles apart, you linger in silence, in shades of black and white, in this quiet era, perhaps it is best to love from afar. The song echoed with sorrow, leaving Bai Weiwei in tears and her vision blurred. At that very moment, in a luxurious villa in Kyoto, a woman in her 40s received a phone call, which she promptly answered.
Miss, Minister Lin has arrived in Tianfeng County and is at the People's Hospital.
He has disguised himself as a local leader to see Lin Feiyang and brought gifts. It seems he sensed Bai Weiwei's presence, as he searched the hospital for her but ultimately left disappointed. Upon hearing this, the woman slammed her phone to the ground, her once beautiful face now twisted with resentment. Through gritted teeth, she muttered, Lin Deyu, after more than 20 years, you still cannot forget that wild woman. Bai Weiwei, you have truly disappointed me. Lin Deyu, you have forced my hand. You will come to regret this. With that, the woman retrieved another phone from her drawer, dialed a number, and coldly commanded, notify Chen Mingli to take ruthless action against Lin Feiyang. I want him thoroughly dealt with. After hanging up, her expression turned sinister as she said, Lin Deyu, you can forget about Lin Feiyang ever entering the Lin family. The only legitimate heir of the Lin family is my son, Lin Feibao. Bai Weiwei, that wretched woman, will never see her son recognized by the Lin family, nor will she dare to covet the position of the legitimate heir.
Chapter 57:2 demands. Lin Feiyang was entirely oblivious to the events unfolding in Kyoto City.
He was even less aware that an even greater crisis was brewing. The actions of Lin Deyu, who had rushed to Tianfeng County, had thoroughly provoked Chen Ruoxi, his current wife. Chen Ruoxi was in a complete fury. The wrath of an ordinary person may be inconsequential, but Chen Ruoxi was not merely Lin Deyu's wife, she was the cherished jewel of the Chen family. With the affection of two prominent families resting upon her, the extent of Chen Ruoxi's influence far exceeded that of an ordinary individual. Lin Feiyang was a quintessential example of the saying, trouble comes when one is at ease. Unbeknownst to him, the existence of an illegitimate child from the Lin family, who strictly speaking held the status of the eldest son, had inexplicably multiplied his adversaries, many of whom were formidable foes. At this moment, having endured a crisis, Lin Feiyang was comfortably seated on a hospital bed, accompanied by a sharply dressed man sporting a stylish crew cut, gold-rimmed glasses, and a mask. Upon entering, Zhao Zhenfeng inquired with genuine concern, Boss, how is your health faring? Lin Feiyang replied with a smile, nothing serious, just a bit depleted of energy, a few days of rest will suffice. A look of relief washed over Zhao Zhenfeng's face as he proudly exclaimed, Boss, can you guess who this is beside me? Lin Feiyang merely glanced over and smiled, Zhuge-kun, you've come too? Zhao Zhenfeng's expression turned sour as he pulled out 200 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Zhuge-kun, saying, I'm beginning to suspect you two have conspired to trick me. How could the boss recognize Zhuge-kun with just a glance? Lin Feiyang chuckled, in truth, I didn't even need to look closely to guess. Zhao Zhenfeng grew even more frustrated, why is that? In Tianfeng County, aside from you, Chen Xiaoxia, and Chen Dongsheng, I have very few acquaintances, those willing to visit me during this time are even fewer, and someone who wraps themselves up so thoroughly must be concealing their identity. The only person fitting that description is Zhuge Ke, and Zhao Zhenfeng could not help but shake his head and sigh. You two are sharper than a monkey. I'm impressed. What's the situation outside? Lin Feiyang inquired. Zhao Zhenfeng's face was filled with indignation as he replied, Su Zhangyi has fled. It is said that the city bureau has dispatched a large number of officers to conduct a sweeping search, yet not a single clue has emerged. I strongly suspect someone has already helped him escape, as once he opens his mouth, who knows how many will fall from grace. At this point, a glint of cold light flashed in Zhao Zhenfeng's eyes. Fortunately, Zhuge Ke possesses a substantial blacklist of corrupt officials. Once it is revealed, not a single one will evade justice. So Zhuge Ke removed his mask and gently shook his head. Old Zhao, you overestimate me. Zhao Zhenfeng was taken aback. What do you mean by that? Zhuge Ke chuckled. It means nothing. In truth, I don't possess the so-called blacklist circulating online. I merely fabricated that claim, leveraging the existence of the account books as a pretext to intimidate them, hoping to compel them to exert themselves and expedite the search for the boss's rescue. Zhao Zhenfeng was left speechless, and after a long pause, he stammered, You actually employed a ruse, but that's incredibly audacious. Zhuge Ke grinned mischievously. I hold the account books. Even if they are merely those of the Zhangyi Group's branch, they serve as my greatest asset. Who would dare deny that I lack evidence of Su Zhangyi's extensive bribery? Moreover, I am confident that when I expose these account books online, Su Zhangyi will never personally inform those individuals that I lack evidence of him providing them with money, as he himself cannot be certain whether I obtain such information through other channels. He indeed has passed through some accounts with me, albeit infrequently. Lin Feiyang gave a thumbs up. You're truly impressive. Zhao Zhenfeng shook his head gently. Boss, he is not just impressive. He is extraordinarily so. You may not be aware, but there are currently 3 bounty orders circulating in the underworld of Tianfeng City, one offering 1 million, another 3 million, and the last a staggering 5 million, all targeting Zhuge Ke's life. Whoever eliminates Zhuge Ke will claim a total bounty of 9 million, and now the entire underworld of Tianfeng City is in a frenzy searching for him. 9 million, that's enough for many to toil a lifetime. Lin Feiyang was taken aback that he recalled that Su Zhangyi had only placed a bounty of 1 million on him at that time, and now there were multiple parties offering nearly 9 million. This clearly illustrated the immense trouble Zhuge Ke's actions had caused him. Nevertheless, even amidst such peril, Zhuge Ke dared to visit him in the hospital, earning Lin Feiyang's newfound respect for his good brother. It also demonstrated that Zhuge Ke was truly a person of both courage and cunning. It was not in vain that Lin Feiyang had invested all his savings accumulated during his university years and military service in securing this talented individual. Seemingly perceiving the admiration in Lin Feiyang's gaze, Zhuge Ke grinned. Everyone, the old Zhuge Ke has perished. The one standing before you now is a completely new Zhuge Ke. However, I truly dislike this current guise. It feels overly pretentious. I prefer my former appearance, which was the classic guise of playing the fool to catch the wise. Once I am wealthy and successful, I will surely revert to that style and continue playing the fool. Lin Feiyang laughed heartily, and now he finally understood why. In places like Shenzhen, Guangdong, many elderly gentlemen dressed in shorts and flip-flops commanded respect. Those office buildings rented by white-collar workers might very well belong to them. This was the pinnacle of pretense. With this in mind, Zhuge Ke was undoubtedly the epitome of a stylishly audacious youth. Zhao Zhenfeng turned to Lin Feiyang and asked, Boss, how do you think the higher-ups will handle this matter? Before Lin Feiyang could respond, Zhuge Ke interjected, Since Su Zhangyi has fled, those who received the money are now safe. Many who could have lost their positions will retain them. However, they had better pray they don't fall into my hands, otherwise, I will make sure they face dire consequences. Zhao Zhenfeng looked at Lin Feiyang. Boss, will it truly come to that? Will you allow it? Lin Feiyang let out a cold laugh. After enduring so much suffering, do you think it will end so simply? As he spoke, an aura of murderous intent emanated from Lin Feiyang. He was acutely aware that, for certain individuals, minimizing a major issue to a minor one was their method of handling matters, but Lin Feiyang would never acquiesce to such a resolution. Just then, there was a knock at the door, and shortly after, the county secretary Meng Xueqing and county mayor Niu Liang, accompanied by several county committee members, entered. Zhao Zhenfeng and Zhuge Ke exchanged glances with Lin Feiyang before exiting, brushing past Niu Liang and the others.
Among Meng Xueqing's group, some recognized Zhao Zhenfeng while others did not. However, they paid little heed to either him or Zhuge Ke. Reproaching Lin Feiyang, Meng Xueqing smiled and said, Lin Feiyang, you seem to be in good health. Can you sit up now? Lin Feiyang promptly replied, I must thank Secretary Wu for his attentive care. He hasn't slept for nearly 24 hours. Secretary Wu, you should take a rest. As he spoke, Lin Feiyang cast a grateful glance at Wu Jianxiang. Wu Jianxiang waved his hand dismissively. Your predicament is a result of my leadership failing. My actions can be seen as a form of atonement. Now that you appear to be in good spirits, I can finally relax. Ma Yuanxiang nodded, appreciating Lin Feiyang's candid expression of gratitude. He was well aware of Wu Jianxiang's character. He was typically low-key but ruthless in action, exerting an immense deterrent effect on the county's corrupt officials. For a long time, Ma Yuanxiang had believed Wu Jianxiang to be a stern figure, but he was surprised to discover this considerate side of him. Seeing that Lin Feiyang was no longer in serious trouble, the anxiety that had weighed on Ma Yuanxiang's heart finally lifted. He turned to Lin Feiyang and stated, Lin Feiyang, the county disciplinary committee has determined through questioning Wang Yongchang and others that you are innocent. Wang Yongchang and the others were bribed by Su Zhangyi and orchestrated the entire frame-up. You have suffered an injustice. Do you have any demands regarding this situation? Lin Feiyang nodded gently. Secretary Ma, regarding the frame-up I endured, I can forego pursuing related responsibilities, as this was Wang Yongchang acting independently without the county disciplinary committee's direct involvement.
However, the core driving force behind my frame-up is the Tianwangling iron mine. Therefore, if you wish to know my demands, I have 2 points. First, I hope the county committee and government will conduct a comprehensive investigation into the theft of resources from the Tianwangling iron mine. I believe the Zhangyi Group's rampant illegal excavations over the past 5 to 6 years have undoubtedly had a protective umbrella. This protection is not limited to our Broken Pot town but extends to Tianfeng County and even the entire Tianfeng city. I hope these umbrellas will be dismantled, otherwise, no one can guarantee that similar incidents will not recur. Second, I hope the county committee and government will transfer the operational rights of the Tianwangling iron mine to our Broken Pot town. I can assure all leaders here that given 2 years, I will elevate Broken Pot town to be among the top 3 towns in Tianfeng County. After Lin Feiyang finished speaking, Niu Liang immediately shook his head. Comrade Lin Feiyang, your demands are somewhat excessive.
Allow me to express my viewpoint first. There are absolutely no protective umbrellas in Tianfeng County. I believe I am quite informed on this matter. Second, while the Tianwangling iron mine is under county jurisdiction, after this incident, the city will undoubtedly take a keen interest, and the county cannot entrust such a significant resource to a mere town. Should any issues arise, the consequences are beyond what the county can bear. Chapter 58, Sacrificing Pawns to Protect the Rooks. Upon concluding his remarks, Niu Liang observed Ma Yuanxiang furrowing his brow in discontent. It seemed that Niu had overstepped his bounds. This inquiry was originally posed by Ma, and conventionally, he ought to be the one providing the answer. However, Niu had taken the initiative to respond, and his perspective diverged significantly from Ma's own. Ma Yuanxiang retorted coldly, Director Niu, your viewpoint is rather one-sided. Firstly, if the Zhangyi Group had not found a protective umbrella within Tianfeng County, why have numerous reports failed to halt their illicit mining activities at the Tianwangling iron mine for 5 to 6 consecutive years? Secondly, if Lin Feiyang could genuinely leverage the iron or resources of Tianwangling to foster development in Paleo Town, why must our county retain control over this mine? Over the past 5 to 6 years, we have indeed held sway over this iron mine, yet what has been the outcome? Has Tianfeng County reaped any benefits from the Tianwangling iron mine? No. Has Paleo Town experienced any growth or advantage from it? No. Given that the iron mine, despite being under our jurisdiction, has yielded no returns or utility, it starkly indicates that certain departments and leaders within our county are superficially engaged, severely lacking in both capability and accountability. If we cannot leverage the Tianwangling iron mine to stimulate the economic development of our county, why can we not relinquish it? Du Zhigua immediately countered, Secretary Ma, can you guarantee that once we hand over the Tianwangling iron mine to Paleo Town, Lin Feiyang will indeed be able to develop it? Can you assure us that he will not engage in corruption? Du Zhigua's retort held considerable weight, for the outcomes of events yet to transpire remain unpredictable. Crucially, within the realm of bureaucracy, no one is willing to shoulder responsibility for the uncertain future of another. Du Zhigua astutely capitalized on this human frailty. However, he was utterly unprepared for Ma Yuanxiang's resolute declaration. I am willing to vouch for Comrade Lin Feiyang. I firmly believe that with our full authorization, Lin Feiyang will undoubtedly succeed in developing Paleo Town. At this moment, both Du Zhigua and Niu Liang were rendered speechless. No one anticipated Ma Yuanxiang's stance to be so adamant and forthright. He had brazenly disregarded the unspoken rules of the political arena, opting to shoulder the risks for the benefit of others. Ma Yuanxiang's audacious maneuver surpassed the expectations of both Niu Liang and Du Zhigua. Nevertheless, Niu Liang, possessing keen insight, promptly suggested, as most members of the county committee are present today, why not conduct an on-the-spot vote? We shall abide by the outcome. Ma Yuanxiang scanned the assembly, a sardonic smile creeping into his thoughts. Although not all attendees were present, the majority belonged to Niu Liang's faction, with several neutral individuals absent. Should a show of hands occur at this juncture, defeat was inevitable for him. Just then, Ma Yuanxiang's phone rang unexpectedly. Upon viewing the caller ID, he promptly answered. On the other end, he heard the voice of Hao Guoliang. Comrade Ma Yuanxiang, I am reaching out to convey some significant decisions recently made in the municipal committee meeting. Please listen attentively, as the official documents will be faxed to you shortly. Ma Yuanxiang quickly replied, Secretary, I am ready. As he spoke, he activated the speakerphone, ensuring that all present could hear the conversation. Hao Guoliang remarked, according to the deliberations of the Standing Committee of the Municipal Party Committee, in order to compensate for the losses incurred by Comrade Lin Feiyang due to the false accusations and entrapments he faced, and to reward his courageous efforts in repeatedly confronting the Zhangyi Group at the risk of his own life, ultimately leading to the thorough exposure of the Zhangyi Group's illicit extraction of iron ore, which significantly averted a serious loss of state assets, the Municipal Committee has decided to transfer the entirety of the 368 million yuan confiscated from the Zhangyi Group to the town of Paleo, to be utilized for the development and construction of Paleo. No agency shall withhold these funds for any reason. Failure to comply will result in severe penalties. Furthermore, considering the substantial losses inflicted upon the state and the populace due to the Zhangyi Group's clandestine mining activities during the 5 to 6 years that the Tianwangling iron mine has been under the control of Tianfeng County and prohibited from extraction, the Municipal Committee has resolved to revoke Tianfeng County's authority over the Tianwangling iron mine, transferring the control to Paleo, which will be specifically responsible for the development of the mine. Tianfeng County shall only play a supervisory role in the subsequent development and utilization of the Tianwangling iron mine and shall not interfere arbitrarily in its operations. Simultaneously, the Municipal Committee will establish an investigation team for the Tianwangling iron mine incident, which will officially enter Tianfeng County to conduct a comprehensive and in-depth investigation, launching a campaign to dismantle protective networks, thoroughly rooting out corruption, and eradicating any shielding authorities, thereby restoring a clear and unclouded sky over Tianfeng County. Upon concluding his statement, Ma Yuanxiang's face instantly lit up with delight. He had never anticipated that the municipal committee would render such a favorable decision for the town of Polo. At that moment, Niu Liyong, Du Zhigua, and others were left utterly astounded. The decisions made by the municipal committee had truly taken them by surprise. Particularly astonishing is the decision made by the municipal committee to transfer the confiscated sum of 368 million yuan to the seemingly insignificant Baluo town. Such a bold move is indeed remarkable and, without a doubt, requires the approval of the provincial authorities. What has transpired in the city, that is a staggering amount, over 300 million yuan, entrusted to a mere township to manage, which is utterly incongruent with the city's established practices. The director of the Municipal Finance Bureau must surely be a miser. Does he not covet such wealth? Can Mayor Guobaliang truly be content with this arrangement? If the city were to control these funds, countless achievements could be realized in terms of public projects. Although Niu Liyong and his compatriots harbored intense resentment and dissatisfaction, they could only grudgingly accept the situation. Meanwhile, Lin Feiyang, confined to a hospital bed, found himself momentarily stunned upon hearing Secretary Hao Guoliang's announcement of the municipal committee's resolution. This is over 300 million yuan in cash, combined with the control over the Tianwangling iron mine. With such advantages, Baluo Town's rise is imminent now. Lin Feiyang is brimming with confidence regarding the development of Baluo Town. Nevertheless, a sense of perplexity lingers in his mind. By his estimation, the mere 2 articles penned by Chen Xiaoxia and Zhu Gekuan could not possibly have compelled the municipal leadership to make such sweeping decisions. Their actions could only ensure Lin Feiyang's safe reinstatement to his former position. Anything beyond that seems implausible. Even if Zhu Gekuan were executing a ruse, it would be inconceivable for those involved in the project to make such exaggerated decisions. Could it be that some unforeseen changes have transpired behind the scenes? Despite his exceptional intellect, Lin Feiyang would never have imagined that his mother had leveraged connections akin to nuclear power to rescue him. After all, in his mind, she has always been a person devoid of desires, preferring yoga and reading, embodying an unassuming tranquility. The county committee leaders soon departed, leaving Lin Feiyang in deep contemplation. 20 minutes later, in Niu Liyong's office, Du Zhigua wore a troubled expression.
County Chief Niu, the municipal investigation team is on its way. We are in deep trouble. Niu Liyong's countenance was grim as he replied, I have heard that this investigation team, led personally by Secretary Hao Guoliang, is not here with good intentions, supported by the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. We must prepare ourselves swiftly. However, we are somewhat fortunate that Su Zhengyi has mysteriously vanished. Although his whereabouts are unknown, I suspect he will remain absent for quite some time, thus providing us a degree of safety, albeit only relatively so. With the arrival of the municipal investigation team, if we cannot quickly identify a scapegoat to divert their attention, we may find ourselves in peril.
Du Zhigua nodded in agreement. Indeed, but where shall we find a scapegoat?
The individual must not be of too low a rank, otherwise, we cannot justify it to the municipal committee. Yet, if it is too high, it would jeopardize our influence in Tianfeng County. Therefore, the scapegoat cannot be of the standing of a standing committee member. Niu Liyong gazed at Du Zhigua with a complex expression and sighed. Will do. I do have a suitable candidate in mind, but you may not. He left the thought unfinished. However, Du Zhigua grasped his meaning and, somewhat angered, retorted, County Chief Niu, you cannot possibly be suggesting my son-in-law Zhao Ruiqiang.
Niu Liyong nodded slightly. Consider it. Who else is more fitting than Zhao Ruiqiang?
Firstly, he has always been at odds with Lin Feiyang, inciting deep animosity. Secondly, Zhao Ruiqiang, in his arrogance, conspired with several village leaders to covertly exploit resources in the back mountains, attempting to deceive us. Had their covert operation not failed, we would not be facing such a disastrous situation now. It is fair to say that Zhao Ruiqiang is the principal culprit. Thus, if we can push him forward as the scapegoat, it would appease Lin Feiyang and prevent him from escalating the matter further while also providing a sufficiently ranked scapegoat. I believe he is more suitable than the director of the county's Natural Resources Bureau. Of course, the director cannot escape responsibility, but even if he and the entire leadership team of the Natural Resources Bureau were implicated, they would not carry the same weight as Zhao Ruiqiang, especially since the events at Tianwangling and Baluo Town would be known to the local authorities. As long as we can make Zhao Ruiqiang confess to colluding with the Zhengyi group and symbolically present some funds, we can contain the situation within manageable limits and prevent the municipal investigation team from expanding their inquiry. I have consulted with the municipal leaders, and they express significant differences regarding the extent of the investigation. Secretary Zhu Junlong wishes for a thorough inquiry, capturing all involved, whereas Mayor Guobaliang believes it should remain within reasonable limits to avoid tarnishing the image of Tian City, thus protecting future investment opportunities.
Once Niu Liyong finished speaking, Du Zhigua fell silent.
After all, he had always held Zhao Ruiqiang in high regard. The young man had been a strong pillar in Baluo Town, and their relationship had been mutually beneficial. Du Zhigua provided support and protection to Zhao Ruiqiang, who wielded considerable power in Baluo Town, reaping substantial profits from the Tianwangling iron mine project, half of which he shared with Du Zhigua. In Du Zhigua's eyes, Zhao Ruiqiang was indeed his favored son-in-law. Most significantly, his daughter was expecting a second child, and the prenatal test indicated it was a boy, the sole heir for both the Zhao and Du families. In the future, all their wealth would be inherited by this little one. Yet now, Niu Liyong proposed that Zhao Ruiqiang become the scapegoat, a notion that left Du Zhigua with no grounds for opposition. Even from an impartial standpoint, there was no one more suitable than his own son-in-law. However, the dilemma remained. Zhao Ruiqiang is his son-in-law, his own flesh and blood. He was torn. At that moment, Niu Liyong's phone rang. Upon answering, his face drained of color, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Du Zhigua, sensing the tension, inquired, County Chief Niu, what has happened? Niu Liyong's expression turned anxious as he articulated, I just received credible information that during this municipal meeting, the discussions extended beyond what Secretary Hao Guoliang announced earlier. Vice Mayor Chen Mingli, responsible for overseeing the Natural Resources Bureau, has already received a warning, while you have been subjected to an administrative demerit. Concurrently, the Zhangyi Group has been sealed by the Municipal Public Security Bureau, with executives being pursued extensively. Should they attempt to flee, a wanted notice will be issued. A warrant for Su Zhangyi has already been released.
Du Jigua's face paled in shock. So, the municipal committee is resolute in eradicating the interest group led by Zhangyi Group?
Niu Liyong nodded gravely. Secretary Zhu Junlong is determined to enact significant reform. However, opposition within the committee is formidable, meaning both sides are still engaged in a power struggle, and the outcome remains uncertain. You must decide swiftly, or else, at this point, Niu Liyong's face was etched with bitterness. Du Jigua inhaled deeply, contemplating for a moment before forcing a smile. Very well, I shall speak with Zhao Ruiqiang. For now, we must sacrifice a pawn to protect the king. An hour later, at Du Jigua's residence, his daughter, heavily pregnant, lay on the sofa, weeping uncontrollably. Zhao Ruiqiang, with a bitter expression, remarked, Father-in-law, you need not elaborate. I understand I have no path left but to be the scapegoat to preserve the immense wealth we have accumulated over the years, and only through my imprisonment can I ensure your safety. As long as you are unharmed, our family can continue to live a life of unimaginable affluence. This is the price. It is better for me to fall than for us all to suffer misfortune. Besides, the worst that could happen to me is a sentence of a decade or so. I believe with your and county chief No's maneuvering, I shall not languish in prison for long.
I am willing to pay this price.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruiqiang's wife cried even harder. Despite his disheartened demeanor, Zhao Ruiqiang exhibited no trace of regret. Du Jigua felt content with his son-in-law's resolve, patting him on the shoulder. Rest assured, County Chief No has extensive connections. You will not remain there long. In due course, he will leverage those connections to secure your release under the pretext of medical parole. Your loss of freedom will only be temporary. Zhao Ruiqiang nodded slightly, his eyes gleaming with determination. Father-in-law, I can accept the role of scapegoat, but I ask that you fulfill one condition.
What condition? Du Jigua inquired, furrowing his brow. Father-in-law, the architect of my misfortune is Lin Feiyang.
I implore you to expeditiously remove him from Baluo town, even to the extent of, Zhao Ruiqiang began, and Du Jigua clenched his fists, stating resolutely, rest assured, Lin Feiyang has landed himself in dire straits. Though he has single-handedly toppled the Zhangyi Group, he has also offended numerous interests in Tian City and Tianfeng County. Vice Mayor Chen Mingli has even faced disciplinary action due to him. Although it appears to be Lin Feiyang's moment of glory now, with 300 million yuan in control over the Tianwangling iron mine, in reality, he is seated atop a powder keg, liable to be obliterated at any moment. He will inevitably reap the consequences of his actions, for this time, Lin Feiyang has escalated the level of enmity to that of the Municipal Standing Committee, while he remains merely a lowly town committee secretary. His fate is sealed, he shall perish. Du Jigua declared with conviction, and a faint smile flickered across Zhao Ruiqiang's face. In that moment, he envisioned Lin Feiyang being blown to smithereens as he himself walked toward prison. Chapter 59. A show of authority. Tianfeng County swiftly presented the results of its self-examination and rectification concerning the illicit mining incident at Tianwangling Iron Mine. The conclusion reached by Tianfeng County regarding the unlawful extraction of resources was that Zhao Ruiqiang, the mayor of Baluozhen, along with the deputy mayor Li Nanqi, had accepted annual kickbacks exceeding 1 million from the Zhangyi Group. Motivated by greed, they betrayed their convictions, their organization, and their moral integrity, ultimately succumbing to the shackles of avarice. Under the intense scrutiny of the municipal investigation team, and inspired by the county party committee and government, they voluntarily approached the municipal investigation team, admitted their transgressions, disclosed pertinent issues, and returned the majority of the illicit funds, seeking leniency in their treatment. The municipal investigation team expressed a degree of satisfaction with this outcome. Following a comprehensive investigation of Tianfeng County, it was determined that, in the absence of testimonies from Su Zhangyi and other associates of the Zhangyi Group, no individuals from Tianfeng County or the city were implicated. Ultimately, the resolution of the incident resulted in Zhao Ruiqiang and Li Nanqi being subjected to detention measures, the director of the county's Natural Resources Bureau and 2 deputy directors being dismissed from their positions and expelled from public office, while simultaneously being placed under detention. The executive vice-county mayor, Du Jigua, received a formal reprimand, and county mayor Niu Liyong was issued a verbal warning. Tianfeng County was publicly criticized throughout the city, and the responsible deputy mayor, Chen Mingli, received a warning sanction. As a series of disciplinary measures took effect, coupled with the announcement from the Municipal Committee of Tendu City to allocate 368 million yuan in funds and transfer the control of the Tianwangling iron mine to Paleo Town, the once tumultuous public discourse gradually subsided into a placid state. Within the hallowed halls of the Municipal Committee in Tiandu City, in the office of Secretary Zhu Junlong, the Municipal Secretary General, Hao Guoliang, stood before Zhu with a grave expression, clutching materials revealing an online expose by Zhu Gakuan. He solemnly remarked, Secretary Zhu, this Zhu Gakuan claims to be preparing to unveil a list of all corrupt individuals associated with the Zhangyi Group, yet there has been no sign of movement from him thus far. Could it be that he has encountered trouble? I have heard that the total bounty on his head from the underworld has reached an astonishing 9 million, a record high in recent years. This indicates that the interest groups connected to the Zhangyi Group are exceedingly powerful, straddling both the legal and illegal realms. To uproot them entirely is indeed a daunting task. Zhu Junlong sighed softly, who can argue with that? The provincial authorities have expressed significant concern regarding this matter, yet the outcome remains that Zhao Ruiqiang, the mayor of a mere town, bears the brunt of it all. As for Zhu Gekuan, I harbor strong suspicions that he is merely posturing. If he truly possessed such a list, he would have revealed it long ago. At this juncture, Zhu Junlong let out a wistful sigh. Alas, although we all understand that the Zhangyi group undoubtedly has a complex web of relationships and protective influences behind it, with Su Zhangyi mysteriously vanished, our desire to eliminate the threat feels futile. Hao Guoliang nodded in agreement. Indeed, I feel quite disheartened, as if we have exhausted all our strength to achieve a decisive victory, only to strike air with our efforts. It appears our adversaries possess formidable capabilities. Moreover, they seem to have an intimate understanding of the Zhangyi group. Otherwise, how could those high-ranking officials we captured be so utterly ignorant of anything beyond their own share of the spoils? Zhu Juanlong's expression grew serious. Secretary General, it seems our path in combating corruption and curbing greed is fraught with challenges ahead.
Hao Guoliang earnestly affirmed, that is indeed the case.
However, I firmly believe that with a leader like Secretary Zhu, who dares to champion the people's cause and wields a firm hand, the corrupt officials of Tiandu City will find no respite in their future.
Those involved in the Zhangyi group's affairs may evade this round of scrutiny, but I am confident that they cannot rely on luck indefinitely. At this point, Hao Guoliang suddenly interjected, Secretary Zhu, I perceive that Lin Feiyang from Paleo Town possesses considerable talent.
If nurtured properly, he could become a formidable weapon against evil.
Upon hearing Lin Feiyang's name, a rare smile graced Zhu Junlong's face. This young comrade Lin Feiyang is indeed intriguing. His actions in stirring controversy and escalating appeals have caught my attention.
Nevertheless, his current exuberance and naivety necessitate further refinement. It is not yet the opportune moment to fully leverage his potential. Let him hone his skills in Paleo Town for another 2 years. I have a premonition that this town is an excellent training ground. Although Lin Feiyang is merely a small town committee secretary, he exudes an unusual charisma that has drawn the attention of 2 prominent provincial leaders. We must tread carefully and observe further before becoming entangled. Hao Guoliang, recalling something, furrowed his brow and said, Secretary Zhu, your words remind me of an unsettling matter. Deputy Mayor Chen Mingli from the municipal government has been frequenting Paleo Town lately. To my knowledge, both of his visits were related to Lin Feiyang, and he seemed intent on causing trouble for him. This strikes me as quite unusual. Why would a mere town committee secretary warrant the personal attention of a deputy mayor? It hints at something rather sinister.
Zhu Junlong's countenance grew grave. Is your information accurate? Is Chen Mingli truly targeting a mere town committee secretary?
I can assure you with certainty, there is no mistake. In that case, we must exercise caution. Secretary General, keep a vigilant eye on the dynamics in Paleo Town, particularly Chen Mingli's movements. Should he venture to Tianfeng County or Paleo Town again, please inform me immediately. We shall focus our attention on this matter. I am convinced that Lin Feiyang is far more than an ordinary town committee secretary. His resume is surprisingly simplistic to the point of incredulity, leading me to suspect that there are 2 versions of it.
However, that is not the crux of the issue. What matters is that I perceive Lin Feiyang as a talent, and I will not tolerate anyone employing despicable tactics against a town committee secretary in our Tiandu city. While I may not be able to elevate the city's economy to soaring heights, I can certainly protect a promising young talent. As he spoke, an aura of righteous determination enveloped Zhu Junlong.
At that moment, he remained oblivious to how his decisions today would profoundly influence not only his fate but that of many others as well. His spirits lifted considerably, for Lin Feiyang's safety was assured, and there had been no further calls of reprimand from the provincial authorities, indicating that the pressure from above had been alleviated. Although Zhu Junlong harbored dissatisfaction regarding the protective influences that had managed to escape during the Tianwangling iron mine incident, he understood that some matters could not be rushed. He had already begun to strategize, believing that sooner or later, he would see those protective layers fall. 2 kilometers away from the Tiandu City Municipal Committee, in a luxurious villa, Dong Tianbao sat on a sofa, scrolling through information on his phone, increasingly alarmed with each passing moment. He had never anticipated that Lin Feiyang, through sheer determination, could dismantle the once mighty Zhangyi group, a force even he, Dong Tianbao, had regarded with trepidation. The thought sent shivers down his spine. Now, all he felt was relief, grateful for his decision to back down and not confront Lin Feiyang, even assisting him on 2 occasions that he resolved to become a better person, to respond favorably to Lin Feiyang's requests, and to avoid provoking him at all costs. This fellow was indeed a harbinger of calamity. In Tianfeng County, during a meeting of the county committee, the municipal investigation team announced a series of punitive measures before promptly returning to their jurisdiction. However, the atmosphere within the county committee became increasingly tense. With Zhao Ruiqiang's downfall, the position of mayor of Paleo Town had become vacant. Ma Yuanxiang sought to place his own candidate into the role, collaborating with Lin Feiyang to revitalize the town's economy. Conversely, Niu Liyang and Du Zhigua, among others, were adamant in their pursuit of the mayoral position. After all, at present, Paleo Town is undoubtedly the wealthiest among all the townships in Tianfeng County, boasting an impressive sum of 368 million. With such a substantial amount of money, the possibilities are indeed vast, making it quite challenging to avoid political achievements. Consequently, Paleo Town has become a coveted prize, with many eager to take a bite. Were it not for the municipal party committee's stringent prohibitions against any governmental departments siphoning off these funds, it is likely that Du Zhigua's character would lead him to misappropriate more than half, as it aligns with his nature. Thus, in the absence of the opportunity to embezzle these funds, he can only set his sights on the newly appointed town mayor, needing to leverage the mayor to fulfill his own ambitions. In this regard, his stance aligns perfectly with that of County Mayor Niu Liyong. The minister of the County Party Committee's organization department, Zhang Hejuan, found himself in a rather precarious situation. Just moments ago, the personnel list he presented on behalf of the organization department had been outright rejected by Secretary Meng Xueqing. This left Zhang Hejuan feeling quite troubled. As the minister of the organization department, Zhang Hejuan maintained a close relationship with County Mayor Niu Liyong, while his rapport with Meng Xueqing was less than cordial. Therefore, during this personnel adjustment, he had directly tabled the list for discussion at the standing committee meeting. In the past, Meng Xueqing rarely dismissed nominations from the organization department outright. Even when he did, it was seldom a complete rejection. However, this time, he categorically rejected every single candidate, providing precise and well-founded reasons, directly pinpointing the shortcomings of each nominee. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew tense. In truth, both Meng Xueqing and Niu Liyong were acutely aware that the other was vying for the position of town mayor. At that moment, the minister of the United Front Work Department, Meng Xueqing, suddenly raised his head and, with a smile, remarked, "Esteemed leaders, I believe it is unproductive for the personnel arrangements concerning Paluo Town to remain in this deadlock. After all, Paluo Town now possesses the hardware conditions for rapid development. We must expedite our arrangements. I would like to offer a suggestion for your consideration." Meng Xueqing, Niu Liyong, and Du Zhigua turned their attention to Meng Xueqing. This county party committee member usually maintained a low profile within the county, opting for neutrality in many matters. Today, however, he unexpectedly took the initiative, catching everyone off guard. Under the collective gaze, Meng Xueqing continued, "I propose that the position of town mayor be entrusted to Wu Zhixiong, the director of the county government office." Having previously served as the deputy mayor at the grassroots level, he possesses a solid understanding of local governance. Moreover, his extensive experience as the director of the county party committee office makes him an ideal candidate to lead Paluo Town, as he can adeptly navigate the town's current realities while coordinating resources from the county, which would greatly benefit the town's development.
Upon hearing this, Niu Liyong and Du Zhigua nodded in agreement.
Wu Zhixiong was indeed favored by Niu Liyong, who held a high regard for his capabilities, and Wu Zhixiong could be considered one of Niu Liyong's trusted advisors, possessing unique insights on various matters. Meng Xueqing furrowed his brow slightly, yet he acknowledged Wu Zhixiong's abilities. Furthermore, Meng Xueqing's rationale was quite reasonable. Realizing that Meng Xueqing had not yet finished speaking, Meng Xueqing refrained from interrupting, patiently awaiting further elaboration. As anticipated, Meng Xueqing continued, "I observe that Wang Honglin, the deputy secretary of the town committee, has not made any notable achievements during his years in Paluo Town. One might even say he has been ineffective. It would be prudent to transfer him to the county's political consultative conference. As for the position of deputy secretary of the town committee, I suggest appointing Chao Zhenfeng to take on that role. After all, Chao Zhenfeng demonstrated exceptional performance during the Tianwangling iron mine incident, collaborating effectively with Lin Feiyang to accomplish a series of remarkable feats. We should actively promote and utilize outstanding young talents like Chao Zhenfeng."
Upon concluding his remarks, Meng Xueqing noted Meng Xueqing's frown easing slightly.
At last, he comprehended Meng Xueqing's intention. This proposal effectively offered both parties a sweet deal. While Niu Liyong secured the town mayor position, he relinquished the deputy secretary role, creating a balance that slightly favored him. On the other hand, although Meng Xueqing's loyalists did not assent, appointing Chao Zhenfeng, a close associate of Lin Feiyang, as deputy secretary of the town committee and a member of the discipline inspection commission was not a loss either. This approach could be deemed relatively moderate. Du Zhigua furrowed his brow and inquired, "If Chao Zhenfeng were to concurrently serve as deputy secretary of the town committee, wouldn't that leave Paluo Town with only 7 committee members?
Isn't that a bit too few?"
Meng Xueqing replied nonchalantly, 7 members is not a small number, especially considering that Paluo Town is rather impoverished and dilapidated. Having more members would serve little purpose. It would be more efficient to streamline the committee. However, the positions can remain vacant for now, and once Paluo Town's economy flourishes, we can appoint personnel accordingly, with County Mayor Niu having the authority to designate candidates.
Upon hearing this, Niu Liyong's heart stirred. It was evident that Meng Xueqing had acknowledged Meng Xueqing's proposal and had even taken a slight step back. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately agreed. In Niu Liyong's view, while Chao Zhenfeng's appointment as deputy secretary of the town committee and a member of the discipline inspection commission positioned him as the third in command in Paluo Town, Wu Zhixiong's role as the second in command, coupled with the fact that the publicity commissioner, Zhang Haitao, was on his side, and the organizational commissioner, Li Zhengda, maintained a neutral stance, allowed for the possibility of Niu Liyong successfully negotiating with Li Zhengda to align more closely with Wu Zhixiong in their work. Additionally, with the support of the town committee office director and deputy mayor Chen Dongsheng, Wu Zhixiong could secure 4 votes, ensuring a stable footing in the standing committee. Conversely, Lin Feiyang's camp would only have Chao Zhenfeng firmly in his corner. Although the police chief, Wu Liheng, was appointed by Meng Xueqing, he might still be swayed to their side. Even if Wu Liheng sided with Lin Feiyang, should Chen Dongsheng defect, Lin Feiyang would struggle to secure a majority, which amounted to merely 4 votes. Therefore, it was impossible for Lin Feiyang to dominate the overall situation in Paluo Town. Having contemplated these factors, Niu Liyong agreed. The following morning, Zhang Hejuan, the minister of the county party committee's organization department, personally accompanied Wu Zhixiong, the director of the county government office, to Paluo Town for his inaugural appointment. During the welcome ceremony, he extolled Wu Zhixiong's virtues and expressed his strong support for him. Subsequently, he sought out Li Zhengda for a discussion, subtly indicating the need for Li to support Wu Zhixiong's work moving forward.
Li Zhengda pledged his commitment to maintaining a steadfast position. While he did not explicitly declare unwavering support for Wu Zhixiong, he made it clear that he would not align himself with Lin Feiyang. That was sufficient. With a sense of accomplishment, Jiang Hejuan departed. From that moment on, Paluo Town embarked on a new phase of development. Wu Zhixiong directly looked at Lin Feiyang and said, "Secretary Lin, I believe there is no time like the present. Now that both Comrade Chao Jinfeng and I have assumed our new positions, why not convene an immediate meeting of the town committee to deliberate on the future development of Baluozhen? I feel that County Head Niu and County Head Du are particularly attentive to the progress of Baluozhen. Before my arrival, they reiterated the importance of ensuring that every penny of the 368 million is allocated judiciously, advancing the economic development of Baluozhen in a solid and steady manner." Lin Feiyang's countenance darkened at that moment, and the entire venue fell into a hushed silence, with all committee members holding their breath, their gazes fixed intently on Lin Feiyang and Wu Zhixiong. No one could have anticipated that Wu Zhixiong, having just assumed office, would seek to usurp power, directly targeting the sum of 368 million yuan. In principle, as the mayor, he certainly has the authority to dictate how the substantial sum of 368 million yuan should be allocated. After all, his primary responsibility is the advancement of the economy. Particularly noteworthy is the fact that before Jiang Hejuan's departure, he had repeatedly lauded Wu Zhixiong during the welcoming ceremony, which was clearly an attempt to bolster Wu Zhixiong's position while undermining Lin Feiyang's reputation. Following Wu Zhixiong's remarks, the committee member Zhong Haitao immediately expressed his agreement, stating, "I concur with Mayor Wu's opinion." Li Zhengda hesitated momentarily, recalling Jiang Hejuan's promises prior to his departure.
Gritting his teeth, he declared, "I too support Mayor Wu's viewpoint."
In the blink of an eye, 3 votes were secured. Wu Zhixiong cast a glance at Lin Feiyang, his eyes betraying a palpable sense of triumph. This was Wu Zhixiong's initial display of authority over Lin Feiyang. After all, he had previously served as the director of the county office. Although his rank was that of a section chief, to the towns and villages below, he was regarded as a county leader. Thus, upon assuming his new role, he immediately sought to impose his dominance over Lin Feiyang, eager to see whether Lin could withstand the first of his 3 formidable blows. Chapter 60 of the first taste of defeat. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Feiyang merely smiled lightly and remarked, "Comrade Wu Zhixiong, it appears you are still somewhat unfamiliar with the origins of this funding. This capital was allocated by the city as compensation for the significant losses our Broken Gong town incurred during the Tiangongling iron mine incident. Furthermore, it has been explicitly stated that no department at any level is permitted to withhold or interfere with the utilization of these funds for any reason. Therefore, the matter of how this funding is employed is strictly an internal affair for Broken Gong town. Not even the leaders from the county or the city can easily intervene."
Are you suggesting, Comrade Wu Zhixiong, that you intend to exert pressure on all the committee members of Broken Gong town through the county committee leadership?
Lin Feiyang's words were delivered with a casual tone, yet they cut sharply, incisively hitting their mark. Wu Zhixiong responded with a slight smile, "I certainly would not turn my elbows outward. However, I believe that since these funds rightfully belong to Broken Gong town, all of our town committee members are entitled to express their opinions on how this money should be utilized. Ultimately, it must be planned scientifically, proposed democratically, and decided collectively. We must ensure that every penny of this funding is spent judiciously."
Lin Feiyang nodded gently. Comrade Wu Zhixiong has articulated this excellently.
Indeed, every cent of this funding must be allocated wisely. At this juncture, Lin Feiyang shifted the conversation. "Mayor Wu, as I understand it, you have served as the director of the county government office for approximately 5 to 6 years, correct?" Wu Zhixiong, puzzled, nonetheless replied, "Indeed, it has been 6 years and 2 months. Lin Feiyang acknowledged, 6 years is quite a considerable span of time. This suggests that Comrade Wu Zhixiong has not had the opportunity to familiarize himself with the workings of township affairs for quite some time. I propose that after Mayor Wu dedicates the next 5 to 6 months to gaining a comprehensive, intuitive, and detailed understanding of the actual conditions in Broken Gong town, he can then offer his insights and opinions on how this funding should be utilized.
Until then, I believe the timing is not yet ripe and may be somewhat hasty."
Lin Feiyang's words were akin to a soft blade slicing through flesh, yet they struck a profound chord. Some committee members gazed at Wu Zhixiong with a hint of sympathy, taken aback by Lin Feiyang's eloquence and his ability to corner Wu Zhixiong in their first exchange. Wu Zhixiong, however, maintained a faint smile. "Secretary Lin makes a very valid point. Indeed, I do require some time to familiarize myself with the specifics of Broken Gong town in order to ensure that there are no issues regarding the utilization of these funds. However, prior to coming to Broken Gong town, I conducted extensive research. I am aware that the situation regarding the Tiangongling iron mine is quite precarious. Although Secretary Lin has personally led efforts, I believe that to prevent the ongoing issues of unlawful mining and to ensure that the citizens of Broken Gong town can swiftly reap the developmental benefits brought by the Tiangongling iron mine, we should expedite the agenda for the auction of the mine. I have a preliminary plan regarding this matter, and I invite everyone to review it." With that, Wu Zhixiong instructed his aides to distribute the planning documents he had meticulously prepared. Lin Feiyang was taken aback to discover that Wu Zhixiong had indeed come well-prepared. At this moment, Lin Feiyang discerned that Wu Zhixiong's visit to Paluo town was undoubtedly a well-prepared endeavor. He anticipated that Lin would not easily allow him to intervene in the allocation of the 368 million yuan in funds. Thus, Wu intentionally broached the subject, knowing that if Lin did not respond assertively, he would likely seize control of the funds. Conversely, should Lin retaliate, Wu would activate his contingency plan, namely the auction of the Tianwangling iron mine. After all, Wu had just assumed his position, and if Lin continuously rejected his proposals, it could reach the ears of the county committee leaders, portraying Lin as deliberately undermining Wu, or as excessively domineering and difficult to collaborate with. Wu Zhixiang was indeed calculating. As Lin Feiyang contemplated this, he meticulously examined the scheme that Wu had presented. Upon completion, a frown creased his brow. In Lin's analysis of the proposal, it was explicitly stated that following the auction of the Tianwangling iron mine, the foremost priority would be to enhance the salaries and benefits of all civil servants and personnel in public institutions within the town by a substantial 35 over previous levels.
Moreover, the descriptions in the proposal suggested that the final remuneration could exceed prior amounts by as much as half or even double. Lin Feiyang observed that many members of the town committee displayed expressions of delight after reviewing the proposal. This plan was undeniably advantageous for everyone and also took into account the interests of the common people in various livelihood projects. It could be said that this was a thoroughly calculated scheme to win public favor. When Lin raised his gaze, he met Wu Zhixiang's slightly smug eyes. Wu directly posed a question, laced with a hint of provocation. Secretary Lin, do you find my proposal feasible? Will you also seek to negate it in the name of the people? The assembly immediately turned anxious glances toward Lin Feiyang.
With a smile, Lin shook his head. No, Comrade Wu Zhixiang, I believe your proposal is somewhat too conservative. The assembly was instantly filled with confusion, their astonishment directed at Lin, uncertain of his meaning. Lin smiled as he elucidated, I contend that merely increasing benefits by around 35 post-auction of the Tianwangling iron mine is rather too cautious. After all, Paluo town is a remote area, characterized by harsh conditions. Everyone has sacrificed their personal interests for the collective good, engaging in relentless battles against poverty. Although previous results have been scant, the effort has been commendable. For this reason alone, I believe that benefits should be elevated by at least 60.
Otherwise, how can we attract talented university graduates to work in Paluo town?
As he spoke, Lin's fervor escalated, his voice rising. Comrades, your perseverance in Paluo town exemplifies your noble character. If the Tianwangling iron mine can be successfully auctioned, I assure you that a 60 increase is entirely feasible. Moreover, if we collectively perform admirably in the near future, a doubling of benefits is not out of reach. We must not adopt a one-size-fits-all approach. Those who have made significant contributions to Paluo town deserve higher compensation and better benefits. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhixiang was rendered speechless. He had initially intended to use this proposal to curry favor, yet Lin Feiyang had turned the tables, boldly suggesting a doubling of benefits, a notion that undoubtedly stirred excitement among the other committee members. Wu had indeed read the room correctly. Many present were emotionally stirred by Lin's remarks, envisioning the prospect of their salaries and benefits being doubled, which would allow them to match, if not surpass, the salaries of their counterparts in Tian City. Consequently, Lin Feiyang's proposition was far more exhilarating than Wu's plan. Wu's expression darkened, and he replied in a somber tone, Secretary Lin, I too desire to elevate everyone's benefits to a greater extent, but the truth is, we cannot ascertain what price the Tianwangling iron mine will fetch. Thus, I proposed a more cautious yet flexible approach. If the mine sells for a good price, I believe even a doubling of benefits would not pose any issues. At this critical juncture, Wu Zhixiang could not afford to be outmaneuvered by Lin Feiyang, so he sought to diminish the excitement generated by Lin's proposal. Wu achieved his goal. Everyone present recognized that whether benefits were increased by 1 or 2 times, the crux of the matter lay in the auction of the Tianwangling iron mine. Upon Wu's conclusion, Lin Feiyang understood that no matter how brilliant and witty he might be, he could not gain the upper hand in this exchange against the cunning Wu Zhixiang. Wu had laid a series of traps for him. With every small step Lin took forward, every minor victory he secured, he only drew closer to the pitfalls set by Wu. At this moment, the auction of the Tianwangling iron mine had become an imperative, otherwise, Lin would be unable to fulfill his promise of doubling benefits and compensation, while Wu had even suggested a 2-fold increase. Both proposals garnered unanimous approval from the committee members, as they represented a boon for all who would oppose higher salaries and benefits. The sentiment was clearer: the higher, the better. At this juncture, Lin Feiyang realized that should he continue to oppose the auction of the Tianwangling iron mine, he would likely face repercussions, including potential vandalism to his property. Such an outcome would result in a loss of public support and leave him isolated. Wu Zhixiang had orchestrated a masterful scheme, each element intricately linked, leaving Lin with no recourse to voice his grievances. In this moment, Lin Feiyang truly recognized that despite his prowess on the battlefield, he faced a considerable disparity in the realm of political maneuvering and cunning against seasoned veterans like Wu Zhixiang. This brief setback imparted many valuable lessons to Lin Feiyang. Thus, under the gaze of the assembly, he smiled faintly. Comrade Wu Zhixiang, your last statement may be somewhat exaggerated. I surmise that if you genuinely dare to increase everyone's benefits 2-fold, the county's disciplinary committee would undoubtedly be the first to approach you.
Laughter erupted among the assembly, as they understood the impracticality of such a drastic increase. They were all aware that such promises remained merely verbal. Actual implementation would require approval from the county or even the city. Once the laughter subsided, Lin Feiyang fixed his gaze on Wu Zhixiang and stated, since this proposal to enhance benefits originated from you, Comrade Wu Zhixiang, I believe it is only fitting that you oversee its implementation. This will provide you an opportunity to familiarize yourself with all facets of our operations in Paluo town in light of the upcoming auction of the Tianwangling iron mine. With a confident smile, Wu Zhixiang responded, Secretary Lin, you need not worry about this. In my capacity as the director of the county government office, I have successfully managed numerous major projects without disappointing the county committee leaders. As he spoke, Wu radiated confidence, dismissing Lin as a serious contender. His assertion of never having disappointed the county committee implied a deeper meaning. Lin Feiyang, with an enigmatic smile, remarked, "Comrade Wu Zhixiong, your confidence is commendable, and I appreciate it. However, I must remind you of the significance of the task I entrust to you. To put it succinctly, the success or failure of the auction will directly affect the welfare and benefits of all committee members present, as well as the future development of Paluo Town. Therefore, I have but one request: you must ensure that the Tianwangling iron mine fetches a good price, and the entire process must be transparent and open, ensuring the maximization of our town's interests." At this point, Lin's tone turned sharp. "Comrade Wu Zhixiong, I must emphasize that if I perceive that you have not executed this task well, or if you fail to meet the expectations of all committee members and the people of Paluo Town, I will not hesitate to halt this project." Wu Zhixiong scoffed, assuring, "Secretary Lin, rest assured. As the director of the county office, I have ample experience in managing significant projects. I guarantee to you and all committee members that I will ensure this project is conducted in a standardized, open, and transparent manner, maximizing the benefits for Paluo Town." Lin Feiyang nodded. "Good. Then let us conclude today's meeting. I expect you, Comrade Wu Zhixiong, to prepare thoroughly and strive to initiate this critically important megaproject for Paluo Town at the earliest opportunity. I entrust this to you." With that, the meeting adjourned. Lin Feiyang was the first to exit the conference room, not bothering to glance back at the scene within. However, Zhao Jinfeng observed everything clearly. He noticed that the publicity committee member, Li Zhengda, had approached Wu Zhixiong to engage in conversation, while the organization committee member, Zhong Haitao, had lingered to exchange a few words with him. Clearly, with the authority over the auction of the Tianwangling iron mine now in Wu Zhixiong's hands, he would soon become the most sought-after figure in Paluo Town and even the entire Tianfeng County. Zhao Jinfeng entered Lin Feiyang's office, filled with curiosity, eager to comprehend why Lin would willingly cede control of such an important project to Wu Zhixiong. Chapter 61 Collusion and Manipulation. Upon entering Lin Feiyang's office, Zhao Jinfeng wasted no time with pleasantries and directly inquired, "Boss, Wu Zhixiong is undoubtedly not a person who adheres to rules. Otherwise, Du Zhigua and Niu Liyong would not have appointed him as the mayor of our broken town. I believe you can see this clearly as well. Moreover, you had the opportunity to prevent Wu Zhixiong from leading this project, and you are not one to be overly concerned with appearances. So why have you allowed him to take charge of it? Are you not worried he could bring significant losses to our broken town?" Lin Feiyang smiled slightly and replied, "Old Chow, your words seem a bit hasty. We should not jump to conclusions about what kind of person Wu Zhixiong truly is. However, we can observe from a distance. Only by adopting the perspective of an outsider can we gain a clearer understanding of Wu Zhixiong." Furrowing his brow, Zhao Jinfeng responded, "What if Wu Zhixiong intends to manipulate this project? He is the director of Niu Liyong's county office, essentially Niu Liyong's henchman. Although Niu Liyong has not yet faced repercussions, I have a premonition that the affairs of the Zhengyi group are undoubtedly connected to him. Hence, Niu Liyong will not let go of the Tianwangling iron mine project and will undoubtedly engage in underhanded dealings, with Wu Zhixiong serving as the executor. By allowing Wu Zhixiong to oversee this project, you are effectively leading a sheep into a tiger's den." Lin Feiyang burst into laughter, patting Zhao Jinfeng on the shoulder as he said, "Old Chow, remember, you cannot catch a wolf without first sacrificing a lamb. There is no sense in being overly cautious after a thief has already struck. Fear not the thief's theft, but rather his intentions. Given this, I will display this treasure openly and see how he attempts to steal it. Just wait and watch the spectacle. Wu Zhixiong may be a crafty old fox, tirelessly scheming against me, but does he think Lin Feiyang is so easily trifled with?" Meanwhile, while Lin Feiyang and Zhao Jinfeng were conversing, Wu Zhixiong had returned to his office and dialed a number on his phone. "President Chen, long time no see." A cheerful voice responded from the other end, "Ah, it's Director Wu. Indeed, it has been a while. Have you arrived in Tiandu City? Care to join me for some leisure?" Wu Zhixiong chuckled, "President Chen, I haven't made it to Tiandu City yet, but I do have some good news to share with you." "Are you free to come to Broken Town?" President Chen frowned slightly. "Broken Town? What could possibly be worth visiting there? The mere mention of Broken Town reminds me of that insufferable Lin Feiyang." Wu Zhixiong laughed heartily. "President Chen, it was understandable that you were reluctant to visit Broken Town before, given Zhao Ruicheng's inability to compete with Lin Feiyang. However, now I am the mayor of Broken Town, and after a town committee meeting, it has been decided that I will be responsible for the auction of the Tianwangling iron mine. I would love to hear your insights and strategies." At this, President Chen's eyes lit up. The auction of the Tianwangling iron mine was officially on the agenda. This was a monumental opportunity for profit. Most importantly, it was Wu Zhixiong who was in charge. He immediately grasped Wu Zhixiong's true intention behind the call. Any talk of seeking his advice was merely a ruse. Wu Zhixiong was clearly worried about the call being monitored, and his real aim was to summon him to discuss how to seize this project for themselves. Realizing this, Chen Mingdong promptly replied, all right, it would be my honor to assist Mayor Wu in strategizing. I'll head over right away." 2 hours later, Chen Mingdong arrived in Tianfeng County at breakneck speed. Wu Zhixiong also made his way to the county seat. In the Hongyan Tea House, within room 688, when Chen Mingdong entered, Wu Zhixiong and Du Zhigua were already seated. Wu Zhixiong stood up with a smile to greet him and then introduced Du Zhigua, saying, "County head Du, allow me to introduce you to President Chen Mingdong, who is also the younger brother of Vice Mayor Chen Mingli." Chen Mingdong burst into laughter. "Wu Gu, it seems you are unaware of my relationship with County head Du. We have been acquainted for several years, we are old friends." Du Zhigua nodded with a smile. "Indeed, Zhixiong, do you think I came rushing over just because you mentioned President Chen? You think I'm so easy to persuade?" Wu Zhixiong suddenly realized, chuckling, "If you two are acquainted, that's splendid.
Then today, we need not beat around the bush.
Once the trio was seated and the server had brewed tea before exiting the room and locking the door, Wu Zhixiong smiled and said, County Head Du, President Chen, Lin Feiyang, in a moment of desperation, has entrusted me with the auction of the Tianwangling iron mine.
While he has left some traps, as long as we leave him no handle to grasp, we can pocket this project directly. Chen Mingdong smiled, this is precisely my forte, allow me to offer a suggestion, and I hope you two leaders will guide me.
Du Zhigua and Wu Zhixiong nodded in agreement.
Chen Mingdong continued, this project has garnered significant attention and fame, thus, we must ensure procedural justice is upheld. We can proceed with the bidding according to normal protocols, ensuring Lin Feiyang finds no fault. Furthermore, to guarantee that the project falls entirely into our hands, we should package the entire project for bidding, requiring bidders to pay a fixed annual sum of 20 million to Broken Town for a minimum of 10 years, with the entire amount paid up front. This single stipulation will deter many inadequately funded enterprises. Moreover, to maintain complete control over the project, we must ensure that all bidding documents are prepared and submitted by our associates. As for other external or local firms that may wish to bid, we can set restrictive conditions in the bidding documents to exclude them. For instance, we can stipulate that any enterprise wishing to invest in this project must have investments exceeding 60 million in our province, or possess mining development qualifications. In short, we will identify 4 or 5 companion bidding companies and establish restrictions in the bidding documents based on their strengths, effectively keeping larger enterprises at bay. As for smaller firms, we will negotiate with them, offering incentives to either become our companion bidders or withdraw altogether. Under coercion and temptation, everything will be under our control. After Chen Mingdong concluded, both Du Zhigua and Wu Zhixiong nodded vigorously. The reason they chose Chen Mingdong was simple, he and his company excelled at capitalizing on policy benefits and securing government investment projects. Such projects, once connections and relationships were established, turned out to be mere formalities. Chen Mingdong and his company were adept at maneuvering through these processes. At this moment, Wu Zhixiong suddenly asked, President Chen, are you familiar with Dong Tianbao of the Tianbao Group?
Chen Mingdong paused, Dong Tianbao?
I know him, but our relationship is average. Wu Zhixiong smiled, President Chen, I suggest you invite the Tianbao Group to act as our companion bidder.
Chen Mingdong looked puzzled, glancing at Wu Zhixiong.
Wu Zhixiong chuckled, I have 2 reasons for this suggestion. At first, the Tianbao Group is immensely powerful, ranking high in Tiandu City, which can lend credibility to our project. Second, many in Tiandu City are well aware of the Tianbao Group's origins and their work style. We want to create the impression that the most likely winner of this bid is the Tianbao Group, thereby deterring enterprises with ties to nefarious forces from attempting to intervene.
With the fall of the Zhangyi Group, the Tianbao Group has emerged as the strongest enterprise in Tiandu City, previously second among the Tiandu 3 heroes. Dong Tianbao has now claimed the top spot. Any underworld figures contemplating competition with the Tianbao Group will think twice, knowing Dong Tianbao's methods. In this way, we can leverage their power to our advantage. Upon hearing this, Chen Mingdong's eyes brightened. Although he excelled in managing government investment projects, he was more refined compared to the likes of Dong Tianbao and Su Zhongyi, who thrived in the underworld. The Tianwangling iron mine project, however, required a certain audacity. Thus, Chen Mingdong was invigorated by Wu Zhixiong's suggestion and unhesitatingly agreed. Du Zhigua had no objections. For him, it mattered little who ultimately secured the project, as he would receive his due benefits regardless. However, considering the long-term implications, he pondered briefly before furrowing his brow. We had several dealings with Dong Tianbao in the county, and I sense he is quite difficult to negotiate with and displays a rather domineering attitude. If we want him on board, might he overshadow us? Even if he doesn't, will he cooperate?
Chen Mingdong replied solemnly, leave this matter to me. I will have my brother's secretary accompany us for a meal. I know that Dong Tianbao's biggest backing is Deputy Mayor Dong Zichuan. His uncle, however, Dong Zichuan, does not hold Dong Tianbao in high regard. As long as I promise him sufficient benefits, I believe he will not refuse.
Moreover, I've heard that Dong Tianbao's company is currently facing financial difficulties, so I am confident I can handle him. With Chen Mingdong's assurance, Du Zhigua and Wu Zhixiong ceased their concerns. The group then began discussing the details of profit sharing and other specifics once the project was operational. It is astonishing how many would never have imagined that even before the project officially commenced, the distribution of profits had already been largely determined. In the following days, Wu Zhixiong maintained a calm demeanor, as the intricacies of drafting the bidding documents were being handled by Chen Mingdong's company. Recently, it was Chen Mingdong who had been tirelessly busy, forging connections, networking, entertaining friends, and engaging in various social activities. In essence, he had been working tirelessly. The results, however, were gratifying, for he had successfully secured the cooperation of 4 companion bidding companies, with commitments from their core personnel to assist in stamping the bidding documents prior to the opening. Even with Dong Tianbao, an agreement had been reached to meet for dinner in 3 days. This news thrilled Chen Mingdong that he decided to invite a few friends from the banking sector to the dinner to assist Dong Tianbao. Subsequently, Chen Mingdong summoned his company's technical staff to meticulously review the prepared bidding documents. Once he confirmed that the stipulated conditions were satisfactory, he signed off, allowing the documents to be submitted to the Tianfeng County Bidding Office and the bidding company. Following this, with Wu Zhixiong's collaboration with the County Bidding Office and the bidding company, the official announcement for the bidding of the Tianwangling iron mine in Broken Town was made, with a public notice period of 20 days. The date of the announcement coincided precisely with the dinner arranged between Chen Mingdong and Dong Tianbao. Their dinner was scheduled at room 302 of the New Source Hotel in Tiandu City, set for 6 30 p.m.at this very moment, Lin Feiyang and Zhao Jinfeng were also en route to Tiandu City. They had come to host a banquet for Chen Xiaoxia, Zhao Jinfeng, and Xueqing. Lin Feiyang had also reserved a room at the New Source Hotel, specifically room 301. Inside the private room, the three of them instructed the server to replace the large round table with a square one, with Lin Feiyang, Xueqing, Zhao Jinfeng, and Chen Xiaoxia each taking a side. Lin Feiyang raised his glass and smiled. Gentlemen, I have gathered you here today primarily to express my gratitude for your efforts in advocating for me after Wang Yongchang took me away. Without your support, I, Lin Feiyang, might have faced a significant setback. You are all my dear friends and brothers, so I shall refrain from being overly formal, thank you. With that, Lin Feiyang lifted his glass and downed it in one go. Zhao Jinfeng and Xueqing, seeing this, followed suit without hesitation. Even Chen Xiaoxia, a true heroine, raised her glass without reservation and drank it all. Following this toast, the bond between the four seemed to strengthen. Xueqing personally filled Lin Feiyang's glass, smiling as he said, "Boss, no need for pleasantries among brothers, helping you is our duty as friends. If we didn't it would be a disservice to our camaraderie. Therefore, based on your words, you owe us 3 penalty drinks." Lin Feiyang chuckled and immediately downed 3 cups. After consuming a significant amount of alcohol, his complexion turned slightly rosy, yet his demeanor remained composed. Xueqing was taken aback. He hadn't expected Lin Feiyang to remain so steady after 4 rounds. At that moment, Chen Xiaoxia smiled and said, "Lin Feiyang, your alcohol tolerance is impressive. If you drink another cup, I shall reveal a matter of great concern regarding the interests of Broken Town." With no choice but to comply, Lin Feiyang downed another cup and turned his gaze toward Chen Xiaoxia. She smiled and continued, "I recently received a rather confidential piece of information indicating that someone in Tiandu City is preparing to engage in collusion and manipulation regarding the Tianwangling Iron Mine project in Broken Town, with a determination to succeed. I can assure you, there are no more than 3 people aware of this news, aside from those within their circle." Lin Feiyang was taken aback, exclaiming, "Collusion and manipulation, such audacity, which company is involved?" Chen Xiaoxia shook her head. "I don't know the specific company, but I've heard that nearly all the experts on the evaluation committee have been bribed. It is highly likely that all the firms participating in this bidding are under the control of a single entity." While Lin Feiyang had anticipated Wu Zhixian would resort to manipulations in this project, he had never imagined the audacity would reach such heights. His gaze gradually sharpened. Chapter 62 Procedural Justice. Chen Xiaoxia seemed to sense the shift in Lin Feiyang's gaze and demeanor. With a gentle smile, she remarked, "Lin Feiyang, there's no need to be so anxious. Such occurrences are quite commonplace, and you truly have no reason to be taken aback. The reason I am aware of this matter is due to a close friend of mine, whose husband works for a company involved in the collusion of bids. He is the project's specific handler. However, my friend did not disclose which company is operating behind the scenes. Nevertheless, I heard from her that this company is hosting a banquet tonight at the Xin Yuan Grand Hotel for the heads of the involved firms, which is why I asked you to reserve room 301. The person you seek is right next door." Upon hearing this, Lin Feiyang's eyes brightened. He swiftly approached the door, cracking it open just enough to peer through the gap, allowing him to observe the comings and goings in the adjacent room 302. Subsequently, Lin Feiyang and his companions resumed their drinking and dining, though their voices grew considerably quieter, as they recognized that Lin Feiyang's attention was fixated on room 302. Meanwhile, inside room 302, after several rounds of drinks and dishes, the prominent guest of the evening, Dong Tianbao, felt an urgent need to relieve himself. With a smile, he stood and announced, "President Chen, everyone, excuse me for a moment, I need to step out." With that, he made his way towards the exit, prompting Chen Mingdong to offer, "Dong, I'll accompany you." Dong Tianbao waved his hand dismissively, "No, please don't. I can't go if someone else is nearby. I'll manage on my own." Laughter ensued, and no one accompanied him out, as those familiar with Dong Tianbao knew of his peculiar habit. After exiting, Dong Tianbao hurried towards the restroom. Although there was a restroom within the private room, he preferred to avoid the restroom there, finding it rather uncomfortable, and opted for the external facilities instead. When Lin Feiyang glimpsed Dong Tianbao emerging through the door, his eyes widened in surprise, and a surge of elation coursed through him. He promptly stood and stepped outside, closing the door behind him. Lin Feiyang walked briskly, soon catching up to Dong Tianbao without alarming him. Entering the restroom together, after relieving themselves and washing their hands, Lin Feiyang smiled and said, "Boss Dong, you've had quite a few drinks tonight, haven't you? Is that 20-year-old Matai you've been enjoying?" Although Dong Tianbao was aware that someone was sharing the restroom with him, he paid it no mind, preoccupied with pondering the collusion proposal put forth by Chen Mingdong. Dong Tianbao had hesitated to accept Chen Mingdong's offer 3 days prior, contemplating the implications. His primary concern was Lin Feiyang. He wished to avoid antagonizing Lin Feiyang, fully aware that even the formidable Su Zhangyi had met his downfall in Baleo Town. While he was also one of the 3 elite of Tiandu, he understood that his connections and influence were somewhat inferior to Su Zhangyi's. Thus, he was reluctant to become entangled with Lin Feiyang in Baleo Town. However, due to a recent miscalculation that resulted in significant financial losses, his company was facing a cash crunch. Chen Mingdong had assured him that if he agreed to assist in the collusion, he would help alleviate a substantial portion of the financial strain, even offering a sum of money. After much deliberation, Dong Tianbao ultimately acquiesced, convincing himself, "I'm not actually bidding, I'm merely assisting with the collusion." Lin Feiyang surely won't cause me trouble. Yes, absolutely not, surely Lin Feiyang must adhere to reason. At this moment, Dong Tianbao had made up his mind to assist Chen Mingdong with the collusion. However, he never anticipated that a mere trip to the restroom would lead him to encounter Lin Feiyang, the very person he most wished to avoid.
Dong Tianbao froze in place, his body feeling as if it had turned to stone, his eyes betraying a profound sense of anxiety. Lin Feiyang patted Dong Tianbao on the shoulder, grinning.
Boss Dong, it's been quite some time. Why do you seem to break into a cold sweat at the sight of me? Am I truly that frightening? Dong Tianbao stammered. Lin Feiyang, what brings you here?
Lin Feiyang replied with a chuckle, why shouldn't I be here? While the expenses are high, I certainly can afford them, can't I? But you, on the other hand, what brings you here? Dong Tianbao's eyes darted around, preparing to fabricate an excuse.
Lin Feiyang fixed him with a knowing gaze. Now, Boss Dong, let us not weave any tales just yet. Allow me to take a guess. Your presence here is likely connected to the bidding for the Tianwangling iron mine in Baleo town, am I correct? Beads of sweat began to trickle down Dong Tianbao's forehead. He realized that Lin Feiyang was indeed his worst nightmare. Every time Lin Feiyang appeared, it resulted in humiliation for him, a figure typically commanding respect in Tiandu. Lin Feiyang grasped Dong Tianbao's arm, urging, come, let us find a quiet spot to discuss this.
As he spoke, Lin Feiyang led Dong Tianbao to the stairwell, a dimly lit emergency exit rarely frequented by others.
Turning on his phone's flashlight to illuminate Dong Tianbao's face, Lin Feiyang's voice turned icy as he said, Dong Tianbao, it's time for you to speak the truth. But you're not scheming to make a fortune in Baleo town again, are you? I've heard rumors of someone orchestrating the collusion for the Tianwangling iron mine bidding, and it wouldn't happen to be you, would it? Haven't you learned from the previous debacle with Zhongyi Group? Does Tianbao Group intend to repeat that folly?
As he spoke, Lin Feiyang's tone grew increasingly forceful. Dong Tianbao wiped the perspiration from his brow and, taking a deep breath, stammered, Secretary Lin, please don't misunderstand.
The orchestrator is definitely not Tianbao Group. Then who is it?
It's Chen Mingdong and his Mingdong Group. Chen Mingdong is the younger brother of Chen Mingli, the vice mayor of Tiandu. Wu Zhixiong and Du Zhigua are also involved. Dong Tianbao then divulged everything he knew, recounting his reasons for participating in the collusion and his apprehensions towards Lin Feiyang.
He realized he dared not lie in Lin Feiyang's presence. After listening, Lin Feiyang finally understood the situation, though anger simmered within him as Dong Tianbao revealed that Wu Zhixiong, the mayor of Baleo town, was also present at the banquet that evening, openly supporting the Mingdong Group. Lin Feiyang inhaled deeply, firmly patting Dong Tianbao's shoulder. Old Dong, you're a decent man, though you've erred in many ways, you still possess a moral compass, your honesty has saved you. I, Lin Feiyang, am not a rigid man. Here is the deal, you should engage with Chen Mingdong as you see fit, accept whatever benefits he offers. It would be unreasonable for your company to collapse due to my involvement. However, you must not disclose what occurred today to Chen Mingdong or anyone else. When you return, maintain your composure. You must ensure that Chen Mingdong and his company proceed with their bidding as planned. In due time, I will allow you to witness how Chen Mingdong's company suffers a significant loss. With that, Lin Feiyang gave Dong Tianbao another reassuring pat on the shoulder before descending through the emergency exit. Dong Tianbao returned to room 302 in a daze but quickly adjusted his demeanor, engaging in conversation with Chen Mingdong and others. However, that evening, Dong Tianbao's drinking capacity was noticeably diminished. In the past, he could consume around 2 jin, but after 1 jin, he succumbed to inebriation, resting his head on the table. Yet, before succumbing, he managed to make a call to his company's head, instructing him to visit the Tianfeng County bidding office the next day to procure the bidding documents for the Tianwangling iron mine. This phone call invigorated Chen Mingdong, who celebrated with the attendees, reveling in the excitement of the evening, yet remaining sober, as he was determined to secure the Tianwangling iron mine project. In the ensuing days, Chen Mingdong adopted a notably low profile, while his company's technical department became exceedingly busy, tasked with preparing bid documents for 6 companies. They meticulously calculated the bidding prices, ensuring accuracy to meet Chen Mingdong's directives, aiming for the Mingdong Group to win the bid at the lowest possible cost. After a lengthy 20-day public announcement period, the bid opening meeting commenced in the main conference room of the Tianfeng County bidding office, marking one of the most grandiose bidding events in the county's history. To underscore the importance of this event, the county's propaganda department invited several media outlets to provide live coverage of the proceedings, with the expenses discreetly sponsored by the Mingdong Group, who provided cash directly to the reporters. The reporters understood their mission and strived to portray the bidding process as fair and just, showcasing its virtues. To emphasize the project's significance, the county dispatched Executive Vice Mayor Du Zhigua and a deputy from the county's disciplinary committee to oversee the proceedings, ensuring that no incidents compromising the fairness of the bidding would occur. As the bidding party, Lin Feiyang and Wu Zhixiong were also part of the supervisory group, witnessing the entire process throughout. Wu Zhixiong and Du Zhigua kept a wary eye on Lin Feiyang, anxious that he might disrupt the bidding process. Their anxiety lingered. However, much to their relief and delight, Lin Feiyang remained silent throughout the bidding, his demeanor calm as he observed the proceedings. Du Zhigua noticed that the deputy mayor of Baleo town, Zhao Xinfeng, was recording the event with his phone, but he paid it no mind. His primary concern was a particularly troublesome journalist among the media crew, none other than the stunningly beautiful Chen Xiaoxia. He was captivated by her breathtaking beauty while simultaneously wary of her potential negative coverage of the bidding. Nevertheless, throughout the event, Chen Xiaoxia maintained a professional demeanor, not once stepping into the limelight, allowing the camera crews to capture the entire bidding process until all the bidding documents were submitted to the evaluation committee. Both Chen Xiaoxia and Lin Feiyang remained static, with neither showing any signs of disturbance. Du Zhigua felt a considerable weight lift from his chest, believing that with matters having progressed this far, Lin Feiyang would likely refrain from causing any further turmoil. The entire process, under the watchful eyes of the media, was transparent and fair, and the procedural justice was intact.
According to standard inference, a just process should yield a just outcome, though Wu Zhixiong felt a dampness on his back. A long-lost smile finally graced his serious face. He understood that once the bidding results were announced, everything would settle into place. The project he had painstakingly orchestrated would not only yield significant political achievements but also garner the appreciation of County Chief Niu Liang and Executive Vice Mayor Du Zhigua, along with the gratitude of Chen Mingdong, the influential businessman. Chen Mingdong had promised him that upon the successful operation of this project, he would personally introduce him to Vice Mayor Chen Mingli, presenting Wu Zhixiong with a tremendous opportunity in his political career. The evaluation process was lengthy, and during this time, both the media reporters and the supervisory group, as well as the bidders and bidding office personnel, found themselves bored. Some played with their phones in the lobby, while others stepped outside for a smoke, all passing time in their own ways as they awaited the announcement of the final bidding results. Members of the supervisory group were escorted into a small meeting room to rest. Upon entering, Lin Feiyang chose a wide-backed chair and soon began to snore loudly, akin to rolling thunder, leaving the others in the room exchanging bewildered glances. Du Zhigua, feeling exasperated, exited the room, while Wu Zhixiong, enduring Lin Feiyang's rhythmic snores, fiddled with his phone. He needed to keep Lin Feiyang within his sight, ensuring that the latter wouldn't stir up any trouble before the final results were revealed. This was his mission, one that safeguarded his own interests. 3 hours later, staff members informed everyone that the evaluation committee had finalized the bidding results, inviting them back to the main conference room to await the announcement. At that moment, Lin Feiyang gradually opened his eyes. Wu Zhixiong sighed in relief but failed to notice the mocking expression on Lin Feiyang's face as he awoke. Chapter 63 A Battle of Wits in the Grand Conference Room of the Tianfeng County Bidding Office. A throng of people jostled for seats, all eager to settle in. The leaders of the bidding enterprises occupied their designated spots, their faces devoid of any trace of anxiety, seemingly indifferent to the outcome. Lin Feiyang, Du Zhigua, Wu Zhixiong, and Gui Guoyang, the deputy secretary of the county's Discipline Inspection Commission, took their places in the supervisory area. At this moment, the 7 esteemed experts of the evaluation committee filed in, taking their seats with an air of authority. Wang Deluan, the director responsible for presiding over the bidding conference, stepped up to the podium and proclaimed loudly, "Esteemed leaders of the bidding enterprises, respected supervisors, we are now entering the most pivotal and highly anticipated segment of the Tianwangling Iron Mine bidding conference, the announcement of the successful bidder after a rigorous 20-day public notice period and today's intense bidding proceedings. Now, let us invite Comrade Du Zhigua, the executive deputy county head of Tianfeng County, to the stage to personally announce the winning bidder of today's bidding conference. Please welcome." As Wang Deluan's invitation echoed, the room filled with a resounding welcome tune. Du Zhigua, beaming with a smile, approached the podium. Wang Deluan continued, "Next, I would like to invite the chair of the evaluation committee, Comrade Li Jinhui, executive vice president of the Municipal Academy of Social Sciences, to present the results derived from the rigorous and systematic assessment conducted by all committee members over the course of 3 intense hours." Li Jinhui, with a noticeable belly, waddled toward the podium, solemnly handing over the sealed evaluation results. He then faced the national flag at the podium and solemnly swore, "On behalf of the evaluation committee, I solemnly swear that our evaluation process is fair, just, and transparent. We are open to scrutiny from all sectors of society and are willing to bear legal responsibility for our evaluation results." As the oath concluded, the host announced loudly, "Let us express our warmest applause for Director Li Jinhui, thanking the evaluation committee for their diligent efforts." The applause thundered throughout the room as Li Jinhui began to step down from the podium. However, at that moment, Lin Feiyang, sitting in the supervisory section, suddenly rose and declared, "Director Li Jinhui, please hold on." Lin Feiyang's voice was loud enough that, despite the absence of a microphone, everyone present could hear him clearly. All eyes turned to Lin Feiyang's face. Du Zhigua had believed that the outcome was already settled, his anxious heart now at ease, yet, he could not have anticipated that Lin Feiyang would ultimately stir up trouble. Fuming, Du Zhigua glared at Lin Feiyang and demanded, "Comrade Lin Feiyang, what do you mean by this? Is it not acceptable to voice your concerns after the meeting concludes?" Lin Feiyang, his expression darkening, retorted, "Of course not. If we were to wait until the bidding conference ends to speak, what purpose would we supervisors serve?" Upon hearing this, Wu Zhixiong, the mayor of Polling Town sitting beside Lin Feiyang, scowled, his eyes darting with malice as he said, "Comrade Lin, are you truly blind to the fact that the entire bidding process today has been entirely fair, just, and transparent? Have you not noticed the multitude of media reporters present as witnesses and overseers? Do you intend to challenge the judgment of everyone here?" Wu Zhixiong, ever the crafty fox, deftly maneuvered his words to cast Lin Feiyang in opposition to the crowd. Some reporters, who had received compensation, immediately erupted in anger, exclaiming, "Indeed, Lin Feiyang, you cannot question our authority as journalists. What purpose would we serve otherwise?" Though Deputy Secretary Gui of the County Discipline Inspection Commission remained silent, his displeasure was evident on his face. Having witnessed the entire process firsthand, he believed that today's bidding conference was thoroughly just and devoid of any flaws. Du Zhigua swiftly chimed in, "Lin Feiyang, are you certain you wish to challenge the conclusions drawn by all the supervisory personnel present?" Lin Feiyang cast a cold, disdainful glance at both Wu Zhixiong and Du Zhigua, his gaze eventually landing on Li Jinhui, the chair of the evaluation committee. In a chilling tone, he asked, "Director Li Jinhui, since you are the chair of the evaluation committee, I trust you are aware of the evaluation results, correct?" Though perplexed by Lin Feiyang's inquiry, Li Jinhui nodded, unable to deny this established fact. Lin Feiyang raised his voice, "Director Li Jinhui, please answer my question loudly. Do you know the winning bid result?" "I do." Li Jinhui was compelled to respond aloud. Lin Feiyang nodded. "Good, since you know the result, I would like to ask you this.
Is the winning bidder Mingdong Group? Li Jinhui's eyes widened in surprise as he glanced nervously at Du Zhigua, for the evaluation results indeed indicated that Mingdong Group was the winner. Du Zhigua, too, felt a twinge of anxiety. As the mastermind behind the entire affair, he had never anticipated that Lin Feiyang would suddenly launch an assault at this critical juncture, directly targeting the winning bid result, causing him great distress. Observing Li Jinhui's shifting gaze, Lin Feiyang exclaimed, "Li Jinhui, why do you look at County Head Du? Is he your father? Are you seeking some form of hint from him?" Laughter erupted throughout the room. Du Zhigua, his expression icy, retorted, "Comrade Lin Feiyang, please be mindful of your choice of words. This is a public venue, not a place for frivolous jokes." Lin Feiyang quickly raised his hands in apology. "Director Li Jinhui, I sincerely apologize. I inadvertently made a jest. Now, could you please answer my question with the seriousness it deserves? Is the winning bidder indeed Mingdong Group, yes or no?"
With no room for evasion, Li Jinhui could only nod gently. "Indeed, the winning bidder is Mingdong Group."
Just as Lin Feiyang was about to elaborate further, Mayor Wu Zhixiong interjected with a smile, "Comrade Lin Feiyang, it is hardly surprising that you arrived at this conclusion." Although the bidding process was divided into two sections, commercial and technical, everyone present witnessed the transparency of the commercial bid opening process. It is evident that based on the scoring criteria outlined in the bidding documents, anyone could deduce that Mingdong Group led in the commercial bid segment. Furthermore, those familiar with Mingdong Group know that their rapid development in recent years has attracted a wealth of technical talent, even drawing top graduates from prestigious universities. Therefore, it is not unexpected that they would perform well in the technical segment as well. Are you really suggesting that simply because the winning bid aligns with your calculations, you must cast doubt on the fairness, justice, and transparency of this bidding process? Wu Zhixiong, indeed an experienced fox, deftly diffused the tension arising from Lin Feiyang's premature predictions about the winning bid, providing a largely acceptable rationale. Even the beautiful reporter Chen Xiaoxia, standing nearby, gazed at Wu Zhixiong with admiration, finally comprehending why it was said that the elite of Huaxia often congregated in two realms. The political sphere and the business arena. As the atmosphere in the room threatened to shift dramatically due to Lin Feiyang's remarks, Wu Zhixiong's well-reasoned defense managed to stabilize the situation, offering a plausible explanation. Both Du Zhigua at the podium and Chen Mingdong at the bidding table sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from their brows. They had truly been startled by Lin Feiyang's sudden onslaught. Du Zhigua began to secretly admire Wu Zhixiong, realizing why he had been chosen by County Head Niu Liang as the director of the county government office. Not only was he adept at navigating complex situations, but he also possessed a remarkable ability to adapt spontaneously. Truly, a crafty fox. In the face of Wu Zhixiong's sharp retort, Lin Feiyang merely smiled slightly. "Comrade Wu Zhixiong, you make a valid point. However, as the bidding party for the Tianwangling project and as the secretary of Polling Town's party committee, I am equally entitled to question the bidding results. I now present two requests for the evaluation committee's support. To prove your integrity, first, please organize and publish the electronic scan copies of all commercial bid documents online. Second, please release the electronic versions of the technical bid documents online. At that point, we can invite the powerful and discerning online community to thoroughly review these 6 sets of commercial and technical bids, provide their evaluations, and offer their opinions. These two actions should be executed immediately."
With that, Lin Feiyang's icy gaze fixated on the experts of the evaluation committee. The experts, unable to defy Lin Feiyang's command, could only brace themselves and proceed to publish all the information online. Once they had completed this task, Lin Feiyang coldly stated, "Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to share some recent information I have obtained. According to accurate reports, all the main components of the bidding documents were produced by the technical department of Mingdong Group, while the other 5 bidding companies merely sent one representative each yesterday to oversee the stamping of their respective company seals at Mingdong Group. This means that all signatures on the bidding documents from these 6 companies were handled by Mingdong Group's technical department." Upon hearing this, the room erupted into chaos, particularly among the media reporters, who began to chatter excitedly. Even the representatives sent by the bidding companies engaged in hushed conversations, speculating on how Lin Feiyang had come by such information. At that moment, Chen Mingdong turned to his technical director, Zhang Zongxian, sitting beside him, and asked, "Xiao Zhang, were there any issues with the signatures?"
Zhang Zongxian wiped the sweat from his forehead and assured, "Chairman Chen, rest assured, each company's signatures were handled by different employees. We would not make such a fundamental error."
Upon hearing this, Chen Mingdong straightened his back, glaring at Lin Feiyang. "Lin Feiyang, while you may hold the position of secretary of the Polling Town Party Committee, I must voice our company's stance."
The media reporters, noticing Chen Mingdong's emergence, swiftly directed their cameras toward him.
Chen Mingdong, fixing a fierce gaze on Lin Feiyang, declared, "Comrade Lin, our Mingdong Group has always conducted its affairs with integrity and transparency. To accuse us publicly of collusion in bidding is an outrage, and I vehemently oppose this. I believe you are slandering us. Mingdong Group reserves the right to file complaints against you with the Tianfeng County Party Committee, the County Discipline Inspection Commission, the Tian City Party Committee, and the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission."
Chen Mingdong's words were a veiled threat towards Lin Feiyang.
For an ordinary individual, facing such a threat would undoubtedly induce feelings of anxiety and trepidation. Yet, Lin Feiyang was no ordinary person. He was a figure capable of leveraging even the city party secretary as a mere pawn. A person bold enough to confront County Head Niu Liang and Deputy Mayor Chen Mingli directly. Lin Feiyang merely cast a dismissive glance at Chen Mingdong and replied nonchalantly, "Chen Mingdong, I suspect that your technical department indeed assigned different staff members to handle the signatures on the bidding documents for the 6 companies. However, your technical personnel, regardless of how astute, seem to have overlooked a critical fact. Every bidding document requires two distinct individuals to sign. The commercial bid section necessitates both the signature of the authorized representative and that of the legal representative. While you may have had employees from Mingdong Group's technical department imitate the signature of the authorized representative, you cannot replicate the signature of the legal representative. Moreover, companies assisting you in collusion would only lend you their company seals. Their legal representatives would never sign on the documents meant for the legal representative. That is your greatest flaw. Our vast online community merely needs to verify whether the commercial bid documents were signed by two individuals and check if the signatures of each company's legal representatives match those of their actual legal representatives to ascertain whether these bidding documents originated from your technical staff.
As Lin Feiyang concluded his statement, the room erupted once more into chaos, particularly among the reporters, who were genuinely astonished by Lin Feiyang's seemingly inexhaustible arsenal of tactics. Chen Mingdong, too, began to feel anxious, glancing at his technical director, Zhang Zongxian, and inquiring, "Xiao Zhang, what do you think?"
Zhang Zongxian, his face etched with concern, replied, "Chairman Chen, we implemented a responsibility system where each technical staff member is accountable for a single bid document, and the signatures within those documents were all handled by the same technical personnel." Chen Mingdong's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. At that moment, Wu Zhixiong suddenly chimed in with a smile, "Comrade Lin Feiyang, you may not be well versed in the bidding process of these enterprises. To my knowledge, many companies, especially larger ones, often struggle to locate their legal representatives during the bidding process. Consequently, it is common for middle or upper management to sign on behalf of the legal representative. As long as the company seal is present, it is often inconsequential who actually signs in the legal representative's place. Such practices are widespread among companies.
Lin Feiyang's brow furrowed in contemplation.